Chapter 1. The luxurious villa in the ruins of the apocalypse. Damn system. Has it really been a year and it still hasn't rebooted? I haven't seen a living person for over a year. Am I really going to be raised here until I die? Jing Tian lay on the luxurious big bed in the villa, yawning as he watched two zombies viciously battling on the TV. It had been a year since the apocalypse arrived, and he had been trapped in this ultra-luxurious villa for a year. Every day it was either watching zombies or watching zombies. It was too boring that a year ago he had just graduated and become a real estate agent, taking photos of this villa when suddenly red mist fell from the sky, marking the arrival of the apocalypse. Jing Tian fainted on the spot. When he woke up, a so-called super villa system had appeared in his mind. The frustrating part was that after the first startup, the system seemed to crash. What it left him with, aside from a small amount of external information, was this magically transformed villa and a drone in this year. Although Jing Tian had no worries about food and clothing, he was restricted by the system and could not leave the villa area. Not being able to go out for a year and not needing to work, it was only natural that he became a salted fish. After spending several days figuring out the various functions of this magical villa, Jing Tian spent his days either researching cooking or working out, using the drone to scout Yin City and observe the surroundings. At this moment, the battle between the two zombies on screen ended. Jing Tian controlled the drone to fly to a farther location. The drone flew another round, nearing the edge of Yin City, already close to its maximum flying distance. Another boring day with no gains. Just then, Jing Tian suddenly paused, staring at a corner of the screen, rubbed his eyes, and then widened them in shock. Holy crap! Oh my god! There are living people, actual living people entering the city. Jing Tian screamed, and his whole body disappeared from the bed, reappearing in front of the TV. Within the safe zone of the villa, he could teleport freely, which was one of the abilities granted by the system. Confirming that he wasn't mistaken, it really was people. Jing Tian was so excited he was on the verge of tears. After a year, he finally saw living people. In the not-so-obvious corner of the screen, a small team of 5 was fighting against a group of zombies. With a wave of their hands, they dispatched large numbers of zombies, either with fireballs or earth blasts. Those are ability users, fire, earth, and wind systems. Jing Tian's eyes were filled with excitement and envy. From the limited information transmitted before the system crashed, he learned that after the arrival of the red mist and the apocalypse, 60% of humanity turned into bloodthirsty zombies. Among the remaining survivors, some had also undergone changes. Those who could manipulate elemental energy became ability users. Some others had their physical constitution changed and could practice ancient martial arts. These people were collectively referred to as ability users. And what about Jing Tian? Although the safe house left him numerous martial arts texts and detailed explanations of how to cultivate abilities, after a year of study, he had become a master of theory, but had not experienced any physical changes. Having not seen a living person for over a year, and now he saw 5 ability users, he was overjoyed, staring at the screen. Jing Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Hey crap, run! Level 3 mutated zombies are coming." He saw 2 level 3 mutated zombies quickly approaching the 5-member team not far away. Chapter 2. 2 ability survivors. At this time, the drone was flying at a bit of a height. Although it had a shouting feature, Jing Tian's voice was drowned out by the noise below. Unlike the shriveled and dark ordinary zombies, the mutated zombies were bright red all over, with light red eyes. Their biggest characteristic was that they had a certain level of intelligence. As soon as the 2 level 3 mutated zombies appeared, the 5-member team instantly panicked. The mutated zombies were fast, and in the blink of an eye, 2 team members were caught. With a few crunching sounds, their heads were bitten off. The remaining 3 members tacitly launched their strongest attacks to block for a moment, and then turned to run. In the apocalypse, death had become commonplace. While the death of a companion was painful, it would not affect their escape actions. Crap, don't run that way. There are stronger zombies over there. Jing Tian shouted in a panic as he watched the direction the 3 were running. At this moment, the drone had descended to a height of about 10 meters. This shout clearly stunned the 3. The last person running even couldn't help but look up at the drone. Shock was evident in his eyes. Because of that glance, this unfortunate fellow was caught by the pursuing mutated zombie, and his head was bitten off. Sorry, I didn't know his reflexes were so poor. You two, don't just stand there. quickly run in the direction of the drone. Jing Tian was momentarily stunned. Then, after apologizing, he shouted loudly to the last two people. The remaining two were the bald leader and a woman in an old leather jacket. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, with short hair and delicate features, but a long scar on her face ruined her beauty. These two reacted quite quickly, especially the woman, who grabbed the bald man's wrist and, with a gust of wind, rushed toward the drone. Wind ability user? Nice. Jing Tian was envious again at this scene. However, he didn't forget to control the drone to lead the way at the fastest speed in front of the two. That this drone was a product of the villa system and couldn't be judged by normal standards. The woman and the bald man ran at a speed of about 80 yards, but the drone was still far ahead, that he could see the shock in the woman's eyes as well. Little sister, is this a drone? How is that possible? Didn't all power supplies disappear? The bald man, being led along, was still able to express his shock, showing just how impactful this drone was to him. Why are you asking me? Who should I ask? Just follow it and we'll find out later. Their speed increased again, seemingly competing with the drone. The pursuing mutated zombies followed closely behind, but were slightly slower than the wind ability user, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. For the entire Yun city, Jing Tian could be said to know it like the back of his hand. He controlled the drone, leading the two left and right, avoiding dozens of places with powerful mutated zombies. Finally, he led the two to the foot of the hillside villa area where he was located. Then, the drone zoomed away to that moment. The bald man and the scarred woman stood there dumbfounded. All the way, they had been paying attention to the mutated zombies behind them. After the drone flew away, with nowhere to escape, the two felt a wave of anxiety. At that moment, however, they noticed that the level 3 mutated zombies chasing them had turned and fled upon reaching the vicinity of the villa. It seemed there was something here that they feared. What are they afraid of? The bald man asked, trembling with confusion. That it should be the aura of a super strong person scare them away? The woman replied uncertainly. Super strong person? Isn't the known strongest ability user only level 5? Our leader is at that level, but can he really scare away level 3 mutated zombies? Definitely not. But as you said, that's just what we know. There might be even stronger beings that we are unaware of. The woman said, wow, the experts in here must be at least level 6 or above, right? The bald man said, somewhat shocked, that I don't know. Look over there. As the woman spoke, her gaze shifted toward the direction of the villa on the mountaintop, and she suddenly exclaimed with a trembling voice, wow, wow, is it a newly built villa? The bald man saw the luxurious villa on the mountaintop and could hardly believe his eyes. Right now, the entire Yun city looked almost like a wasteland, yet here he saw a brand new 3-story European-style villa. Chapter 3. The stunned sibling's little sister. Pinch me. Let us see if I'm seeing things. How is this possible? The bald man looked at the villa on the mountaintop and exclaimed, how is this possible? The woman directly reached out and pinched hard at the bald man's neck. Ouch! Little sister, are you trying to murder your own brother? The bald man yelled, glaring at the woman with dissatisfaction. One thing was confirmed by this action. They were indeed siblings. You told me to pinch you. If it hurts, it means it's not a dream. There's only one explanation now. A super strong person has protected this villa. Let's hurry up, the woman said calmly. Right, let's go up. But what should we do once we get there? The bald man hesitated a bit. Of course, we'll act according to the situation. But the most important thing is to be polite, and it's best if you say less. The woman shot a glare at her brother. After saying that, she started walking up the mountain. Originally, this hillside villa area had more than a dozen villas, but unfortunately, although the others had not collapsed, they had sustained some level of damage. This made the mountaintop villa stand out even more. At this moment, inside the villa, Jing Tian was filled with excitement and anticipation, but his face showed a calm demeanor. Jing Tian has a bit of vanity, and like many young people, he enjoys showing off to create a sense of presence. This time, it's rare to have guests visit, especially those he has saved. He wants to experience the feeling of being praised and complimented. As for fear and worry, Jing Tian is absolutely not here. He is the owner of the Safe House Villa, where he has absolute control and various abilities. That is to say, with just a thought, Jing Tian can control outsiders and expel them. At this moment, the bald-headed siblings have approached the villa's main gate and discovered that it is wide open. The siblings exchanged glances. A strong person is indeed impressive. They don't even close the door and are completely unafraid of any zombie attacks. As the two entered the villa's courtyard with a hint of hesitation, they were shocked and stopped in their tracks, mouths agape. The courtyard before them was approximately 40 by 30 in size, with a small path made of cobblestones dividing it into two halves. One half was a garden, and the other half was a vegetable patch. It was this garden and vegetable patch that left the siblings in shock. Are those fresh vegetables? How is this possible? The bald-headed man exclaimed, "How is this possible?" for the third time. He couldn't even remember the last time he had fresh vegetables. Was it half a year ago? Or 8 months? The woman actually wanted to exclaim, "How is this possible?" as well. Looking at the green vegetables in the vegetable patch, her throat slightly rolled, fearing her saliva might flow out. Just as the siblings were completely stunned by the vegetable patch, a sudden cracking sound startled them back to reality. The villa door in front of them suddenly opened by itself. A faint young voice came from inside. "Please come in. I assure you, I mean you no harm." The bald-headed man ignored Jing Tian's words and stared at the open door, his face filled with shock. The woman gently tugged at the bald-headed man, and the two approached the villa door. Jing Tian was actually feeling a bit anxious waiting inside the house, seeing the two of them standing still in the yard. He finally controlled the villa door to open. He was used to this and usually opened the door like this without thinking much of it. It was a casual action, but he didn't expect it to further confirm his identity as a strong individual to the brother and sister. The two bald men took 2 steps inside before stopping. Looking at Jing Tian's back on the sofa, the woman respectfully said, "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. We are Wang Lian and Wang Meng, siblings, and we apologize for the disturbance. It turns out you are siblings. That's quite impressive. Both of you have evolved into superpowered beings." At this moment, Jing Tian felt that the master had almost grasped the situation, so he got up and walked over, as he really couldn't keep up the act any longer. Approaching the two, he smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself as well. My name is Jing Tian, the owner of this villa." "Hello, Mr. Jing." The siblings, Wang Meng and Wang Lian, looked at Jing Tian, who was dressed casually and neatly, with a delicate and youthful face that showed no signs of weariness, and were once again shocked. In today's world, even teenagers cannot guarantee such a complexion and demeanor as Jing Tian. Unless. Chapter 4. Mistaken for a super strong being at this moment, the siblings, Wang Meng and Wang Lian, unconsciously had the same thought. Unless those who had evolved to a higher level of ability could maintain their skin and complexion well. Snap! Jing Tian controlled the door to close, causing Wang Meng and Wang Lian, the brother and sister, to shiver slightly. They didn't sense any energy fluctuations at all, seeing that both of you are also superhumans. "Why are you so cautious in front of an ordinary person like me? Come sit down, have some water, and let's chat. It's been a long time since anyone has talked to me." Jing Tian looked at the two with a bemused expression, finding their awkwardness somewhat amusing. "Are you still just ordinary people? That's quite humble, isn't it?" Wang Meng and Wang Lian exchanged glances, both realizing what the other was thinking. However, they didn't dare to state it outright, as who knew what strange temperament this strong person might have. The two cautiously sat down on the sofa, afraid that the dust on their clothes might dirty the sofa, and only sat a little bit. When Jing Tian personally brought over 2 cups of clear water, they were shocked once again, besides being surprised by the water itself. What shocked them the most was that they clearly saw Jing Tian take the water from an electrically powered water dispenser. There was actually electricity here. If the drone could be barely explained with batteries, then what about the power supply for the villa? Have some water to moisten your throat. Jing Tian was somewhat speechless at the shocked expressions of the two, even feeling a bit like rolling his eyes. "It's just a little water, isn't it?" Jing Tian clearly still didn't know that the shock wasn't just from the water. The main issue was the power supply. When the apocalypse struck, not only was the water source contaminated, but all power sources became unusable, including batteries. As for the water source, aside from the remaining bottled water, the rest of the drinking water was boiled with lime and then heavily filtered. Not only was the water quality unlikely to be clear, but especially that taste was really not good. Thank you, Mr. Jing. We haven't had pure water for a long time." The two suppressed their shock and quickly thanked Jing Tian. They carefully picked up the cups and eagerly drank a cup of water. Actually, as ability users, they could occasionally drink pure water, but it was only on rare occasions. Refreshing, so refreshing. After Wang Meng finished drinking, he couldn't help but shout out loud. Being carefree, he felt that this water was much better than the mineral water he had drunk before. This, on the other hand, the attentive Wang Lian didn't react as dramatically as Wang Meng. However, the shock in her eyes was even stronger. She actually felt a surge of energy in this water. This energy seemed to make her mental power clearer by a bit. In the end, she transformed her shock and confusion into even more respectful gratitude. All right, no need to be so polite all the time. It's making me a bit uncomfortable. Let's just chat casually. Jing Tian was feeling a bit uncomfortable with the politeness of the two people. It was rare for someone to come. So how could they chat like this? Mr. Jing, what would you like to talk about? We will definitely speak candidly. Wang Lian, worried that her reckless brother might say something to offend Jing Tian, secretly pressed him down, leaving only her to chat with Jing Tian. Jing Tian naturally wanted to talk about the situation outside, and Wang Lian did not hold back on what she knew. In Wang Lian's preconceived notion, she was already very certain of Jing Tian's identity as a super strong individual. She regarded all of this as a kind of test from Jing Tian. As for what was being tested, Wang Lian couldn't be bothered to think about it. After all, there were no confidential topics, so she would just answer whatever was asked. Little did she know that Jing Tian was simply asking out of curiosity regarding the changes in the outside world. Aside from knowing about the mutated zombies and ability users with levels, no other information had been released by the information system. Jing Tian is now no different from a frog at the bottom of a well. For a full half hour, he has gained a rough understanding of the external situation. It turns out that over the past year, the survivors have settled down and begun to adapt to the new order. One by one, strong individuals have risen up and formed their own factions. Due to the inconvenience of communication and transportation, the exact number and distribution of these factions cannot be determined at this time. Jing Tian has also learned about Wang Lian and Wang Meng. The siblings' abilities are not particularly strong. Wang Meng is a late-stage level 2 Earth-type ability user, while Wang Lian is a late-stage level 1 Wind-type ability user. The siblings come from a faction called Iron Bucket located 200 kilometers away from Yun City, in the Magic City stronghold. The name of this faction sounds a bit unappealing, but it effectively conveys the sentiment of the faction, to make the stronghold as safe as an iron bucket. Besides the situation of the stronghold, Jing Tian has also learned about the strength levels of zombies and human ability users. The information system only provided him with the most basic details at the beginning, and since there have been significant changes over the past year, it was necessary for Jing Tian to get some updates. Currently, the strongest known mutated zombies have reached level 5. Among human strong individuals, the strongest known ability user, including Wang Meng and others, also exists at level 5. Ability users and ancient martial artists are collectively referred to as ability users. The leader of the Iron Bucket Stronghold, Tong Zhan, is a level 5 ability user with formidable strength. Upon hearing about level 5 ability users, Jing Tian couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy. Mr. Jing, may I ask, what level of ability user are you now? I guess you must be an ancient martial artist exceeding level 6, right? Wang Meng, who had been holding back for quite a while, finally couldn't restrain himself any longer. Ignoring Wang Lian's subtle attempts to stop him, he blurted out the question. Chapter 5 Gift Exchange. Me? Jing Tian felt a wave of frustration when Wang Meng asked about his strength. He thought to himself, this guy really knows how to hit the nail on the head. Over level 6 ancient martial artist? If I had even level 1 ability, I would be secretly delighted. Didn't I say before that I'm just an ordinary person? In his frustration, Jing Tian's expression naturally didn't look very good. Jing Tian was truly just feeling dejected. He really envied those with abilities. However, his expression and tone appeared to the two siblings as obvious dissatisfaction, particularly with Wang Meng's inquiry about his strength. This made Wang Meng's heart race and caused Wang Lian to glare at him resentfully. Mr. Jing, it's getting late, and we still have tasks to complete, so we won't disturb you any longer. Thank you once again for your life-saving grace and hospitality. We're leaving now? Jing Tian felt a bit reluctant when Wang Lian suggested leaving. It was nice to have someone to chat with since he couldn't go out. Yes, Mr. Jing. Our task is very important, Wang Lian quickly said. She felt that her brother had already upset Jing Tian, so it would be better to leave as soon as possible. Important task? Can you share more about it? Jing Tian originally thought that their task was just to investigate the supply situation in Yin City. But now it seems that it is not the case. There's nothing that can't be said. It's our leader's daughter, Ni, who is only 13 years old this year. She should be inside Yin City. Wait a minute. Jing Tian was interrupted halfway through his speech by Wang Lian, who bluntly said, "Are you saying there's a 13-year-old girl in Yin City? Let's not even talk about whether she can survive. Is your leader out of his mind? It's been a year, and only now did he think to come looking for her?" Wang Ming interjected from his side, seemingly wanting to clarify that he didn't want Jing Tian to misunderstand their leader. Actually, I misunderstood. But why didn't your leader come personally? With his level 5 ability, wouldn't it be safer if he came himself? Jing Tian's doubts arose. The leader naturally wanted to come in person, but now our Magic City stronghold is seriously contested by two factions. The leader must constantly cultivate while also managing the overall situation, so that we can win against the leader of the other stronghold and protect our stronghold from being annexed. Wang Lian provided a more detailed explanation. Jing Tian listened to Wang Lian's explanation. Although he understood, he couldn't help but feel a bit upset and said, "Aren't we all survivors? Shouldn't we support each other to survive? Why do we have to fight among ourselves? It's really absurd." The brother and sister exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Wang Lian replied, "Mr. Jing, you have everything you need, so you don't care. But the number of people at the base is increasing every day, while the supplies are becoming scarcer. Therefore, some conflicts are unavoidable for the sake of resources and living space. Those who are stronger can obtain more supplies. This is all due to this damned apocalypse. At this rate, I don't know how much longer humanity can hold on." Jing Tian said with some concern. "There should be a solution soon, right? I heard that a mysterious faction is researching a new type of food that can be mass-produced. If they succeed, the food problem for humanity could be solved." Wang Lian replied, "Is that really true? That would be great, as long as we don't starve to death. Maybe one day the apocalypse will come to an end." As soon as Jing Tian heard Wang Lian's words, his eyes lit up, and he sincerely replied with joy. Although he had food provided by the villa system, it was only enough for 2 or 3 people at most, so he couldn't help everyone. Wang Lian and Wang Ming had tried several times to ask Jing Tian about the vegetables outside and the water and electricity issues in the villa. However, they hesitated and ultimately didn't dare to ask. Subsequently, the siblings insisted on leaving, using their eagerness to search for the leader's daughter as an excuse. Jing Tian didn't want to keep them too forcefully, so he finally said, "Since you insist on going, I'll give you a map. You can follow the route and markers I provide to search. It will increase your chances." The siblings were naturally excited and thanked him once again. After some preparations, Jing Tian gave them a map with the route marked and packed the 3 leftover buns for breakfast, along with 2 bottles of water. Jing Tian felt that the 2 of them going out was definitely fraught with danger, especially since neither of them even reached the level of a level 3 ability user. Wang Lian was only a late-stage level 1 wind ability user, which only gave her the advantage of speed. Wang Ming was slightly stronger, but he was only a level 2 earth ability user. Forget about level 4 mutated zombies. Even if they encountered the level 3 zombies that had chased them before, he would have to run for his life. Whether they could escape depended on whether luck was on their side. Bao the... Wang Ming surprisingly didn't pay attention to Jing Tian's words and stared with red eyes at the Baozi in the bag. The plump and white Baozi had completely captured his heart. Fortunately, Wang Lian had a bit more self-control. She listened to Jing Tian and thanked him for the nth time. The 2 were supposed to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, Wang Lian seemed to feel that leaving like this was a bit inappropriate. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a small cloth bag from her pocket. She opened the small bag and handed it to Jing Tian, saying, "Mr. Jing, although you might not think much of it, this is the most valuable thing we have as siblings, a token of our gratitude. You're too polite." Cough, cough. Halfway through his sentence, Jing Tian's eyes widened when he saw the object in Wang Lian's hand. Chapter 6. meat-filled, Bowsy handwritten book is at a high-level zombie crystal core? He originally wanted to act a bit aloof, but once he saw the crystal core in Wang Lian's hand, he couldn't maintain that pretense anymore. It wasn't exactly high level. It was just a level 2 crystal core, which was a reward given to them by their leader before leaving. Wang Lian explained. The initial information from the system had also introduced the crystal core. It is a crystalline product from the brains of zombies and the only pure thing on them, containing a certain amount of energy. The probability of ordinary zombies producing crystal cores is very low. Even if they do, it's just a colorless crystal the size of a grain of rice. Level 1 mutated zombies have a 90% production rate for crystal cores, which can exhibit some coloration due to special influences, providing significant help to ability users. Naturally, the higher the level, the better the core. The crystals in Wang Lian's hand were the size of a small fingernail, one a light blue color and the other a yellowish-brown, perfectly corresponding to the abilities of the siblings. Jing Tian had seen this thing through a drone before. It seems to be useful against zombies as well. Every time he controls the drone to pick it up, it always gets snatched by the zombies first. Now that he is observing this thing up close for the first time, he is quite curious and naturally wants to take it, but he also doesn't want to take advantage of it for free. Jing Tian thought of something that might help both of their cultivation. I really like this thing, but I don't like taking other people's stuff for free. Wait for me. After saying that, he didn't give Wang Lian a chance to refuse and quickly went upstairs. Little sister, you really are generous. These 2 crystal cores could significantly improve our strength. At this moment, Wang Meng finally woke up from the temptation of the buns and looked at Wang Lian's actions with a bit of reluctance. How did I end up with such a foolish brother? Can't you feel that something is off with your realm? Wang Lian shot a helpless glare at Wang Meng. Wang Meng was initially confused. However, after sensing his own realm, he was dumbfounded. In such a short amount of time, his realm had actually seen a slight improvement. Shut up, keep your voice down, don't act all coy after getting a good deal. Let us talk about it after we leave, just don't provoke Mr. Jing. Wang Lian hurriedly stopped Wang Meng from speaking. Wang Meng quickly covered his mouth with his hand. When he looked up at the staircase, his eyes were filled with awe. To be honest, Wang Meng still couldn't figure out how his realm had improved a bit, but he believed one thing. It definitely had something to do with this mysterious and powerful Mr. Jing. Moments later, Jing Tian came down from upstairs. He was holding a bound book, with 4 large characters written in oil pen on the white paper cover. Jing-style secret techniques. The writing style, in a good way, can be described as dragon flying and phoenix dancing, and in a less flattering way, it's Jing Tian style wild cursive. Well, this is a little something I wrote myself, which might be useful to you. If not, just consider it a keepsake. Jing Tian actually felt a bit awkward. He had given a detailed explanation of supernatural abilities as a gift. He originally intended to give the original version, but since the original was a product of the system, he couldn't give it away. The handwritten copy was something he had transcribed out of boredom, and he hadn't finished it. However, the basic explanation of supernatural abilities was complete, and it would be beneficial for any supernatural being to learn it in the early stages. At this moment, Jing Tian clearly couldn't foresee the impact of the seemingly casual gift he had given, which would soon cause a stir in the outside world. Moreover, 2 factions would later emerge in the supernatural community, one of which was called the Jing Tian faction. Even at this moment, Wang Lian didn't dare to underestimate what Jing Tian had given her, promptly receiving it with respect. After a proper farewell, Jing Tian personally escorted the siblings to the entrance of the villa. It wasn't that he didn't want to send them off further. He simply couldn't step out of the villa gate. The siblings walked out of the villa area at the foot of the mountain and paused for a moment. Little sister, quickly give me a bun. I haven't seen such pure white buns in ages. I'm dying of craving. The first thing Wang Meng did when he stopped was to ask Wang Lian for a bun. All you think about is food. Here you go. Wang Lian shot a glare at Wang Meng and handed him the bag containing the buns. Meanwhile, she took out the stapled book. In front of Jing Tian, she felt shy about looking at what it was, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she prepared to take a peek. Beside her, Wang Meng pulled out a fist-sized bun. Given his rough demeanor and eagerness, one would expect him to devour half of it in one bite. But the reality was quite the opposite. He examined the bun, sniffed it with a look of ecstasy, and then took a delicate bite. The bun revealed its filling, which turned out to be his favorite celery and pork mixture from his prime. Just as Wang Meng was about to be astonished by the pork filling, his expression suddenly stiffened. Chapter 7. Thus they were promoted. Wang Meng clearly felt a special energy spreading in his stomach, causing his elemental power to surge while his mind became exceptionally clear. The abilities of a supernatural being partially stem from the elemental power within them. These elements act as a catalyst, while the true control over output comes from mental strength. At this moment, Wang Meng sensed the fluctuations of his mental power. Without thinking too much, he quickly finished the entire bun. On the other hand, Wang Lian was unaware of Wang Meng's reaction. She was also in a dazed state. As soon as she opened the book and read the first few words, she felt a special energy rush towards her. This energy directly merged with her mental strength. In an instant, Wang Lian felt her mental power increase, and the surrounding wind elements were absorbed into her body. Boom! Wang Meng felt a violent explosion in his mind. At the same time, a burst of earth elemental energy erupted from his body, drawing the surrounding elemental forces rapidly towards him. Boom! A few seconds after Wang Meng, Wang Lian experienced the same situation. The only difference was that the elemental energy gathering around her was a green wind element. The siblings both advanced in their realms, one because of eating a bun, the other merely from glancing at Jing Tian's handwritten book. The commotion they caused was significant, with even wind and thunder sound appearing in the surrounding area. Jing Tian originally wanted to study the two crystal cores. Suddenly, an anomaly from the outside world caught his attention. He quickly grabbed his telescope and ran to the rooftop to see what was happening. Looking through the telescope, Jing Tian soon discovered the situation of the Wang siblings. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What the hell? Did they just level up? What are these two doing? Are they collectively advancing right at our doorstep? Are they trying to provoke me?" Although he couldn't personally experience the feelings of an ability user, it didn't hinder him from being a theoretical master. He could recite all the books left to him in the safe house by heart. Every sentence and every word in them were understood thoroughly. His feelings of envy and jealousy were beyond expression. Fortunately, he didn't know that their advancement was due to him. Otherwise, he might have coughed up blood on the spot. However, even if the Wang siblings told Jing Tian to his face that they had leveled up because they ate his buns and read his books, he probably wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. He made the buns himself and ate them often. If they could level up, why was he still an ordinary person? Could reading handwritten notes lead to advancement? That was even more ridiculous. He had already worn out the original versions, and he felt nothing at all, let alone his own boring copies. You two are lucky, no matter what. Leveling up means you'll have an extra layer of safety while operating in Yun City. After feeling a moment of frustration and jealousy, Jing Tian quickly smiled faintly. He felt that the two of them were quite good. Even if they weren't close friends, they were at least familiar acquaintances with a good impression of each other. Jing Tian was happy that they could feel a bit safer. Because of this, he missed the actions of Wang Meng and the others that followed. The siblings' promotion lasted just over a minute. When the elemental storm stopped, the siblings took a while to regain their senses. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously turned to look in the direction of the villa on the mountaintop. Then, they both knelt down and respectfully bowed 3 times toward the villa. "Great benefactor, if we siblings have the opportunity, we will definitely repay you with our lives." Yes, the benefactor is truly extraordinary and a good person. Knowing that we are going on a dangerous mission, he felt our low level and secretly helped us increase our strength. From now on, you will be like a second parent to me, Wang Meng. This rough man, Wang Meng, spoke with a face full of reverence. Afterwards, the siblings left the villa area with awe and gratitude. Less than a minute after the Wang siblings left, suddenly, a plump and fierce-looking bully dog appeared at the spot they had just vacated. This bully dog looked no different from a normal bully dog, but its constantly moving eyes clearly indicated a high level of intelligence. The bully dog glanced in the direction the two had left, then turned to look at the villa on the mountaintop. There was a hint of fear in its eyes, but more of a desire. After observing for a while, the bully dog turned and ran toward a ruined villa halfway up the mountain. Clearly, This bully dog was not intimidated by the aura of the safe house like those zombies. Jing Tian was unaware that he had been deified in the hearts of his siblings, nor did he know that a suspected uninvited guest had appeared in the area of the hillside villa. Upon returning to the first floor of the villa, he continued to admire the crystal core. This thing can enhance the strength of? I wonder if it can make me in an instant, whether it be an ability user or a martial artist. Jing Tian suddenly had a whimsical idea. Deep down, he knew it was unrealistic, but he still pretended to grasp the crystal core, trying hard to imagine the process of absorbing energy. Ding! Just as Jing Tian had just held the crystal core and was pretending, a prompt sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Then, a synthesized mechanical voice sounded. Energy available for absorption detected. Would you like to absorb it? Chapter 8. A Glimmer of Hope. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then jumped up and shouted loudly. System, you're awake? Damn it, you finally woke up. Jing Tian's tears of excitement fell. It's been a year. He has been waiting for the system to wake up for a whole year. If it weren't for the fact that he complained about it several times a day, he might have forgotten about it. This damn system, after throwing him into such a safe house, just left him alone. Whether to absorb energy, host not confirmed, automatically deemed abandoned after 3 seconds. 3. Confirmed. Damn sure confirmed. So you need zombie crystal core energy to reboot. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Jing Tian complained in his heart. Absorbing 2 level 2 zombie crystal cores, he converted 6 points of energy, but after deducting the 4 points owed to the host, he was left with only 2 points. The system's mechanical voice didn't pay attention to Jing Tian's emotions and reported on its own. Wait, what energy points? And when the hell did I owe 4 points of energy? The host's food, accommodation, utilities, and so on for the entire year were all supplemented by the system's energy conversion, which naturally means he owes the system. Work hard to earn energy. Although the system's voice was still electronic and synthetic, it seemed to have a hint of emotion in it. So everything here is exchanged with energy points? I thought it was all complimentary from the safe house. Hey system, talk to me. Jing Tian was quite excited at first, saying a lot in a row. What the hell, what the hell? Here we go again? Come out. Damn system. You wake up when you see something good, then pretend to be dead after eating? Come out. Do you believe I'll smash your mainframe? Cough, cough. Grandpa. You come out and say just one more word, even a single word will do. Jing Tian dealt with the system both softly and harshly, but unfortunately, it was of no use. The system vanished like a fleeting flower. If it weren't for the crystal core in his hand disappearing, Jing Tian would even think he was hallucinating. Damn it, you're ruthless. Just wait until I truly wake you up and deal with you. Jing Tian fumbled for a few minutes, confirming that the system had truly vanished again and could only complain a bit before comforting himself. However, after thinking it over, Jing Tian felt quite happy. At least he wouldn't be blindly waiting anymore. This fleeting appearance of the system had given him a glimmer of hope. That was to collect crystal cores for the system to absorb. But how could he collect crystal cores? If he had known this, he wouldn't have let the Wang siblings leave. Soon, Jing Tian felt a bit down again. He arrived at the luxurious bedroom on the 3rd floor with a swimming pool and glanced at the drone, which was only 60 charged, shaking his head helplessly. This thing could only fly for an hour each day and then needed 20 hours to recharge before it could be restarted. No matter how much Jing Tian complained about the system or pondered over it, he eventually returned to his daily leisure mode and headed to the rooftop to practice Tai Chi. Jing Tian practices martial arts purely to pass the time. His martial arts are mainly for strengthening his body, especially practicing Tai Chi, which helps him maintain a peaceful mindset. He turns on all the lights in the villa, making his home a dazzling pearl amidst the desolate city. Then he goes downstairs to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The safe house villa has 3 remarkable features. The first is absolute protection. The second is that Jing Tian can control everything within the safe house, although he is accustomed to a normal lifestyle and rarely uses this ability. The third is the 2 magical system products in the kitchen, a cupboard and a refrigerator. As long as there is a shortage of food or vegetables and meat inside, they will be replenished the next day. Although it may not be much, it is definitely enough for 2 or 3 people. Jing Tian has gone from being amazed at the beginning to being accustomed to it now. After all, The existence of the system itself lacks logic. It's not surprising what the system produces. Jing Tian occasionally uses drones to collect some edible snacks in the urban ruins. However, he soon discovers that those snacks are practically inedible compared to the food he makes himself. From then on, cooking became one of Jing Tian's favorite hobbies. He found that not only did his dishes become more and more delicious, but they also brought him a strong sense of satisfaction. Moments later, two exquisite dishes, one meat and one vegetable, were ready, accompanied by a bowl of freshly steamed rice. He felt a bit lazy today, so he decided to keep it simple. Jing Tian picked up his bowl of rice and comforted himself a bit. If this were heard by the survivors outside, they would probably scold him to death. Now, how many people outside can enjoy a fresh bowl of rice? Fresh vegetables and meat are even more impossible. The sky had completely darkened, and Jing Tian was leisurely enjoying his little life. Just as he had eaten about halfway, suddenly his expression changed. He felt that the villa's front door had been touched. It couldn't be a zombie, because zombies wouldn't come near a safe house at all. Jing Tian's expression brightened slightly, and he quickly threw down his chopsticks and ran swiftly to the villa courtyard. Chapter 9. Tong Yue. As Jing Tian stepped out, he saw that at the entrance there were not the Wang siblings, but a small, thin figure leaning against the villa door. "Who is it?" As Jing Tian approached, he asked aloud. It was fine not to shout, but as soon as he did, he saw that thin figure directly fall to the side. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows and quickly rushed to the door. Upon seeing the figure lying on the ground, Jing Tian was stunned. It turned out to be a frail little girl. She lay there with her face turned to the side, her clothes so dirty that the original color could no longer be seen. Could this be the child called Yu that the Wang siblings mentioned? How did she survive? Jing Tian was shocked at first. After all, it had been a year since the apocalypse. It was truly a miracle that such a small girl could survive. In his astonishment, he quickly opened the door, pulled the girl inside, and hugged her. Fortunately, because of the arrival of the Wang siblings earlier, Jing Tian had unsealed the defenses of the safe house against humans. Otherwise, the girl wouldn't have been able to approach the fence, and Jing Tian would have had to wait for her to wake up on her own. At that moment, the girl managed to reach through the protective barrier, allowing Jing Tian to pull her in. As soon as he held her, Jing Tian felt a pang of heartache. The girl was about a little over 1.5 meters tall, but weighed only a little over 70 Gene, making her look quite pitifully thin. Although her face was dirty, her features were still quite striking. She had an oval face with delicate features, long eyelashes, a small nose, and a small mouth. Her lips were pale, and her brows were tightly knitted. Her uneven short hair was clearly cut by herself with something. Jing Tian quickly glanced around but still couldn't find the Wang siblings. The girl had a certain smell about her, but Jing Tian didn't find it off-putting. He directly placed her on the sofa and conducted a simple examination. He soon discovered that the girl was just weak and exhausted from fainting, which relieved him a lot. Then, noticing the girl's dry, pale lips, Jing Tian fetched a cup of warm water and fed it to her slowly with a spoon. When the water reached her lips, the little girl reflexively swallowed, drinking an entire cup before stopping. After some time, Jing Tian noticed that the girl's brow had relaxed a bit and her breathing had become steadier. After covering her with a thin blanket, he sat at the other end of the sofa and waited. Eventually, he dozed off himself. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the girl on the sofa was gone, and it was already bright outside. It was awkward. He had slept too soundly. Jing Tian felt a bit embarrassed at first. He knew how deeply he slept, probably because the safe house provided him with an absolute sense of security. Without shouting or searching, Jing Tian closed his eyes slightly and used his control over the safe house to locate her. Soon, he found out where the little girl was. She was actually curled up in a corner behind the sofa, hugging a blanket. Jing Tian quickly got up and moved to the back of the sofa. He squatted down, looking at the girl's big eyes filled with fear and tension, and his heart was once again touched. "Your name is Tong Yu, right? Don't be afraid. You're safe here," Jing Tian said gently while trying to reach out to pull the girl up. However, as soon as he extended his hand, a look of panic flashed across the girl's face, and she shrank back forcefully. Jing Tian felt helpless, knowing that the girl was simply too nervous and scared. So he could only give up on his actions and continue to comfort her gently. After a while, Jing Tian truly felt that soothing a child was a tough job, especially when it was a clearly overly frightened little girl. Finally, when he mentioned the Wang siblings, the girl's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Jing Tian's eyes lit up, and he could be certain that the girl was undoubtedly Tongyu. Next, Jing Tian began to fabricate a story about being good friends with the Wang siblings, which finally eased the little girl's vigilance. Uncle, I'm hungry. The little girl Tongyu finally spoke. Uncle? Jing Tian's forehead darkened slightly, but he quickly nodded and said, Just wait. Uncle will go cook for you. Can you take a shower by yourself? The little girl Tongyu nodded slightly. When Jing Tian reached out to pull her again, she hesitated for a moment but did not dodge. Once you finish your shower, you can enjoy some delicious rice porridge. Jing Tian continued to smile as he spoke. Take a shower. Tongyu's eyes flickered. Can one still take a shower freely in today's world? Originally, there were bathrooms on both the first and second floors, but Jing Tian still brought the little girl into his large bedroom. As soon as Tongyu arrived at Jing Tian's bedroom on the third floor, she exclaimed. Chapter 10. The stunned little girl. The scene before her brought unparalleled shock to Tongyu's young heart. This bedroom was a spacious 80 square meters, with a large bed in the corner, a television, and air conditioning. What surprised Tongyu the most was the small swimming pool, which was filled to the brim with clear water. She had hidden in the underground warehouse for a year. Although there was no shortage of food, the water supply was very tight. Go ahead and take a shower. There's hot water in the bathroom, and you can use the bathing supplies freely. As for clothes, just wear mine for now. After we eat, I'll help you find some suitable new clothes. Jing Tian looked at Tongyu in shock, feeling a bit smug inside. Tongyu turned a glance at Jing Tian and then nodded. Thank you, Uncle Jing. Ahem. No need to thank me, just go. Jing Tian felt both happy and annoyed when he heard Tongyu refer to him. He was happy because Tongyu had started to get close to him. He was annoyed because of the term uncle. He was only 22 years old, still in the prime of his youth. Wouldn't brother be better? Cooking took a bit longer, and it was best for someone who had been hungry for a long time to have some porridge. In the end, Jing Tian made a pot of century egg and lean meat porridge with the leftover rice from last night, which was also his favorite type of porridge. He then prepared 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and even boiled 4 eggs. Jing Tian is not afraid of wasting food, as the amount used the next day will be replenished anyway. After about 25 minutes, Jing Tian had prepared all the dishes and set the table. Then, just as he turned around to check on the little girl Tongyu, he discovered that she had already come downstairs by herself. The pretty little girl is just a bit too thin, so he quickly called her over to eat. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand to greet her. After taking a shower, the little girl looked completely different. She wasn't wearing Jing Tian's clothes, just wrapped in a large bath towel. Aside from being a bit thin and having a slightly pale complexion, she was definitely a perfect little beauty. Thank you, Uncle Jing, Tongyu said politely, her eyes still holding a sense of inexplicable awe towards Jing Tian. Clearly, the little girl had also experienced a lot of shocks during her bath. Not only was there electricity here, but there was also a real water heater. When the clear water flowed from the heater, instead of showering first, she couldn't help but drink a good amount directly. Sitting at the dining table, the little girl's eyes widened again. What did she see? Century egg and lean meat congee. One of her favorite types of congee. Stir-fried melon slices, shredded pork with cowpeas, spicy stir-fried diced meat, braised ribs, plus 4 boiled eggs. This, Tongyu felt it was somewhat unreal. Is this the apocalypse? It seemed that even during prosperous times, her family's breakfast had never been this lavish. The most important thing was, where did the vegetables and meat come from? Don't just stand there in a daze. Aren't you hungry? You should be even hungrier after taking a shower. Hurry up and eat. Jing Tian saw Tongyu standing still and immediately laughed and said, Can I really eat? Tongyu asked foolishly. Of course you can eat. Come on, let's eat together. Jing Tian was amused by Tongyu's adorable appearance and directly sat down to hand her the chopsticks. The little girl finally sat down. At first, she was a bit shy, but after taking a mouthful of porridge, her eyes suddenly widened. This porridge, besides being delicious, it had a feeling she couldn't quite describe. It felt like a power exploded in her stomach and then swept through her entire body. Chapter 11. Gold level mission Tong Yu was not an ability user, so she naturally couldn't understand the existence of energy. She simply thought that the porridge Jing Tian made was incredibly magical and delicious. Soon, Tong Yu went from taking small bites to gradually entering a state of complete absorption. She even overlooked Jing Tian's presence and began to frantically devour the food on the table. Jing Tian smiled as he watched. Naturally, he hoped to receive praise for his skills from others. However, Tong Yu's reaction was 100 times more genuine than any compliment. Jing Tian originally wanted to ask about the Wang siblings, but seeing Tong Yu so engrossed in her meal, he decided to postpone that question. Of course, he also reminded Tong Yu to eat slowly. After all, eating too quickly is not good for the body, especially for someone who's been hungry for a long time. It's not suitable for them to eat excessively. During the meal, Tong Yu surprisingly ate as much as Jing Tian. It's worth noting that he was in his early 20s, while Tong Yu was just a frail 13-year-old girl. You ate too much. Take a walk to digest a bit. I'll wash the chopsticks. Uncle Jing, let me do it. I can. Tong Yu insisted on washing the dishes. Seeing the determined and stubborn look in the little girl's eyes, Jing Tian conceded after a second, smiling as he said, "All right, you can do it. I'll go practice on the rooftop." Jing Tian said that practicing is just boxing. It used to be a way to kill time when he was bored, but over time, it became a habit. Whenever Jing Tian boxes, he can go for an hour, which is something an average martial artist definitely can't do. When Tong Yue heard Jing Tian mention boxing, a spark of excitement flashed in her big eyes, and then she obediently nodded. Jing Tian loves to practice Tai Chi. Although he cannot become a master of ancient martial arts, he can feel that every time he practices Tai Chi, it helps him relax, especially in calming some of the restlessness in his heart. Before he knows it, half an hour has passed. When Jing Tian turned around, he saw Tong Yu had also come to the rooftop, intently watching him practice his boxing. Jing Tian smiled and suddenly felt a mischievous thought arise in his heart. He moved gracefully, his hands dancing. Suddenly, visible azure streams of energy appeared around his body. These streams, like living beings, quickly transformed into 9 dragon shapes, swirling and flying around Jing Tian. This left Tong Yue in shock, her mouth agape, her eyes sparkling with deep admiration. It was just like the special effects seen in movies before. Suddenly, the 9 energy dragons changed direction and swam directly towards Tong Yue, causing the little girl to panic slightly. "Don't be afraid, they won't harm you." Jing Tian smiled lightly and said. Upon hearing this, Tong Yu immediately felt at ease. She let the 9 streams of air swirl around her. In the end, they slowly lifted her small body off the ground. Tong Yu was surprised again, but soon realized she was only a few centimeters above the rooftop. Then she began to move slowly across the roof. Her astonishment quickly turned into excitement. This was probably the first time Tong Yu had smiled in a year. From her initially somewhat stiff expression, she gradually began to smile more naturally and joyfully. This is how a child should look. Jing Tian also smiled beside him. He didn't expect that using the control of the safe house to show off would have such an effect. It was quite a pleasant surprise. "Isn't it fun?" Jing Tian asked with a smile. "Uncle Jing, see, can you teach me martial arts?" Tong Yu nodded after landing, but then hesitated and made the request to Jing Tian. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then immediately felt awkward. He wasn't a martial artist, so what could he possibly learn? Learning that Airflow Dragon just now? That was basically a cheat ability of the system. No one else could do it, and he could only do it within the safe house. Looking at Tong Yu's serious and expectant eyes, Jing Tian felt like he had gotten himself into a big mess. But to admit in front of the little girl that he was a fake, that would be too embarrassing. Ding. Just as Jing Tian was trying to find a reason to brush it off, a notification sound suddenly rang in his consciousness. Then a synthesized electronic voice announced, Tong Yu's dedication to learning has triggered a golden level task from the Villa system. Take Tong Yu as a disciple and help her reach level 1 ability within a month. Completing the task will yield a surprise reward. Chapter 12 Tong Yu's experience. Ah, damn system. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression suddenly changed dramatically, and he shouted in his mind, "Don't run away. What do you mean by a golden level task? Let's talk." The most frustrating part is that they didn't even clearly state the rewards. Surprise? What kind of surprise is that? Uncle Jing, what's wrong with you? Don't be angry. I just won't learn it. Although Tong Yu didn't hear Jing Tian shout in his mind, she clearly misunderstood upon seeing his furious expression. Ahem, don't give up on learning. I see you have unique bones, definitely a good candidate for cultivation. I was just thinking about what to teach you. Jing Tian forced himself to calm down and said softly to Tong Yue, Really? Can I really learn? Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Tong Yue's small face instantly showed a look of surprise. Yes, absolutely, Jing Tian continued, but your body is still a bit weak, and I also need to think about what to teach you. So let's talk about this in a couple of days. Tong Yue quickly nodded. At that moment, the little girl inexplicably felt a different kind of closeness and awe towards Jing Tian. Jing Tian didn't want Tong Yu to continue dwelling on the topic of learning, so he shifted the conversation and asked, Can you tell me how you've spent this past year? And how are Wang Lian and Wang Meng doing? These two questions completely shifted Tong Yu's attention. She first showed a hint of panic on her face, then slowly recounted her experiences. This took a full 5 or 6 minutes. It was clear that Tong Yu was trembling as she spoke. Jing Tian listened with a racing heart, feeling a bit of admiration for the little girl. It turned out that Tong Yu had come to Yun City with a group of classmates to play, and when the apocalypse struck, they hid in the underground warehouse of a large supermarket. At that time, the warehouse didn't just have their group of kids, but also some workers. Those workers later rescued other survivors who were hiding in the warehouse. After all, when the apocalypse first arrived, people couldn't foresee what would happen in the long term. However, gradually, everyone realized that the world had completely changed and all order had vanished, revealing the dark sides of some individuals. Bullies emerged in the warehouse, organizing a group that completely controlled the people inside. In the dark of the warehouse, Tong Yu had been hiding from the beginning and was not discovered. It was brutal and twisted. Her friends and others, the boys, either submitted or were killed. The fate of the girls was even more tragic, and she could do nothing but hide in the shadows and listen to the screams of those people. Eventually, the number of people in the warehouse dwindled. For various reasons, conflicts began to arise among the bad guys. After less than a month, only a heavily injured leader of the bad guys remained. As Tong Yu spoke about the end, her eyes reddened and trembled with a hint of confusion as she said, In the end, I was afraid he would find me once he recovered, so I set fire to burn that bad person to death. Uncle Jing, am I also a bad person? No, little girl, you're a good child. A very smart good child. Remember this from Uncle. Eliminating evil is promoting good, so you did nothing wrong. Jing Tian comforted Tong Yu in a very straightforward and certain manner. Although Jing Tian is not a psychologist, he is a serious and highly talented university student, and he understands many things clearly. He knows that if he doesn't give Tong Yu a positive response, or if he is biased in any way, it may have a significant impact on the young girl's psychology. Sure enough, after hearing Jing Tian's words, the sparkle in Tong Yu's eyes returned a bit. Really? I didn't do anything wrong? Of course not. Let's not even mention that this is the apocalypse. Even in prosperous times, if a bad person kills your friends and others, what do you think will happen if the police catch him? He will definitely be executed. Tong Yu replied. Exactly. He is a person who deserves to die. You simply did what you were supposed to do. If you ask me, burning him alive is too lenient. He should be torn apart by 5 horses. Jing Tian said with hatred. Uncle Jing Tian, you are so cruel. Tong Yu said. In this world, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. All right, let's talk about Wang Lian and the other two. Jing Tian decisively ended the previous topic. Upon hearing this question, Tong Yu's mood sank again, and with red eyes, she recounted the situation at that time. It turned out that when the Wang siblings broke open the sealed warehouse, they had already been discovered by zombies. Fortunately, they found Tong Yu. However, there was little time for much communication. They only confirmed each other's identities before starting their escape together. In the end, it was just as Jing Tian had guessed earlier. The Wang siblings could not fend off the increasingly numerous and powerful zombies while protecting Tong Yu. They could only delay the zombies, allowing Tong Yu to escape towards Jing Tian's villa. So you did not actually witness the two of them being killed by zombies, did you? Jing Tian finally asked. At this moment, Tong Yu was already in tears with red eyes. After hearing Jing Tian's words, she nodded. Don't be sad. Maybe they were just chased away by zombies to another place. Let's look for them. Come over and help me point the direction. Jing Tian spoke, as he directly went downstairs to his bedroom. The drone was fully charged, and under Tong Yue's surprised gaze, Jing Tian controlled the drone to fly out. "Come on, point me in the direction." Jing Tian called out to Tong Yue, asking her to point the direction in front of the TV screen. Chapter 13. The Wang siblings are still alive. The little girl surprisingly had a good memory. Despite the chaos yesterday, she was able to recall the route she took when she ran here, constantly correcting Jing Tian's direction. In the end, Jing Tian even pushed the drone's distance to the limit, yet still found nothing. This made both of their hearts sink. Without finding a body, there was still a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they had already left Yun City. Jing Tian comforted Tong Yu, but it was also a way of comforting himself. There were too many reasons for not seeing the body, such as being eaten by zombies or being infected and turning into one of them. The faintest glimmer of hope was that the two had left. Tong Yu was very understanding. Although she knew that there was less than a 10% chance of Jing Tian's words being true, she still nodded. Jing Tian didn't want to see the little girl sad, so he changed the subject again. Although she had experienced a year of darkness, it was rare that Tong Yue's nature hadn't changed much. Especially when she heard that Jing Tian wanted her to personally control the drone, she immediately became happy. The drones produced by the system were naturally superb in all aspects, and they even had a 5-kilogram payload grabbing function, making them the strongest scavenging tools in this apocalypse. Tong Yue quickly became immersed in it. Jing Tian noticed her engrossed in play. A slight smile appeared on his face as he turned and left the room. He needed to ponder the task the system had given him. Since the system assigned him this task, it meant there was hope for its completion. He had a wealth of cultivation methods for ability users, and what was lacking was choosing the right cultivation direction for Tong Yu. Of course, Jing Tian was not only looking forward to creating an ability user, but was also excited about the surprise reward the system mentioned. Golden level task. Surprise roi. It sounded impressive. Time flew by, and Tong Yu had been at the villa for 3 days. Jing Tian spent 3 days to basically finalize the teaching plan for Tong Yue. Magic City was originally a small second-tier city. Due to its small population base, shortly after the apocalypse, it was developed into a safe base by some ability users. At first, the small factions were numerous and chaotic, but it has stabilized somewhat. The headquarters of the Iron Barrel faction, to which the Wang siblings belong, is located within a school compound. At this time, in a relatively luxurious room on the top floor of an office building, the Wang siblings reported to Tong Zhan that they had found Tong Yu. Tong Zhan, Tong Yu's father, is also the leader of the Iron Barrel base and has just turned 40 this year. He was originally the principal of a key primary school, considered young and promising, and his demeanor appeared quite refined. However, those who truly know him would understand that Tong Zhan has great ambitions. "I'm sorry, Chief. At that time, we were surrounded by a large number of mutated zombies and were unable to protect Xiaoya, so we could only let her seek help from Mr. Jing by herself." Wang Ming slightly lowered his head, feeling a hint of guilt. Wang Lian, accustomed to being aloof and taciturn within the base, stood silently to the side. Tong Zhan's expression changed again. His daughter's life and death were uncertain, and now another Mr. Jing had appeared. Chapter 14. Heading to Yun City, it was like this. As soon as Wang Ming mentioned Jing Tian, he became spirited. He began to describe their experience since entering Yun City and coming into contact with Jing Tian. As Wang Ming animatedly recounted the story, Tong Zhan's expression kept changing. It started with shock, gradually turned to doubt, and then to indifference until finally, when he saw Wang Ming's exaggerated expression about how they had advanced in realm just from eating buns and glancing at a handwritten book. He could no longer contain his anger and stood up. Tong Zhan's face darkened, as if ink was about to drip from it. "Are you trying to fool the chief?" "I didn't." Wang Ming looked at Tong Zhan, who was fuming, and suddenly felt a bit confused. He hadn't said anything false at all. "Not fooling me? You entered Yun City and encountered a drone leading you to a luxurious villa with normal water and electricity, where a super strong young man gave you a bun. And you advanced in realm just by glancing at a handwritten book. Do you think I, Tong Zhan, am an idiot? Who would believe that?" Tong Zhan said with a cold smile. "This." Wang Ming was a bit at a loss and couldn't help but turn to Wang Lian. "Chief, what my brother said is true. There is not a single lie. Our realms have all advanced, and Mr. Jing gave me this handwritten book. Wang Lian, not remaining silent this time, directly spoke up while taking out the stapled book she had kept close to her. One could sense a deep reluctance in her eyes as she took out the book. Tong Zhan frowned, but eventually took the stapled book that Wang Lian handed over. The first thing that caught his eye was the 4 hasty oil-based pen characters, Jing-style secret manual. Just these few characters already conveyed disdain. He casually flipped it open. Buzz. A faint energy surged into Tong Zhan's brow, causing his expression to change dramatically. It seemed that the energy from the book had been mostly absorbed by Wang Lian and Wang Meng. Although Tong Zhan felt the energy, it was clearly much weaker. However, even so, it was enough to shock Tong Zhan. His expression grew serious as he carefully observed the handwriting in the book, becoming increasingly grave as he looked. This examination lasted for over 10 minutes. The Wang siblings exchanged glances. Wang Lian shook her head at Wang Zhan, signaling him not to say anything more. Finally, after Tong Zhan roughly finished reading the several pages of handwritten material and saw the blank pages at the back, his expression changed again. What about the back? It was like this when Mr. Jing gave it to me, Wang Lian said, deliberately emphasizing the words gave me. I see. Take good care of it. This book is a treasure for you low-level ability users. After a slight hesitation, Tong Zhan returned the handwritten book to Wang Lian. Now tell me more about this, Mr. Jing. Tong Zhan noticed Wang Lian's reaction but did not delve deeper, starting to formally inquire about Jing Tian's situation. After a full half hour, Tong Zhan squinted his eyes, clearly deep in thought. As soon as this news came out, the leadership of the Iron Barrel base immediately urged him against it. Right now, the Magic City base was not peaceful. Opposing bases were eyeing them covetously, and it had already been agreed that the 2 leaders would duel in 3 months to determine the ownership of the unified base. If Tong Zhan left at this time, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to their Iron Barrel faction. However, Tong Zhan was very determined and firmly rejected the objections, issuing a clear order. Near noon, he left the Magic City base with 9 ability users, including Wang Meng. As for Wang Lian, she was left behind at the base. Chapter 15. The great disciple of mountain opening Jing Tian naturally had no idea that the Wang siblings were still alive. Nor would he know that Tong Yue's father was already on his way to Yin City. At this moment, he had developed a plan to teach Tong Yue and decided on her training type, a superpowered individual, because compared to ancient warriors, the initial stages of developing superpowers were relatively easier. As a theoretical master, he had more experience with the initial theories of superpowers. Over the past 3 days, the young girl Tong Yue had also become accustomed to life in the villa and had grown closer to Jing Tian. At this moment, seeing Jing Tian sitting by the tea table, she obediently poured tea and water for him. It must be said that in just 3 days, the young girl Tong Yue had undergone quite a change. Her hair was neatly arranged, her once gaunt cheeks had gained a bit of fullness, and she wore a clean and fitting denim t-shirt, making her look youthful and energetic. Xiaoya, are you sure you want to learn from me? Jing Tian suddenly adopted a serious tone and asked Tong Yu. Yes, Uncle Jing. I want to become a strong person like you, and then go to the Demon City to find my dad. Although she hadn't questioned Jing Tian in the past 3 days, every time he practiced his punches, she would watch him with eyes full of envy and anticipation. Ahem. Jing Tian first felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that his image as a super strong person had completely taken root in the little girl's mind. So he could only continue to pretend. Since you've made up your mind to learn, I agree, but you have to call me master from now on, and you'll need to bow down. Once a teacher, always a father. If one day you betray me, I won't betray Uncle Jing. I mean master. I will never betray master. Never. Tong Yue didn't wait for Jing Tian to finish and eagerly expressed her commitment. At the same time, she seriously knelt down and bowed her head, then handed tea to Jing Tian. Ahem, good, good. From now on you will be my first disciple, Jing Tian. Jing Tian took the tea, feeling a bit uneasy, and said with a strange expression. He naturally didn't insist on this ancient formality, but the system had emphasized that he needed to take a disciple. He didn't want to end up in a situation where the system no longer recognized Tong Yue as his disciple. Wouldn't that ruin his rewards? For this somewhat unreliable system, Jing Tian had to consider all possible outcomes. All right, now I will teach you how to become a supernatural being. First, you need to learn meditation. Then feel the mental power and the elemental forces of the universe, and see which type of elemental energy resonates with you the most. Jing Tian is also an impatient person. He doesn't rush before starting, but once it's confirmed to begin, he becomes somewhat eager to start teaching. Jing Tian was actually feeling quite anxious. After all, he had tried this method himself countless times, and it had no effect at all. Tongyu was very serious, but there were too many things she didn't understand, and within a short period, she asked Jing Tian dozens of questions. Fortunately, Jing Tian was theoretically invincible and could easily answer any question, which further elevated Tongyu's admiration for him. An hour later, Tongyu ran out of questions. She seemed to quiet down, closing her eyes and entering a certain state. Jing Tian initially didn't believe that the little girl could achieve anything in just an hour. Even if she could show some reaction after 10 days or half a month, he would be pleasantly surprised. However, after observing for a while, Jing Tian's eyes gradually widened. He had always been the one to shock others, but this time it was his turn to be shocked. This is a meditative state. The little girl has connected with elemental energy. Chapter 16. Becoming an ability user in 2 hours. Jing Tian felt the surrounding energy gradually gathering towards Tongyue, and he was so shocked that he wanted to shout out. Fortunately, his last bit of rationality told him that he absolutely could not interrupt Tongyue at this moment. This little girl was definitely a genius in cultivation. Time slowly passed, and the heaven and earth energy surrounding Tongyue became increasingly dense. Gradually, the energy enveloped her petite body. This should be fire attribute elemental energy. It seemed this little girl was a fire-type ability user. This is just damn unbelievable. At this moment, Jing Tian has confirmed that Tongyu has already entered the ranks of supernatural beings, taking less than 2 hours. And what about himself? Just thinking about it makes him feel like he's going to vomit blood. While Tongyu continues, Jing Tian inadvertently glances towards the distant Yun city. Upon seeing this, Jing Tian squints and quickly grabs a pair of binoculars to observe. Jing Tian looked at the ruins of Yun City, where there were many more zombies than usual. The areas he had previously designated as safe were now all occupied by zombies. When Jing Tian shifted his gaze to the northwest direction of Yun City, he noticed that the zombies there were very active, seemingly in a state of panic, with faint shadows of mutated zombies among them. He decided to release a drone to investigate. Jing Tian's telescope was still not clear enough, so he prepared to release the drone for further investigation. There was something unusual about the zombies in Yun City, which was a rare sight. However, just as Jing Tian was about to go downstairs to release the drone, suddenly there was a change with Tongyue that made him stop his actions. At that moment, the surrounding fire element energy suddenly began to accelerate in growth and concentrated into a red energy that drilled into Tongyue's brow. Immediately, a faint flame rose around Tongyue's body. This was a true transformation into a superpowered individual. The little girl's talent was too powerful. Jing Tian was shocked and filled with intense envy and jealousy. Buzz! Suddenly, a wave of air vibrations came, and the elemental energy around was instantly absorbed by Tongyue. The light red flames surrounding her body surged suddenly, doubling in size. The heat wave didn't harm Jing Tian, but it made him instinctively take 2 steps back. Jing Tian. Master, did I succeed? At this moment, Tongyue slowly opened her eyes. Seeing herself surrounded by flames, she was not panicked. She could feel the closeness of these flames and knew she could completely control them. That's right, you succeeded. You became a fire-type supernatural being in just 2 hours. Jing Tian said with a complex expression. Ding! Just as Jing Tian felt a mix of excitement and frustration, the system prompt sound in his mind suddenly came, instantly clearing away his gloom. The reward is here. What kind of surprise could the system's so-called surprise reward be? The electronic, synthesized voice of the system sounded. Reward distribution, disciple ability borrowing. Disciple ability borrowing? What does that mean? Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then asked, damn it, playing dead again, you really are something? After calling for a long time, Jing Tian quickly confirmed that the system has run away again. Guess I have to figure it out myself. Borrowing disciples' abilities? Sounds like I might understand a bit. After pondering for a while, Jing Tian turned his gaze to Tong Yue. Disciple? Isn't there one right in front of him? Could he borrow the abilities of his disciple Tong Yue? Jing Tian originally wanted to try and understand what the reward effect was. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in his mental power. Immediately, the elemental energy around him began to fluctuate and quickly gathered around Jing Tian. It was fire elemental energy. Chapter 17. Counterfeit ability, user unlike Tong Yue, who absorbed energy into her body. The fire elemental energy around Jing Tian only moved around the periphery of his body. However, Jing Tian realized that he could control this fire elemental energy. Even if he couldn't absorb it into his body, it was enough to bring Jing Tian joy. In fact, it was ecstatic joy. Although it was an ability stolen from someone else, he could finally use an ability of his own. So now, was he still an ordinary person or an ability user? Soon, he dispersed the borrowed ability and found that his body was still empty, clearly still an ordinary person without a doubt. At most, he could be considered a counterfeit ability user, right? What a surprise. This truly was a delightful reward. System, you finally came through this time. Jing Tian was filled with surprise and praised the system for the first time. He then seriously began to manipulate the fire element, and his theoretical experience finally came in handy. In the blink of an eye, he borrowed his ability again, and a fireball the size of an egg began to form in his palm. This was the basic standard for a level 1 fire ability. Wow, Master. It turns out you're also a fire ability user. That's amazing. On the side, Tong Yue was pondering how to control fire abilities when she suddenly saw the fireball forming in Jing Tian's palm and exclaimed in delight. Aha! Master can do much more than this. I just want to show you how to use fire abilities. Come, learn from me. Jing Tian felt a bit awkward because his master had the ability to steal the little apprentice Tong Yue. Afterwards, Jing Tian began to teach Tong Yue some ways to control fire-related abilities. Jing Tian was immersed in the sense of achievement from teaching and educating people, momentarily forgetting to observe the changes of the zombies in Yun City. At this time, for some unknown reason, the zombies throughout the city began to become agitated. After a period of chaos, suddenly, a series of piercing roars echoed throughout Yun City. Huh? Are several high-level zombies going berserk? Jing Tian and Tong Yue naturally heard the sound behind them and were forced to stop their teaching. Jing Tian quickly grabbed the binoculars to observe. Master, what's wrong? It looks like there are zombies coming our way over there. Tong Yue was initially confused upon hearing the sound. Then, she saw a large group of zombies moving toward the villa from a direction not far away. Don't be afraid. You're very safe with me here. Keep practicing, and I'll go see what is going on. Jing Tian comforted Tong Yue. In fact, he felt a little uneasy himself, as it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. I'll accompany the master. At this moment, Tong Yue had no interest in continuing her practice. After the drone flew away from the villa, it ascended to a high altitude, allowing a clear view of most of Yun City. From above, Jing Tian noticed that the zombies had split into two groups, approaching the villa from both sides. However, he soon realized that these zombies were not there to attack the villa. After the two groups of zombies met 1,000 meters away from the villa, they began to frantically attack and devour each other. What the hell? They're fighting among themselves. Seeing this scene, Jing Tian was somewhat dumbfounded. He occasionally witnessed some mutated zombies killing and devouring each other, and after pondering the reasons, he concluded that it was a way for them to enhance their strength. By devouring each other's crystal cores, they could gain a certain boost in abilities. Could it be? Were these ordinary zombies also collectively enhancing their abilities? A somewhat terrifying thought suddenly arose in Jing Tian's mind. After watching for a while, Jing Tian became more convinced of his judgment. Master, how could they turn against each other? Beside him, Tong Yue looked at the scenes in the image, unable to suppress her confusion. They are collectively leveling up. Jing Tian's expression was serious. The battle had lasted a long time. After about an hour, the number of zombies had decreased by nearly half. Conversely, the remaining zombies were becoming stronger and stronger. Master, wait a moment. I think I just saw a puppy. Chapter 18, A Special Bully Dog, a Puppy? Mutated dogs are nothing unusual. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, the entire Yin City was filled with zombies, but there were still quite a few pets from before. Jing Tian had seen many animals infected and turned into zombies, which were very disgusting things. Tong Yu said a bit anxiously. All right, then let's take a look. Jing Tian smiled helplessly and instructed the drone to hover in place, the camera rotating slightly. Soon, the screen displayed a scene of a group of over a dozen mutated zombies chasing after a small dog. All of these zombies were indeed mutated around levels 2 and 3. In front of them, fleeing, was a chubby gray bulldog. The bulldog was not large, but its somewhat fierce appearance earned it its name. In fact, bulldogs are generally quite gentle by nature and are extremely loyal to their owners. Jing Tian observed and found that this time the bully dog seemed to have not mutated. At least its fur and eyes showed signs of being quite normal. It appeared a bit tired, but it was still able to maintain a lead of several meters and was very fast. It's important to note that mutated zombies possess a certain level of intelligence, and they are much faster and more agile than ordinary zombies. Yet, a dozen mutated zombies couldn't catch up to this tired bully dog. Master, what a cute little dog. Can we help it? Tong Yu said, looking at the little dog on the screen, her small face showing a hint of nervousness and pleading. Help it? I can't really do anything, and it seems like it should be able to escape. Jing Tian shook his head helplessly, not to mention that he couldn't get out, even if he could. With his current limited fire ability, he wouldn't stand a chance against those mutated zombies. Little dog, you must survive. Tong Yu didn't understand why her powerful master never left the villa area. But being sensible, she wouldn't force Jing Tian and could only pray that the bully dog would be lucky enough to live. Without the drones, Jing Tian didn't want to continue observing the changes in the zombies. After all, he had already guessed the final outcome. Starting tomorrow, the number of zombies in Yin City would drastically decrease by more than half, but the remaining zombies would double in strength. Jing Tian let Tong Yu arrange her own tasks, and he turned around to prepare dinner downstairs. Although Tong Yu also wanted to take over the cooking, Jing Tian felt that it was a bit unfair to ask a child to do so. The main reason was that he enjoyed the feeling of cooking himself. Master, hurry and open the door. That little dog has run to our villa. Just as Jing Tian was finishing dinner, Tong Yu suddenly shouted joyfully and ran down from upstairs. Jing Tian was taken aback and quickly brought Tong Yu to the courtyard. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw a chubby, grayish-brown puppy standing a few meters away from the gate. It was the same bully dog that had been chased by the zombies before. In addition to the bully dog, Jing Tian also noticed a large group of zombies gathering outside the entrance of the villa community down the hill. Unlike before, they didn't quickly leave when they got close. It seemed they were waiting for something, but were also fearful of something that kept them at bay. Little dog, come here. Tong Yue's eyes were only on the dog. Seeing the bully dog standing a few meters away and not approaching, she quickly clapped her hands to call it over. Woof woof. The bully dog glanced at Tong Yue and barked twice, but then its gaze turned to Jing Tian. Oh, not bad. Quite clever. Knows I'm the owner here? Jing Tian saw the bully dog looking at him, and surprisingly felt a hint of flattery in the dog's gaze. This immediately made him happy. Jing Tian has also started to like this fierce-looking little creature. He didn't think too much about it, and directly unsealed the protection of the safe house for the bully, while also opening the door. As soon as the door opened, the bully dashed in with a swoosh, a flash of red light flickering in its eyes. However, it quickly began to wag its tail at Jing Tian and spat out something at his feet. Chapter 19. The system can be upgraded. This is a crystal core? Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression changed as he picked up the object. It turned out to be a red crystal core the size of a marble. This is actually a level 3 crystal core. Jing Tian took a glance and immediately determined the grade of this crystal nucleus. It was significantly larger than the 2 level 2 crystal nuclei Wang Lian had given him. Woof woof. The bully dog barked twice at Jing Tian and made a gesture asking for food. Has it really become smart? It's clearly using the crystal nucleus for trade. Jing Tian was startled by the bully's behavior. Master, can I give it something to eat? Tong Yue, standing aside, was not paying attention to the crystal core. She genuinely liked this dog. Go ahead, but wash it first. If it misbehaves, we'll stew it. With how fat it is, we can make a big pot of dog meat. Jing Tian smiled slightly and looked at the bully dog, saying woof, woof. As soon as the bully dog heard Jing Tian's words, its whole body bristled with fur, clearly understanding what Jing Tian said. It really understood. It seems that this apocalypse has changed you too. However, considering that you contributed a crystal core, I'll allow you to be reckless this once. But if I see you baring your teeth at me again, just watch me cook you for real. Jing Tian squinted his eyes and gently kicked the bully dog with his foot. Ugh! Just as the bully dog was about to react, Tongyu picked it up. Master, I'll take it for a bath. The bully dog seemed to struggle a bit, clearly not particularly fond of being held by Tongyu. Interesting. Can an ordinary little dog get a level 3 crystal core? Even if it were picked up, wouldn't it need the consent of other mutated zombies? After Tongyu took away the bully, Jing Tian narrowed his eyes. He felt that this bully was definitely not simple. At the very least, it had a high IQ and had definitely undergone some mutations. However, the safe house did not have the function to detect other life forms. Based on Jing Tian's own observations, he could only tell that this bully dog was extraordinary and had a high intelligence. Soon, Jing Tian stopped thinking about the dog. Anyway, once they entered the villa, no matter how clever it would have to be subdued. Taking another glance at the zombies gradually dispersing at the foot of the mountain, Jing Tian smiled slightly. The deterrent power of the safe villa was definitely not to be underestimated. Then, Jing Tian's gaze fell on the crystal core in his hand. Ding! Before Jing Tian could carefully appreciate it, the system's synthesis sound rang in his consciousness. Detected level 3 crystal core energy. Do you wish to absorb and convert it? Oh wow, system, are you a dog? You jump out as soon as there's something good. Let's have a good talk first. The host has 3 seconds to consider. If time expires, it will be automatically abandoned. The system seemed to intentionally interrupt Jing Tian's words with its voice. Damn! Absorb! Jing Tian was choked to the point of having a somewhat darkened complexion, but he quickly made a decision. Despite his various complaints and curses towards the system on a daily basis, the moment the system appeared, he immediately became timid. Absorbing a level 3 crystal core, he converted 30 points of energy, bringing the total energy to 32 points. Upon reaching 50 energy points, he could upgrade and initially activate the villa system. The system synthesis sound played. Chapter 20. The bully dog that sleeps after eating. What? It can be upgraded and activated? That's great. Jing Tian was instantly excited upon hearing the information from the system this time. According to his usual habit, Jing Tian inquired about the system again, and as expected, the result did not surprise him. It seems that this zombie crystal core must be collected as soon as possible. A level 3 crystal core actually has 30 energy points, which is 10 times more than that of a level 2 core. Jing Tian pondered while glancing again at the zombies gradually dispersing at the foot of the mountain. Unfortunately, he could only watch. He still had no way to go out and hunt. Master, look quickly. Xiao Pang is actually a light fawn color. So beautiful. Over here, Jing Tian set the dinner on the table, and Tongyu also brought the bully dog, looking utterly helpless, into the dining room. You called it Xiao Pang? Not bad. That name is quite fitting. Jing Tian first smiled faintly, fully approving of Tongyu's choice of name for the bully dog. The bully dog looked much cleaner and tidier now, with short fur of a light brown color, clearly indicating that the previous grayish color was due to dirt. The bully dog showed no reaction to its name at all, but its eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the food on the dining table. With a shake of its body, it broke free from Tongyu's embrace and pounced directly towards the table. Stop right there. When Jing Tian saw the bully Xiao Pang about to jump on the table, he immediately glared and shouted. The bully Xiao Pang was abruptly halted at the edge of the table. His earth-colored eyes filled with strong dissatisfaction and a hint of fear as he stared at Jing Tian. What's wrong? Do you want to snarl at me? Jing Tian squinted. Woof! The bully let out a low growl, lowering his head in a somewhat dejected posture. I know you can understand my words. Today, you contributed a crystal core, so I can take you in and provide you with food. However, in the future, I won't be able to provide you with food completely for free. If you want to eat well and be full, you need to continue collecting zombie crystal cores in exchange, got it? Jing Tian squinted at the bully, little fatty, and said, Woof! The bully dog hesitated for a moment and finally let out a reluctant bark at Jing Tian. Is the deal done? Not bad, come over and eat. From now on, you can consider yourself a member of my villa. Jing Tian instantly understood the meaning of the bully dog and finally showed a bright smile on his face. Next, Jing Tian had Tong Yue bring a small basin, mixed rice with some dishes, and placed it in front of the bully dog. As soon as the bully dog saw the food in front of it, it immediately forgot everything and began to devour the food crazily. In less than 2 minutes, the small basin of food was completely eaten by the little fatty. After finishing, the bully dog squinted its eyes and lay down on the ground, seeming to be asleep. Eating and then sleeping, are you a dog or a pig? Jing Tian kicked the bully dog with his foot. However, the bully dog showed no reaction to Jing Tian's actions, as if it were dead asleep. After trying for a while, Jing Tian realized he really couldn't wake up this lazy dog and lost interest. Just at that moment, as the villa where Jing Tian was located fell into complete silence at midnight, the entire city also fell into silence. Clearly, the zombies' internal devouring had completely escalated. At that moment, in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, a group of well-equipped survivors quietly emerged, infiltrating into Yun City. There were more than 20 of these people, and judging by their movements, it was obvious they were all capable individuals. Most importantly, these people were all armed with firearms. It's known that firearms are quite damaging to zombies. Even second-level mutated zombies cannot withstand their attacks. This group of people moved like ghosts, stealthily advancing into the city. Based on their route, it was clear they had a specific target and were trying to avoid conflicts with zombies. With a combination of luck and strength, these individuals stopped at a certain location after more than an hour. After a round of scouting, they suddenly became ecstatic, high-fiving each other in celebration. Chapter 21. Discovering outsiders again. Great, boss. That guy didn't lie to us. There really is an armory here. Shut up. Damn, you've attracted zombies. After a moment of surprise and a reprimand, the originally quiet night came to an end. The sounds of zombies began to roar in a small area, gradually expanding like an ice cube thrown into a frying pan. The boss shouted loudly while waving his hands. Golden light flashed, and one by one, the charging second-level zombies fell to the ground. Although these zombies had advanced to level 2, they were still ordinary types and had a significant gap compared to mutated zombies. After a moment, the battle in this small area ignited half of Yun City. The roars and gunfire echoed throughout most of the city. However, Jing Tian and Tong Yue were completely unaware of this, as Jing Tian activated the soundproofing function while sleeping. Instead, it was the bully dog Xiaopeng who woke up in the middle of the night. Even though he couldn't hear the noise outside, Xiaopeng's expression changed, and he quickly jumped to the window to look outside. From the mountaintop villa, even the first floor could see part of the situation in Yun City. Xiaopeng's eyes glowed with a red light, clearly able to see the scene under the dark night. There was a moment of hesitation in Xiaopeng's eyes, but in the end, he humanely shook his head slightly. The next morning, when Jing Tian woke up, he was completely unaware of what had happened the night before. Instead, he was quite annoyed that Xiaopeng had slept on the sofa, and after tossing him a sausage, he kicked him out of the villa. If I don't get a crystal core today, you'll have to sleep outside on an empty stomach tonight. Jing Tian called out to the little fatty like Zhou Beiopi. After having breakfast, the master and apprentice went to the rooftop. Jing Tian continued to practice his punches, while Tong Yue continued to skillfully master and utilize elemental energy as taught by Jing Tian. After an hour, Jing Tian finished his morning training and then, following his daily routine, picked up the binoculars to observe the surroundings of the villa. It feels like something is not right. After observing for a while with the telescope, Jing Tian felt an indescribable sensation. Although he didn't see anything specific, there was always a sense that something was amiss. When the drone captured a certain location, Jing Tian instructed it to stop. Looking at the scene below, he raised his eyebrows. There were several fresh corpses and clear signs of gunfire everywhere. Survivors armed with firearms had actually come in. He wondered if they had made it out alive. The drone continued its search. Soon, the screen froze on the roof of an abandoned 6-story residential building. On the rooftop, there was a group of male survivors in matching combat uniforms. Some of the uniforms were slightly damaged, but they all seemed uninjured, just very fatigued, lying in disarray without any dignity. Jing Tian focused his attention on a lone man standing there. The man was a middle-aged individual in his 40s, exuding a wild and proud aura. He He looked at the constantly swaying zombies below and spoke to the people behind him, gradually restoring their determined expressions as they slowly sat up. Just as Jing Tian hesitated about whether to lower the drone a bit to hear what the man was saying or to greet him, the man suddenly looked up and gazed at the drone, which was hovering about 100 meters above him. Jing Tian saw a hint of surprise in the man's eyes through the screen. Then, an astonishing and infuriating scene unfolded. The man suddenly raised his hand, and a beam of golden light shot straight towards the drone. What the hell? He's attacking as soon as we meet. Seeing this, Jing Tian suddenly let out a loud shout. Chapter 22. What suggestions do you have? Although they were more than 100 meters apart, Jing Tian felt that if the drone did not evade, it would definitely be hit by this attack. The man on the rooftop, missing his shot, directly jumped down from the 6th floor and then pursued the direction of the drone. After the man jumped down, those with him, after being stunned for a moment, all descended from the rooftop. Some of them jumped directly, while others used external forces to assist. In short, within a few seconds, these people reached the ground and followed the middle-aged man in pursuit of the drone. Jing Tian adjusted the drone to a higher altitude, and only after turning the lens did he realize that the middle-aged man was actually chasing after them. After a moment of surprise, a slight cold smile appeared on Jing Tian's face. The drone's speed could have been faster, but Jing Tian deliberately slowed it down, leading the middle-aged man and his group to the foot of the hillside villa area. How is this possible? When the group reached the foot of the hillside villa area and eliminated a number of zombies wandering nearby, they discovered the brand new 3-story villa at the top of the hill. Boss, did you all see that? A young man beside the middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and asked, You're not seeing things. That is indeed a complete villa. Let's go check it out. After a moment of surprise, the boss's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged the others to quickly head up the hill. Before long, the group arrived at the outer fence of the villa. They were once again stunned, with some looking incredulous. The fence was not a wall, and the items in the yard were clearly visible. What is that? Half a flower garden, half a vegetable garden. This is unscientific. I heard that a certain organization built an extremely special greenhouse, manually excavated deep soil, and it took half a year to barely grow a single type of vegetable. How can there be something like this here? The young man who spoke earlier was the first to voice his thoughts. This is indeed abnormal. With a drone and a vegetable garden, let us investigate the situation first. Don't rush in. Let us be polite before being aggressive. After a moment of contemplation, the boss waved his hand at the people behind him. Understood. The 9 people behind responded in unison. Then the more talkative young man stepped forward and shouted, Listen inside. We are from the Heisher stronghold. Please come out. We have some questions for you. Damn, is this how you show politeness? The boss stepped up and slapped the young man on the back of the head, his expression somewhat displeased. I said, please, isn't that polite enough? The young man looked confused. The others all rolled their eyes at him. Just then, a somewhat lazy voice came from the top of the villa. What questions do you want to ask me? Everyone looked up in unison. On the roof of the villa stood a handsome young man, accompanied by a petite and cute girl. Is it just the 2 of you in the villa? The young man appeared momentarily stunned upon seeing Jing Tian and Tong Yue. Yes, just the 2 of us. What do you have to say? Jing Tian's expression remained. In fact, he felt a bit nervous inside. These people seemed to be much stronger than the Wang siblings, especially that middle-aged leader. Jing Tian felt he was very strong, much stronger than the Wang Meng siblings before. Jing Tian was not very sure if the safety house's defenses could withstand this person's attack. Chapter 23. Do you dare? Suddenly, another slim man quietly said, This young man doesn't have the aura of an ability user, but the young girl is a level 1 ability user. What? Is it just that little level 1 ability user or that young girl? When Shun, you must be mistaken, right? Someone expressed their surprise and doubt. When have you ever seen my judgment be wrong? Said the man named Wen Shun. Hearing this, the young man Jin Wu, who had spoken earlier, narrowed his eyes. Without waiting for the boss to respond, he coldly shouted at Jing Tian, Kid, come down. Give this villa to us, and we won't kill you. Are they trying to take my villa? I initially wanted to treat you with courtesy, but now it seems that's not going to happen. If you have the guts, cool mean, as long as you can get past the door, not only the villa, but even my life is yours. Jing Tian squinted, his tone somewhat cold. Although he was worried, There was no way he could back down at this moment. If the villa's defenses were truly breached, he would have to take responsibility. Damn, it's just a small broken fence. I could kick it away with one foot, the young man said as he stepped forward and raised his leg to kick the villa's front door. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The others sneered, waiting for the door to be kicked open. But in the next second, they all froze. Not only did the villa's door not fly open, it didn't even shake at all, and the guy who kicked it was directly knocked back several steps, nearly falling over. The young man's expression changed instantly. Huh? What happened? Didn't they eat? Kick it open already. Jing Tian felt a sense of relief on his face after seeing the young man suffer a setback. And then he began to mock him. Wow! Jin Wu, stop. The young man, provoked by Jing Tian's taunt, didn't even consider the reason and yelled as he was about to charge forward again. However, at that moment, the leader suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Jin Wu immediately halted his actions, his expression changing rapidly. At this point, he calmed down, feeling somewhat shocked. He was a level 3 ability user, yet he couldn't even kick open a door? My friend, Jin Wu was just being impulsive. We really mean no harm. I am Shinkun. Just wanted to get to know a friend. The leader stopped everyone behind him who was about to act and personally addressed Jing Tian, while also introducing himself. Do you take me for 3-year-old? If toughness doesn't work, then go for softness. Although I'm not afraid of you, I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Get as far away as possible. Jing Tian snorted and said. After all, he is a level 5 ability user, and in the current apocalypse, he can definitely be considered one of the top powers. At least that's what Shinkun thinks. What's the point of being arrogant? If you have the guts, come in and try. Jing Tian was least afraid of this kind of provocation and threat, and with a curl of his lip, he said, Fine. I originally hoped you could cooperate obediently. If we can't be friends, there's no need to be enemies. But now you've angered me, and you've pushed yourself into the abyss. Chung Kun clearly wasn't of a peaceful disposition and was enraged by Jing Tian's attitude. After saying fine twice, he didn't waste any more words. His figure flickered as he moved forward, throwing a punch while shouting loudly, Open up! A ball of golden light enveloped Chung Kun's fist, crashing toward the villa's main door like a cannonball. Chapter 24. The crisis of the safe house. Jing Tian felt a tightness in his heart when he saw Chung Kun's attacking posture. Beside him, Tong Yu couldn't help but reach out her small hand to grab Jing Tian's arm. Boom! A burst of golden light exploded, and the entire villa seemed to tremble slightly. The power was absolutely comparable to that of a cannonball. However, after the shaking, the seemingly flimsy black iron railing of the villa remained undamaged. Chung Kun's expression suddenly changed, and a trace of astonishment finally appeared in his eyes. Jing Tian's expression first relaxed, then changed again. At the moment the attack exploded, he realized that the protection had not been breached. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The safety house's defense has encountered an extreme attack, with 90 of the defense power damaged. Please, host, replenish energy for repair as soon as possible. Repair? I have 32 points of energy here. Just deduct whatever you need. In Jing Tian's consciousness, he quickly said, deduct 2 points of energy, and the safe house protection is restored to 30. The system didn't waste any time this time and went straight to work. Deducting 2 points to restore to 30? Why not fully restore at once? It's not like there's a lack of energy. Jing Tian frowned. The system repair requires a cool-down time, and the second repair will take place after 5 minutes. If I want to fully repair it immediately, I can only upgrade the system. What the? If this guy comes again, won't everything be over? The upgrade requires 50 energy points. Where am I supposed to get that now? Jing Tian said gloomily. Jing Tian communicated with the system for about 10 seconds, while Shinkun outside the door was still in shock. He was a metal-type ability user, and although he was only level 5, as a highly offensive metal-type ability user, his actual attack power was definitely no lower than that of an average level 6 ability user. Seeing that their leader couldn't open the courtyard door in one go, everyone was astonished. Chung Kun's expression calmed down a bit. He waved his hand slightly to indicate for everyone to be quiet and looked at Jing Tian with a serious expression. After a moment of shifting glances, his aura began to condense again. Clearly, Chung Kun was preparing to attack once more. Jing Tian's expression finally changed completely. He knew that the security house's protective barrier, currently at 30% strength, absolutely could not withstand another attack from this guy. If the barrier broke, he would lose control over the security house, and at that point, he would truly be at the mercy of others. Woof woof. Just as Jing Tian started to sweat and Chen Kun was about to launch another attack, suddenly 2 angry barks came from behind the group of intruders. Tanya looked down from above and saw the bully, the chubby dog, behind that group of people. This chubby dog was actually growling at them, clearly provoking them, which made Tanya tense up immediately. With this bark, the chubby dog's interruption momentarily halted Chen Kun's attack. Oh, there's actually an unmutated little dog. It's so fat we can have a dog meat hot pot. At the back of the crowd, a level 3 ability user spotted the chubby dog, and his eyes lit up. Woof woof. Upon hearing this person's words, the chubby dog's eyes flashed with red light. The muscles in its legs twitched slightly, and its figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage. The next second, it appeared right at the person's feet. Chapter 25. The bully chubby dog to the rescue. That person didn't even have a chance to react before the chubby dog bit down on his ankle. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking was accompanied by a scream. Everyone was stunned. They were all ability users, the lowest level being 2. And the one who got bitten was a level 3 Earth-type ability user. Although Earth-type ability users are slightly slower, their body strength combined with elemental enhancement provides them with extremely high defense. Yet, at this moment, they were bitten through by a seemingly chubby little dog. Kill it! Someone shouted at that moment. A group of people instantly reacted, launching their attacks towards the chubby dog. In an instant, various elemental energies surged towards the bully chubby dog in a specific area. Only the leader did not act. Perhaps out of consideration for face, or because he felt it wasn't necessary for him to intervene. Tong Yu, watching from the building, was so anxious that she couldn't help but cry out loudly. Woof! Amid the chaotic ability attacks, suddenly a dog bark sounded. Then they saw 2 figures fly out. One chubby figure burst out directly from the chaotic attacks. The next second, it jumped through the villa's main gate. Chen Kun intended to stop the chubby dog, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly caught sight of a scene that froze him in place. At the moment Chen Kun reached out, he caught a glimpse of a young man on the villa's roof, flying down with a little girl. That's right, they were flying down. It was completely different from when they had jumped down before. Their previous action could only be considered a jump. Jing Tian, carrying Tongwei, glided down effortlessly for dozens of meters and landed directly in front of the chubby boy. What kind of realm is this? How could there be no energy fluctuations at all? In that moment, Chen Kun's heart trembled. He couldn't help but turn a glance at Wen Shan, who had previously judged Jing Tian to be an ordinary person. It wasn't just Chen Kun who was shocked. Everyone who witnessed Jing Tian's movement was dumbfounded. Even the 2 people who had been knocked away by the chubby boy and the one whose leg was bitten off forgot to get back up from the ground. At that moment, everyone overlooked the chubby boy's strength. Normally, it would be an astonishing event for a small dog to knock down these ability users. The bully chubby boy was also a bit stunned, his eyes flickering as he looked at Jing Tian, clearly intimidated by Jing Tian's display. Jing Tian was originally surprised and worried about Xiaoping, but suddenly realized that his jump seemed to have stunned Chen Kun and the others. Jing Tian's eyes shifted instantly, and then his expression became calm. Little fatty did well. I'll reward you later. Jing Tian smiled lightly and complimented the little chubby one. Woo! Woof! The little chubby one's eyes lit up instantly, and it excitedly called out to Jing Tian. Then its throat twitched, and 2 crystal cores, one black and one red, were spat out at Jing Tian's feet. Oh, there's more to gain? Not bad, not bad. Jing Tian's eyes lit up when he saw 2 crystal cores, and he quickly bent down to pick them up, showing no disdain that the crystal cores were spat out by the chubby dog. This dog could actually hunt mutated zombies, and one was even a level 3. I must kill this dog and skin it alive. Chen Kun's group of underlings had various expressions upon seeing the crystal cores. What shocked them was not the crystal cores themselves, but the fact that the chubby dog could hunt a level 3 mutated zombie. And the last remark was naturally about the unfortunate guy whose leg was bitten off by the chubby dog. Shut up, skin and eat meat. With 2 more of you, you'd probably just be dog food. Chen Kun suddenly turned and glared at this subordinate, then turned back to Jing Tian. When Cheng Kun turned to look at Jing Tian, wanting to say something, he was stunned again. He saw two crystal cores of different attributes disappear from Jing Tian's hands. Chapter 26. Timely Upgrade Absorbed. All ability users know that they can absorb the energy of crystal cores. However, even a level 5 peak ability user like Cheng Kun would need a whole day to absorb a level 3 crystal core, not to mention Jing Tian absorbing 2 at once, and of different attributes. What level of ability user are you? Cheng Kun recalled the strongest ability user in their base, who was already at the peak of level 6. Could he do that? Cheng Kun quickly shook his head in his mind. He suddenly felt that his group had offended an ability user who had surpassed level 6. Should he cry or laugh? Jing Tian naturally had no idea about Cheng Kun's thoughts. He was eager to absorb the crystal cores, as he wanted to convert enough energy to upgrade the system and fully restore the defense capabilities of the safe house. Ding! Absorbed 2 crystal cores. Converted 33 points of energy. Total energy 63 points. Would you like to consume 50 points of energy to upgrade the Super Villa main system? The system asked in Jing Tian's mind. If upgraded, are there any other benefits besides fully restoring the defense? Jing Tian saw Cheng Kun and the others still in shock, so he couldn't help but ask the system again. The safety house's protection instantly restored to 100, its resistance doubled, and the diameter of the safe area expanded by 100 meters, with an additional reward function. What are we waiting for? Upgrade. As soon as Jing Tian heard the system's words, he no longer hesitated and confirmed it. The protective power was restored, doubled, and the protective area expanded by 100 meters. Most importantly, there was an auxiliary function that Jing Tian had never heard of. The system was upgrading and would take about 30 seconds. The system's voice sounded. At that moment, Cheng Kun, after a series of changing expressions, cupped his fists and said to Jing Tian, who was less than 10 meters away, "My friend, we truly offended you earlier, and Cheng Kun apologizes to you. Oh, you really are using both soft and hard tactics. Seeing me as easy to bully, you come at me hard, and when that doesn't work, you switch to soft tactics? Well, let me tell you now, I'm just an ordinary person. Are you still going to rush over and try to seize my villa?" Jing Tian now has a clear understanding. That group of guys just now really scared him a bit, and now they want peace. There's no such easy deal. Are you still an ordinary person? As Jing Tian finished speaking, a group of people exchanged glances, each showing a look of frustration and disdain. Not to mention your ability to fly. Just the bully dog you raise alone makes it so that at least more than half of these people are no match for it. Setting aside their leader, Cheng Kun, who is at level 5, actually half of his subordinates are at level 3, and the rest are at level 2, with no level 4 abilities among them. And for these level 3 ability users, it would take at least 2 of them working together to hunt a level 3 mutated zombie. Friend, I have already apologized. Do you really want to press the issue further? Although we are a small team, we do have a base to belong to, and our base's chief leader is a peak level 6 ability user, Cheng Kun said with a somewhat ugly expression, and at this moment, even he began to mention a more powerful presence. Just like children fighting, when faced with something they can't defeat, they want to bring up someone stronger to suppress the opponent. Am I being unreasonable? A level 6 ability user? Heh. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then immediately mocked. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. It was you who came to find trouble with me, and it was you who wanted to steal my villa. What's this? Now I'm the one who's unreasonable? Jing Tian's face was full of mockery, making Cheng Kun and his group of subordinates look somewhat displeased, yet they had no way to refute him. After all, the truth was indeed as Jing Tian said. Boss, should we all attack together? Someone among them whispered a suggestion. Boss Cheng Kun neither nodded nor shook his head, just frowned at Jing Tian, clearly hesitating. At this moment, Jing Tian suddenly revealed a cold smile and said, "You want to team up and attack? How overconfident. As long as you can withstand this strike from me right now, I'll repeat what I said before. Everything here is yours, including my life." As Jing Tian finished speaking, he gently waved his hand towards Cheng Kun and the others. Chapter 27. The task of modifying the war vehicle. At the moment Jing Tian waved his hand, Chung Kun felt an irresistible force directly collide with him. His expression changed dramatically as his body flew backward. Subsequently, the others were not spared either. Without much reaction, they were all sent flying. In an instant, the 10 of them flew over 50 meters before landing on the hillside. For a moment, all 10 were covered in dust and dirt, but none of them got up. It wasn't because they were seriously injured, but because they were completely stunned. They were knocked away just by a gentle wave of his hand. Jing Tian saw this scene. A trace of pride flashed in his eyes. But his face was cold as he said, "I'm really unwilling to kill, otherwise, all of you would have your heads thrown here. Get away from me. And if you come any closer, then bring enough crystal cores as a show of sincerity." Jing Tian threw down a harsh remark and turned around, walking gracefully into the villa. "Master, you are truly amazing." At that moment, Tong Yue completely relaxed, linking her arm through Jing Tian's. Her eyes filled with stars as she expressed her admiration for him. Woof woof. Xiao Pang was also stunned just now. After all, Jing Tian's casual wave to repel the enemies was countless times more shocking than when he flew down from the top of the villa before. Jing Tian slightly enjoyed the admiration from Tong Yu and Xiao Pang, but felt a bit embarrassed inside. What he had just done was entirely thanks to the system upgrade and the expansion of the safe house's defenses, which had sent those people flying. At this moment, Jing Tian suddenly remembered Xiao Pang's earlier strength, and he was even more convinced that Xiao Pang was not simple. Very, very not simple. He had felt that Xiao Pang was extraordinary before, and now it seemed he had still underestimated him. Back in the villa, Jing Tian instructed Tong Yu and Xiao Pang to keep an eye on Chung Kun and the others from the rooftop. He himself sat on the sofa to sort out the benefits of the system upgrade. The Super Villa Master system had already upgraded to level 2, with 13 energy points remaining. The defensive capabilities of the safe house had been restored and doubled, with the safe area expanding by a diameter of 100 meters. This meant that Jing Tian's current activity range had increased by 50 meters in all directions. However, that wasn't what excited Jing Tian the most. What thrilled him was that the system had finally started up normally and would no longer be fleeting. At the moment of the upgrade, a projection-like screen appeared in his mind. At this time, one half of the screen displayed a 3D graphic of the safe house villa, labeling its various functions. The other half looked somewhat like a dialog box, showing the remaining number of energy points in the corner. Finally, there was a post-upgrade reward, which was surprisingly the option to choose one of two so-called auxiliary functions: vehicle modification enhancement function and physical enhancement function. The system could clearly sense Jing Tian's thoughts. This time, it didn't emit a voice. Instead, the screen flashed, and the names of the two auxiliary functions appeared in the dialog box. Meanwhile, detailed descriptions of these two functions appeared at the bottom of the screen, and Jing Tian quickly focused to read them. The vehicle modification enhancement function allowed a discarded vehicle to be modified and enhanced by consuming some auxiliary materials and energy points. As long as there were various metal materials and enough energy points, the vehicle could be upgraded infinitely and could eventually be transformed into a spacecraft. Jing Tian was particularly eager about this vehicle modification function because it could replicate some functions of a safe house. Most importantly, once upgraded to level 2, it could take him out of the safe villa area. However, after seeing the physical enhancement function, he became conflicted. Although this function indicated that it still could not make him an ability user or a martial artist, it could infinitely enhance his physical condition. Just imagine, when the body becomes strong enough, what use would abilities and martial arts be? They wouldn't even be able to touch him. How exhilarating would that be? Of course, this physical enhancement function upgraded slowly and, most importantly, did not allow him to leave the safe house. Conflicted, please make your choice within 3 seconds. Otherwise, it will be considered a forfeiture of the reward. The system's warning sound suddenly rang out. Damn it, not this again. Don't count down, I choose. Is that okay? I choose the vehicle modification enhancement function. Jing Tian was extremely annoyed with the system's conduct, but he had no choice but to make a quick decision. If the rewards were really canceled, he wouldn't even know where to cry. Ding! The system's electronic voice sounded again. The tank modification and enhancement function is activated. Side quest issued. Complete level 1 tank enhancement modification within 3 days. Rewards will be given upon completion. What? There's a time limit for modifying the tank? I can't even go out. Where am I supposed to get the materials needed for the tank upgrade? As soon as Jing Tian heard the system's voice, he immediately called out again. At the same time, the screen began to display the required items for the battle vehicle enhancement. One vehicle, no restrictions on condition. One hot weapon, no restrictions on type. 1,000 kilograms of metal, and 100 energy points. The requirements for a level 1 battle vehicle are not harsh, even relatively simple. However, for Jing Tian, who has limited mobility, it is still quite challenging. At this moment, the system screen flashed, and another line of text appeared. Side quest countdown. 71 hours, 59 minutes, x seconds. Even after activation, it's still the same pitfall. When can we have a pleasant exchange? Jing Tian has no other way to deal with the system except for feeling frustrated and disdainful. When Jing Tian was researching the system, outside, Chung Kun and the others finally got up and gathered together, each with a very grim expression. Chapter 28. How could he have electricity there? Boss, what should we do? This guy's too mysterious and too powerful. He might really be a level 7 ability user. You fools, the big boss is only level 6. Can he handle it? Rewards? Don't forget we haven't truly pledged allegiance to the big boss. That guy is definitely unhappy about it, and we might end up with nothing. A group of people started discussing in a cacophony. As they talked, it seemed they strayed off topic, and no one proposed getting closer to the villa again, let alone the previous idea of seizing the villa. Everyone quiet down. Let us first settle in that villa over there, and then make a plan. Chung Kun interrupted the discussions. As soon as Chung Kun spoke, everyone quieted down and then walked toward a villa a few hundred meters away. Although this hillside villa area was somewhat damaged, it was still much better than the dilapidated Yin City. At least most of the villa frameworks were intact. Master, those people have moved into villa number 3. Tong Yu reported to Jing Tian after seeing Chung Kun and the others enter a villa from the rooftop. They haven't left? That's great. Jing Tian squinted his eyes when he heard that Chung Kun and the others had not left. He was worried about completing his task, and now his hopes could only be pinned on these people. Woof woof. Little fatty nuzzled against Jing Tian's pant leg and called out, "Hungry? You're really a pig. But since you performed well today, I'll give you an extra meal." Jing Tian patted Xiaobang and said, "Time flies," and soon it was evening. Chung Kun and the others unexpectedly found rice in villa number 3, as well as some expired canned sausages. They were surprised that Jing Tian had not scavenged the items here. Then this group of people went to the rooftop to cook the rice, using the water they had brought with them, as the water outside could not be consumed directly. Even though they, as abilities users, had some resistance to zombie toxins, eating recklessly would still likely cause problems. "Wow, boss, come quick and look over there." The talkative youth Jin Wu was the first to run to the rooftop of the villa, and without even trying, he noticed something unusual about the villa on the mountaintop. He immediately called out to Chung Kun and the others as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone quickly rushed over, and without needing to ask or for Jin Wu to explain, they were all dumbfounded. Because the villa at the mountaintop was too conspicuous at this moment, brightly lit and illuminating the entire peak. It was like the only shining pearl in the pitch-black night, impossible to ignore. How is this possible? They have electricity there? This was completely illogical. How could so many strongholds with immense manpower and resources fail to restore their power systems? And even wind and solar power generation was ineffective, yet this place had electricity. Chen Kun was somewhat unable to accept it. If it was just vegetables growing in the courtyard, there could be a coincidental explanation since there had been successful precedents for this experiment. But electricity? You all wait for me here. I need to negotiate with him again. This matter is too significant. After a series of changing expressions, Chung Kun prepared to talk to Jing Tian once more. "Boss, please be careful. I feel that person is too strange." At this point, the teammates were worried about Chung Kun's safety. At first, they looked down on Jing Tian, but after everything that happened, they all developed a genuine sense of fear towards him. Chung Kun nodded in agreement, then touched the small cloth bag in his pocket. After gaining some confidence, he jumped down from the villa and walked directly towards villa number 1 on the mountaintop. Chapter 29. Visiting with sincerity. Jing Tian was having dinner with Tong Wei at that moment. Because of the big-bellied king, Xiaopang, Jing Tian had to prepare more food. Fortunately, The food supplied by the system every day, along with the vegetables from the garden, was enough for the daily needs of the 2 people and 1 dog. Although the villa had been upgraded, the internal matters had not changed. Jing Tian had studied that as his energy reserves increased, the system would remind him to upgrade. Just as the dinner for the 3 of them was nearing its end, Xiao Pang suddenly stopped moving, whimpered twice at Jing Tian, and gestured towards the outside. "Keep eating. Don't mind it." Someone had triggered the security barrier, and Jing Tian was naturally more aware than Xiao Pang. He simply smiled faintly and ignored it. Outside, Cheng Kun found himself blocked by an invisible wall when he was 50 meters away from the villa. After testing twice and failing to get closer, he didn't dare to force it this time. "Sir, Cheng Kun has come with sincerity. Please show yourself." Cheng Kun called out loudly from outside, and his tone was indeed much more sincere. He even changed his address to Sir. It wasn't that Cheng Kun didn't want to add a surname before Sir, but the key was that up until now, Jing Tian had never told him his name, and he didn't dare to ask. After more than 10 minutes passed, the villa doors suddenly opened, and Jing Tian's indifferent voice came through. "Let me see your sincerity first." Jing Tian had already eaten his fill, and the little girl Tong Yu took care of the other chores, so he was quite relaxed at the moment. Cheng Kun was taken aback. It was his first time seeing a strong person being so straightforward and realistic. Cheng had 3 level 4 crystal cores and 10 level 3 crystal cores, and he just wanted to make a friend with the gentleman, as an apology for his previous rudeness. After a moment of hesitation, Cheng gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his heart, saying, "Oh?" Jing Tian let out a sound of surprise and fell into a brief silence. In fact, Jing Tian was taken aback. 10 level 3 crystal cores meant 300 energy points. What about level 4? If it were also level 3 crystal cores, that would be 10 times the energy, so wouldn't 3 of them amount to 1,200 energy points? Jing Tian felt that his mindset had somewhat slipped. He quickly corrected himself, and after rolling his eyes a bit, he said, "Considering your sincerity, let's temporarily overlook what happened before. Come in and talk." Jing Tian controlled the security of the safe house and lifted the restrictions on Cheng Kun. When Cheng Kun heard Jing Tian invite him into the villa, he felt a surge of joy and cautiously stepped forward. This time, he encountered no obstacles and proceeded smoothly. Once he entered the villa's courtyard, Cheng Kun felt an inexplicable nervousness. Upon entering the villa, he was once again stunned. Not only was there electricity here, but all the household appliances from the prosperous era were also present and obviously in operation. "Guests are welcome. Please have a seat." Jing Tian didn't get up. Sitting with an air of confidence, he simply pointed to the sofa across and said lightly, "Thank you, sir." Cheng Kun couldn't help but place himself in the humble position of a guest. As he sat down on the sofa and observed Jing Tian up close, he became increasingly confused. No wonder his subordinates said he was an ordinary person. Being this close, he couldn't sense any trace of energy at all. If he wasn't an ordinary person, how many levels above himself would he have to be to conceal his aura so perfectly? Cheng Kun didn't dare to think any further. "Xiaoya, pour a glass of water for the guest." Jing Tian looked at Cheng Kun's constantly changing expression and smiled faintly, calling out to Tong Yu. "Got it, master," Tong Yu replied, bringing over a cup of water from the water dispenser. Someone of Cheng Kun's level could often drink bottled water, but seeing Tong Yu casually fill a cup from the dispenser still surprised him. The main surprise was, of course, the water dispenser, and there was some envy and jealousy as well. "Thank you. Now, since you said you came with sincerity, you definitely won't just be here to befriend me, as you mentioned. You can ask your questions now." Jing Tian watched Cheng Kun's actions, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Facing Cheng Kun, Jing Tian did not show the same enthusiasm he had for the Wang siblings. Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Cheng Kun immediately understood. He was being urged to take out the crystal core. If he didn't he probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of this. Cheng Kun took out a small cloth bag from his pocket and politely placed it in front of Jing Tian. Just as he was about to say something, he was astonished to see the small cloth bag fly directly into Jing Tian's hand. Chapter 30. If you don't believe it, just look for yourself. Telekinesis? So the master is an ancient martial artist. Cheng Kun's eyes widened in shock. He didn't sense any aura of supernatural abilities being emitted. So he directly concluded that Jing Tian was an ancient martial artist. It is said that ancient martial artists are much rarer than supernatural ability users. Any ancient martial artist who reaches level 3 or above is stronger than a supernatural ability user of the same level. Jing Tian originally intended to scare Chung Kun, so he naturally wouldn't explain anything. With a faint smile, he said, "Don't worry about what kind of ability user I am. Anyway, you're not my opponent. If you don't have anything important to discuss, I won't keep you." Jing Tian's words were quite blunt, even a bit arrogant. However, when they reached Chung Kun's ears, he had no intention of refuting them, as he had already fully acknowledged in his heart that he was definitely no match for this young man. "Sir, I would like to inquire how you obtain electricity here. This could change the situation for all of us human survivors, so I hope you can enlighten me." Chung Kun didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Electricity was undoubtedly the most important thing. As for vegetables, they could be pushed back several blocks. With electricity, there were countless possibilities. "Do you want electricity?" Jing Tian squinted his eyes and said, "It really concerns the survival plan of the survivors. It's rare that you have such a great mindset. If I don't agree, it would be unreasonable. Sir, you truly understand the greater good. On behalf of all human survivors, I thank you." Before Jing Tian could finish, Chung Yi displayed a look of deep gratitude. "Hold on, don't thank me yet. I haven't finished speaking." Jing Tian has a helpless expression. Jing Tian knows that the electricity comes from the villa system, but when it comes to the root of the matter, he really doesn't know the principle behind it. So, Jing Tian isn't lying. When Chung Kun heard Jing Tian's words, he instinctively didn't believe him and felt angry. Wanted to lash out. However, the anger was only momentary. Thinking about Jing Tian's terrifying strength, he realized that no matter how angry he got, it wouldn't help at all. "No need to say anything. I know you don't believe me. You can check as you wish to see where the electricity here comes from." Jing Tian noticed the change in Chung Kun's expression, smiled faintly, and then spoke directly. Jing Tian really isn't afraid of anyone inspecting the villa. It's a product of the system, and even after pondering over it for a year, he couldn't find the source. It's impossible for Chung Kun to discover anything, no matter how hard he works. Chung didn't dare to be reckless. Since the gentleman said so, he believed it, but it's a pity about the electricity issue. Chung Kun didn't believe Jing Tian would let him check casually, and after feeling a wave of frustration, he said, "It's indeed a pity. How about this? You could try connecting a line from me to see if it works. I can't guarantee anything." Jing Tian's idea definitely came to him in a flash. The gentleman is willing to let us draw power from here?" Chung Kun's eyes also lit up. "Of course, but it shouldn't be free. It's only right to contribute some appropriate fees, right?" At this moment, Jing Tian was like a businessman. "Yes, what you said is right, as long as it is feasible. We naturally won't use it for nothing," Chung Kun said with a flicker of his eyes. "As long as the electricity is connected, there will be so many things they can do in the future." Chung Kun felt a special excitement in his heart. He could even imagine that just by spreading the news that he had control over the power source would be 100 times more valuable than the weapon depot they discovered. If he could control this villa area and the power source, this place would definitely become a sacred site for humanity. Watching Chung Kun's expression constantly change, Jing Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of unusual emotion as he spoke. "All right, your matters here are basically resolved. I can't guarantee the electricity will work perfectly, so you can come tomorrow to try the connections yourselves." Jing Tian seemed to have a bit of a dismissive attitude. "That, sir." Chung has a small favor to ask. Chapter 31. Discussing cooperation. Jing Tian listened to Chung Kun and said lightly, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Jing Tian actually has things he hasn't said yet, but he is waiting for the opportunity to take the initiative. Regarding negotiations, Jing Tian, a former small agent, has some experience. "It's about your vegetables. I wonder if you would be willing to sell your cultivation methods, as we are willing to pay a huge price." Chung Kun seemed to notice that Jing Tian was very concerned about the crystal core, so he proactively mentioned a large price right away. "After thinking about my electricity, are you also eyeing my vegetables? That won't do for now, but I can occasionally sell some to you to satisfy your cravings." "Well, that's fine, thank you. Sir, I wonder what the price of the vegetables is." Chung Kun was slightly disappointed, but he didn't dare to press too hard. as he had already benefited from the electricity issue. As soon as Jing Tian heard Chung Kun actively asking about the price, a faint smile appeared on his face. I won't take any crystal cores for the first batch of vegetables. If you help me collect some items, I'll give you 10 Jin. 10 Jin? Chung Kun clearly thought it was too little, but was more curious about what Jing Tian wanted. I don't know what you need, sir. It's simple. A vehicle. Preferably a motorhome, along with a ton of metal and a gun. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Jing Tian said. Nowadays, vehicles are like scrap metal. They can't be started at all. Jing Tian interrupted Chung Kun's words. You don't need to worry about this. I have my own way to fix it. Just tell me if you can do it. You can fix the car? Chung Kun was taken aback. He wanted to doubt Jing Tian's words, but there was a feeling inside him that told him this young man was not lying. The only thing he was puzzled about was, if he could fix the car, why wait until now? Of course, he didn't dare to ask this question further, as he had already seen the impatience on Jing Tian's face. I could do it. I guarantee to deliver these things to you by noon tomorrow. Seeing that Jing Tian was somewhat dissatisfied, Chung Kun stopped overthinking and simply agreed. That's good. I don't want you to come here for nothing. Jing Tian regained his composure and said to Tong Yu, who was playing with Xiao Pang nearby. Xiao Yu, take Cheng Lao to pick 5 pounds of vegetables. Okay, master. As soon as Tong Yu and Xiao Pang heard Jing Tian's words, they ran over immediately. Thank you. Xiao Yu, I still don't know your master's name. Could you please tell me? Chung Kun asked while taking the vegetables. My master? His name is... Woof woof. Just as Tong Yu was about to say it, Xiao Pang interrupted her with 2 barks and even shook his head at her. Huh? Xiao Pang, are you saying not to tell him? Well, okay. Tong Yu didn't understand what Xiao Pang meant, so she simply said. Chung Kun's forehead darkened slightly, clearly feeling that this formidable bully dog had much more social experience than the little girl. He thought to himself that he must never underestimate this dog in the future. Not only should he treat it cautiously in terms of strength, but he also needed to treat it like an old fox. Chung Kun thought, then took out 2 level 2 crystal cores from his pocket and said, I forgot to give you a welcome gift earlier. This is just a small token. Woof. Xiao Pang darted forward and snatched the 2 crystal cores from Chung Kun's hand, then gave Tong Yu a red one. Chapter 32. Chung Kun scared by the cucumber. Thank you. My master is called Jing Tian, and also, I hope you won't try to plot against our villa anymore. My master gets angry and kills people using the method of dismemberment. Tong Yu said with a smile on her little face, then turned and walked away. Before leaving, Xiao Pang glanced back at Chung Kun, his eyes showing both threat and disdain. Chung Kun opened his mouth, but was left speechless. Knowing he had been dismissed, he looked down at the 5 pounds of vegetables in his hand, and his eyes sparkled. This 5 pounds of vegetables should be considered a deposit, right? If in a prosperous time, someone exchanged 10 pounds of vegetables for a car, alongside 1,000 kilograms of metal and a gun, they would definitely be laughed at as a fool. But now, Chung Kun actually felt like he had made a profit. Vegetables are undoubtedly the most precious food nowadays. After all, the human body can go without meat for a long time. But going without vegetables for a prolonged period will definitely lead to many issues. After walking about 100 meters out of the yard, the light from the villa could no longer reach here. Chung Kun stopped and immediately pulled out a cucumber from the bag. He examined the crisp cucumber and then took a big bite. The first sensation was its crunchiness, and a long-lost cucumber fragrance rushed to his mind, making him unable to suppress a pleasant sound. So delicious. Chung Kun felt it was incredibly refreshing, causing even the usually composed level 5 leader to exclaim. However, just after that bite of cucumber went down, his expression suddenly stiffened and shock appeared on his face. This cucumber actually contains energy that can be directly converted into elemental energy and restore mental strength. Chung Kun was dumbfounded. The sensation from that one bite was very faint, and to verify he wasn't hallucinating, he quickly finished the entire cucumber. He closed his eyes, feeling the energy spreading and transforming within his body. After several minutes, Chung Kun opened his eyes, a flash of golden light passing by. What huge profit! If these vegetables are all like this, their energy is definitely worth no less than a level 4 crystal core. Chung Kun looked down at the bag of vegetables, unable to suppress his hesitation. At this moment, greed arose in him. For a moment, He didn't want to share these vegetables with his companions. Suddenly, Chung Kun jolted, thinking of Jing Tian. He turned to look at the villa again, his expression shifting between dark and light once more. Who exactly are you? Unmatched strength, mysterious items, and the ability to grow such vegetables. This. Chung Kun was at a loss for how to judge Jing Tian. The only thing he was sure of was that his respect and awe for Jing Tian were growing stronger. 3 level 4 and 10 level 3 crystal cores. Come on, system, let us feast this time, and then get to work for me. Jing Tian directly grabbed all the crystal nuclei in his hand and summoned the system for absorption. Crystal nuclei can enhance the abilities of ability users, but for Jing Tian, they can only be converted into energy for the system. Aside from that, they are of no use. Ding! The system detected 13 energy crystal nuclei. Should all be absorbed? Is there even a need to ask? Absorb. Jing Tian confirmed directly. Energy absorption and conversion in progress. Obtained 600 energy points. Total energy points 613. The system reported this, and, at the same time, there was a slight change in the task completion percentage on the screen in Jing Tian's mind. Energy required for tank enhancement. 613-100. That's it. A level 4 crystal nucleus only has 100 energy points? Jing Tian was surprised to find that the energy was only 600 points. Feeling it was much lower than he had guessed. He thought that a level 4 crystal core would provide 300 points. Unfortunately, the system wouldn't explain this to Jing Tian. Probably annoyed by Jing Tian's persistent questioning, suddenly there was a ding sound, and a line of text appeared on the screen in his mind. Current energy points are sufficient. Activating mainline upgrade task. Upgrade the main system to level 3 within 3 months, and there will be a surprise reward upon completion. What the heck is this? Suddenly, a mainline task appears. Didn't I just level up to level 2? Jing Tian was startled by the sudden appearance of the so-called main quest from the system. Chapter 33. 5 Auxiliary Functions. The system did not respond to Jing Tian, but now there was a projection screen, allowing him to check the detailed requirements for the task himself. The Super Villa system requires 500 energy points to level up to level 3. This didn't seem like a lot, as Jing Tian currently had 600 points. However, he soon realized that the subsequent conditions were not that simple. All 5 auxiliary functions needed to be activated and upgraded to level 2 before the villa's main system could level up to level 3. The list showed that there were currently only 4 auxiliary functions: water and electricity supply function, living material supply function, war vehicle modification and enhancement function, and finally, a disciple ability borrowing function. Among these 4 functions, the disciple ability borrowing function could not be upgraded. In other words, to reach level 3, Jing Tian needed to activate 2 more auxiliary functions. A line of text appeared in the corner of the system screen at the right time, indicating the auxiliary function list. Jing Tian quickly opened it. Upon seeing it, Jing Tian couldn't help but exclaim. The auxiliary functions section actually had as many as 50 pages, and each page contained 10 auxiliary functions. If he activated 2 more functions, what about the physique enhancement function? Jing Tian was shocked and pleasantly surprised, scrolling down to look for the physical enhancement feature. However, after finding this feature on the last few pages, Jing Tian was somewhat dumbfounded. Damn, I'm at a loss. Jing Tian saw that activating the physique enhancement function actually required 2,000 energy points, and that was just for activating it to level 1. How much would it take to upgrade to level 2? If he had known, he wouldn't have chosen the vehicle modification enhancement function. Jing Tian felt quite frustrated for a while. He once again felt that he had suffered a significant loss, because the upgrade function for the war chariot only required 100 energy to reach level 1. And no matter how much it doubled, it shouldn't be too much to reach level 2, right? After feeling down for a while, Jing Tian decided to activate 2 relatively cheap auxiliary functions. He mainly wanted to meet the requirements to prepare for the system upgrade. The auxiliary functions on the first page were not expensive, with the cheapest one only requiring 100 energy. He activated the cold weapon forging function and the ordinary vehicle recovery function. Jing Tian directly selected the 2 cheapest functions to activate. Activation successful. 200 energy points deducted, but the remaining energy is 413 points. With the activation successful, Jing Tian noticed a slight change in the 3D view of the villa. A maid's room on the first floor changed and was marked as a forging room, upgraded to level 2, requiring the host to craft 2 level 2 cold weapons to upgrade further. As for the vehicle recovery function, there is only one icon. It only requires 1 energy point to recover, and completing the recovery of 100 vehicles will upgrade it to level 2. Although relatively cheap, it's not useless at all. Quite good. Jing Tian looked at the 5 upgradable auxiliary functions he now had, a smile appearing on his face. Currently, 2 of them could be upgraded to level 2, requiring only 200 energy points. After a slight hesitation, since he had enough energy points and was curious about the changes after the upgrade, he issued the command, upgrade the water and electricity supply function and the food supply function. Upgrading. It will take 30 seconds. Bang! As soon as the system prompted the upgrade, the power in the room was instantly cut off. Ah, master, the power is out. Tongwei upstairs suddenly called out. Don't worry, it will be restored soon. Sure enough, the system was right on time. As soon as 30 seconds passed, the power in the villa was restored. Upgrade complete. 200 energy points deducted, leaving 213 energy points remaining. The water and electricity function upgraded to level 2, allowing external output. It could supply 20 tons of water and 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity daily. The material supply function upgraded to level 2, converting to a material exchange function, with detailed explanations available for review. The system was quite lazy. When there was too much text, it wouldn't provide voice prompts, only flashing the text on the screen. Jing Tian didn't care about these things. When he saw that water and electricity could be outputted, his eyes narrowed slightly. It came quite timely. Otherwise, if Chang Kun came to get electricity tomorrow, it would really be a problem. The output of water and electricity wasn't free for Jing Tian either. 1 ton of water and 10 degrees of electricity each equaled 1 energy point, while the villa's own water and electricity consumption was deducted monthly, which was minimal, considered a benefit for the villa's host. That night, Jing Tian slept quite soundly and even had a rare dream. In the dream, Jing Tian used the various functions provided by the super villa system to become lazy and indulgent salted fish in this apocalypse. Chapter 34. Carrying wires to get electricity. Damn it, I don't want to be a salted fish. What a ridiculous dream. It's all reversed. Jing Tian glanced disdainfully at his dreams, but secretly felt a bit conflicted. If he really couldn't live without the villa, wouldn't he just be a big salted fish? Even as a salted fish, he wanted to be a super cool and free-spirited one. Downstairs, the little girl Tong was still asleep. So Jing Tian went downstairs as usual to make breakfast. Little Pang, on the other hand, was full of energy and wiggled his tail to come over, acting cute and spoiled when he saw Jing Tian come down. Jing Tian kicked the little fatty out of the door. The supply of resources had turned into resource exchanges, which Jing Tian was still somewhat unaccustomed to. However, after checking the exchange list, he found that the resource items were richer than the previous food supplies, and the old supply model was still available. It only required 2 energy points per month. So Jing Tian chose the supply model without hesitation, and the food in the refrigerator and cabinets was instantly filled. After preparing breakfast, he called Tongwei and the little fatty to eat, and then they began their daily morning exercises. Tongwei was progressing quickly. In just 2 days, she had already begun to master the use of her abilities, and her level was rapidly increasing. Jing Tian has been watching Tongwei grow stronger with joy in his heart. The stronger Tongwei becomes, the more power he can harness. Jing Tian has even been contemplating finding opportunities to recruit more talented disciples, as that would diversify his abilities even further. Woof! Just as Jing Tian paused his actions, Xiaopeng barked twice at the edge of the rooftop. Jing Tian turned his head to look down and found Chang Kun standing outside the safe area of the villa with 3 subordinates, each carrying a roll of electric wire. They really are quite anxious. Jing Tian smiled faintly, then instructed Tongwei to focus on her cultivation. He took Little Fat down the stairs. Go ahead, bring them in. After Jing Tian arrived at the living room on the first floor, he gave a command to the chubby one. The chubby one shook his head and nodded at Jing Tian for a while before turning around and rushing out. What a clever little dog. Jing Tian smiled faintly and shook his head, then adjusted his expression to put on an aloof demeanor as a master. Meanwhile, after Xiaopeng emerged, he directly pushed open the villa's front door and walked up to Cheng-kun and the others, looking up and called out, "Damn, this dog." Jin would notice Xiaopeng's arrogant posture and was about to scold him, but he was immediately stopped by a glare from Cheng-kun. One should be cautious when hitting a dog, especially when it's a dog whose strength he couldn't even gauge. Cheng-kun couldn't be sure how strong Xiaopeng was, but he was certain of one thing. Any ability user below level 4 would definitely not pose a threat to this dog. Jin Wu's expression turned awkward. Remembering Xiaopeng's performance last night, he realized that he was indeed not as good as this dog. Xiaopeng walked ahead with a square gait, and the others tried to keep up, finding that there were indeed no obstacles, so they carried the electric wires into the villa's yard. As soon as they entered, the eyes of Jin Wu and the others were all drawn to the side vegetable garden. Looking at the bountiful vegetables in the garden, their eyes turned red, and their throats rolled. Even the lowest level ability user, a level 2, seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. One could imagine that if they could consume these vegetables regularly, it would be impossible not to become stronger. At that moment, they were even more certain that Jing Tian could not possibly be an ordinary person. Cheng-kun and the others had discussed this until late last night, and early this morning, they sent 5 people to gather vehicles and metal for Jing Tian, while Cheng-kun took the remaining 3 to the villa. As for the one whose leg was bitten off by Xiaopeng, he stayed at the villa to recover and guard the place. Woof woof. Seeing the others staring at the vegetable garden with red eyes, Xiaopeng suddenly growled menacingly twice as a warning. Jing Tian is not aware that these vegetables contain magical energy, but Xiaopeng knows. Seeing that these people seem to be targeting the vegetables, he naturally cannot allow it. "All right, Xiaopeng, let the guests in, you can go play." At that moment, the villa doors suddenly opened, and Jing Tian's voice came from inside the room. Jing Tian's voice came, and Xiaopeng disdainfully warned Cheng-kun and the others with a glance, then ran directly to the rooftop to find Tong Yu. "Everyone, tone it down a bit. If anyone makes Mr. Jing angry again, you will bear the consequences." Cheng-kun quietly warned the 3 people beside him before entering. Then Cheng-kun led the group into the villa. Chapter 35. Vegetable pricing. As soon as they entered, Jin Wu and the others were amazed. Is there really such a luxurious room in today's world? The main thing is that all the appliances here are functioning normally. "Mr. Jing, we brought the electric wires. May we connect to the power?" Cheng-kun cautiously asked after greeting Jing Tian. "Sure, you can connect from the electric meter outside. In the future, one level 2 crystal core is 10 degrees of electricity. That should be fine, right?" Jing Tian didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "No problem." "Thank you, Mr. Jing. This price is very reasonable." Cheng-kun calculated briefly and found that this electricity price was definitely within the acceptable range, so he readily agreed. Jing Tian smiled slightly and waved his hand, signaling them to answer the call. Jing Tian didn't intentionally let them go to connect the electric meter. It was entirely due to system requirements. Since power is being supplied externally, the system charges Jing Tian energy points based on the amount of electricity output. Of course, the system offers Jing Tian a price of 1 energy point for every 10 kilowatt hours. For Cheng-kun and the others, a level 2 crystal core is charged, allowing Jing Tian to net 2 energy points. When calculated, Jing Tian is definitely not a greedy merchant. After obtaining Jing Tian's permission, Cheng-kun didn't move, while Jin Wu and his 2 companions quickly got to work. Moments later, the wires were connected, and then the 3 of them eagerly pulled the wires to connect to Villa number 3, which was 500 meters away. Fortunately, the original villa wiring was still usable, and they just needed to connect the power to the original main power switch. Jin Wu first glanced at Jing Tian with awe, then nodded vigorously to Cheng-kun, saying, "Boss, we have electricity now. We won't have to live like cavemen anymore, and all appliances can be used normally." By the end of his statement, Jin Wu's gaze had become somewhat strange. This was because many people originally believed that devices with electronic components couldn't be used. After all, the car was unusable. Otherwise, the power and the battery wouldn't be able to drive anything. Can they actually be used? Cheng-kun, filled with excitement, looked towards Jing Tian, who had been sitting there calmly. "Don't look at me. I don't know anything," Jing Tian said. The more Jing Tian acted like this, the more it made Chung Kun and the others suspicious. This matter definitely had something to do with Jing Tian. No matter what, thank you, Mr. Jing. Here are 50 level 2 crystal cores, which is the cost of 500 degrees of electricity. Chung Kun believed that since Jing Tian didn't want to talk about those electrical appliances, he naturally wouldn't say more and respectfully handed a small bag of crystal cores to Jing Tian. Jing Tian's eyes brightened. This business is doable. Not bad. I like sincere people. From now on, you can treat me as a businessman. If you need anything, as long as you bring enough crystal cores, I will welcome you. Jing Tian directly put away the crystal core and looked at Chung Kun. Chung Kun was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, I understand, sir. In the future, if you need anything, we will do our best to help you. I wonder if you can sell us a large quantity of your vegetables? Want to buy a lot of vegetables? Jing Tian squinted and replied, You should know that my greens are quite precious. We know, of course we know, so we can accept a higher price from you. Chung Kun nodded repeatedly, and Jin Wu beside him nodded even more vigorously. At that moment, both sides clearly misunderstood each other. Jing Tian said that vegetables are precious because there are basically no vegetables available in the outside world. After all, rarity makes things valuable. However, Chung Kun and Jin Wu understand that vegetables are precious because of the energy they contain. After all, eating vegetables is not only beneficial for the body, but it also satisfies one's appetite and enhances energy, which is much better than simply absorbing crystal cores. It's only natural that such precious vegetables exist. Seeing the reactions of the two, Jing Tian squinted and pondered for a moment before saying, My vegetable garden is only so big, with limited yield, so I can only sell 10 pounds a day, and the price is 5 pounds of level 3 crystal cores. When Jing Tian mentioned this price, he felt a bit nervous inside, thinking it was a bit too steep. However, the reactions of Chung Kun and Jin Wu left Jing Tian somewhat bewildered. After a moment of hesitation, the two quickly nodded, seemingly afraid that Jing Tian would change his mind. Jing Tian looked at the reactions of the two and felt a bit confused. Could it be that he sold too cheaply? But soon he stopped worrying about it. After all, he felt he had made a great profit at this price, considering the vegetables were grown by himself with basically no cost. In the future, he could also expand the planting area at any time. Buzz. Just then, a wave of vibration suddenly came from the air inside the villa. Immediately, the fire elements in the air became unusually active, gathering toward the rooftop. Did the little girl level up? Jing Tian was taken aback. Chapter 36. Tong Yu has leveled up again, sensing Tong Yu's breakthrough. Jing Tian no longer cared about Chung Kun. His figure flickered, utilizing the control of the safe house, and disappeared from a spot. The next second, he appeared on the rooftop of the villa. Chung Kun and Jin Wu stared wide-eyed, unable to react. They had interacted with Tong Yu. The little girl was just a newly awakened ability user. It should take months for her to level up, right? But now she had actually leveled up, and the scene of Jing Tian disappearing just now had once again stimulated their little hearts. After hesitating for a moment, Chung Kun didn't dare to follow, and instead turned around to leave the villa quietly with Jin Wu. Jing Tian arrived at the top of the villa and saw a large amount of fire elemental energy gathering around Tong Yue's body. Xiaopeng, standing beside him, looked at Tong Yue with wide eyes in amazement, seemingly shocked by Tong Yue's sudden advancement. How could it happen so suddenly? Jing Tian looked at Tong Yu's condition, frowning. Woo-woo. Little Fatty whimpered softly beside her, pulling with its little paw to reveal a crystal core the size of a bean. Are you saying that Xiao Yu absorbed a level 2 crystal core and broke through? Jing Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. He knew that Chung Kun had given Xiao Yu and Xiaopeng 2 level 2 crystal cores yesterday, and he hadn't taken anything from Tong Yu. When he saw that one of them was a fire attribute, he told Tong Yu that she could hold it during her training, which would be somewhat helpful. He never expected that Tong Yu would break through like this. Oh no, her realm is a bit unstable. The energy is about to disperse. Jing Tian suddenly noticed that the condensed fire elements were showing signs of dispersing. If this elemental energy did not enter Tong Yu's body, the failure to advance would be a secondary issue. The main concern would be its impact on her future promotions. Little girl, you have to endure the pain. Jing Tian softly spoke, then increased his control. About 10 seconds later, Tong Yue's body suddenly trembled. The fire elemental energy roared, as if it had found an outlet, rapidly being absorbed into Tong Yue's body. It worked. Jing Tian raised her eyebrows, and her heart instantly relaxed. Although I helped a little, it was mostly the girl's talent. She was promoted in just a few days. Jing Tian watched as Tong Yue began to stabilize her realm, a hint of astonishment once again appearing on his face. He slightly closed his eyes and silently recited the disciple ability borrowing function. A surge of fiery elemental power rose from within him, and with a slight fluctuation of his mental energy, he clearly felt that he had become significantly stronger at this moment. A level 2 ability user is indeed much more powerful than a level 1. It seems that developing disciples on this path has great potential. Jing Tian felt the true sensation of a level 2 ability user while thinking to himself, as Jing Tian was lost in thought. The chubby boy beside him let out a small sound, as if he wanted to say something to Jing Tian. However, after a moment of hesitation in his eyes, the chubby boy closed his mouth again, clearly suppressing his previous thoughts. After a moment, Tong Yu woke up, still looking a bit dazed. Master, you've advanced to a level 2 ability user. Congratulations, little girl. Jing Tian smiled slightly and said, I really have become stronger. Tong Yue was taken aback for a moment, then reacted and shouted loudly, jumping into Jing Tian's arms. All right, your aptitude and talent are great. This is just the beginning, and you will get stronger and stronger in the future. But next time, don't be so reckless. Jing Tian smiled at Tong Yue and said, I understand, Master. I didn't know that the crystal core would do this as soon as it was absorbed. Can I still use the crystal core in the future? Tong Yue asked with a bit of worry. Jing Tian pondered for a moment and then said, I understand, Master. Did you help me later? I felt like I was about to fail. Tong Yue obediently agreed, but then looked a bit confused. Clearly, she was unaware of the situation in which she had been helped by Jing Tian. I am your master, so it's only right for me to help you. Jing Tian smiled slightly and patted Tong Yue's little head again. Woof woof. At this moment, the little chubby dog ran to Tong Yue's side, barking happily a couple of times, as if congratulating her. On the rooftop, Jing Tian explained some experiences and precautions to Tong Yue. As noon approached, Jing Tian suddenly stood up and looked towards the foot of the mountain. Master, they brought a minibus. Tong Yue also looked down the mountain and called out in confusion. Chapter 37, Armored Vehicle Modification. These guys are getting me a minibus instead of a camper van? Well, this is fine too. Jing Tian took a glance and felt a bit disappointed. However, the system only required a prototype of a vehicle. Even just an empty shell would suffice, so he quickly stopped dwelling on it. A moment later, Jing Tian brought Tong Yue to wait outside the villa. Chung Kun and his group of 9 pushed a minibus that looked about 70 to 80% new to the front of the villa. Chung Kun approached Jing Tian, a hint of nervousness in his voice, as Jing Tian initially intended to have a motorhome. That's fine. Please push it to the back of the villa. I need to make some modifications to the vehicle. Jing Tian nodded and casually put away the gun. He originally only needed one gun, but this guy actually brought a fully loaded magazine. As for the metal, it was basically everywhere in the entire Yin City. It was easy to collect 1,000 kilograms with just a quick round. Mr. Jing, can you really get the car running? Jin Wu, who was next to Chung Kun, could not help but loudly ask the question that Chung Kun had previously asked. As soon as he asked, everyone else stopped what they were doing and looked at Jing Tian, clearly placing great importance on this question. Of course, if it can't run, why would I need you? Jing Tian shot a glare at Jin Wu. Mr. Jing, I'm not doubting you, it's just, if you succeed in modifying it, would you sell it? How many crystal cores would it take? After a moment of surprise, Jin Wu looked at Jing Tian with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Wanting to buy the car? Jing Tian squinted his eyes when he heard Jin Wu's words. His war chariot definitely had a safety feature and was absolutely not for sale. However, the other party said they would take any amount of crystal cores, which made his eyes light up. He had just activated the repair function for ordinary vehicles, and it only required 1 point of energy per vehicle. This was definitely another good way to earn crystal cores. He decided to talk about buying a vehicle later. Shall you give them the remaining 5 genes of vegetables? Jing Tian did not agree to Jin Wu, nor did he refuse, but directly changed the topic. Jin Woo wanted to ask further, but was interrupted by Chung Kun. A group of people pushed the car to the back of the villa and received 5 pounds of vegetables sent over by Sigh. They also wanted to buy some vegetables directly. However, they were helpless, as the crystal cores on them had started to show signs of urgency. It seemed that their small vegetable garden needed to be expanded. It might even become a main force for making money. Jing Tian watched as Chung Kun and a few others happily carried their little bit of vegetables, and couldn't help but make a small plan in his mind. Now that the safe house's protective area had expanded, it was really no problem to plant more vegetables. Back in the villa, Jing Tian did not immediately start modifying the battle vehicle, but waited until nightfall. At present, there were already 2 bright spots in the hillside villa area. Besides the brightly lit Villa Number 1 at the top of the mountain, there was also a slightly smaller Villa Number 3 that emitted light. Of course, the brightness of Villa Number 3 was like the difference between a bright moon and a glowworm compared to Villa Number 1, and it extinguished shortly after being lit. When everything was quiet, Jing Tian quietly approached the position where the minibus was located behind the villa. The minibus was 7 meters long and was originally meant to be a unit commuting vehicle, with a total of 28 seats and a low mileage. The engine and transmission were in good condition as well. Of course, Jing Tian didn't care about these details. After checking that there was enough metal inside the vehicle, he threw his gun into the minibus and brought up the system screen. Modify the battle vehicle. Jing Tian directly issued a command to the system. Detecting meets the conditions for basic vehicle modification, deducting 100 energy points, consuming 1,000 kilograms of metal, 1 heat weapon. To modify the current vehicle, required time, 30 minutes. At the same time, the metal on the vehicle liquefied like mercury and covered the entire minibus. This scene was fantastical, but unfortunately, only Jing Tian could appreciate it. Half an hour later, Jing Tian looked at the newly revamped war vehicle in front of him, a hint of affection flashing in his eyes. The vehicle shape had not changed much, but the color of the body had been completely transformed. With no patterns, it was a glossy lapis lazuli color, giving a solid and heavy feeling. Additionally, the tires had undergone significant changes, becoming wider and thicker, and the hub center had a mechanism that could spring out spikes resembling wolf teeth. When in operation, it would undoubtedly shred any objects on either side. Master, how did this vehicle change? Just as Jing Tian was admiring the vehicle's appearance, he suddenly heard Tong Yue's exclamation from behind. Chapter 38. Basic War Vehicle Configuration. Jing Tian turned around and saw a little girl standing not far behind him, wearing a yellow cartoon pajama. Why aren't you asleep? Jing Tian asked blankly, feeling as if his secret had been discovered. Fortunately, the most amazing transformation had already been completed. Suddenly awake and unable to sleep, he exclaimed, Master, this vehicle is so beautiful. Ding! The initial modification of the war vehicle was completed, and according to the host's inner wishes, it was transformed into a vehicle leaning towards a camper. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Jing Tian's mind, and the screen displayed the newly refreshed data of the war vehicle. Master, what's wrong? Can I go up and take a look? Tong Yue couldn't help but ask when she saw Jing Tian looking a bit dazed. Of course, this will be our tool for going out in the future. I'll take you up to have a look, but don't ask how Master made it, okay? That's a secret. Jing Tian hadn't had the chance to look at the data in detail before being interrupted, so he had to come up with a reason to tell Tong Yue. I know, Master. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she nodded obediently, then cheered and ran to the car. Wow, this is a camper van. It has a kitchen and a bathroom, and a big bed. Oh, there's even a second floor. As soon as Tong Yue entered the vehicle, she exclaimed in amazement. Jing Tian smiled slightly as he got into the vehicle, while also checking the detailed data of the battle car. The basic battle car data and equipment are as follows. The entire vehicle is 8 meters long and 4 meters high, with 2 levels. It has a power of 200 horsepower. The first level is equipped with a remote-controlled driver's cabin, a leisure tea area, a kitchen, a washroom, and a bedroom. The second level is equipped with a rooftop attack weapon that can rotate 360 degrees, initially provided with 50 rounds of ammunition. Later, ammunition needs to be exchanged for energy points, with 1 point equating to 50 rounds. Master, come quickly. There's actually a machine gun on the second floor. Such a big machine gun. Tanya had already run up to the second level, exclaiming in front of the vehicle's only weapon. Jing Tian glanced over the first floor and moved to the second floor. The second floor felt quite empty, with a height of only about 7 meters, making Jing Tian slightly lower his head. However, this floor was clearly a combat area, and in the center was a circular lift platform, on which sat a type of machine gun weapon that Jing Tian had never seen before. Jing Tian quickly pulled up the introduction data for this weapon. Primary shotgun, capable of manual and intelligent switching operation, can fire single shots or continuous shots, with a maximum firing rate of 5 rounds per second. The primary shotgun can definitely hunt zombies below level 3 and poses a certain threat to level 4 zombies as well. Wow, such a powerful and imposing gun is actually called shotgun? What a shame. After a moment of surprise, Jing Tian had a slight dissatisfaction with the name of the weapon. However, he was too lazy to change it since it was given by the system. Ding! The side quest initial battle vehicle is completed. Rewards can be obtained after naming the battle vehicle. At this moment, the system suddenly gave a notification. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then felt a bit of joy, realizing that there was a small reward for completing the car transformation. Master, can we go out and hunt zombies with this car? Tanya asked Jing Tian with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. Jing Tian temporarily ignored the system and smiled at Tanya, saying, "It's not that I don't want to go out and have fun, but the system has made it very clear that I can't leave the safe area without a level 2 vehicle. It seems the system has determined that a level 1 vehicle is still not enough to ensure Jing Tian's absolute safety when going out." "Oh really? That's a pity. Can we drive now?" Tanya said with a hint of regret. "Well, we can. I'll take you for a couple of laps around the villa." Jing Tian smiled slightly, and then went to the driver's cabin on the first floor. The cockpit of the war vehicle was very high-tech, and Jing Tian felt very comfortable once he sat down. Besides being able to drive manually, Jing Tian could even remotely control the vehicle to drive automatically through the system. "Wow, Master, you've already started it, and I didn't feel a thing." When a vehicle started to move slowly, Tong Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, exclaimed. Before the apocalypse, the little girl took the school bus to and from school every day, so she was very familiar with the sounds and vibrations when a vehicle started and moved, but in this vehicle, there was absolutely no sensation at all. Jing Tian smiled slightly. This was a modified battle vehicle. Chapter 39, naming it the War God. Jing Tian wasn't clear about the condition of the vehicle's engine and other aspects, but he knew that the fuel for the battle vehicle was energy points. The driving experience was incredibly enjoyable, and Jing Tian went around the villa several times before reluctantly coming to a stop. After Jing Tian brought Tanya out of the car, he urged, "Let's call it the God of War." After Tanya left, Jing Tian began to complete the final task, as he was still thinking about the system rewards. Ding! The system acknowledges the host's war vehicle named War God, which is currently level 1. Side quest completed. Small rewards are being distributed. The system prompt sounded, making Jing Tian a bit expectant, but also somewhat gloomy and worried as he said, "A reward is a reward, but what do you mean by a small reward?" The reward distribution was completed, and a set of disguise clothing is now in the host's wardrobe. Function data can be checked by the host. Disguise clothing? What is that? Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly brought up the system screen, and sure enough, there were various data on the disguise suit. Jing Tian looked at the function of the camouflage suit with a strange expression. Was it satisfaction? Disdain? Frustration? This was simply a flashy suit meant to impress, but it also had practical uses. The camouflage suit couldn't be upgraded, had no defense or attack power, could change into various clothing forms, required no washing or ironing, and could self-repair when damaged by consuming energy points. It could disguise itself as the aura of zombies and ability users below level 9. Thinking about putting on a camouflage suit, the next moment, Jing Tian's original clothes automatically came off, and a soft gel-like substance directly covered his body. After a moment of wriggling, it transformed into the same outfit he had before, a tank top, beach shorts, and flip-flops. It felt very comfortable, and it seemed to have a constant temperature function. Not bad. After feeling it for a moment, Jing Tian was quite satisfied. With a thought, the camouflage suit transformed into a comfortable set of pajamas, and Jing Tian lay down on the bed. He reflected on the day's gains, feeling very happy. The only small regret was that the battle vehicle had to reach level 2 to leave the safe house range. Pulling up the data to upgrade the battle vehicle from the system, Jing Tian smiled wryly and shook his head. Upgrading to level 2 didn't seem too difficult, but he wouldn't be able to complete it in the short term. To upgrade the battle vehicle to level 2, it required 1,000 kilograms of steel, 500 kilograms of copper, 300 kilograms of aluminum, 200 kilograms of rubber, 50 kilograms of silver, and 500 energy points. Although he had gone to bed late last night, Jing Tian still woke up early the next day. After breakfast, he took Tanyue and Xiaopeng upstairs to exercise. Ah, Master, is that vehicle still there? I thought last night was a dream. As soon as they reached the rooftop, Tanyue's small face showed a hint of excitement and embarrassment upon seeing the war god outside. Of course it's not a dream. I've named it the war god. Train hard. Wow, war god is such a majestic name. But I feel like Master's vehicle sounds better. Master's vehicle sounds good? Jing Tian's forehead darkened slightly, and he began to doubt the little girl's aesthetic judgment. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng seemed completely uninterested in the car. After a glance, seeing that Jing Tian and Tanyue had no time to attend to it, he ran out of the villa on his own after a moment. It could be said that Xiaopeng was the only one who could freely come and go from the villa. Even Tanyue couldn't go out without Jing Tian's consent. An hour later, after finishing his workout, Jing Tian noticed that Tanyue was still immersed in her training. He smiled with satisfaction and prepared to head to the forge to mess around with some cold weapons. Just as Jing Tian was about to leave the rooftop, he discovered that Cheng Kun and his group had appeared outside the villa's rear perimeter at some point, pointing and gesturing at his war god. Chapter 40. Another bargain. It was evident that the faces of Cheng Kun and the others showed signs of shock. Jing Tian thought about how he still needed a lot of upgrade materials for the battle vehicle, and with a quick idea, he jumped directly from the rooftop of the villa. The next moment, he landed on the roof of the god of war vehicle. Hello, Mr. Jing. Mr. Jing, can we get a close-up view of this car? Mr. Jing, this car has been started. We can see the tire tracks. Jing Tian made a stunning entrance, prompting several people to greet him immediately, and then they all began to speak. This time, Cheng Kun and his group of 10 were all present. Even the guy who had his leg bitten off by the little fatty showed up. Jing Tian was not stingy either, showing a proud smile as he waved his hand, granting this group permission to enter the protective area. At this moment, the few of them had no mood to be shocked by anything else. As they approached the battle vehicle, even the composed Cheng Kun couldn't help but show an extremely excited expression. They circled around the vehicle, occasionally tapping on it, filled with amazement at every part of the battle tank. As they observed, they whispered to each other, all expressing their astonishment at the various features of the battle tank. However, no matter how shocked they were, they did not dare to ask Jing Tian about it. They were well aware of what the battle tank looked like before. It was completely different from what was in front of them now. They understood that asking about such a confidential matter would be pointless and could even annoy Jing Tian. Mr. Jing, can this vehicle really be driven? Can we drive it? It would be impossible to drive my war god model. Only I or someone truly qualified can operate the war god. Jing Tian didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking and directly refused, with the last sentence being somewhat hurtful. However, Cheng Kun and the others also understood that they had even had conflicts with Jing Tian before. Jing Tian is still able to accommodate them here, even selling them power and vegetables, which is already quite generous. They haven't really thought about, nor dared to think about, being recognized as one of Jing Tian's own. Seeing Cheng Kun and a few others looking dejected, Jing Tian didn't know what they were thinking and thought they were just upset about not being able to drive. With a faint smile, Jing Tian spoke again. If you want to drive, bring your own vehicles and I can help you fix them. Really? Mr. Jing is really willing to fix our cars? Cheng Kun's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Jing Tian's words. The others were clearly breathing a bit heavily, and their eyes were somewhat red. Without communication nowadays, having mechanical transportation would be incredibly significant. I'm not joking, but I can only fix the vehicles you brought, and I guarantee they will be drivable. As for everything else, I won't get involved, and the repair costs won't be cheap. Jing Tian squinted and said, It's okay, We are willing. Just name your price. The talkative young man, Jin Wu, directly called out. All right, straightforward enough. I originally wanted to collect level 4 crystal cores, but considering your combat strength, let's go with level 3 crystal cores instead. 10 level 3 crystal cores will fix one vehicle. Jing Tian said. Jing Tian originally wanted them to help collect materials for upgrading the war chariots. However, after thinking it over, he realized that those materials were somewhat insignificant compared to the crystal cores, and he could easily get these people to help collect them. All right, thank you, Mr. Jing. We will go collect the crystal cores and the vehicles now. Upon hearing Jing Tian's offer, Chung Kun nodded without any hesitation and agreed immediately. Then Chung Kun eagerly called his subordinates and left the villa area. 10 level 3 crystal cores are definitely not cheap, but for a vehicle, no one felt that 10 level 3 crystal cores were expensive. Once they had the vehicles, the benefits to their team would be beyond what the crystal cores could measure. It seemed like it was going to be a bargain again. Jing Tian watched as Chung Kun and the others readily agreed, and he couldn't help but feel a bit low. However, he quickly reassured himself and muttered, "Consider this a benefit for you all. Next time something like this happens, it'll cost you 10 level 4 crystal cores." Chapter 41. The weapon crafted by hand. The forging room was about 40 square meters, equipped with a furnace and a forging table, various sizes of hammers, and various techniques for crafting cold weapons, among other things. Jing Tian found some scrap metal and directly started his first forging, melting the metal, forging it into high-quality steel, casting molds, and pouring the molds. After toiling for an entire morning, Jing Tian walked out of the casting room, drenched in sweat. In Jing Tian's hand was a dagger made entirely of high-quality steel, with a blade length of 30 centimeters and a handle that made it a total of 50 centimeters long. This could be considered a large dagger, plain and unadorned, but the blade also gleamed with a cold light. "System, can you identify the level of my dagger?" Jing Tian asked the system a question. He thought it wouldn't respond, but unexpectedly, a line of text flashed on the system screen. Level 1 low-end weapon. Huh, he actually reached the level. It seems this thing isn't that difficult after all. Jing Tian was immediately excited when he saw the rating given by the system. "Wow, master. Did you make this short sword yourself? It looks so sharp." Tongwa was cleaning downstairs at that moment, when she saw Jing Tian walking out. Examining the dagger with a big smile on his face, she couldn't help but call out in admiration. "Short sword? This is a dagger. It's just slightly larger in size." Jing Tian's forehead was slightly dark as he spoke. Tong Yu's small face flushed red, and she immediately made a playful and cute face. Although the dagger shape wasn't beautiful, Jing Tian still liked it, and even had the thought of collecting it. He believed that with more forging practice, he could definitely create more beautiful weapons. That's right, Jing Tian never thought of using the weapons he forged to kill enemies. He considered it a form of entertainment. And what he pursued was a kind of artistic beauty. Next, he planned to reshape his kitchen utensils. He went to the yard, found a wooden stick, and directly carved it. Whoosh! A dry wooden stick as thick as his wrist was easily sliced through without much effort. This was simply an extraordinary weapon capable of cutting hair. For such a thick wooden stick, even a very sharp dagger would be lucky to penetrate a few centimeters. But what about this one? Wong Wong. Xiao Pang seemed to have a hint of urgency in his eyes. What happened? Jing Tian and Tong Yue both sensed that something was happening, but this time they didn't understand Xiao Pang's meaning. Woof, Wong. Xiao Pang also realized that the two couldn't comprehend his more complex dog language this time, so he just called out to Tong Yue and then turned to run outside. "It seems like this is related to you. She wants you to follow her out?" Jing Tian frowned. "Master, then I." Tong Yue looked at Jing Tian, unsure whether to follow. "It's too dangerous out there for you. Let's use the drone to see what's going on before we decide." Jing Tian quickly finished speaking and lost the mood to experiment with the dagger. He directly threw the dagger into the knife rack in the kitchen, and then the master and disciple went to the large bedroom with the swimming pool on the 3rd floor. Just as Jing Tian released the drone to catch up with the chubby boy, about 10 miles away from the villa, two groups of people were fighting a horde of zombies on a street, less than 200 meters apart. Chapter 42. Battle in front of the armory among the two groups. One was led by Chung Kun and his companions. They had taken the risk to venture to the armory to hunt mutated zombies more easily and were prepared to take away a batch of powerful weapons. Unexpectedly, upon arriving near the armory, they discovered a small team of 10 people there. The leader of this team was also a peak level 5 ability user, and their formation was basically the same as theirs, with an equal number of level 2 and level 3 ability users. Most importantly, this group had obviously also discovered the armory. Before long, they were fighting. Things got even worse after they started fighting. The two groups attracted a large number of zombies. Both sides could only face the zombies. With 2 level 5 strongmen and no large numbers of powerful mutated zombies appearing for the time being, the two teams could still control the situation for a short while. However, this was clearly only temporary. If the battle continued like this, the number of zombies would keep increasing, and the consequences would be unpredictable. The other group was led by a slightly slender middle-aged man with a somewhat refined appearance, but his movements were exceptionally fierce. With a wave of his hand, fireballs were unleashed, instantly obliterating the ordinary level 2 zombies. Ordinary level 2 zombies did not yield many crystal cores and lacked the energy of their mutated counterparts. Among this group, a bald, muscular man stood out. If Jing Tian and Tong Yu saw him, they would certainly recognize him as Wang Meng from the Wang siblings they had encountered a few days ago. Obviously, this 10-member squad was made up of members of the Iron Bucket Force led by Tong Zhan, affiliated with the Demon City base. It took them 2.5 days to reach Yun City after departing from the Demon City. They initially intended to head straight to Jing Tian's villa, but unexpectedly discovered an underground armory as they were passing through. What was more unexpected was that just as they were excitedly preparing to make a fortune, they ran into Chung Kun's group. At this moment, both groups were desperately slaughtering zombies and were approaching a rather inconspicuous building, clearly intending to rush into it. The underground warehouse of this building was precisely the armory Chung Kun and his companions were searching for. Moreover, the scale of this armory was not small, and the weapons inside were quite advanced. We can't let them get in first, brothers. Let's push forward. Chung Kun noticed that the other side seemed to be closer to the armory and immediately became anxious. With this shout, his group intensified their output and slightly quickened their pace. Leader, we shouldn't go in. It's a good opportunity to leave now. With them attracting the zombies, it will be easier for us to get to Mr. Jing Tian's villa. The bald Wang Meng shouted to their leader, Tong Zhan, while outputting frantically. Let's get in first. With the weapons here, we'll be like tigers with wings. It won't be too late to go to that villa afterward, Tong Zhan said indifferently. But, enough said. Focus on the battle. Little Yu's life and death are still uncertain. The weapons in front of us are more important. Tong Zhan directly interrupted Wang Meng, who was about to say more. Both Qing Kun and Tong Zhan's groups were quite formidable and had decent luck. Before a large number of powerful mutated zombies appeared, they had almost cleared out the ordinary zombies in front of them. Almost at the same time, they arrived at the entrance of the building. In an instant, the two groups were once again on high alert, ready for another potential conflict. Woof woof. At that moment, the shout of the bully, the chubby boy, came from a nearby building. Chapter 43. Tong Zhan's thoughts, a dog barking? Both groups were taken aback and turned to look over, but for different reasons. Chung Kun's group was surprised that the chubby boy had come here, while Tong Zhan's group was astonished that there was an unmutated dog here. Ah, it's Mr. Jing Tian's drone. When Chung Kun and the others saw the chubby boy, they also noticed a small black dot slowly descending above him. They instantly identified it as Jing Tian's drone. Mr. Jing Tian. Among Tong Zhan's group, Wang Meng suddenly shouted excitedly. He naturally recognized Jing Tian's drone. What the hell, drone? How is that possible? Wang Meng's companions looked at the drone, revealing shock on their faces. Previously, while Wang Meng and Tong Zhan were on their way, they had only mentioned coming to pick up Tong Yu and had not told their subordinates anything about Jing Tian or the villa. Thus, they were completely unaware of the drone's existence. At this moment, Tong Zhan squinted slightly, watching the drone get closer. You also know Mr. Jing Tian? Wang Meng realized after shouting that the other party had also just referred to Mr. Jing Tian. Of course, we just separated from Mr. Jing Tian. We are helping him collect crystal cores. Do you think we know him or not? Although they were collecting crystal cores for trade, it wasn't wrong to say they were collecting them for Jing Tian, as these crystal cores would ultimately end up in Jing Tian's hands. What the hell? Does that mean we're on the same side? Leader. Wang Ming was taken aback and then called out, looking at Tong Zhan, who was on the same side with them. We must get this armory. Tong Zhan's face darkened. His original thoughts were further confirmed upon encountering this armory. But Mr. Jing Tian, what you discussed with Wang Lian, I still need to verify, especially since little Yu is still uncertain about life and death. So, Dad, it's really my dad. Just as Tong Zhan's face darkened and he was reprimanding Wang Ming, suddenly, a voice filled with delight came from the drone above. Yu? Is that really Yu's voice? Tong Zhan was stunned, and then his expression suddenly turned to joy. Regardless of what thoughts he had before, his love for his daughter was undoubtedly genuine. Hearing his daughter's voice at this moment was a true delight. Haha, little Yu is still alive and with Mr. Jing Tian. That's great. Wang Ming laughed out loud after being stunned for a moment. Dad, it's really me. Where's Uncle Wang Ming and Sister Wang Lian? Tong Yu's voice called out with excitement. Cough, cough. Little Yu, you call Wang Lian sister but me uncle? That's a bit too much of a generational gap. Wang Ming was instantly annoyed by being called uncle by Tong Yu. That's great, Dad. Yu, it's so good that you're alive. Wait a moment. Dad will handle things here and come and pick you up right away. Tong Zhan was excited for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. At this time, he was still thinking about the armory. We need to leave here immediately. You've attracted a large number of zombies. At least close to 100 level 3 and level 4 zombies, along with more level 2 zombies, are heading your way. At this moment, Jing Tian's voice came from the drone. What? Yes. Cheng Kun's subordinates immediately responded loudly. Wait a minute, friends. How about we join forces? If we unite with more weapons, we can fight even against a larger number of zombies. Chapter 44. All taught by my master joining forces is fine, but we can't stop here. The leader, Wang Ming, spoke up from the side. Let's head to the villa first and discuss it after meeting Mr. Jing and Ye. Okay, Fine. Tong Zhan was somewhat dissatisfied, but it was clear that these people couldn't deal with a large number of advanced mutated zombies. There was no time to waste. And Tong Zhan didn't even have the opportunity to talk to Jing Tian. The drone adjusted its direction, guiding both groups to avoid the large crowds of zombies. And soon they successfully left the area. The journey ahead went relatively smoothly. When Cheng Kun and his group arrived at the foot of the villa, under the curious gazes of Tong Zhan and others, they pushed over 2 brand new 8-layer raptors from concealed spot. Although the vehicles were covered in dust, it was evident that they were in perfect condition. These vehicles had been collected by Cheng Kun and the others and stored here. Collecting vehicles in Yun City was quite easy. Brothers, what are you doing with this junk? Are you planning to use it as a bedroom? Wang Ming directly voiced the curiosity of Tong Zhan's group. Bedroom? You don't know how powerful Mr. Jing is, huh? He can fix our cars. Jin Wu interjected. Normally, he wouldn't be so explicit, but these people clearly had a connection with Jing Tian, and if he didn't say it now, they would find out later anyway. What? He can fix the cars? How is that possible? Tong Zhan exclaimed in surprise from the side. Previously, Wang Ming and his sister hadn't mentioned that Jing Tian could fix cars. This wasn't Wang Ming and Wang Lian's fault, as when they left, Jing Tian himself didn't even know he could fix cars. Seeing Tong Zhan's astonishment, Wang Ming said directly, Leader, I trust this brother. Whatever Mr. Jing says, he can definitely do it. Wang Ming's faith in Jing Tian was beyond imagination. Just as Tong Zhan was about to say something, he suddenly spotted a small figure quickly running down the mountain, instantly shifting his attention. Dad! Tong Yu ran down the mountain quickly, calling out loudly from a distance. Yeah. Tong Zhan also rushed forward. In a moment, after a year of believing that the other was no longer in the world, the father and daughter embraced. I'm really envious of you, leader, having such a genius daughter who has become a disciple of Mr. Jing. Jin Wu said to Wang Ming. Then he and Cheng Kun pushed the cars and headed up the mountain first. Ye has become Mr. Jing's disciple? Wang Ming was taken aback upon hearing this. After the father and daughter had a heartfelt reunion, Tong Zhan gradually calmed down and carefully examined his daughter. To be honest, Tong Zhan really didn't expect his daughter to be alive, and judging by her current state, she seemed to be doing well. You awakened your abilities? Tong Zhan suddenly noticed a faint fluctuation of abilities from his daughter. Yes, my master taught me. I'm now a level 2 ability user. Tong Yu replied. Level 2? Your master. You must have awakened your abilities at least a few months ago, right? Tong Zhan raised an eyebrow and asked. He believed his daughter had awakened at least a few months ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for her to reach level 2 now. Impossible. When we met Yaya, she definitely hadn't awakened her abilities. Wang Ming, who had stepped forward, couldn't help but interject. Not a few months. My master only started teaching me 3 days ago, and I just leveled up to level 2 yesterday. My master said I have great talent, Tong Yu said proudly, completely due to Jing Tian's praise. What? You mean your master taught you for 3 days and turned you from an ordinary person into a level 2 ability user? Wang Ming exclaimed in shock again. Chapter 45. Never hold anything against the master. Although Wang Ming admired Jing Tian immensely, this still exceeded his understanding. Ability users naturally awaken due to personal talent. He had never heard of anyone being able to activate their abilities through external forces, let alone being taught to become an ability user. Wang Ming felt it was somewhat unreal, let alone Tong Zhan. The only conclusion he could come to was that his daughter must have awakened long ago. It's just that Wang Ming and his sister hadn't noticed, and Tong Yu herself wasn't quite aware, having only been guided by Jing Tian. Otherwise, how could she level up just 3 days after awakening? And to level 2 at that. Let's go, Dad. My master is still waiting for us outside the courtyard. Tong Yu said, unaware of the shock her abilities had caused her father and the others, filled with joy. This Mr. Jing has quite an air about him. He won't even come down from the mountain, Tong Zhan said with a faint smile to Wang Ming. Leader, please don't hold anything against Mr. Jing. He's so powerful and even saved little Yaya. Wang Ming, hearing that Tong Zhan seemed to have some dissatisfaction with Jing Tian, immediately felt a bit worried. Don't remind me. No matter what, I remember the favor he did for Yaya. We'll talk about it when we meet, Tong Zhan interrupted Wang Ming. Then Tong Yu took Tong Zhan's hand and led Wang Ming and the others toward the villa at the top of the mountain. This place is really nice, close to the city center's villa area, and there's no trace of zombies. If Yin City is completely liberated, this will be the best base for our forces, Tong Zhan said, while observing the surrounding environment as they walked up the mountain. He didn't know whether it was forgetting or intentionally ignoring the reason why there were no zombies here. Leader, are you thinking of developing a base in Yin City? Wang Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing Tong Zhan's words. If possible, that would be best to avoid further conflicts with the Steel Helmet forces. Unfortunately, even if we gathered all our people, it wouldn't be enough to clear out the zombies in Yun City. Tong Zhan's expression showed a hint of helplessness after a brief flash of thought. If we could easily clear out the zombies here, other bases would have taken over long ago. Perhaps we can ask Mr. Jing for help. I believe that as long as he is willing, he can definitely do it. Wang Ming's face was filled with reverence whenever he mentioned Jing Tian. You said he is just one person. How much capability can he have? You're glorifying him too much, Tong Zhan said with a faint smile after another brief flash of thought. Wang Ming opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but at that moment, everyone had already reached 50 meters outside the villa. They saw Jing Tian standing there. In fact, Jing Tian really showed Tong Zhan a lot of respect. The safety zone had now expanded to 50 meters outside the villa, and Jing Tian had come to the maximum position to welcome him. Chung Kun and the others were very considerate and knew that Jing Tian wanted to host Tong Zhan and his group. So they pushed the cars to the side of the villa, not wanting to disturb them. Mr. Jing, Wang Ming saw Jing Tian at the door and immediately ran up excitedly to greet him. Jing Tian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw Wang Ming, whose face was full of flesh. He reached out and patted Wang Ming's shoulder, saying, Wang Ming, I'm really happy to see you again. Wang Ming was taken aback and scratched his bald head, laughing foolishly. Master, this is my dad. Tong Yu pulled Tong Zhan to Jing Tian and introduced him, never letting go of Tong Zhan's hand the whole time. Hello, Mr. Jing. I didn't expect you to be so young. Thank you for helping my daughter. Tong Zhan looked at Jing Tian, carefully observing him for a moment, then slightly furrowed his brows before relaxing again, making it hard to discern what he was really thinking. No need to be polite. Yaya is your daughter and also my apprentice, so we are family, Jing Tian said with a smile to Tong Zhan. Yes, family. Then I'll call you Brother Jing. Tong Zhan also smiled, and after glancing around, he continued, Brother Jing, This place is really nice. How did you manage to keep it so well preserved? Wang Ming said there are many wonderful things here. Wonderful things? Wang Ming chuckled. They're just some ordinary things. Leader Tong, please come in. Jing Tian smiled again and made a gesture inviting Tong Zhan and the others in. As for Tong Zhan's first question, he chose to ignore it directly. The group quickly arrived at the entrance of the villa and stopped before entering the main gate. One by one, they widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked inside the villa's courtyard. Chapter 46, Change of Attitude. Wow, Chief, look over there. Tong Zhan's subordinate pointed at the flower beds and vegetables in the courtyard, trembling with excitement. I see it, this is actually real vegetables, Tong Zhan said, his face full of shock, and he couldn't help but turn a glance at Wang Ming. Wang Ming grinned. Can vegetables be fake? He had mentioned before that there was water, electricity, and vegetables here. It seemed the chief didn't believe it before, but now he finally did. As Tong Zhan and the others were shocked, Jing Tian stood aside, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. With the precedent set by the others, he knew their astonishment was a natural reaction, and he also enjoyed their responses. Dad, come in quickly. There are so many good things in Master S Villa. Tong Yu joyfully pulled Tong Zhan inside. The little girl was very happy, as if she were showing off her excellent grades to her parents. Chief, can we eat some vegetables? Yeah, Chief, we haven't eaten vegetables for so long. What are you doing? This is Mr. Jing's courtyard. You can't mess around. Wang Ming immediately reminded them with dissatisfaction upon hearing his companion's words. Wang Ming, the brothers just want to eat something fresh. Mr. Jing hasn't. He refused. Why are you acting like this? Tong Zhan frowned, clearly displeased with Wang Ming. Wang Ming was taken aback, looking at Tong Zhan in disbelief. How could the chief, whom he had always respected, say such disrespectful things? Jing Tian also frowned, and for a moment, his impression of Tong Zhan decreased a bit. He said, Sorry, Captain Tong. The dishes here are all sold for 5 pounds of level 4 crystal cores. No matter who eats, they have to pay. Jing Tian lit. What he sold to Cheng Kun and those people was actually 5 pounds of level 3 crystal cores. Tong Zhan frowned but then smiled and said, I was indeed reckless. I was just worried that my brothers haven't had vegetables for too long. However, now Jing Tian felt a bit uncomfortable. If you all want to eat, then take the initiative to bring out the crystal cores to buy them. The group arrived at the villa entrance, and Jing Tian opened the door to invite Tong Zhan and the others inside. Normally, Tong Zhan, even out of politeness, shouldn't have let all his subordinates come in. But when entering, Tong Zhan didn't think about this at all, or perhaps it was deliberate, and he directly brought everyone into the room. Wow, there's electricity here, and the air conditioning is even running. A water dispenser, clean water. Damn it. Even in the prosperous times, I have never lived in such a luxurious villa. Amazing. There's a refrigerator in the kitchen. Wow. There's sausages and ice water. This is fantastic. Tong Zhan's subordinates, except for Wang Ming, went in and immediately started yelling as if they had entered in no man's land. They then began to admire everything, and even more outrageous. Someone went straight into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. What are you all doing? No manners at all. Dad, you tell them. At this point, Tong Yu also woke up from her joy and couldn't stand their behavior, shouting at Tong Zhan. Wang Ming became anxious and didn't dare to consider Tong Zhan's attitude anymore. He yelled at his companions, Shut the hell up, don't be rude in Mr. Jing's house. Jing Tian's brows furrowed in frustration, a wave of irritation rising within him. However, he did not speak immediately, but waited for Tong Zhan's reaction. Chapter 47. I care very much. Tong Zhan glanced at the actions of his subordinates, gave a faint smile, and then led Tong Yu to sit on the sofa. Yu, why don't you have a good talk with your dad about how you've been this past year? As Tong Zhan said this, he glanced at Jing Tian and his subordinates, and continued, As for them, there's no need to worry. In this apocalypse, they haven't truly been happy for a long time. I don't think your master would mind. Sorry, Leader Tong, but I care very much. Jing Tian finally realized what Tong Zhan meant, and his expression turned gloomy as he said, If you can't keep your subordinates in check, I can only clean them out. Master! Dad! Tong Yu's face changed. Was her father and master about to fall out suddenly? Having experienced the dark side of human nature, Tong Yu understood too much. If she still couldn't sense something was wrong at this moment, she would truly be a fool. Chief, Mr. Jing. Wang Ming's expression also changed as he called out, "Brother Jing, why be so petty? We agreed to be one big family. Let the brothers have a bit of fun. It won't cause any harm, right? You should come sit with us too." Tong Zhan still smiled faintly, holding Tong Yu down to prevent her from getting up. This tone, this posture, especially the last sentence. Tong Zhan clearly seemed more like the host here, while Jing Tian appeared to be the guest. "Dad, this isn't right. Let them go, or my master will get angry." Tong Yu shouted while trying to struggle to stand up, but she was firmly held down by Tong Zhan. "Yeah, you don't understand much. Your ability awakened all by itself, and your master is just an ordinary person. What can he teach you?" Tong Zhan comforted Tong Yu, then looked at Jing Tian and said, "I'm not wrong, am I, Mr. Jing?" Jing Tian was very annoyed, but after listening to Tong Zhan's words, he suddenly calmed down. He smiled and nodded at Tong Zhan, saying, "Leader Tong, you really have a keen eye. You can see even the trivial matters of ordinary people. Impressive. So, what do you want?" Tong Zhan replied, "I don't want anything in particular. I just have my eye on this place and plan to establish a new Iron Bucket headquarters here. Mr. Jing, you'll have to part with it reluctantly. Don't worry, there will still be a place for you to stay in this villa area," Tong Zhan said lightly, without any hint of concealment in his thoughts. As soon as Tong Zhan finished speaking, before Jing Tian could respond, Wang Ming was the first to unable to hold back and shouted, "Leader, you've gone mad. How can you do this? Mr. Jing is a benefactor to both me and Xiao Lian, as well as to Xiao Yu. Wang Ming, watch your identity." Tong Zhan interrupted coldly, furrowing his brow, not allowing Wang Ming to finish. "What identity do I have? I'm doing this for your own good. If Mr. Jing really gets angry, we're all done for." Wang Ming yelled. "Wang Ming, stop talking." This time, it was Jing Tian who interrupted Wang Ming. Wang Ming's expression changed, but he quickly fell silent. When he looked at Tong Zhan, his eyes were filled with confusion and disappointment. After interrupting Wang Ming, Jing Tian looked at Tong Zhan again and said, "I was too kind, naively thinking that I could treat you as a friend. What a pity." Jing Tian's expression suddenly turned icy as he said to Tong Zhan and his subordinates, "Except for Wang Ming, all of you get out. For Xiao Yu's sake. Don't make me take action myself." Jing Tian was angry. He originally wanted to take action directly, but seeing Tong Yu with tearful eyes, he slightly restrained himself. The little girl was not at fault, and if there's really a conflict, she must be the one who felt the saddest in the middle of it all. Chapter 48. What realm are you in? Jing Tian held back, but Tong Zhan not only did not appreciate it, but instead laughed dismissively. In his eyes, Jing Tian's restraint was nothing more than a bluff. No matter how fierce he appeared, he simply lacked the strength to drive them out. As for his daughter's attitude, she might be angry at first, but as her biological father, a few comforting words afterward would suffice. "Mr. Jing, it's really a waste for you to occupy this place alone. There's water and electricity here. If you leave it to us as a base, I believe that this will become the most prosperous and powerful outpost in the future, even." "Enough. You have 10 seconds. If you don't take the initiative, then I'll have to take action myself." Jing Tian interrupted Tong Zhan with a dark expression. "Master, Wu." Tong Yu noticed that Jing Tian was genuinely angry, and a mix of fear and grievance overwhelmed her, causing her to burst into tears. "Why are you crying, silly girl? If you like this place, it will be yours in the future. He is just an ordinary person and has no right to be your master. From now on, Dad will teach you. Dad is a level 5 peak ability user and has plenty of crystal cores for you." "Daddy, how can you say that? You've changed. You're not the same dad anymore." Tong Yu suddenly shouted loudly, exerting her strength to break free from Tong Zhan and ran directly to Jing Tian's side. "Xiao Yu. Never mind. You'll understand your dad in time. Since Mr. Jing isn't moving, you all help to invite Mr. Jing out." The latter part of Tong Zhan's words was directed at his subordinates. Seeing their leader's instructions, Tong Zhan's subordinates immediately cheered excitedly and surrounded Jing Tian. "This is what I call inviting wolves into the house." Jing Tian let out then looked at Tong Yue and said, "Xiao Ye, I'm sorry. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to have designs on my villa will not be welcomed here." "Wu, Master, Dad." No matter how smart and sensible Tong Yue was, she didn't know what to do at this moment. "Mr. Jing, I really don't want to hurt you. You should just leave." Tong Zhan seemed to want to persuade Jing Tian one last time. Hurt me? You have to have the ability to do that. Jing Tian sneered, suddenly recalling the camouflage ability he had just obtained. At that moment, Wang Meng suddenly shouted, "Who dares to be disrespectful to Mr. Jing will have to go through me." Wang Meng first. Wang Meng, are you betraying me? Tong Zhan's expression turned cold. If it's betrayal, then so be it. Wang Meng shouted loudly in the past. I could understand and follow whatever you did. After all, survival in the apocalypse requires ruthlessness. But among those things, it does not include being ungrateful like this. Wang Meng, am ashamed to be associated with you. All right, Wang Meng, I didn't realize you were so principled and understanding. Jing Tian looked at Wang Meng and finally revealed a hint of a smile on his face. It was truly surprising for him that this burly man, full of flesh, could say such words at this moment. Then let's throw them out together. I don't need subordinates like you anymore. Tong Zhan said coldly. Damn! Wang Meng shouted and was about to fight with the comrades who rushed forward. At that moment, everyone suddenly froze. An unparalleled, powerful pressure made everyone present feel immense fear and stress. Yes, it's the aura of a super strong person. Tong Zhan's subordinates turned pale, their bodies trembling. Why you? What realm are you in? Tong Zhan's face turned white with terror as he looked at Jing Tian and yelled. His realm was much higher than that of his subordinates, and he instantly sensed where this pressure was coming from. It was from Jing Tian, whom he had judged to be an ordinary person. This aura, which Tong Zhan could not contend with, left him completely dumbfounded. You aren't worthy to know what realm I'm in. Get out of here. Jing Tian let out a disdainful cold snort at Tong Zhan, then waved his hand, causing the other 8 people, except Wang Meng, to float up uncontrollably into the air. Mr. Jing, spare us. We won't dare again. The 8 felt themselves rising and began to scream in terror. Chapter 49. You can't even enter the door. It's too late. Jing Tian sneered, but inwardly he sighed. This disguise outfit combined with the safe house was truly a seamless tool for showing off. Jing Tian used a disguise suit to simulate a level 9 ability aura, frightening Tong Zhan and others, thinking it would only be effective inside the villa. He did not expect this aura to burst out of the villa courtyard, and even Cheng Kun and others nearby felt it very clearly. The talkative Jin Wu trembled and said, "It's the aura pressure of a strong person." Did those guys anger Mr. Jing Tian? Cheng Kun's face also changed, feeling somewhat unsettled under this pressure. Damn, boss, you guessed it right. Look, someone is flying out of villa number 1. Suddenly, someone pointed at Jing Tian's villa and exclaimed. Under the stunned gaze of Cheng Kun and the others, the villa door opened, and 8 figures floated out in a row. As soon as they stepped out of the door, these originally drifting figures suddenly accelerated. Like they were thrown out, the 8 figures were directly flung 70 to 80 meters and crashed to the ground. From the villa door to the courtyard gate is 30 meters, and the system upgrade safety zone expanded another 50 meters. So these people were directly thrown outside the safety zone. Cheng Kun and the others stared blankly at this scene. Cheng Kun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Mr. Jing Tian's aura, I judge it definitely exceeds level 7. His subordinates looked shocked, wanting to doubt, but feeling powerless to refute. They had always thought that their leader's level 6 ability in Haishur was the strongest, but now they realized that the aura of that leader was far less terrifying than this one. A bunch of idiots, Mr. Jing Tian invited them in, yet they don't know how to be grateful and even angered Mr. Jing Tian. That Tong Zhan is also an idiot. His daughter is Mr. Jing Tian's disciple, yet he didn't control his subordinates. What the hell is going on? Wait, their leader Tong Zhan was also thrown out? Just as Cheng Kun and the others were discussing, they suddenly saw another figure being thrown out of the villa, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed the leader Tong Zhan. This is interesting, let's go comfort him. After a brief pause, Cheng Kun squinted his eyes with a hint of amusement and walked over. Over here, Tong Zhan felt immense humiliation after being thrown out and even momentarily forgot the terror of Jing Tian. Bastards, get up and charge him with me. Throw that bastard out. I want to flatten this place. Charge in, then get thrown out again? Or worse, directly killed. Brother Tong, what happened to you? Cheng Kun approached, feigning surprise and concern. Clearly, Cheng Kun wasn't a good person either. His exaggerated posture made it obvious that he was somewhat gloating. Oomph. Brother Tong, I advise you not to be impulsive. Angering Mr. Jing Tian means you won't even get through the door, Chang Kun said with a smile. Ridiculous. Not only do I want to get in, but I also want to tear down this broken villa. Tong Zhan's head was completely filled with blood, feeling utterly embarrassed. Chapter 50. The Understanding Tong Yu, What a Fool. Chang Kun thought, his eyes flashing with even more disdain at this scene. Bang! This. Tong Zhan was dumbfounded and was also calmed down by this hit. In an instant, Tong Zhan's face turned bright red. What a foolish thing had he done? Mr. Jing is an ordinary person? That overwhelming aura made him too scared to even let out a fart, and with a wave of his hand, he was thrown out without any resistance. He even shamelessly claimed he would steal someone else's villa? At that moment, Tong Zhan really wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just then, Wang Meng's burly figure walked out from the villa. Huh, this guy seems to be fine? Jin Wu suddenly widened his eyes. They hadn't noticed before that there was still a fish that slipped through the net in Tong Zhan's team. Seeing Wang Meng come out, Tong Zhan hurriedly got up and said anxiously, Wang Meng, you tell Mr. Jing that I just had a moment of madness. My brain was flooded, that's why. Leader Tong, I'm just here to convey a message from the gentleman, so it doesn't matter what you say to me. Wang Meng said calmly as he looked at Tong Zhan. Originally, according to the gentleman's intention, you were to be directly expelled from this villa area. However, considering Xiao Yu's face, the gentleman has allowed you to stay here. In the future, whatever you want to do, the gentleman will not interfere. After finishing speaking to Tong Zhan, Wang Meng turned to Cheng Kun and the others and said, Brother Cheng, the gentleman said that you should send the car to the back of the villa, and you can go pick it up tomorrow morning. Remember to prepare the repair costs. All right, brother, thank you. I also collected some crystal cores during today's outing, so I'll pay half to Mr. Jing, Cheng Kun said politely to Wang Meng, tossing a small cloth bag to him as he spoke. Wang Meng took the bag and glanced inside. It contained 10 level 3 crystal cores of different colors. Wang Meng, let Xiao Yu come out for a moment, Tong Zhan called out. Wang Meng paused slightly, then shook his head and ignored Tong Zhan. Inside the villa, Tong Yu was crying helplessly and sadly, while Jing Tian sat on the sofa watching. It wasn't that Jing Tian didn't want to comfort her. He simply couldn't find the right words to console the little girl. Fortunately, Tong Yu was very understanding. After crying for a while, she stopped on her own and nervously apologized to Jing Tian with a sense of guilt. Master, I'm sorry, my dad. You don't need to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. And don't say bad things about your dad. After all, he's her dad, Jing Tian said as he patted Tong Yu's shoulder. But he really went too far. That's why I taught him a lesson. As long as you don't blame me for throwing him out, it's fine, Jing Tian replied. I naturally won't blame you, master. Although I'm small, I can differentiate things. I'm very grateful that you didn't directly kick him out of the villa area, Tong Yu said maturely and thoughtfully. Jing Tian looked at Tong Yu being so sensible and felt very gratified. He smiled and said, It would be great if your dad were as understanding as you. Don't worry, I won't do anything to your dad. If he can accept this lesson, I can still be friends with him in the future. Thank you, master. I will make sure he learns this lesson well. Let them hang outside for a while. Whenever they come to sincerely apologize to you, then I'll forgive him. Tong Yu sensed Jing Tian's meaning and finally showed a hint of a smile on her face. After Jing Tian knew that there were 10 level 3 crystal cores, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. Xiaoya, you can arrange for Wang Meng to stay in the empty room next to the forging room. I need to go up and handle something. Jing Tian instructed Tong Yue and Wang Meng and then turned to go upstairs. Jing Tian didn't go upstairs to rest. Chapter 51. You Can't Beat the Little Fatty. Back in his bedroom, Jing Tian first calmed his emotions. Then he took out all the crystal nuclei, preparing to convert them into energy points. After upgrading the war god, there were still 113 energy points left. Why are there only 112 points left? Jing Tian observed the data on the system screen and was momentarily stunned. He initially thought it was a deduction for utility fees, but upon checking, he found that it was actually because he had previously used the disguise suit, which cost him 1 energy point. He had tried to scare Tong Zhan and the others by simulating the aura of a level 9 ability user with the disguise suit, not expecting it to consume 1 energy point. Fortunately, he was now financially robust. The 1 energy point was not a big deal. What mattered most was the exhilarating feeling of having scared Tong Zhan and the others into a stupor. Jing Tian didn't know that it wasn't just Tong Zhan and the others inside who were startled. Even Chung Kun and the others outside were sufficiently shocked. The 10 level 3 crystal nuclei just obtained, along with the 50 level 2 crystal nuclei that Chung Kun had purchased for electricity earlier, were quickly converted into 450 energy points, raising the energy points to as high as 562. Jing Tian looked at the increase of energy points, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. He originally wanted to lie upstairs for a while longer, studying the distribution of energy points. However, just as Jing Tian was dreaming of being a wealthy landlord counting his money, he suddenly heard Wang Ming's howls coming from the villa yard downstairs. There were also the angry shouts of the bully, Xiaopeng. Jing Tian quickly came to the window and looked down. He saw Xiaopeng chasing Wang Ming, running wildly around the villa. Meanwhile, Tong Yue stood by, watching the scene with a big smile. Seeing this, Jing Tian shook his head slightly and smiled. He had no doubt about Xiaopeng's combat power. It could easily take down Wang Ming. However, with Tong Yue around, he didn't have to worry about any mishaps, and Xiaopeng should know its limits. He casually glanced into the distance and found that Tong Zhan and the others had not left, but had instead moved into Villa Number 2. Time flew by, and it was soon evening. Jing Tian came downstairs to prepare dinner, while Wang Ming was not in the room because Xiaopeng was blocking the door with red eyes. Master, Uncle Wang has offended Xiaopeng and won't let him in, Tong Yue immediately reported as soon as she saw Jing Tian come down. Tong Yue also knew that her father was staying at the nearby Villa Number 2, and her mood seemed to have improved quite a bit. All right, Xiaopeng. Don't argue with Wang Ming. He doesn't know how formidable you are, Jing Tian said, stepping forward and kicking Xiaopeng. Oof. First, sir, what is this dog? You better not talk nonsense. If you provoke it again, I won't help you. Anyway, as a level 3 ability user, you definitely can't defeat it. Jing Tian looked at Wang Ming, who poked his head in with a face full of fear, and, a master is just a master, a god among men. Even the dogs raised by gods follow them. It seems I'll have to keep my tail between my legs from now on. After taking one last look at the little fatty, Wang Ming muttered to himself. Dinner, it's to welcome Wang Ming. Jing Tian prepared all the ingredients that the system provided for the day, along with the vegetables from the garden, resulting in 6 dishes and 1 soup. Before Wang Ming could sit at the table, he was already drooling with envy. He couldn't help but recall the bun that had helped him advance his realm. The first villa was brightly lit, and there was a faint light coming from the third villa as well. However, the second villa was extremely bleak, even giving off a somewhat desolate feeling. Chapter 52. It turns out Wang Ming advances. The supplies here have all been scavenged. The rations we brought barely suffice for 1 meal, and there is no more water. One of Tong Zhan's subordinates reported their food situation to him. The others looked at Tong Zhan, their eyes reddening as they gazed at the other 2 villas. Both of those villas had electricity, which meant there was definitely cooked food, and perhaps even hot water, especially after seeing the vegetables in the first villa and the food in the refrigerator. Looking at the hard rations in their hands was truly hard to swallow. Tong Zhan looked at a slightly older subordinate and said. That Qinming quickly nodded and walked towards the door. One subordinate, following Tong Zhan's words, cautiously asked. Tong Zhan's eyes flickered as he spoke, deliberately avoiding the topic of Jing Tian. The leader has a point, but Jing Tian, do not mention him to me. Upon hearing that a subordinate wanted to mention Jing Tian, Tong Zhan's face immediately turned cold. Everyone fell silent. Don't they have water either? Tong Zhan frowned and asked Qinming. No, they have plenty of food and clean water, but they only sell, they don't lend. 1 pound of rice or 1 bottle of water costs 1 level 2 crystal core, Qinming said with a somewhat grim expression. Damn, that's too black-hearted. At our base, 1 level 2 crystal core can be exchanged for 5 bottles of water and 5 pounds of brown rice. Someone immediately shouted in anger. Tong Zhan's expression darkened, but he didn't express anything further and continued to ask, what about electricity? Did they say anything? They said it was connected from the first villa. Even if we offer more crystal cores, they wouldn't dare let us use it. That has to be approved by the first villa, Qinming said. Jing Tian, let's go to the third villa. It's just crystal cores. We're not out of them, Tong Zhan said darkly as he stood up and walked outside. Buzz. Just as Tong Zhan and his group stepped outside, they suddenly felt a special vibration in the air. To their astonishment, the elemental energy in the air suddenly became active and quickly surged toward the mountaintop. This is an Earth-type ability user about to advance, and it's most likely from level 3 to level 4. Tong Zhan's eyes widened in shock. Earth-type ability? Level 3 to level 4? Could be Wang Ming? No way, he just advanced to level 3 a few days ago. However, the group stood there somewhat dumbfounded. Tong Zhan's expression changed dramatically as he looked toward the first villa. At this moment, the earth elements in the air were becoming increasingly active. Almost the entire villa area could feel it. Inside the third villa, Cheng Kun and the others quickly ran out and joined Tong Zhan's group. At this time, Wang Ming's figure suddenly floated out from the first villa and landed directly in the courtyard. Jing Tian, Tong Yu, and Xiao Pang stood in front of the door, watching. Damn, it's true. Wang Ming has been promoted. How is that possible? He just advanced to level 3, right? At this moment, Tong Zhan and Cheng Kun, along with others, had reached the safety line and could clearly see what was happening in the courtyard. When they saw Wang Ming's state, Tong Zhan's subordinates screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 53. Suddenly, a mission appeared about half a month ago. Wang Ming was only a level 2 ability user, but that was just envy. Encountering a bit of opportunity for a level upgrade wasn't too outrageous. It was precisely because they knew Wang Ming had just advanced to level 3 that they were now extremely shocked. As the apocalypse dragged on, the distinction of levels among ability users became increasingly clear. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 was considered a significant promotion, a major hurdle. You say Wang Ming just advanced to level 3 not long ago. Cheng Kun and his group were equally shocked upon hearing Tong Zhan's subordinates' words. Jin Wu even asked directly, "Wow, Brother Wang is really a genius. Level 3 to level 4 in just a week." Jin Wu exclaimed. Half a month ago, he was level 2, and he advanced to level 3 just a few days ago, before jumping to level 4. Isn't that a joke? It must have something to do with Mr. Jing, Cheng Kun suddenly said. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. They had previously thought Wang Ming was just exceptionally lucky, but now they connected it to Jing Tian, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt Cheng Kun was speaking the truth. Wang Ming's promotion was definitely related to Jing Tian. Everyone's gaze turned to the distant Jing Tian. They couldn't see his expression clearly. Otherwise, they would definitely be puzzled. At this moment, Jing Tian had a speechless expression on his face. Wang Ming had swept away half a table of food, and just as he put down his chopsticks, he suddenly leveled up. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and moved Wang Ming to the yard when the energy started to surge. Otherwise, the situation might have destroyed his room. At this time, Wang Ming's body was already surrounded by a huge, nearly 10-meter wide mass of earthy yellow energy elements. Besides Jing Tian, the others had no idea what state Wang Ming was in. The duration lasted about 5 minutes. The earth elements gathered around Wang Ming suddenly exploded. Wang Ming absorbed these elemental energies like a sponge. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Ming suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Then he turned around and, under the astonished gaze of those outside, knelt down in front of Jing Tian, who was standing at the door. "Sir, I will be your most loyal servant from now on," Wang Ming said with a serious expression. Then his bald head knocked against the ground. "Get up, you don't need to do this." Jing Tian's figure flickered and brought Tong Yue in front of Wang Ming. He actually had some recognition of Wang Ming as a friend in his heart and did not intend to treat him as a subordinate. Ding! Just as Jing Tian was about to pull Wang Ming up, the system's electronic voice suddenly sounded. The system detected a heart of loyalty and triggered a hidden task. Recruit 1 follower, with rewards of life form information and data detection function. If the task is not accepted within 3 seconds, the task will be cancelled. Oh my, can I still accept tasks? And there are rewards? Jing Tian was momentarily stunned before immediately issuing the command. Accept. It's a task that can be completed right away, and it comes with a long-named functional reward. Refusing it would be foolish. Chapter 54 Continuous Tasks. Sir, please accept me. Wang Ming, seeing that Jing Tian was silent for a long time, thought Jing Tian was going to reject him. He stubbornly knelt on the ground and made another request. Then, with a hint of helplessness on his face, he said, "All right, I agree to you, but I need to correct you on one term. It's follower, not servant. Understand?" "Yes, I understand, sir. I'm a follower, not a servant." Seeing that Jing Tian agreed, Wang Ming was overjoyed and immediately bowed his head and got up. Although servants and followers are both subordinates, there's a significant difference in status and identity. Ding. Task completed. Rewards being distributed. Just as Wang Ming got up, the system notification sound rang again. This was the fastest task completion, taking less than half a minute. The reward was distributed, and on the system screen in Jing Tian's mind, an additional activated auxiliary function appeared. Biological Information and Data Detection Function, abbreviated as Information Detection. Jing Tian quickly clicked on the detailed explanation of this feature and found it to be very practical. This feature has a maximum of 3 levels, and it can only be upgraded by 1 level after the Super Villa main system reaches level 3. It can not only investigate various data of humans, but can even detect non-living entities like zombies. As Jing Tian was pondering this feature, the system notification sound suddenly rang out again. Ding! A long-side quest has been issued. Recruit 30 followers, and within a year, ensure that the loyalty of 3 of those followers reaches above 80. There will be a surprise reward for completing the task. Another mission? Jing Tian was taken aback, but after seeing the task on the system screen clearly, he instantly felt relieved. The task duration is a whole year, and it's a surprise reward. Congratulations, Uncle Wang Ming. Although Wang Ming's realm has improved, his personality hasn't changed much. When he was congratulated by Tong Yu, he scratched his head and grinned. Woof woof. Little Fatty was beside Tong Yu, barking at Wang Ming twice, still seeming a bit disdainful, even carrying a hint of provocation. Wang Ming's gaze flickered as he looked at Little Fatty, clearly having some thoughts. Jing Tian also noticed the atmosphere between the person and the dog, his eyes flickering. At this moment, he was also unsure whether Xiaobang could actually defeat Wang Ming. By the way, the reward function that was just given. Jing Tian suddenly thought of the system's reward feature that allows for information detection, which can directly probe various data and reveal how strong the opponent is. Although the data is fixed and cannot infer the power increase from skill releases, it can still clarify a significant portion of the issues. Jing Tian's gaze immediately turned to Wang Ming, who had been promoted. Wang Ming, a level 4 Earth Elemental Ability user. Body Strength, 132. Strength, 187. Overall Combat Power, 405. Skill Power Increase, none. Loyalty to the Host, 75. These are Wang Ming's stats. Jing Tian was not very interested in the others, but he was particularly concerned about the loyalty level. The system also provides a detailed explanation of loyalty. 0 to 20 is familiarity. 20 to 40 is affection. 40 to 60 is respect. 60 to 80 is loyalty. Anything above 80 is absolute loyalty. Only when it exceeds 80 will there be no betrayal under any circumstances. It can be said that Wang Ming's loyalty to Jing Tian is already very high, unless Jing Tian engages in malicious abuse or does something that Wang Ming cannot accept. He is unlikely to betray him again. Jing Tian finished examining Wang Ming and curiously activated the following detection function on Tong Yu beside him. Chapter 55. The Terrifying Data of the Little Fatty. Tong Yu, Level 2 Fire Ability User. Body Strength, 53. Strength, 32. Overall Combat Power, 135. Skill Combat Power Increase, 178. Loyalty, 70. Jing Tian originally just wanted to take a look at the loyalty comparison, but was surprised to find that Tong Yu's loyalty was not as high as Wang Ming's. However, he also made another unexpected discovery. Wang Ming's skill attack power increase showed as none, while Tong Yu had this displayed. Congratulations to Mr. Jing for acquiring a powerful follower. And congratulations to Brother Wang for his significant power upgrade. While Jing Tian was still pondering, Cheng Kun and a group of people outside the protective boundary began to congratulate Jing Tian and Wang Ming. After a moment of changing expressions, Tong Zhan turned around and left directly. His subordinates hesitated slightly before following him. This scene was noticed by Tong Yu, who showed a hint of melancholy on her face, but quickly masked it. Thank you Thank you, brothers. Wang Meng's face was about to bloom with joy. Not sure if it was because of his promotion or because he had become a follower of Jing Tian. Cheng Kun clearly intended to befriend Wang Meng and wanted to invite him to their side for drinks and celebrations. Wang Meng liked making friends, especially when he heard there would be alcohol. His eyes immediately lit up, but he still looked at Jing Tian respectfully. If Jing Tian shook his head, he would definitely not go. Go ahead. Jing Tian naturally would not restrict Wang Meng's freedom to make friends. Cheng Kun and others enthusiastically took Wang Meng away, while Tong Zhan and others looked particularly awkward. Tong Zhan wanted to call Tong Yu over, but after opening his mouth, he ultimately closed it again. If you want to go, then go. You can bring some food and drinks for your father and the others. Jing Tian smiled faintly at Tong, used somewhat conflicted expression. Jing Tian shook his head with a smile, then turned and walked towards the back of the villa. The Cheng Kun team's payment had already been partially received, and the car had been delivered, so he also had to fulfill his promise. Jing Tian soon noticed that Xiaopeng was trotting behind him. What are you following me for? Jing Tian asked Xiaopeng. Woof woof. Xiaopeng barked a few times at Jing Tian, clearly showing a hint of special emotion. What does that mean? This time, Xiaopeng's expression was very special, and Jing Tian truly couldn't understand what Xiaopeng meant. Woo woo woof. Xiaopeng looked a bit anxious, and it seemed like he was even complaining to Jing Tian. A dog is just a dog. No matter how smart, it can't speak human language. I really can't understand what you mean. By the way, let me check your data. Jing Tian suddenly thought of probing Xiaopeng for some data information. What the hell? How could this happen? When Jing Tian saw Xiaopeng's information, he staggered and almost fell to the ground, shocked by the data. Mutated bully dog. Level unknown. Body strength, 670. Strength, 530. Overall combat power, 870. Skill power increase, 1100. Loyalty, 40. What the hell? Does it have to change this much? What level are you even at? The system can't even determine it? Jing Tian widened his eyes, looking at Xiaopeng as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 56. The conditions for taming battle pets. Xiaopeng didn't understand why Jing Tian suddenly looked like this. However, he could roughly understand what Jing Tian was asking and knew it was about his strength. He immediately shouted, Level 1? Get out of here, you dead dog. If he is level 1, then what about Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan, those level 5 abilities? Wouldn't they all have to eat shit? Jing Tian finally understood what Xiaopeng meant and couldn't help but curse out loud. Although he didn't have the battle power data of the exploration team and Tong Zhan, he believed that the strongest combat power of these two level 5 ability users definitely couldn't be several times stronger than Wang Meng. Xiaopeng still had a face full of grievance, making Jing Tian really want to kick him twice. However, after thinking it over, Jing Tian ultimately held back. This was truly a monster-level dog, and its loyalty wasn't very high. It's a pity that the system didn't have the function to translate beast language. Jing Tian stared at the little fat one for a while, but still couldn't fully understand its meaning, feeling a bit helpless. Ding! The system detected a high-level mutated species. Activating the battle pet mission to capture the high-level mutated species as a battle pet, with rewards of mutation species communication and spiritual attachment abilities. Just as Jing Tian felt helpless, the system suddenly sent another mission prompt sound. Jing Tian was stunned for a while. Is this system crazy today? The tasks keep coming one after another? However, this system really knows my heart. I was just worried about communicating with Xiaopeng. Jing Tian quickly glanced at the task information for this battle pet, and his expression changed again. The task description was simple, but Jing Tian felt it was a bit difficult. The condition to tame the battle pet was very straightforward. The loyalty of the pet in front of him needed to reach over 80. The little chubby one before him was a ready-made pet. However, this guy's loyalty was only 40, just on the line of goodwill and awe. To reach 80, it was clear that he needed to make it increasingly awed by him. In the end, he also had to move it deeply so that its loyalty could rise to die hard. It's not easy. It seems this will have to be done slowly. Although Jing Tian figured it out, there was no quick way to complete this task. The main issue was that Jing Tian couldn't reveal the system's task to Xiaopeng. After arriving next to the god of war at the back of the villa, Jing Tian saw two raptors sent by Cheng Kun. The vehicles were repaired, consuming 1 point of energy each. The next morning, Jing Tian prepared breakfast as usual. The automatic supply of ingredients providing 2 points of energy per month was no longer sufficient. So Jing Tian had to spend an additional 2 points of energy to purchase 20 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of meat. During breakfast, Wang Ming was initially a bit cautious, worried that eating the food would lead to another upgrade. However, it was clear he was overthinking it. The food energy had already provided him with 2 growth boosts, and its effect was no longer as strong upon subsequent consumption. After the meal, Tong Yu proactively went upstairs to train, while Jing Tian stayed behind. "Sir, is there something you need me to do?" Wang Ming asked Jing Tian, looking at him with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. "If you were to stay in a villa every day, you would definitely get bored, right?" Jing Tian replied, looking at Wang Ming without answering his question. "If the sir needs me, I can stay," Wang Ming said, scratching his bald head. "Haha, don't be nervous. I just want you to do something for me. But it might be dangerous," Jing Tian said with some exasperation, realizing it was better to be straightforward with this guy. "I'm not afraid of danger. Just give the orders, sir." Upon hearing Jing Tian say this, Wang Ming's spirit instantly lifted. Perhaps in the apocalypse, some people become more afraid of death, but there are also those who are quite the opposite, and Wang Ming was one of the latter. "Follow me." Jing Tian didn't directly say what the matter was, but led Wang Ming out of the room and walked toward the back of the villa. Chapter 57. The vehicle started. Jing Tian brought Wang Ming to the back of the villa. "This RV is really impressive," Wang Ming exclaimed with delight upon seeing the war god. He wasn't too shocked, as he had seen the war god when he was being chased by Xiao Peng yesterday. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to appreciate it at that time. This is the war god battle vehicle, and it's not fully modified yet. Once it's completed, I'll let you take it out for a spin," Jing Tian said with a smile. "That's great. I've really missed the feeling of driving." Wang Ming's eyes lit up at the thought of Jing Tian letting him drive. Jing Tian smiled. As long as he followed his own path, there would be plenty of opportunities to drive in the future. At this moment, from another direction, Chung Kun and his 9 subordinates were all walking over. Their expressions were filled with excitement and anticipation. "Mr. Jing, Brother Wang." As soon as Chung Kun and his group approached, they hurriedly greeted Jing Tian and Wang Ming. Wang Ming, on the other hand, greeted these people warmly. After all, they had shared a drink together last night. The bond between men can sometimes be very simple, often established over a meal or a drink. Of course, how solid this bond is remains to be seen. "Let's see how your vehicles perform," Jing Tian said directly after they finished exchanging greetings. "Are they fixed?" "That's great, Mr. Jing is a genius." Jin Wu jumped up excitedly upon hearing Jing Tian's words. The 2 Raptor pickups originally looked like 2 muscular men, but next to the war god model, they appeared somewhat like delicate little girls. Chung Kun waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to test the vehicles. Da-da. Boom. Soon, the low rumble of the engines filled the air. Good, it started. Awesome. Chung Kun shouted excitedly as he saw the vehicles truly start up. Following that, others also began to cheer. They all rushed to the vehicles without caring about anything else. Wang Ming watched enviously from the side, but he remained by Jing Tian's side without moving. Chung Kun's group was excited for 5 or 6 minutes before gradually calming down. "Thank you, Mr. Jing. We will go into the city to collect the crystal cores for you right away. Is there anything else you need?" Chung Kun said, calming his excitement and approaching Jing Tian with gratitude. At this moment, Chung Kun was full of confidence. With these 2 vehicles, their mobility would be greatly enhanced. Naturally, collecting supplies would become more convenient and easier. "I do have a few things I need you to help collect. I will tell Wang Ming later, and you can take him with you. Is that all right?" Jing Tian spoke directly without any unnecessary words. "No problem. Not a problem at all. Brother Wang is a level 4 ability user. Having him with us will significantly boost our strength." Chung Kun nodded without any hesitation. Wang Ming, hearing this from the side, felt a bit excited. Having just advanced to level 4, he naturally wanted to test his combat power. He had some things to explain to Wang Ming. As soon as Jing Tian left, Chung Kun's subordinates gathered around him again, each still unable to hide their excitement. "Boss, this is amazing. Calm down. Let's have a small meeting." Chung Kun pressed his hand down, his expression becoming slightly serious. Everyone immediately fell silent and looked at Chung Kun. First, I want to ask you all about your thoughts for the future. Chung Kun suddenly posed this question. Jin Woo and the others were taken aback, exchanging glances. And Jin Woo spoke up. My thought is to follow the boss. As long as you lead me, I'll do whatever you do. You sly guy. Chung Kun couldn't help but smile wryly. Yes, Jin Woo is right. We think the same way, right? We are all people without much to hold us back and unwilling to be ordered around. So following the boss feels more comfortable. As long as we have food and drink, we're satisfied. Several people chimed in, expressing opinions that basically amounted to having no specific thoughts. Chapter 58. Chung Kun's thoughts. Forget it. I won't ask you anymore. I'll just share my thoughts directly, and you can express your stance. Seeing the expressions of his subordinates, Chung Kun could only speak again. It should have been this way long ago, Jin Woo chuckled. Here is what I think. From now on, let us stay here and follow Mr. Jing. What do you all think? Chung Kun looked at the group. I agree. Agreed. The others showed almost no hesitation and unanimously approved. They were originally an independent team, more like a mercenary squad. Even when the leader of their previous base, a level 6 powerhouse, tried to recruit them, they never truly joined, simply because they were unwilling to be controlled. Chung Kun was very confident in his thoughts and had not really considered the possibility of Jing Tian rejecting them. Is the boss talking about weapons? Jin Woo asked, pretending to be clever. Wrong. While weapons are urgent, they could be secondary. Don't forget, vehicles might become popular in Yun City in the future. Chung Kun said. I got it, it's fuel. Wishin called out. Chung Kun nodded. Their vehicles were not as advanced as Jing Tian's and needed gasoline. Of course, they didn't know that Jing Tian's war god did not require gasoline. Wang Ming carried a backpack that was quite full. Moments later, under Jing Tian's watch, 2 raptors thundered out of the villa area, carrying 11 people. At the same time, as the 2 vehicles left, the Tongzhan team also emerged from Villa 2. Tongzhan and his team looked towards the direction where the raptors had disappeared, feeling not only shock, but also envy and jealousy. Everyone, let's get motivated. What they have, we'll have too. Now, let's get energized and go collect supplies and crystal cores. After glancing at Villa 1, Tongzhan led his subordinates out of the villa area. Jing Tian naturally saw Tongzhan and his group leave, but he had no reaction. In the abandoned city of Yinshi, 2 raptors quietly appeared on a somewhat remote street. The vehicles were moving slowly and making little noise. Although they occasionally encountered zombies along the way, they were all ordinary level 2 zombies, which were basically killed instantly. Soon, the vehicles stopped on a street filled with hardware and building materials. In less than half an hour, the trunk of one raptor was loaded with 500 kilograms of brass, and then they quickly left. Thanks to the route map provided by Jing Tian, Wang Ming and his team had a much smoother operation. There will be no obstacles on the route of Jing Tian, which is also a street where zombies are currently less distributed. The next target for the group is a gas station. Jing Tian thought it through, and having Chung Kun and the others help him wouldn't be like skinning a cat. He just needed them to collect one type of material for him each time they went out. Mingu, can I take a look at your dagger? On the way to the gas station, Jin Woo sat next to Wang Ming, with a flattering expression on his face. Chapter 59. An unusual dagger. I can show it to you, but don't get any crooked ideas. It was a gift from my master. Wang Ming chuckled as he pulled out a dagger wrapped in leather. The dagger was about 30 centimeters long, slightly longer than a typical dagger, and emitted a faint blue light. What? A gift from Mr. Jing? No wonder it cuts through metal doors like they're tofu. Jin Woo's eyes widened at Wang Ming's words. Chung Kun, who had been previously unaware, also turned to look, his eyes brightening. Clearly, they had all gotten used to the fact that anything taken from Mr. Jing was not ordinary. Jin Woo nodded repeatedly as he took the dagger, admiring it closely. Chung Kun joined in, and everyone in the vehicle started to take a look. The more they looked, the more they felt that this dagger was extraordinary. At first glance, the dagger seemed a bit strange, but the longer they stared, the more special it felt, a feeling that was hard to describe. Manga, look, I'll give you all my crystal cores, just. This dagger was the first weapon crafted by Jing Tian. He originally intended to keep it for himself, but in the end, he gave it to Wang Ming. At this point, they only felt the dagger was remarkable and extremely sharp, but they hadn't had any particularly strong feelings yet. The vehicle quickly reached the target gas station, where there were a considerable number of zombies wandering around, with about 200 in total. The zombies had now become level 2, but these ordinary level 2 zombies were just a bit more agile and tougher than before. Their real combat power wasn't strong. Yes, the group responded in low voices, quickly scattering and rushing into the gas station. Chung-kun and the others had clear goals. First, to collect fuel, and second, to kill zombies. After all, zombies could never be completely exterminated. Even if everyone was cautious, combat was still unavoidable, and soon the entire gas station area was in chaos. With 11 superpowered individuals, their abilities flew in every direction, and clusters of zombies were blown apart. In less than 10 minutes, the ordinary zombies near the gas station were mostly cleared out. Meng-gu, you haven't used your abilities once. Jin Wu leaned closer to Wang Meng, looking at him in shock. Hee, the divine weapon my master gave me makes these zombies as easy to cut as tofu. I forgot to use my abilities. Wang Meng chuckled. While he spoke, he looked at the dagger in his hand, its blue light becoming even more intense. If it were an ordinary weapon, after continuously killing dozens of zombies, it would surely become dull or even unusable. However, Wang Meng's dagger remained brilliantly blue, without a trace of dirt. This, Men Yi. Don't even think about it. Wang Meng interrupted as he saw Jin Wu's flattering look again. All right, Jin Wu, hurry up. I have a bad feeling. We need to collect the fuel quickly. Chung-kun shouted from the side. With the main task at hand, Jin Wu reluctantly ran over. Boss, there are 3 fuel tankers here, all full. We've hit the jackpot. Suddenly, someone shouted from the backyard of the gas station. It turned out that the gas pump was out of fuel, but there were 3 fuel tankers parked in the backyard. These 3 tankers weren't the largest, but they still had a capacity of 20 tons. Unfortunately, we can't drive the trucks away. Can our vehicle even tow them? Chung-kun looked at the 3 tankers with reddened eyes. The others shook their heads helplessly, while the Falcon was powerful. Towing away a 20-ton fuel tanker was simply wishful thinking. Find containers, take as much as we can. Chung-kun immediately ordered. The group quickly moved into action, finding several small barrels and filling them up to bring to the vehicle. Roar! Just as they filled about half a tank with gasoline, a furious roar suddenly echoed from a distance. Boss! Everyone's expressions changed as they looked at Chung-kun. Chapter 60. Suspected level 5 zombie Jin Wu and the others only had a maximum level of 3 and couldn't sense certain things. They weren't worried about a few level 3 or 4 mutated zombies. I've never heard a roar like that with such clear emotion. It must be stronger than a level 4 zombie, and it makes me feel uneasy. We need to retreat, Chung-kun decisively said. The group respected Chung-kun's judgment, even if they were reluctant to leave the remaining fuel behind. However, their actions were ultimately one step too slow. Roar! Just as a few of them were about to get into the vehicle, a small group of zombies appeared, blocking their path. Chung-kun's expression changed upon seeing this group of zombies. There weren't many, only 7, but they were all mutated zombies. Moreover, judging by their terrifying red appearances, they were all at level 3. What made Chung-kun's face change was not the level 3 mutated zombies, but the one leading the charge. This zombie was actually wearing complete clothing. Its skin was a bit reddish, but not as horrifyingly crimson as the others. Most importantly, this zombie's muscle tissue was visibly more developed, and its pale eyes had a glimmer in them. This is completely different from the level 4 mutated zombies I've seen before. This one is likely level 5. Everyone, fight with all your might. After observing the leading zombie, Chung-kun had no time to consider anything else. Wang Meng and the others' expressions changed drastically. The level 4 zombies they had encountered were the strongest they had faced, and even Chung-kun, a level 5 superpowered individual, had to expend significant effort to kill them. And now level 5? The battle broke out just seconds later. Chung-kun unleashed his strongest attack without holding back, targeting the leading zombie directly. Meanwhile, 5 level 3 and 4 level 2 superpowered individuals faced off against the 7 level 3 mutated zombies, which was already extremely challenging. Fortunately, this time they had Wang Meng, who was now a level 4 superpowered individual and significantly stronger than a level 3. Let's see how my master's divine weapon performs against these level 3 mutated zombies. Wang Ming shouted, rushing forward with the dagger without using his abilities. Puff! Mutated zombies typically do not have the habit of dodging during direct combat. Perhaps they thought their bodies were strong enough, or maybe it was due to a lack of pain and fear. Ordinary weapons had limited lethality against mutated zombies, let alone those at level 3. However, when Wang Ming struck with his dagger, one mutated zombie's head was severed cleanly. Though it wasn't exceptionally easy, he hadn't used all his strength. Haha, beautiful. Just keep them occupied and leave the rest to me. After successfully landing a blow, Wang Ming was instantly invigorated. Jin Wu and the others began to shout in excitement. They had known the dagger was sharp, but they hadn't expected it to be this powerful. The body of a level 3 mutated zombie was hard and resilient, several times more difficult to cut than an ordinary level 2 zombie or metal door. With Wang Ming and his powerful weapons, the battle here became countless times easier, and victory was just a matter of time. On the other side, Cheng Kun's fight was much more challenging. Even though Cheng Kun was at the peak of level 5, facing the suspected level 5 mutated zombie was clearly insufficient. Cheng Kun's gold-type ability had strong offensive power, but this mutated zombie was even stronger. Not only could Cheng Kun's attacks not harm it, but the zombie's movements were incredibly agile, forcing Cheng Kun to switch from offense to defense, constantly retreating and dodging. Mengge, hurry and help our boss. Noticing Cheng Kun's situation with 2 mutated zombies left, Jin Wu called out loudly to Wang Ming. Without saying a word, Wang Ming turned and rushed towards Cheng Kun's direction. This time, Wang Ming also used his abilities and, seizing the opportunity, engaged in close combat, relying heavily on his dagger. With Wang Ming's involvement, the situation clearly improved a bit. Soon, both of them noticed that this formidable zombie seemed to be avoiding Wang Ming's close-range attacks. Little brother, he actually fears your dagger. Cheng Kun, seeing the situation clearly, suppressed his shock and loudly reminded Wang Ming. Chapter 61. The dagger maker shock. Wang Ming also realized this and completely abandoned his ability attacks, relentlessly pursuing and attacking the mutated zombie. The zombie did indeed show some fear of Wang Ming's dagger, roaring continuously. However, Wang Ming's movements were much slower than the zombies, and no matter how aggressively he attacked, he couldn't hit it. Cheng Kun continued his ability attacks from his side, but the effect was still minimal, and the battle seemed to be a stalemate. Roar! After about 2 minutes, the zombie seemed to lose patience, suddenly turning and quickly running away into the distance. As it fled, it turned to glance at Wang Ming. Cheng Kun and Wang Ming were both stunned. It was the first time they had seen a zombie run away in the middle of a fight. Moreover, it was a level 5 zombie, scared off by a level 4 ability user. Its intelligence is very high, knowing that continuing like this would be certain death. So it ran away. Cheng Kun's expression suddenly became serious. It's already running away. What is Boss Cheng still worried about? Wang Ming was somewhat puzzled by Cheng Kun's reaction. Because their intelligence is getting stronger, the threat to us survivors is increasing. Cheng Kun explained simply. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming and the others fell silent. It was a painfully simple truth. Not understanding it would be foolish. Cheng Kun's guess turned out to be correct. Less than 3 minutes after they drove away, reinforcements really arrived, 2 other mutated zombies that looked similar to it. After discovering that Wang Ming and Cheng Kun had already left, the zombie was clearly furious, barking at the other 2 zombies, evidently communicating something. The ability to communicate clearly indicated that their intelligence had reached a certain level. Woof woof. Just as the 3 mutated zombies were communicating, suddenly 2 barks echoed from the direction of a shop. The 3 mutated zombies were immediately attracted and turned to look. A plump bully dog, with eyes glowing red, was staring at the 3 of them. Roar! Upon discovering the bully dog, the 3 zombies showed no hesitation, roaring in unison and charging towards the bully dog with a hint of madness. Once they entered the villa area, they felt an immense sense of security. They had always believed that the safety here was due to the strong aura of Jing Tian. This time it was still a dagger, but it was much more refined than the first one, likely to be even more beautiful. After a while, the dagger took shape. Jing Tian observed and experimented, and found that the beauty was indeed quite impressive. However, aside from its beauty, none of its other attributes, including feel, compared to the one given to Wang Meng. What would be the reason for that? Jing Tian looked at the dagger, his brows furrowing. Clearly, he put in more effort, yet it turned out worse than a more casually crafted one. As soon as Jing Tian stepped out of the forge with the dagger, Tong Yue ran over to report. Quite fast, Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment. Then he took the dagger and went outside with Tong Yu. Cheng Kun and the others parked the vehicle next to the war god in the backyard and were unloading a truckload of brass. Sir, the dagger you gave me is amazing. It scared off level 5 zombies. As soon as he saw Jing Tian, Wang Meng jumped over excitedly and exclaimed, "What?" Jing Tian was obviously taken aback. The dagger he casually crafted actually had an effect. You mean this dagger scared away a level 5 zombie? Are you kidding me? After being stunned for a moment, Jing Tian asked. Jing Tian was skeptical. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that even a small child with a dagger could chase down 3rd or 4th level zombies? Mr. Jing, Wang Laoti's statement is somewhat off, but 5th level zombies do indeed have some fear of this dagger. Cheng Kun said candidly. The 5th level zombies running away is not entirely due to the presence of the dagger. However, the dagger does account for a significant portion of the reason. Cheng Kun quickly nodded and recounted their experiences and encounters with the suspected 5th level zombie. It was definitely a 5th level. 4th level zombies have never paid attention to their clothing and wouldn't be unable to fight back. Jing Tian squinted his eyes after listening. Mr. Jing, you said this dagger was crafted by your own hands? Cheng Kun exclaimed in surprise, and the people behind him also widened their eyes. At that moment, they noticed that Jing Tian was holding a more exquisite dagger in his hand. Previously, they all thought Jing Tian had obtained a divine weapon from somewhere, but they didn't expect it to be crafted by Jing Tian himself. If that's the case, doesn't that mean they all have a chance to obtain daggers like Wang Meng's? Chapter 62. Mutated Zombies Enter the Villa Area. It was made by me, but it was just for fun when I was bored. Jing Tian looked at Cheng Kun and the others as their gaze fell on the dagger in his hand, and with a faint smile, he said, Mr. Jing, is this dagger for sale? Cheng Kun directly asked on behalf of all his subordinates. Sell this? Forget it. I don't want to let you down. This one isn't of good quality. I'll talk about it again when I can forge something better, Jing Tian replied after thinking for a moment. After all, he was a strong figure in their eyes. How could a strong person lose their craftsmanship? Cheng Kun and the others felt a bit disappointed hearing Jing Tian's response. However, Jing Tian didn't completely shut down the conversation, so there was still hope for them. Afterward, the group unloaded the brass from the vehicle and wanted to leave some gasoline for Jing Tian, but he refused. Jing Tian didn't want to take advantage of Cheng Kun and the others, and he didn't need gasoline himself. After seeing that there was still time, Cheng Kun and Wang Meng discussed it and decided to fill the car with gas before going out again. Jing Tian was kicked awake several times, but didn't pay any more attention to it, since he was snoring so loudly that there wouldn't be any other issues. Jing Tian and Tong Yue observed closely. When Tong Zhan's team went out, there were 10 people, but now only 6 remained. If you're worried, just go and take a look. Jing Tian looked at the worried expression on Tong Yu's face and spoke up. No, I won't pay any attention to him unless he comes to apologize to Master in person and receives Master as forgiveness. After stubbornly saying this, Tong Yu turned around and went downstairs. Jing Tian felt a bit helpless, understanding the little girl's thoughts. He also considered finding an opportunity to forgive Tong Zhan, as he couldn't let the young girl feel so troubled being caught in the middle. Jing Tian was thinking about going downstairs when suddenly he heard a roaring engine sound coming from a distance. Jing Tian frowned. Had Cheng Kun and the others gone crazy? They actually let the car make such a loud noise? And they had only been out for about an hour, right? He quickly took out his binoculars to observe. Looking through them, he saw that about 2 or 3 kilometers away on a street outside the villa area, 3 cars were speeding towards them. That's right, 3 cars. Behind 2 Raptors, there was a military green Dongfeng warrior. This vehicle looked even more fierce than the Raptors. However, that wasn't the main point. About 1,000 meters behind the 3 cars was a massive horde of zombies. What the hell? Cheng Kun, did you throw a bomb into a zombie nest? Jing Tian was dumbfounded. Through the binoculars, he could see that there were at least tens of thousands of zombies extending back. These zombies weren't slow either, especially the 5 well-dressed, mutated zombies at the front who were closing the distance with the 3 cars rapidly. No wonder Chung-kun and the others were flooring the accelerator. With the situation being what it was, who cared about the noise? Fortunately, the vehicles were really speeding up to about 150 or 160 miles per hour, and in a very short time, they rushed into the villa area. Jing Tian thought that the zombies would stop outside the villa area. However, it was clear this time he was wrong. The large group of zombies behind did stop, but the 5 mutated zombies at the front paused briefly at the entrance of the villa. A few seconds later, they continued to enter the villa, though not as quickly as before and appearing somewhat cautious. Fortunately, the influence of the safe house was still present. These zombies, surprisingly, were all level 5. Jing Tian frowned deeply. Previously, he had only observed level 4 zombies in Yin City, and he could accept seeing an occasional level 5. But the situation before him was beyond explanation. It should be a result of the anomaly from a couple of days ago. If level 5 zombies were running rampant, does that mean level 6 could potentially appear as well? As Jing Tian was speculating, Chung-kun, Wang Meng, and others also drove their cars to the defensive line of Villa Number 1. Jing Tian directly granted access to 3 vehicles, allowing them to rush to the front of the villa's gate and stop. At this moment, the level 5 zombies slowed their pace again, adopting a more cautious posture as they approached Villa Number 1. If these level 5 zombies launched a collective attack, would the safe house's defenses hold? Jing Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The safe house had no pressure defending against level 5 abilities, but Jing Tian was unsure if it could withstand the impact of 5 level 5 mutated zombies. Mr. Jing, Wang Meng is injured. At that moment, Chung-kun jumped down from the vehicle, urgently calling out to Jing Tian on the rooftop. Chapter 63. Wang Meng seriously injured. What? Jing Tian's expression changed again, and he couldn't think much about it. He didn't even care about the approaching zombies. In a flash, he flew down from the villa and landed beside the car. He immediately saw the bloodied and mangled Wang Meng in the back seat. Wang Meng's face, covered in blood, had even the exposed skin showing a dark blue-black color, making it seem as if he was already dead. In an instant, an inexplicable anger surged within Jing Tian. Although he was nominally a follower, Jing Tian regarded Wang Meng as a partner and a friend his heart. Mr. Jing, they're getting closer. Let's fight them. Chung-kun shouted at that moment. Jing Tian turned his head and saw that the 5 level 5 mutated zombies were already close to the safety house's defense line, less than 100 meters away from them. Chung-kun and his brothers were all prepared, and at this moment, they had no hesitation, fully ready for battle. Just then, a powerful and overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from behind them. Such a fierce presence, Mr. Jing. In an instant, Chung-kun felt his legs go weak, and he stiffly turned to look at Jing Tian. The others collapsed directly to the ground. Is this the true strength of Mr. Jing? How terrifying. It's terrifying as hell. Chung-kun tried to prevent himself from collapsing, but his legs kept trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Chung-kun felt like a small boat in a raging sea. Get the hell out of my way. Jing Tian suddenly let out a loud shout, and a more powerful aura surged towards the zombies. The zombies, which were already somewhat cautious, were suddenly struck by this fierce aura, causing their bodies to stiffen. A look of horror flashed in their gray-white eyes, and then they all let out a roar and quickly turned to flee down the mountain. In his anger, Jing Tian activated the disguise function of his camouflage suit once again. He initially intended to disguise himself with the aura of a high-level zombie, but a final shred of rationality reminded him that there were still Chung-kun and others nearby, which could lead to trouble. The aura of a level 9 ability user was still effective against zombies, especially when fueled by anger. It seemed to have an additional boost. He had initially thought the camouflage suit was useless, but at this moment, it proved to be extremely useful. As the zombies fled, Jing Tian retracted his aura. He waved his hand to bring Wang Meng out of the car and carefully placed him on the ground. Master, Uncle Wang. At that moment, Tanyu also rushed over. She didn't know what had happened at first, but the next second, she saw Wang Meng. How could he be injured like this? Jing Tian asked in a deep voice while checking Wang Ming. It was then that Jing Tian realized that Cheng Kun's team, including Cheng Kun himself, had only 7 people left. Let's save him first. Jing Tian has no reason to blame Cheng Kun for anything, nor is it the time to delve into the root cause. How can this be treated? Does anyone understand medicine? Jing Tian wanted to save someone, but suddenly realized he had no medical knowledge at all. Cheng Kun and the others exchanged helpless glances and shook their heads. In the current apocalypse, even minor injuries were dealt with by toughing it out or randomly taking some anti-inflammatory drugs. As for injuries inflicted by zombies, the methods were quite simple. Either you endure it yourself, or you ultimately become one of the zombies. Wang Ming's injuries were severe and caused directly by a level 5 zombie. If it weren't to give Jing Tian an explanation, Cheng Kun and the others would definitely have left Wang Ming behind. Master, my dad was a surgeon before he became the principal, Tong Yu said softly from the side. Huh? Quickly go call Tong Zhan. Jing Tian's eyes lit up, and he shouted. Cheng Kun quickly nodded, his figure flashing as he rushed towards Villa Number 2. Chapter 64. Is there really no way to save him? Tong Zhan and the remaining 5 subordinates were hiding inside the villa and had not moved at all. Even though they knew zombies had come to the villa area, they felt powerless to do anything and could only hide inside. It could be said they were waiting for death, placing all their hopes on Jing Tian. Clearly, they were not disappointed in the end. After a powerful aura emerged, the zombies retreated. Tong brother, Mr. Jing Tian asks you to come help. Cheng Kun's voice came from outside the villa. Yes, looking for my help? Tong Zhan was taken aback. The incredibly strong Jing Tian was asking him for assistance? Although puzzled, Tong Zhan quickly led his people out. Tong brother, Wang Ming is injured. Mr. Jing Tian asked you to come take a look, Cheng Kun said directly upon seeing Tong Zhan. Wang Ming is injured? Was he scratched by a zombie? Tong Zhan's gaze narrowed slightly. Yes, it's very serious, Cheng Kun replied. Then what use is it to find me? If it were a low-level zombie scratch, he might survive, but injuries from level 3 or higher mutated zombies can only. Tong Zhan didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Tong Zhan hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit annoyed, but quickly thought of the powerful Jing Tian, and that anger dissipated. Let's go take a look. Although Wang Ming is a traitor, he has followed me in the past. Tong Zhan finally nodded, despite his resentment. Whether he could save the person was secondary. Since Jing Tian could ask him to come, he naturally couldn't refuse. A moment later, Tong Zhan arrived in front of Jing Tian with Cheng Kun. Dad, quickly save Uncle Wang, Tong Yu exclaimed upon seeing Tong Zhan. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Tong Yu had feelings for Wang Ming. After all, it was Wang Ming and his sister who had brought her out of the underground warehouse and pointed the way before she met Jing Tian. Jing Tian didn't waste any words and directly spoke to Tong Zhan. Jing Tian has indeed been somewhat gentle towards Tong Zhan, but this does not mean that Jing Tian has a saintly nature. He has a fierce determination deep down, which has always been hidden. Tong Zhan first glanced at Tong Yu and Jing Tian, and then his gaze fell on Wang Ming. With just one look, Tong Zhan directly shook his head and said, Mr. Jing, there's no need to exert yourself. Wang Ming has a level 5 zombie bite. Giving him a quick end is the best for him. What? Is there really no way at all? Jing Tian's expression darkened. He actually understood the seriousness of being scratched by a zombie, but he still felt unwilling. Tong Zhan instinctively wanted to shake his head, but suddenly thought of something and said, There's a theoretical method we can try, but I can't guarantee it will work. What method? Tell me, Jing Tian hurriedly asked. The inner strength of ancient martial artists is incredibly pure and can dispel the zombie's toxicity. But ancient martial artists must be at a higher level than that mutated zombie. After Tong Zhan finished speaking, he added, Wang Ming was clearly scratched by a level 5 mutated zombie, so we need at least the energy of a level 6 ancient martial artist, unless you are. As Tong Zhan reached the end of his sentence, his gaze was fixed on Jing Tian, clearly doubting that Jing Tian was a high-level ancient martial artist at that moment. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows. He was nothing special. Not to mention ancient warriors, he still needed to borrow Tong Yu's abilities despite having some supernatural powers himself. However, at that moment, Jing Tian wouldn't show this in front of outsiders. After all, he had already created an image of being a super strong person. Just as he was about to say something, Jing Tian's expression suddenly changed again, revealing a hint of joy on his face as he said to Cheng Kun and the others, "I want to give a try. Wait for me." Jing Tian said something, then waved at Wang Ming and turned to walk into the villa. Wang Ming's body floated in midair and followed closely behind Jing Tian. "What a formidable Mr. Jing!" Cheng Kun exclaimed with a pale face after Jing Tian entered the door. "It seems he must be a high-level ancient martial artist. Otherwise, he couldn't react like this. But he can also teach Xiao Yu supernatural abilities, which is..." Tong Zhan watched Jing Tian's reaction, his eyes flickering again as he began to guess wildly. If Jing Tian is an ancient martial artist, how could he also be teaching his daughter supernatural powers? Tong Zhan became more and more confused with each guess, especially since he had never heard of anyone possessing two abilities simultaneously. Chapter 65. Still between life and death, Jing Tian brought the unconscious and dying Wang Ming into the villa and placed him in the room where Wang Ming lived. "System, do you have any way to help? Hurry up and tell me." Jing Tian directly asked the system his mind. Clearly, it wasn't that Jing Tian had a solution, but that the system had just actively mentioned having a way to save Wang Ming. There were two options. The first was to consume 500 energy points to dissolve the corpse poison and turn him into a mutated human. The second was to consume 2,000 energy points to eliminate the corpse poison. The system's electronic voice stated emotionlessly, "Damn, 2,000 energy points?" Jing Tian suddenly exclaimed and then shouted, "Even if we gather all of Cheng Kun and the others' crystal cores, we still might not be able to gather enough for 2,000 energy points. This is not even a multiple choice question, or can Wang Ming hold on for a long time? If the injury condition is detected, he can hold on for half an hour, but once that half an hour is over, he will completely turn into a zombie." The system replied, "Why are you suddenly telling me all this?" Jing Tian suddenly asked, "Here we go again. It seems I have no choice." Jing Tian rolled his eyes and continued to ask the system, "What would happen if I became a zombie? Could I still live like a normal person?" "Normally, I would be just like a regular person, but under certain conditions it would trigger a mutation that would enhance my combat power. However, the mutation would put a significant strain on my body and slightly affect my mental state. I could eliminate these negative effects by continuously becoming stronger." The system explained this in detail this time. "That's a relief." Jing Tian raised his eyebrows, then looked at Wang Ming, who had no other choice, and said directly, "Let's use the first method to treat it." 500 energy points were deducted. Infusing the corpse poison would take 5 minutes. The system promptly deducted 500 energy points. Jing Tian glanced at the system screen, where the originally 512 energy points suddenly dropped to 12. Jing Tian didn't feel any heartache. If he had 2,000 energy at that moment, he would have chosen to save Wang Ming without hesitation. 5 minutes quickly passed, and under Jing Tian's eager anticipation, Wang Ming's body began to show signs of change. Jing Tian widened his eyes and looked at Wang Ming. The already robust Wang Ming's body suddenly began to grow again. Wasn't it said that he would be like a normal person most of the time? Originally over 1.9 meters tall, he slowly grew to about 2.5 meters, and his build became noticeably more muscular. Wang Ming's clothes began to tear apart, his dark blue skin started to turn gray, and some wounds quickly healed, eventually becoming like chunks of rock. Fortunately, this transformation stopped quickly, and within a few seconds, he returned to a normal state. However, his skin was much paler than that of an average person. Fusion complete. At this moment, the system provided a prompt. Why hasn't he awakened after it was completed? Jing Tian looked at Wang Ming, who still looked lifeless, and frowned as he asked, "What the hell? Why didn't you start talking?" Jing Tian was instantly annoyed. "Damn it. You're just a greedy system that shows up when there's energy to be gained. Now that I'm giving you energy, hurry up and restore Wang Ming's health." Jing Tian cursed loudly as he commanded. However, the system arrogantly ignored Jing Tian once again. "Since it's due to excessive blood loss, then let's restore the blood." Jing Tian muttered to himself and directly called in Tong Zhan, Cheng Kun, and others from outside. As Tong Zhan walked into the villa again, he felt an indescribable sensation. What if he had been a bit more low-key and humble back then? His wandering thoughts were quickly interrupted as his attention was drawn to Wang Ming. Is this really cured? Mr. Jing is truly extraordinary. After seeing Wang Ming's condition, Both Tong Zhan and Chung Kun exclaimed in surprise. Thus, the two became even more certain that Jing Tian was a high-level ancient martial artist, at least above level 6. However, thinking back to the terrifying aura of the ability user they had sensed earlier, they felt somewhat confused. Jing Tian shook his head and said, "It's not completely cured. Wang Ming is currently suffering from excessive blood loss and is between life and death. There's nothing I can do about it. I can only find your people to give Wang Ming a blood transfusion." "No way. Wang Ming's blood type is very rare. We can't possibly have a match here." Tong Zhan immediately replied upon hearing Jing Tian's words. Wang Ming had once been his subordinate, so he was clearly aware of Wang Ming's rare blood type. Chapter 66. The candidate to pick up Wang Lian. Jing Tian was taken aback. He thought it would be enough to find a matching blood type. But it turned out that Wang Ming had a rare blood type. Are there any other ways to replenish blood? Jing Tian asked. Tong Zhan and Chung Kun exchanged strange glances. They were speechless at Jing Tian's ignorant question. Acute blood replenishment and slow blood replenishment are two different concepts, you know. Jing Tian noticed the expressions of the two and felt a bit awkward. The best solution now is to bring Wang Ming's sister, Wang Lian, over. They share the same blood type. Tong Zhan said. This distant water can't quench a nearby thirst. Jing Tian frowned slightly. How long can Wang Ming hold on? The Demon City is 200 kilometers away, which isn't far, but the current journey is different from before. That's right. There are no obstacles or speed limits on the road now. It's just 200 kilometers. Jing Tian's eyes lit up. Exactly. Although Wang Ming's condition is quite dangerous. Holding on for a day or two should be fine, Tong Zhan said. Jing Tian let out a sigh of relief. Sir, let me take someone. Chung Kun spoke up actively. As soon as Tong Zhan opened his mouth, Chung Kun fell silent and looked at Jing Tian. However, the biggest question is whether Tong Zhan is sincere. Is he really willing to take a ride for this? This is also what Jing Tian is worried about. Master, let my dad go, Tong Yu said to Jing Tian from the side. Jing Tian looked at Tong Yu. Tong Yu directly turned around to look at Tong Zhan and said, Dad, if you can bring Sister Wang Lian here, I will forgive you, and Master will forgive you too. When Tong Zhan heard Tong Yu's words, his expression changed slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Hearing his daughter say this clearly indicated that she didn't fully trust him, which was hard for a father's heart to bear. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I will definitely bring Wang Lian here, Tong Zhan said after a moment of frustration, his expression becoming serious as he naturally looked at Jing Tian. Tong Zhan wanted to get a promise from Jing Tian. After hearing Jing Tian's words, Tong Zhan no longer hesitated. Jing Tian took the opportunity to pretend to work on the Dongfeng warrior, lifting the hood and fiddling with it for a bit. After consuming 1 point of energy, the car was fixed just like that. Originally, this vehicle was chosen by Wang Ming for himself, and all its conditions were perfect. Chung Kun and a few of his subordinates naturally had the intention to learn a bit, but they quickly gave up, because they couldn't understand any of Jing Tian's movements at all. It would be strange if they could. Jing Tian himself didn't even know what he was tinkering with. He filled up the warrior with fuel and even brought a spare tank. He thought the zombies outside the villa would be a hindrance. However, after the dozen or so level 5 mutated zombies were scared off, the massive horde of zombies gradually dispersed. Time was precious, and Tong Zhan didn't waste any. He led his subordinates directly to the vehicle. Jing Tian also deployed drones to scout the best route out of the city from above the car. Seeing Tong Zhan successfully drive away from Yun City, Jing Tian and the others felt a sense of relief. Jing Tian nodded, feeling a hint of distrust towards Tong Zhan in his heart. However, there was no other way now. Sir, how about we follow them later? Chung Kun said at this moment. Before Tong Zhan left, Chung Kun had considered suggesting to accompany him, but that might provoke Tong Zhan's rebellious spirit. Forget it. Let fate decide everything. Jing Tian shook his head slightly and said, I believe Wang Ming's life is definitely not at an end. Thank you all for your hard work today. It's no trouble, sir. Here are the remaining 10 pieces of the car repair payment. We also managed to collect some more. You can keep the extra for yourselves. If you need anything in the future, come to me to buy it. I won't give you anything for free. Jing Tian interrupted Chung Kun's words. Jing Tian would never covet the small benefits from Chung Kun and others, to avoid complicating their relationship in the future. He clearly defined his relationship with Chung Kun and others as that of a client. Of course, being his client in this villa area also meant being under his protection. In the end, Jing Tian accepted 10 level 3 crystal cores, which he earned from repairing cars. Chung Kun had thought about this matter for an entire day before deciding to confront Jing Tian. Chapter 67. Refusing Chung Kun's pursuit. What is it? Go ahead and tell me. Jing Tian listened to Chung Kun, who had something to say and was somewhat curious. I want to bring the remaining brothers to follow Mr. Jing. Chung Kun said seriously and straightforwardly. Follow me? Why? Jing Tian raised his sword-like brows and asked Chung Kun. Because you are strong. You can help us live better, Chung Kun said without any concealment. The subordinates behind Chung Kun, upon hearing his words, looked at Jing Tian with a hint of expectation. Just because I am strong, I should help you live better? Jing Tian had a strange expression after hearing Chung Kun's words, feeling somewhat speechless. Chung Kun's words made him feel like a babysitter. He stared at Chung Kun for a few seconds, then shook his head and said, Sorry, I can't take you in. Huh? Why? Chung Kun was taken aback. He didn't expect to be rejected as a level 5 ability user. Because I just don't want to, or rather, I haven't thought about forming a team yet. Why would I take you in? We can help you gather the necessary supplies, Chung Kun said. If I hire you to help me collect supplies, would you be willing? Jing Tian asked. Of course we would, but as long as you are willing, that's fine. You provide the labor, and I provide the reward. You use your crystal cores to purchase my supplies. That way it's an equal relationship, unless you enjoy being controlled. Although Jing Tian had the task of attracting followers, he was unwilling to accept Chung Kun at this moment. One reason was the loyalty issue. He didn't want to recruit anyone with a loyalty below 50. The other key reason was that Jing Tian held a grudge against Chung Kun for previously trying to take over the villa and causing conflict. Although he could allow them to stay in the villa area, they could only become his merchants and earn crystal cores from them. In other words, if Jing Tian could step out of the safe house, Chung Kun and Tong Zhan might not necessarily be able to stay here. Or perhaps Chung Kun's heart wasn't very committed to his decision. All right, I understand your thoughts. Even if you're not my followers, you can still stay here and develop your own forces, Jing Tian said to Chung Kun. Chung Kun's expression immediately brightened, and he thanked Jing Tian with a bow. He was very willing to accept this outcome. Chung Kun then ordered his men to unload the rubber tires from the car, which were needed for the upgrade of the War God vehicle. Back at his villa number 3, Chung Kun and his remaining companions formally discussed the follow-up development issues. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. More than 3 hours had passed since Tong Zhan left. After all, the danger of entering the city at night was several times higher than during the day. After having a simple meal with Tong Yu, Jing Tian went into the casting room. After observing for less than a few minutes, as the drone approached the edge of the city, the little girl's expression suddenly changed, revealing a hint of joy. She saw her father's car appearing at the edge of Yin City. However, Tong Yu quickly noticed that a large group of people was following behind the car. These people were obviously not following the car, but chasing it. It was a group of nearly 200 people. Seeing this, Tong Yu wanted to call Jing Tian, but she remembered that her master had entered the casting room and didn't want her to disturb him, so she had to give up on the idea. After a moment of hesitation, Tong Yu controlled the drone to lower its altitude, appearing in front of the warrior vehicle. It's Mr. Jing's drone. A woman in the passenger seat suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, with a beautiful and spirited face, but it was marred by a long scar. This woman was Wang Lian, the sister of Wang Meng. The one driving was still Tong Zhan. Their leader was personally driving, while his subordinates sat calmly like bosses. The last row featured a young couple, both around 22 or 23 years old. The young man was handsome, with a somewhat frivolous smile. The woman was also quite beautiful, but her behavior was clearly a bit unruly. She was almost glued to the young man, her hands wandering all over him. From their aura, it was evident that this couple were also ability users, but their level was not high, around level 2. Upon hearing Wang Lian's exclamation, the couple quickly rolled down the window to look outside. They immediately spotted the silver-gray drone hovering a few meters diagonally above them. It really is a drone. I want one so badly. the woman exclaimed as soon as she saw the drone, her eyes flashing with intense desire. Chapter 68. Tong Zhan's niece Li Dan, don't talk nonsense. When Tong Zhan heard the words from the woman in the back seat, his expression changed, and he quickly warned her, remember my words. You must be respectful when you see Mr. Jing. I know. Uncle, you've reminded me many times. I'm really curious about how powerful Mr. Jing is to make you so in awe, the woman said playfully. Shut up, the drone can't hear our conversation. Tong Zhan frowned and directly told her to be quiet. From her name, it turned out that this girl named Li Dan was Tong Zhan's niece. Wang Lian, in the passenger seat, clearly didn't have a good impression of Li Dan, as she frowned while listening to her speak. Cold as ice usually, now acting all flirty. Li Dan, seeing Wang Lian's expression, couldn't help but mutter disdainfully. Wang Lian, it's me. A surprised voice came from the drone, belonging to Tong Yu. Shall you? Wang Lian and Tong Zhan both paused for a moment, and then Wang Lian rarely smiled and said loudly, It's so good to hear your voice again. Is Mr. Jing nearby? My master thought you couldn't enter the city at night, so he went to forge weapons. Tong Yu explained. Tong Zhan and Wang Lian were slightly taken aback, but quickly nodded. Jing Tian was right. If it weren't for unexpectedly encountering a group of people chasing them, they would have planned to enter the city tomorrow. After all, even with the best human vision, it couldn't compare to the convenience of zombies that didn't need light. Shall you? Do you remember me? Just as Tong Yu was about to speak again, Li Dan poked her head out from the back seat and waved at the drone. You, Li Dan? Why are you here too? Tong Yu was first taken aback. Then her tone clearly showed a hint of confusion and displeasure. You brat. I'm your cousin. Why can't I come? Li Dan said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Oomph. Tong Yu replied bluntly, snorting and ignoring Li Dan. The car had already entered the city, but there were no obstacles on the road, and the speed was extremely fast, while the large group of people behind was still closely pursuing them. We're not quite sure who they are, but they have a level 6 powerhouse among them who wants to steal our car. Shall you lead us to shake them off? Tong Zhan said quickly. Okay, Dad. Keep up with the drone. Tong Yu realized there was a level 6 powerhouse among those people, and that they wanted to steal the car, which was serious. With the drone leading the way and the fierce Dongfeng warrior, even if they encountered ordinary level 2 zombies, they could just crash through. In about 10 minutes, the car dashed into the villa area. The group of pursuers had already been shaken off halfway through their chase and vanished without a trace. The car came to a stop right outside the villa courtyard. At this time, Jing Tian was still in the forging room and had no idea that Wang Lian had arrived. However, Chung Kun and Tong Zhan's subordinates heard the sound of the car and quickly ran out to greet them. Tong Yu also put away the drone and ran directly out of the villa's safety line to welcome her father and Wang Lian. Sister Wang Lian. Tong Yu saw Wang Lian, who was wearing an old leather jacket, and immediately threw herself into Wang Lian's arms. Tong Yu's attitude towards Wang Lian was very intimate, much closer than with her father, Tong Zhan. Shall you, you've grown so big and even more beautiful. Come let your cousin take a good look at you. I miss you so much. Over here, Li Dan also jumped out of the car and approached Tong Yu, her face full of excitement. I don't want you. Tong Yu rolled her eyes at Li Dan. Shall you, be sure to talk nicely to your cousin, Tong Zhan, having finished greeting Chung Kun, said in a slightly stern voice after hearing Tong Yu's words. Talk nicely to her? I can't do that, Tong Yu said, holding Wang Lian's hand while looking at Li Dan with a slightly gloomy face. Since I can remember, every time she sees me and my mom, she bullies us and has even made my mom cry many times. She's just a snob. I will never acknowledge her as my cousin. It's been many years since that happened. Your aunt asked me to take care of your cousin before she passed away, and now your cousin knows her past mistakes. So don't hold it against her, Tong Zhan said with a hint of helplessness. She knows her mistakes? I don't believe it, Tong Yu said directly. Shall you? Your cousin really knows she was wrong in the past. From now on, we're sisters and should take care of each other. Oomph, Tong Yu snorted, not listening to Li Dan finish her sentence, and turned to look at Wang Lian. Shall you? First, congratulations on becoming Mr. Jing's disciple. Wang Lian smiled and congratulated Tong Yu, then asked, how long will Mr. Jing be out? How is Wang Meng doing? I don't know how long my master will take. Uncle Wang Meng is fine for now, so Sister Wang Lian, don't worry, Tong Yu said. Shall you? Since Mr. Jing is busy, why don't you take us inside? Li Dan spoke again. Li Dan had already seen the brightly lit #1 villa and was eager to go in and enjoy it. She had heard that there was not only water and electricity inside, but also fresh ingredients, and she really wanted to go in and take a hot shower. My master is not here, so none of you can go in. Just wait. Tong Yu had no good attitude towards Li Dan. You, after being retorted by Tong Yu several times, a flicker of anger finally passed through Li Dan's eyes. Li Dan wanted to explode, but was pulled back by the handsome man beside her. The man was obviously Li Dan's boyfriend, but from Tong Zhan's attitude, he didn't seem to care about this man. Tong, Mr. Jing is not here, so you all can't go in. Why don't you sit in our villa for a while? Chung Kun invited Tong Zhan at this time. Tong Zhan nodded. He also knew that without Jing Tian's permission, even if Tong Yu wanted to let them in, it would be impossible. Subsequently, the group went to the No. 3 villa, which also had electricity, and even Tong Yu pulled Wang Lian along. Less than 5 minutes after they entered the No. 3 villa, Li Dan pulled her boyfriend out. We are completely being ignored. It's all that damn little girl's fault. As Li Dan walked with her boyfriend towards the No. 1 villa, her face was filled with anger. It turned out that after entering the No. 3 villa, Chung Kun and the others greeted Tong Zhan and Tong Yu very warmly. However, they were very cold, even ignoring Li Dan and her boyfriend. Li Dan believed it was Tong Yu's doing. Since they were being ignored anyway, she simply took her boyfriend out. Darling, this place is really great. There's not only water and electricity, but also no zombies. Her boyfriend, Lu Ming, said as he wrapped his arm around Li Dan's shoulder. Yes, it's amazing. I want to stay here. I want to live in the most luxurious villa. Li Dan looked towards the No. 1 villa with deep anticipation in her eyes. It probably won't be easy to move in. The leader said Mr. Jing is incredibly strong, so if we want to live there, we might still need Cousin Tong Yu's help. Not necessarily. Let's go check it out. If we're lucky and meet Mr. Jing, and he takes a liking to us, maybe he'll let us in, Li Dan said with a flash of her eyes. Lu Ming seemed not to notice anything wrong and continued to smile warmly as he moved closer to the No. 1 villa with Li Dan. However, soon, when they were about 50 meters from the villa's wall, they were stopped by an invisible shield. What is this? It's so tough? It seemed that this Mr. Jing was really powerful. It must be some kind of special ability of his. After trying several times without success, the two could only move around the protective shield towards the back. Although they didn't trigger much of the protection, it still alarmed Jing Tian inside the forging room. He had been halfway through forging a dagger when he felt someone touch the protection and stopped. Frowning, he abandoned the weapon and walked out of the forging room. As soon as he stepped out the door, Jing Tian heard a woman's surprised shout from behind the villa, prompting him to quickly turn around to the back. Honey, this must be the god of war vehicle that Uncle mentioned. It looks so beautiful and fierce. Yes, if only we had a car like this. Li Dan and her boyfriend Lu Ming were only a few meters away from the god of war vehicle, discussing it with excitement and envy. Who are you? Just as the two began to fantasize about becoming the owners of the god of war vehicle, a deep voice filled with questioning came over. The two turned around abruptly to see a young man wearing a tank top and beach shorts. You are. Li Dan initially thought it was Tong Zhan or Chung Kun's subordinate, but when she turned around, she found that the speaker was actually inside the protective layer. This was fine, but as she used the villa's lighting to see Jing Tian's face clearly, Li Dan's eyes widened in shock. Li Dan verstund. Jing Tian was equally taken aback when he recognized Li Dan. Jing Tian and Li Dan called out each other's names at the same time. It was obvious that the two knew each other. It's really you. How did you end up here? Li Dan stared wide-eyed at Jing Tian. I was already here. But how did you get here? Jing Tian looked at Li Dan with a strange expression. Li Dan was Jing Tian's university alumnus, although they were not in the same class. He shared a dorm with a girl Jing Tian once pursued, so they were quite familiar with each other. Jing Tian knew that Li Dan was very vain and snobbish. The two of them had quite a bit of grudges. If it weren't for Li Dan, Jing Tian might not have graduated from university without having a girlfriend. Jing Tian didn't know how he had offended Li Dan, making her look down on him and find various ways to make his life difficult. Li Dan even used her roommate as bait, which made Jing Tian, who was a bit naive at the time, lose face badly. In the end, most of the students and teachers in the school knew about it, and it was truly embarrassing. Of course, all of that was in the past. After a year in the apocalypse, seeing an old classmate brought a little bit of happiness to Jing Tian, even though he still held a grudge. Let me ask you first. You also have the surname Jing. Are you Mr. Jing? Li Dan suddenly recalled Jing Tian's surname, and her expression slightly changed. What you said sounds really dumb. If my surname is Jing, then of course I'm Mr. Jing. You. Li Dan was about to say something else when her boyfriend Lu Ming pulled her aside and said, "Dear, don't be fooled by him. Can't you feel it? He doesn't have any aura of an ability user at all. He can't possibly be the Mr. Jing the leader mentioned." Li Dan, who originally didn't believe or want to believe that Jing Tian was that Mr. Jing, quickly looked at Jing Tian more carefully after hearing her boyfriend's words. Soon, a look of disdain appeared on her face. Sure enough, he's just an ordinary person. I almost got fooled by this country bumpkin. Fooled you? My surname is Jing, not Mr. Jing. Could it be that I'm your uncle Jing? Jing Tian was taken aback, a bit confused about the situation. You poor guy. How dare you take advantage of me? You. Jing Tian looked at Li Dan, whose expression had become somewhat frantic, and immediately shook his head, saying, "Don't talk about yourself like that. I see that after a year in this apocalypse, you haven't changed at all. You're still so annoying and snobbish. You're the one who's snobbish. Your whole family is snobbish. I'm a realist. And you, a poor bumpkin, don't understand anything. Now tell me, why are you here?" After Li Dan confirmed that Jing Tian was not the Mr. Jing mentioned by Tong Zhan, his tone and attitude became even worse than before. Jing Tian's expression became increasingly strange. If it were in the past at school, he would definitely have shouted back at this woman like a madman. But now, looking at Li Dan was like looking at a clown. He couldn't even muster any anger. Lu Ming, seeing Jing Tian's unusual gaze directed at Li Dan, immediately shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? Yelling at me, get lost." He held back his anger towards Li Dan as a gesture of school friendship. But what was Lu Ming? Damn it, you're just an ordinary person and you dare to act so tough with me? You, have the guts to come out here. Lu Ming shouted at Jing Tian. Jing Tian glanced at Lu Ming like he was an idiot, thinking to himself that if he could get out, he would definitely slap this pretty boy to death. Of course, Jing Tian could also let someone in and then deal with him. However, Jing Tian didn't want this guy to step even half a foot into his safe zone. "Honey, calm down. There's no need to get angry with this bumpkin. I see him as just a servant here at most." Li Dan coaxed her boyfriend with a charming expression. Jing Tian looked at Li Dan's attitude towards Lu Ming and immediately turned his head, making a dry, heaving motion. He really felt a bit nauseous. Li Dan noticed Jing Tian's expression, her eyes flickering for a moment, and suddenly softened as she said, "Jing Tian, take me in to meet Mr. Jing. Later, let my cousin reward you." "Your cousin is Tong Yu? Did you come with Tong Zhan and the others?" Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then gradually realized what was happening. In fact, when he saw the two of them, he should have guessed something. However, he was distracted by Li Dan's identity as an alumnus. "That's right, I'm Tong Yu's cousin. Tong Zhan is my uncle. So, can we go in now?" Li Dan said with a strong look of pride. However, Jing Tian seemed to not hear her at all and quickly asked, "Is Wang Lian also coming over? Where are they?" Li Dan was taken aback. Then looking at Jing Tian's expectant expression and eyes, she seemed to understand something. Li Dan's tone changed again to one of strong disdain. "A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. With such a heavy taste, you actually like someone as ugly as Wang Lian. You two are quite a match. A poor bumpkin and a big, ugly woman with a scar." Chapter 71, the identity of that group of people, shut up. Jing Tian saw that Li Dan mistakenly thought he liked Wang Lian, and as the conversation became more unpleasant, he lost his patience and coldly shouted, "Go and call Tong Yu and Tong Zhan over here." Li Dan seemed startled by Jing Tian's shout and immediately became neurotic, yelling, "You country bumpkin, how dare you tell me to shut up and order me around? Who do you think you are? Kid, if you have guts, come out here." Lu Ming also yelled at Jing Tian, "Pretty boy, you should talk less, or I might really throw up." Jing Tian glanced at Lu Ming's and quickly turned his head to the side, looking as if he would really throw up if he looked any longer. Jing Tian's natural posture provoked a fit of annoyance and curses from Li Dan and Lu Ming. The scene was boring and childish. Jing Tian naturally knew that arguing with the two was childish, but there was no way out. He couldn't leave. Seeing that Jing Tian was still too scared to come out, Li Dan was even more convinced that Jing Tian was an ordinary person. However, no matter how much they provoked, belittled, or even irritated him, they still couldn't change the fact that they couldn't enter the protective line. "We'll see, you country bumpkin. I will definitely make you kneel and beg me." Since Jing Tian wouldn't come out, and she really couldn't get in, Li Dan could only leave a harsh remark, pulling Lu Ming to turn and walk towards Villa number 3. "Wait a minute. Tong Yu and the others will definitely come over. And if Wang Lian comes, then Wang Meng will be saved." As Li Dan and her boyfriend walked, both had expressions filled with resentment. "It's really unfair. How can such a country bumpkin live in that villa?" Li Dan gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Honey, you wait a moment to say this to the leader and cousin." Lu Ming put his arm around Li Dan's shoulder and whispered a suggestion in her ear. Say it like that. It will definitely make my cousin encourage her master to get rid of this poor bumpkin. Otherwise, even if I live here in the future, I won't be in a good mood." Li Dan nodded fiercely. When Cheng Kun heard Tong Zhan's description of the team leader, his expression changed several times before he said, "Based on his age, strength level, and ability attributes, it must be Jin Long, the leader of the Huahun group, the largest force in Haishu. They must be here for the weapons depot, and that depot is definitely not safe." Cheng Kun showed a hint of helplessness and reluctance when he mentioned the weapons depot. "No way. Even if Jin Long is a level 6 ability user, with the number of zombies in Yin City now, they might not be able to succeed, right?" Tong Zhan raised an eyebrow and said. Both Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan paid great attention to that weapons depot. However, they had never had a good opportunity, nor the absolute strength to transport it out. Cheng Kun shook his head with a wry smile and said, "You don't understand Jin Long. He never does anything without certainty. Since he dares to bring people here, he must have an 80% chance of success. Even if there are level 6 mutated zombies in Yun City, they won't be able to stop him. If those weapons really fall into his hands, will this villa area still be safe?" Tong Zhan raised an eyebrow. "Who dares to cause trouble here? My master will drive them away." Tong Yu said directly from the side. "Xiao Yu is right. They can cause trouble elsewhere in Yun City, but if they dare to mess around in the villa area, even Jin Long is destined to return in defeat." Cheng Kun smiled in agreement with Tong Yu. "In that case, I actually look forward to their arrival." Tong Zhan's eyes lit up upon hearing their words. Cheng Kun instantly understood Tong Zhan's meaning and looked at Tong Yu, saying, "If they get the weapons and come to provoke Mr. Jing, then Xiao Yu, you help us mention it to Mr. Jing. We are willing to use crystal cores to buy those weapons." The little girl was taken aback, then showed a sweet smile and nodded. "Okay, if we can earn crystal cores, my master will definitely be willing." Chapter 72. A slap leaves her dazed. Wang Lian and Tong Yu glanced at the two, but had no intention of paying them any mind. "Xiao Yu, my cousin was just bullied." Li Dan ignored the attitude of the few and approached Tong Yu, looking a bit pitiful as she said, "Bullied you?" Tong Yu initially didn't want to pay attention to Li Dan, but her words piqued the curiosity of Tong Yu and the others. "Yes, just now Lu Ming and I went out for a stroll and unexpectedly ran into a former schoolmate of mine." Li Dan began to tell her story. The story was simple. She encountered a familiar schoolmate, which was supposed to be a happy event. However, that classmate, relying on being Mr. Jing's subordinate, attempted to assault her. Even with Lu Ming, her boyfriend, by her side, the other party was still very arrogant. "We didn't dare to provoke him, fearing Mr. Jing's wrath, so we could only leave. The most despicable thing is that he not only said he wanted Wang Lian to be his concubine, but also that Xiao Yu would become his plaything in the future. It really worked." A sense of pride arose in Li Dan's heart. "The person you mentioned is Mr. Jing's subordinate? Where did you see him?" Wang Lian asked coldly. "Right next to Mr. Jing's imposing RV," Li Dan replied straightforwardly. "Next to my master's battle vehicle? What is your classmate's name? You must know that, right?" Tong Yu followed up with a question, her face darkening. "Of course I know. His name is Jing Tian." At first, he even tried to pretend to be Mr. Jing just because he shares the same surname, not realizing what kind of person he is. He was a country bumpkin and a poor ghost before, and now he is still just an ordinary person. "Enough. What nonsense!" Tong Zhan suddenly shouted angrily, startling both Li Dan and her boyfriend. "Oomph. I really didn't misjudge you at all. You will never change for the better." Tong Yu suddenly stood up, her face filled with disdain and disgust, and after speaking, she walked directly towards the door. Wang Lian also got up, casting a dangerous glare at Li Dan. Then Tong Zhan and Chung Kun quickly stood up and left the room, completely ignoring Li Dan. "Uncle, what do Xiao Yu and Wang Lian mean? Do you not believe what I said?" Li Dan shouted as she followed them out. "Why, Uncle? We were the ones who were bullied. That bastard is just a subordinate. An ordinary person. We didn't even lay a finger on him. Get lost." Tong Zhan directly interrupted Li Dan, shouting. It wasn't that Tong Zhan didn't want to reveal Jing Tian's identity. He thought that since Jing Tian hadn't made it clear, he must not want to tell Li Dan. Tong Yu and Wang Lian hadn't said anything either, so he certainly wouldn't say it directly. "Uncle, how can you do this? Are you afraid of offending that country bumpkin? You have to believe me. He really harassed me and insulted Wang Lian and Xiao Yu." Slap. Tong Zhan was even more decisive this time, turning around and slapping Li Dan to the ground. "Lu Ming, if you can't keep an eye on her, then you both can get out of this villa area. Do you understand?" Tong Zhan said coldly to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very afraid of Tong Zhan, and upon hearing his words, he nodded repeatedly, pulling Li Dan up and running towards villa number 2. Li Dan was completely stunned by the slap, showing no reaction or struggle as Lu Ming carried her into villa number 2. "Damn it, if Mr. Jing gets angry, I will definitely make her pay." Tong Zhan cursed after watching Li Dan and the others enter villa number 2, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Chen Kun shook his head slightly, feeling speechless. As an observer, he could see Li Dan's schemes, filled with disdain and contempt. And seeing Tong Zhan slap Li Dan, Tong Yu's face showed a relieved expression. Throughout, none of them believed Li Dan's words. They all knew very well how someone like Jing Tian, with such a powerful presence, could possibly flirt with Li Dan, who had a boyfriend by her side. As for laying hands on Wang Lian and Tong Yu, that was even more absurd, unless Jing Tian had lost his mind to say such things in front of others. The group arrived at the edge of the protective zone outside Villa Number 1, where Tong Yu ran in to report to Jing Tian. Without Jing Tian's permission, Tong Yu had no way to bring people in. "Come." Before Tong Yu even reached the entrance, Jing Tian's voice came from inside. At the same time, Jing Tian also walked out of the villa. "Mr. Jing." Chung Chuantong and Wang Lian quickly walked into the villa courtyard and respectfully greeted Jing Tian, especially when Wang Lian looked at Jing Tian. Her awe was even greater than that of her brother Wang Ming. She was almost like a little fangirl admiring a superhero idol. Chapter 73. Tong Zhan wants to follow. "Wang Lian, I'm really happy to see you again. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's save your brother first." After nodding to Chung Kun and Tong Zhan, Jing Tian smiled and said directly to Wang Lian. Jing Tian has always had a good impression of the Wang siblings, and he was genuinely happy to see Wang Lian. The few of them quickly nodded and walked into the villa. After a moment of hesitation, Tong Zhan awkwardly and cautiously said to Jing Tian, "Mr. Jing, I'm sorry, my brat niece just mistook you for a servant, which caused a bit of misunderstanding. I apologize on her behalf." "No need to apologize. She and our old acquaintances from school. We can resolve our issues ourselves. You don't need to interfere, understand?" Jing Tian said with a slight wave of his hand and a smile. In Jing Tian's heart, he really didn't take Li Dan seriously. Of course, aside from some feelings of camaraderie for being schoolmates, he also had no idea how Li Dan had slandered him in front of Tong Zhan and the others. Otherwise, things might not have been so quiet. "Thank you very much, Mr. Jing. I will definitely keep a close watch on her from now on." Tong Zhan felt relieved when he saw that Jing Tian wasn't really angry, and he secretly decided to ensure that Li Dan wouldn't appear in front of Jing Tian casually. The group entered the villa and directly brought Wang Lian to the room where Wang Ming was. Seeing her brother's deathly pale face, Wang Lian naturally felt immense pain in her heart. Even though she was worried about her brother, Wang Lian still expressed her gratitude to Jing Tian first. She had already learned from Tong Zhan that Wang Ming had been injured by a level 5 zombie. Now, he was neither dead nor mutated, just fainting from blood loss, which meant Jing Tian had saved his life. "All right, no need to thank me anymore. I wasn't able to fully cure him. Sigh." Jing Tian sighed at the end of his sentence. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances, both seeing the speechlessness in each other's eyes. Given that it had already been treated to this extent, how could it still be considered not cured? Of course, They were both misunderstanding the situation. Jing Tian said that it wasn't completely cured because the corpse poison in Wang Meng's body hadn't been eliminated, but had merged with his body. After that, there was no more small talk. Tong Zhan brought some infusion supplies and directly drew 600 cubic centimeters of blood from Wang Lian to give to Wang Meng. This is also why Wang Lian, as a powerful ability user, can handle this. An ordinary person would probably not be able to withstand 600 cubic centimeters. Wang Meng's current condition is one of blood deficiency. Once the blood was infused, the effect was almost immediate, within a few minutes. His pale complexion began to show a hint of redness. Looking at it, as soon as this bag of blood was finished, his life could basically be considered completely saved. Wang Lian and Tong Yu stayed in the room to watch over Wang Meng. Jing Tian and Cheng Chuantong arrived in the living room. This lazy dog is a bit unusual today. It has been sleeping for most of the day without waking up. Jing Tian first glanced at the little chubby one on the sofa and let out a bitter smile. As for the little chubby one, Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan dared not comment recklessly and could only chuckle awkwardly. Mr. Jing, I sincerely apologize again for my previous disrespect towards you, Tong Zhan said, bowing to Jing Tian without sitting down. This was the second time Tong Zhan apologized to Jing Tian today. The first was for Li Dan, and this time it was for himself. Let's just let the past be the past. Jing Tian waved his hand and said. Jing Tian naturally knew that Tong Zhan's apology was for a reason. To be honest, everything was for Tong Yu. Otherwise, Tong Zhan would have been seriously injured or even dead after his behavior towards him in the villa. Jing Tian holds grudges, including what Cheng Kun did when he came to the villa before, which he hasn't forgotten. However, in reality, Jing Tian also needs them, so he has to maintain a decent facade. This time, Tong Zhan brought Wang Lian over, which can be considered as an achievement for him, and it's just right to use this to forgive him. Jing Tian didn't want to see his little apprentice looking troubled every day, as it would seriously affect her cultivation. Seeing that Jing Tian accepted his apology, Tong Zhan let out a long sigh of relief and said, Mr. Jing, I have already given up the power of the Demon City. In a few days, about 300 subordinates will come to Yun City, and from then on, including myself, we will be at your service. Tong Zhan's meaning was very clear. He intended to bring his subordinates to follow Jing Tian. Cheng Kun's expression changed slightly beside him, as he had previously wanted to bring people to follow, but was rejected by Jing Tian. After listening to Tong Zhan's words, Jing Tian frowned slightly and directly checked his data. Tong Zhan, level 5 fire-type ability user. Body strength, 145. Strength, 190. Ability attack power, 585. Skill amplification attack power, none. Loyalty to the host, 15. 15 loyalty? Jing Tian couldn't help but smile in silence. Did Tong Zhan not even reach a level of fondness for him? Although Tong Zhan was now afraid of Jing Tian, that was not respect. Having fear without respect cannot be counted towards loyalty. Jing Tian suddenly became curious about how loyal Cheng Kun would be to him. Out of curiosity, he turned to look at Cheng Kun. Chapter 74. Wang Lian also wants to follow. Cheng Kun, level 5 metal ability user. Body strength, 160. Strength, 200. Ability attack power, 590. Skill attack power increase, none. Loyalty to the host, 50. All data was clear at a glance, and every single item was slightly stronger than Tong Zhan, especially the loyalty, which was more than 3 times higher. If Jing Tian really wanted to recruit followers, it was obvious that Cheng Kun was much stronger than Tong Zhan. Jing Tian looked at Tong Zhan and smiled slightly, saying, Leader Tong, I want to ask, what do you hope to gain by submitting to me? To speak the truth, it is to strengthen our power, to become stronger, and to live a life above others. After a slight hesitation, Tong Zhan replied. Jing Tian nodded and smiled again, saying, If that's the case, you really don't need to follow me. Tong Zhan's expression changed, and he was about to say something, but was interrupted by Jing Tian, who continued, First, I haven't thought about forming a team yet, so I don't need so many people. Second, following me means you will still have restrictions and will never truly become someone exceptional. Tong Zhan hesitated. Jing Tian continued, You want to submit to me? But it's really unnecessary to have such thoughts. If you want to stay and develop here, I welcome that. Chun Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances and clearly understood each other's thoughts. Jing Tian's words had hit the mark for them. Jing Tian smiled faintly at the reactions of the two. He knew that leaving the safe house made him half useless. However, he needed crystal cores to convert energy for upgrading the system and various auxiliary functions, which meant that Yun City could not avoid accommodating outsiders. Only in this way could he act as a businessman, allowing these people to hunt for crystal cores and come to him to buy items. In short, Jing Tian believed that being a businessman suited him better, as it was less troublesome and allowed him to quietly strengthen himself. As for gathering followers, he would naturally accept them, but only if they met his visual standards and loyalty levels. He would have to be very selective, firmly rejecting anyone who did not reach a loyalty score of at least 60. The topic of Tong Zhan's allegiance basically fizzled out, but both Tong Zhan and Chun Kun got the answers they wanted most. The conversation then shifted to the group that had chased in. Chun Kun shared his information with Jing Tian. The leader of the High City Huahun group, a level 6 big boss, brought hundreds of people into Yun City. What is this Jin Long like? Jing Tian felt a hint of interest upon hearing this news. Jin Long is inherently just, and not only is he powerful, but also wise and strategic. He must have confidence in obtaining the weapons cache by daring to lead people into Yun City. Chun Kun mentioned that he still couldn't forget about the weapons cache. Do you also want those weapons? Jing Tian asked the two. Of course, with that batch of weapons. We can recruit capable individuals and gradually clear out the zombies in Yun City. This will be a great base city, Tong Zhan replied. Chun Kun nodded in agreement. That's a good idea, and I could support you. However, I hope that one day you won't engage in a life-and-death struggle with each other, okay? Jing Tian said. Looking at the two, Jing Tian's concerns were not unfounded. If one day Yun City were really developed, the two people in front of him would likely have conflicts and friction if they each governed separately. Let's form an alliance and establish a permanent peace treaty to develop Yun City together. Chun Kun directly extended his hand to Tong Zhan. Tong Zhan hesitated for a moment, then smiled slightly and reached out to shake hands with Chun Kun. As the three were chatting, the door to the nanny's room suddenly opened, and a tall, bald man walked out. It was Wang Meng, followed by his sister Wang Lian and Tong Yu. Thank you for saving me, sir. As soon as Wang Meng came out, he was about to kneel down to Jing Tian. Don't go through this. It's good that you're awake. Come and sit. Jing Tian waved his hand, preventing Wang Meng from kneeling. Looking at Wang Meng's complexion, he seemed to have fully recovered. At least on the surface, there was no sign of weakness. Jing Tian thought to himself, I don't know what side effects there are after merging with the corpse poison. Just don't blame me later. I also wanted to save you. Sir, Wang Meng is already your follower. I want to follow you too, Wang Lian said as she approached Wang Meng and spoke directly to Jing Tian. Wang Lian spoke very seriously, even with a hint of pleading and sincerity. Chapter 75. Wang Lian cooks Jing Tian was taken aback, wanting to agree immediately, but suddenly thought of Tong Zhan. After all, Wang Lian was still Tong Zhan's subordinate, and he had just rejected Tong Zhan's pursuit. Tong Zhan reacted quickly this time and said cheerfully, I respect Wang Lian's own choice. Thank you, Chief, Wang Lian said to Tong Zhan. Jing Tian nodded slightly, but did not answer directly. Instead, he took a look at Wang Lian's data. Wang Lian, level 3 wind elemental ability user. Body strength, 78. Strength, 112. Ability attack power, 305. Skill amplification attack power, 350. Loyalty to host, 77. After reviewing Wang Lian's data, Jing Tian was surprised several times. First of all, Wang Lian had actually reached level 3 ability user. When he first met Wang Lian, she was only at the late stage of level 1, and she had only been promoted to level 2 after ascending at the foot of the mountain. He did not expect that in less than half a month, she would actually advance to level 3. Then there was the skill amplification attack power. So far, Jing Tian had checked the data of several people, and apart from Tong Yu, Wang Lian was the second person to have this data. Of course, he did not count the little fat dog. Jing Tian had never understood the reason for this. Finally, there was the loyalty. Wang Lian's loyalty was actually slightly higher than that of Wang Meng at the beginning. Well, since Leader Tong has no objections and you are willing, then you will be my follower from now on. After Jing Tian finished checking Wang Lian's data, he didn't say anything unnecessary and directly agreed to Wang Lian's following. Ding! The number of followers for the host increased to 2. Please continue to work hard. At this moment, the system surprisingly issued a prompt sound. Jing Tian then remembered that the system had a long-term task for followers. Within a year, recruit 30 followers and ensure that 3 of them reach an 80 loyalty. Great! I can be with my sister again in the future. Wang Meng, seeing that Jing Tian also agreed to Wang Lian's following, immediately grinned happily. Wang Meng's words made it seem like he had a bit of a sister complex. Congratulations to Mr. Jing and Miss Wang Lian. Cheng Kun, who was on the side, skillfully seized the opportunity to congratulate Jing Tian and Wang Lian. Thank you. I'm quite happy today. I'll go prepare a meal. Everyone stay for dinner. Jing Tian said with a smile. He and Tong Yu had actually already had dinner. However, Wang Meng and Wang Lian hadn't eaten yet, and he didn't mind Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan being there. Upon hearing that Jing Tian invited them to stay for dinner, Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan happily thanked him. Tong Zhan was happy that Jing Tian seemed to have really forgiven him. Cheng Kun was excited about the food because he knew the energy contained in those vegetables. Sir, let me handle the cooking from now on. Wang Lian quickly spoke up when she saw Jing Tian getting up to go to the kitchen. Since she was already a follower, how could she let her boss do such trivial things? You just lost a lot of blood. You should rest a bit. Jing Tian said. It's fine. Cooking doesn't consume much energy, and I don't have a significant reaction. Wang Lian said, a hint of gratitude flashing in her eyes as she noticed Jing Tian's concern for her. Sir, let my sister do it. Her cooking skills are excellent. Wang Meng chimed in from the side. At this moment, Cheng Kun still didn't understand how much energy was in the food, which was actually greatly related to how close Jing Tian felt about cooking himself. After a slight hesitation, Jing Tian did not insist. He liked cooking, but not just anyone could make him cook personally. Well, he was a super strong person, and his worth and depth must be present. Meanwhile, Wang Lian entered the kitchen with her little assistant, Tong Yu. Jing Tian and a few others continued chatting, and this time there was an additional person, Wang Meng. After a moment, the aroma of the food filled the air, capturing everyone's attention. There were 6 dishes and 1 soup, with 2 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes, which Wang Lian prepared in less than 20 minutes. After Tong Yu invited everyone to eat, Wang Meng was the first to rush over. Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan, although a bit impatient, still managed to maintain a semblance of restraint and politeness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they began to dig in. As each person took their first bite of the food, their expressions began to change accordingly. Chapter 76. The frustration after knowing the truth first was Jing Tian. He felt it was quite good, but it still lacked a special feeling compared to what he personally made. Cheng Kun frowned, believing that the dishes should have a stronger energy. However, the result disappointed him, even less satisfying than the raw vegetables. As for Wang Meng, he simply exclaimed, awesome. When it came to Tong Zhan, he was shocked. He discovered that the food actually contained energy. Not only could it transform elemental power, but also had a slight effect on mental strength. How could this be? The food contained such miraculous energy? In his astonishment, Tong Zhan couldn't help but exclaim. Jing Tian was taken aback. What energy? Even now, he still foolishly didn't know that any food and water produced within the range of his safe house contained energy. Dad, you're really overreacting. The food here from Master always has energy. I've been eating it all along, Tong Yu said directly. Jing Tian and Tong Zhan stared wide-eyed at each other. Tong Zhan quickly felt embarrassed and said, no wonder you've leveled up to level 2 so fast. I used to think you had awakened your abilities without realizing it. The leader, I actually leveled up after eating the buns that the teacher sent me. I told you about it, but you didn't believe me. Wang Meng couldn't help but chime in. Wang Lian remained silent. She felt that the hand-copied book Jing Tian gave her was even more impressive, but she thought it best not to say too much now. The few of them expressed their shock about the special energy, but they didn't notice that Jing Tian, the master, was in a daze. Stupid to the point of no return. No wonder Wang Meng and his sister were so surprised when they started drinking water and leveled up after leaving. They basically ate the buns and drank the water that he had given them. Ironically, at that time, he had felt a wave of envy and jealousy when he saw the siblings leveling up at the foot of the mountain. No wonder his vegetables sold for an outrageous price of 5 pounds of level 3 crystal cores. And Chun Kun was even grateful. It turns out the reason was not that the vegetables were rare, but that they contained energy that could help them enhance their strength. Jing Tian felt as if he had received 100,000 critical hits. He had been eating for a whole year and only now realized the truth. As for where the energy came from, Jing Tian didn't need to guess. It was definitely the system's doing. The most frustrating part was that after eating for a year, he still hadn't become stronger. Was he destined to be ordinary for a lifetime, only able to be a salted fish and a fake strongman? Jing Tian felt unwell, very unwell. Master, what's wrong? At this moment, Tong Yuan noticed that Jing Tian's complexion was a bit off and hurriedly asked with concern. Cough, it's nothing, nothing. Everyone, let's eat. Jing Tian felt a bit embarrassed to reveal the truth. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Chun Kun and Tong Zhan said their goodbyes and left, as they had more important matters to discuss. Meanwhile, Wang Lian was arranged on the second floor, keeping Tong Yu company. The little fatty was still asleep, and Wang Meng was in his own nanny room. Early the next morning, Jing Tian habitually prepared to go downstairs to make breakfast. However, as soon as he arrived downstairs, he found that Wang Lian and Tong Yu were already busy in the kitchen. Woof woof. 2 barks from the dog caught Jing Tian's attention. You lazy dog finally woke up. You've been sleeping for 30 hours. After greeting Wang Lian and Tong Yu, Jing Tian walked over to the sofa and directly picked up the little chubby one. Oops. The little chubby one shook and slipped out of Jing Tian's hands. Oh, it seems to have gained some weight again. Jing Tian stared at Xiao Pang for 3 seconds and suddenly realized that Xiao Pang seemed to be a bit fatter than yesterday. Woof woof. Xiao Pang barked proudly. Are you still feeling proud? Jing Tian was taken aback. This dog, with a body less than 1 meter long and short little legs, would have obstacles even moving around if it kept getting fatter, and yet it was so smug. Jing Tian was somewhat speechless at Xiao Pang's reaction, but didn't think too much about it. After all, this dog was never quite normal, and he had never treated it like a regular dog. Unfortunately, Jing Tian didn't think to check Xiao Pang's data at that moment. Otherwise, he would have been shocked to discover that Xiao Pang's data had increased significantly compared to before. Moments later, Wang Ming came out and, after having breakfast with a few people, went upstairs. Wang Lian and Wang Ming received Jing Tian's permission to listen to his explanation on supernatural abilities for Tong Yu, which made them both very excited and eager. However, as soon as they arrived at the rooftop, they saw the people in villas 2 and 3 quickly running out of the villas. Jing Tian was slightly taken aback, but soon realized the reason. At the entrance of the villa area, there was actually a large group of people. This group consisted of about 200 individuals, each carrying at least 2 weapons. These weapons were not knives, guns, or sticks, but powerful firearms. Chapter 77. I advise you not to go up the mountain. Sir, they're all armed with powerful firearms. They must be the Huan group that Chun Kun mentioned last night. Wang Meng said. Jing Tian nodded and said that he had already guessed this. He didn't expect that the people from the Huan group were actually quite capable. They were able to take advantage of the night to access the armory and even sneak into his villa. Sir, shall we go take a look? Wang Lian asked. Jing Tian hesitated for a moment at the end, and he himself thought that it seemed unlikely that the other party was completely friendly, unless Chun Kun had a good relationship with them from the start. Wang Jian nodded in agreement and then jumped directly off the villa's rooftop, running straight down the mountain. From villa number 1 to the foot of the mountain, there were a total of 5 rows of villas, and at this moment, the group of people at the bottom had already reached the second row. Moments later, Chun Kun and Tong Zhan intercepted that group of people halfway up the mountain. The 2 sides had a significant difference in numbers, with less than 100 meters between them. Sure enough, it was the leader of the Huan group, Jin Long. Chun Kun said to Tong Zhan after seeing the person at the front of the opposing team. Jin Long was around 50 years old, wearing an old military uniform, with a slightly robust figure and a square face, giving the first impression of being stable and wise. Chun Kun, I knew you wouldn't have any problems, Jin Long said with a smile when he saw Chun Kun, calling out to him in a familiar tone. Hello, leader. Chun Kun's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward to greet Jin Long politely. Thank you, leader, but let's forget about the rewards from the base. If you can give me some weapons right now, I will be satisfied, Chung Kun said, stepping back a little. Don't be in a hurry. What belongs to you will eventually be given to you. There are too many high-level zombies in this city, and they have been angered. This place is surprisingly not being targeted by zombies. Let's rest here for a couple of days and talk about it. Jin Long waved his hand slightly, clearly not wanting to give Chung Kun any weapons right now. And after speaking, he looked towards Tong Zhan. A cold smile flashed in Chung Kun's eyes. He obviously had already guessed this outcome. Moreover, Jin Long had clearly seen Tong Zhan drive in, yet he hadn't mentioned anything about the car until now. This was simply not normal. It was evident that Jin Long had other plans in mind. At this moment, Wang Ming and Wang Lian rushed over. The siblings had been instructed by Jing Tian to only observe the situation and would not intervene without reason. Just then, Chung Kun saw Jin Long wave his hand, signaling his subordinates to move up, and he quickly reminded him, "Leader, I must remind you that this villa area is privately owned. You and your brothers can rest, but you cannot go to the top 2 rows." Before Jin Long could speak, a young man stepped forward from behind him, adopting an arrogant posture, saying, "Privately owned? Is it you then? Our leader has arrived, and naturally, he should stay in the best villa. Hurry up and clear the way." This young man looked to be in his late 20s, with a strong presence, only slightly weaker than Chung Kun and Tong Zhan, a level 5 ability user. He hadn't reached the later stages or peak, but was at least in the mid-stage. "Who you? Your abilities haven't improved, but your arrogance has grown. Do you have a say here?" Chung Kun frowned, speaking with a hint of disdain and a sneer. Chung Kun naturally recognized the young man. Being a level 5 ability user, he was one of Jin Long's favorite subordinates and could be considered half a disciple of Jin Long Humph. The leader doesn't want to argue with you out of past friendship, so don't overestimate yourself. Let's be straightforward. Will you move or not? Who you coldly snorted. "I won't move. I am kindly advising you, especially since you are still trying to target Villa number 1. "That's even more impossible," Chung Kun said firmly. "So, you're still doing this for our benefit? Don't forget, even though you haven't submitted to our Hua Hun group, you are still a member of the Haisher base." "Enough nonsense. From now on, I am leaving the Haisher base," Chung Kun said with a faint smile. Then he looked at the group of people behind Jin Long, his gaze falling on a few of them, saying, "You guys, make a choice now. Come to my side, and we will still be brothers in the future." The few people Chung Kun was looking at were originally members of his small team. Jin Long remained silent, and Hu Yu also sneered without stopping them. The result was obvious. After a slight hesitation, the few people shook their heads and remained stationary. "You bunch of fools." Jin Wu beside Chung Kun saw this and became a bit anxious, shouting halfway before being interrupted by Chung Kun's hand wave. He had actually anticipated this outcome long ago. "All right, Chung Kun, don't make it difficult for me. Step aside." Jin Long finally spoke again, with a tone of helplessness, seemingly disappointed with Chung Kun's performance. Chung Kun shook his head, with a row of his subordinates standing behind him, the meaning clear. Tong Zhan was the same, with a cold smile as he and his subordinates blocked the mountain road. Damn it, truly refusing to drink the wine offered and instead asking for the punishment wine. "Prepare the guns." Hu Yu, seeing the performance of Chung Kun and Tong Zhan, cursed and shouted to the rear. In an instant, nearly 200 ability users behind them raised their firearms, all aimed directly at Chung Kun and the others. Chapter 78. True Purpose. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Although ability users above level 4 can use their powers to resist ordinary bullets, it doesn't mean their bodies are invulnerable. Especially since these people had nearly 200 guns, and they were powerful firearms. A moment of negligence and insufficient defense could turn even a level 5 ability user into a porcupine. Everyone retreat to the villa in front of the Sir. At that moment, Wang Lian suddenly spoke from behind the crowd. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances and quickly nodded, protecting the people behind them as they stepped back. Jin Long seemed to have no intention of letting anyone shoot randomly, stopping Hu Yu's plan to fire and leading his team to follow closely behind. Chung Kun and the others quickly retreated into the safe house's protective line. Clearly, Jing Tian had temporarily granted them access. At this point, Chung Kun and the others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Now, looking at Jin Long and the others who followed closely behind. Everyone had a hint of cold smiles on their faces. However, Jin Long and the others did not pay attention to the changes in Chung Kun and the others' expressions. Their gazes were all fixed on the three vehicles outside the villa's fence, their eyes slightly red. Due to the angle, these people had not yet seen the other things in the courtyard. The brave is really here, and there are two raptors. Oh my god, I thought there was just one by accident. It seems to be much better than the modified combat vehicles those southerners drive. We've struck it rich, we really have. Once the group saw the three vehicles, they erupted into discussions. Even Jin Long's breathing became heavier at this moment, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, the noise made it so that Chung Kun and Tong Zhan couldn't hear everything clearly. Otherwise, some news among the crowd would definitely shock them. Leader Jin, your main purpose for coming here is actually for these vehicles, right? Chung Kun suddenly asked Jin Long casually. Jin Long pondered for a moment before nodding, saying, since it's been made clear, let's speak plainly. If you are willing to voluntarily hand over the vehicles, I'll one team make things difficult for you. And I might even offer you some benefits as compensation. Chung Kun smiled. Jin Long was actually quite reasonable. If it were someone with a more ruthless mindset, they would have already rushed up to seize it. Leader Jin, I can give you the vehicles, but could you please rest in the other villas down the mountain? Chung Kun asked with a hint of negotiation in his tone. Jin Long was taken aback, glanced at the villa, and pondered for a moment. Jin Long's goal is indeed just the car. As for the villa, it can't be taken away. So he really doesn't care much about it, and isn't pushing Chung Kun too hard. Chung Kun, what exactly are you doing? Don't you have the qualifications to stay here as a leader? Get lost quickly, or I'll shoot you to pieces. While Jin Long was contemplating, who you couldn't hold back anymore. Clearly, in his eyes, the things were right in front of him, so why not just grab them? Moreover, there were 3 cars here, one for the big boss, and, as the second strongest, he would definitely get one too. If you dare to shoot here and disturb my family, I'll break your dog legs. Suddenly, Wang Ming, who was behind Chung Kun, spoke up. Wang Ming, whose personality wasn't particularly stable, found to use antics quite annoying. As soon as Wang Ming spoke, Wang Lian shook her head helplessly. With her brother speaking up, things were definitely going to escalate. Sure enough, Huyi was stunned by the sudden appearance of the bald man, but he quickly exploded with rage. Damn it, a mere level 4 dares to act arrogantly in front of me and threatens to break my legs? I'll blow your head off first. After shouting, Huyi raised his hand and launched a wind attack at Wang Ming. Jin Long frowned slightly, but when he noticed that Chung Kun and his group were watching the commotion without concern, he stopped his actions. The two sides were now less than 10 meters apart, and in Huyi's mind, he calculated that the foolish bald man would be blown away in the next second. Imagining the moment the bald man's head would explode, a sinister smile appeared on Huyi's face. However, his sneer didn't last a second. His expression froze. Puff! The sound of a bubble popping rang out. The seemingly powerful wind attack exploded directly and dissipated. Wang Ming really was fierce. The wind attack exploded just under 10 centimeters in front of him, and he didn't even blink. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan both breathed a sigh of relief. Although they trusted Jing Tian, there was still some worry in that moment. Now, all worries were dispelled, replaced by a deeper respect for Jing Tian. How is this possible? Huyi's eyes widened, staring at Wang Ming as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Ming suddenly grinned. There's nothing impossible. Grandpa is standing here, and you can't hit him. Now it's my turn. While speaking, Wang Ming waved his hand, and a soil ball the size of a soccer ball formed in 2 seconds, hurtling toward Huyi. Chapter 79. Let them in. What a fast release speed. Jin Long's eyes flashed with astonishment. The higher the level of a supernatural being, the faster the release speed. This was a common understanding among all supernatural beings. But now, this bald man seemed to have broken this consensus. Clearly only level 4. Yet the speed of his supernatural attack was nearly twice as fast as Huyi's, who was level 5. Huyi was even more shocked, but fortunately, he reacted quickly, dodging the blow. As he dodged, a wind blade formed again, attacking Wang Ming once more. Boom! Wang Ming's soil ball was dodged and smashed into the ground in the distance, creating a deep pit. Puff! Huyi's wind blade was again blocked by the protective shield, only causing a ripple. Haha, grandson, you're too weak. With Grandpa standing still, You can't hit me. Just wait for me to hit you, Wang Meng shouted, while simultaneously waving his hands, launching smaller soil balls at Hu Yu. Damn it. This is infuriating, Hu Yu yelled, repeatedly waving his hands to unleash wind blades in response to the soil balls. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions accompanied by flying dust ensued, followed by screams of pain. After about 10 seconds, the dust settled. Hu Yu was covered in dirt, and among the more than 100 people behind him, at least a dozen were lying on the ground with pained expressions. Brother Meng is really fierce. A level 5 is being beaten like this by a level 4. Awesome. I've long been unhappy with that guy, Jin Wu shouted at Wang Meng, looking at Hu Yu's miserable state. Hee hee. I feel like I haven't even used my full strength yet. This level 5 is really pathetic, Wang Meng said without modesty, grinning. Shoot. Open fire and crush them. Hu Yu felt a great sense of humiliation and shouted at the people behind him. Jin Long frowned again, but in the end, he still didn't stop them. Bang, 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 dot. The gunfire instantly connected into a chorus. However, in less than 5 seconds, even Jin Long was stunned, his mouth agape. The gunners all stopped shooting in a daze. Although it was only a few seconds, they wasted 500 or 600 rounds. However, just 20 meters in front of them, Chung Kun and the others didn't even move. All the bullets turned into little iron discs that fell to the ground. Hu Yu suddenly shouted. He truly couldn't understand what he was facing. We can't let them just shoot us for free. Brothers, fight back. Just then, Tong Zhan suddenly yelled. With Tong Zhan's shout, everyone, including Chung Kun, gathered their elemental energy and indiscriminately hurled attacks at Jin Long and the others. What level 5 or 6? As long as they don't step out of the protective line, they'll just have to take the hits. 2 level 5 supernatural beings, along with nearly 20 others, launched a simultaneous attack, and the scene was quite spectacular. Fight back. At this point, guns clearly had no effect. The group quickly threw down their firearms and released their supernatural attacks in resistance. A chaotic explosion of elemental energy erupted, with continuous sounds of bangs and cries of pain. Damn it, their shield can't be broken. We can only wait to take hits. Big boss, think of a way. A group of people shouted in frustration. They weren't afraid of fighting, but this situation where they couldn't hit the opponent and could only take hits made them feel like vomiting blood. Step back a bit. I don't believe this protective layer doesn't have a limit. I'll break it. Jin Long suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as Jin Long's words were out, the group instantly retreated several steps, dodging out of the range of the opponent's attacks, all of them looking expectantly. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances. Since the opponent had retreated, they had no way to act. Seeing Jin Long preparing to attack Jing Tian's protection, Chung Kun and Tong Zhan still felt a bit worried. After all, Jin Long was a powerful level 6 late-stage supernatural being, especially since Jin Long's supernatural ability was the strongest attacking gold ability. In contrast, Wang Meng and Wang Lian were not worried at all. Their confidence in Jing Tian was incredibly strong. The release speed of a level 6 supernatural being's ability was very fast. 1 second later, a gold elemental energy ball with a diameter of over a meter was directly hurled toward Wang Meng's location. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire safe house seemed to tremble. However, Wang Meng, who was close by, suffered no damage at all. Jin Long's eyes narrowed sharply this time. All his subordinates behind him showed expressions of horror. Chung Kun, Tong Zhan, and the others let out long breaths, and then all showed proud smiles. Great! The master doesn't even need to make a move to make them suffer defeat. At this moment, on the roof of the villa, the little girl Tong Yu looked at the scene below, excitedly clapping her hands, filled with admiration for Jing Tian. Obviously, the little girl has always believed that the protection of the safe house is due to Jing Tian's own abilities. Ding! System warning. Encountered a strong attack. Protection capability reduced by 30. Jing Tian was originally puzzled by Jin Long's attack and was thinking about something when suddenly a prompt sound came from the system. The hundreds of bullets just now didn't even deplete the protective layer, which must be said to be quite strong. But only 30? That's not a big deal. Energy can be consumed to repair the protection. Jing Tian directly issued a command to the system. Jing Tian ignored the system's repair and was currently pondering over something. That was The combat skills of these ability users were surprisingly primitive in their attack forms. They were all things like fireballs, earth balls, wind blades, and water balls. To put it bluntly, these people were simply condensing elemental energy and then throwing it to hit others. At this moment, Jin Long snapped out of his shock and looked at Chung Kun with a strong sense of disbelief. Chung Kun, it seems there really is a powerful ability user here, probably skilled in setting up protective barriers. Let's invite him out to talk. Jin Long calmed himself down, feeling a hint of regret in his eyes, somewhat wishing he hadn't been so lenient with Hu Yu. How come my master be someone you can just meet whenever you want? All of you get out. Wang Meng was about to say something harsh to Jin Long. Being so arrogant toward the level 6 powerhouse made him feel incredibly pleased and accomplished. However, before he could finish his words, Jing Tian's voice came from the top of the villa. Let Jin Long and that Hu Yu in. The rest of you disperse for now. Upon hearing Jing Tian's voice, Wang Meng, Chung Kun, and others nodded without hesitation. Then, these people looked at Jin Long and Hu Yu with a hint of cold smiles and gloating expressions. Mr. Jing is about to take action. Jin Long and Hu Yu are definitely going to be in big trouble, and they might even be directly killed by Mr. Jing. Chapter 80. One apology is not enough. Just a moment ago, Jin Long and Hu Yu were eager to rush into the villa, but now they hesitated. Especially Hu Yu, whose face had turned slightly pale. What's the matter? Is the great leader, Jin, afraid? Tong Zhan sneered, provoking him. And that short grandson, weren't you the most arrogant just now? Wang Meng directly pointed at Hu Yu, mocking and provoking him. The provocation from Tong Zhan and Wang Meng was very effective. After a slight pause, Jin Long suddenly smiled calmly and said to the people behind him, "Everyone stay at the foot of the mountain and wait for me. Hu Yu, come with me." Leader, Hu Yu called out with some worry. If you are afraid or have other thoughts, then just leave. Jin Long's expression darkened. Following the leader. What's the big deal? It's just a show. After a moment of changing expressions, Hu Yu gritted his teeth and said, anyone could tell that the latter part was this guy trying to encourage himself. Everyone did not notice that during this conflict, a couple was watching from the third-floor window of Villa Number 2 with binoculars. These two were naturally Li Dan and Lu Ming. They were neglected by Tong Zhan, who didn't even say anything to them, but forcefully ordered them not to step out of the villa. How did those two get past the protective line? We can't see anything further up. Honey, should we go out? Li Dan called out in frustration. Let's not. We just wait for the result. If the leader finds out, we will really be finished. Lu Ming was still afraid of Tong Zhan. He had been given a death order, and if he couldn't keep an eye on Li Dan, he would be the first to be done for. Really, I hope to see that strong person kill that poor guy Jing Tian. Li Dan muttered in frustration at the protective line of the safe house. When Jin Long arrived here, he deliberately paused to feel it. Unfortunately, there were no traces of the safe house's protection at all. Anyone entering or exiting was merely a thought of Jing Tian's. Chung Kun and others saw Jin Long and Hu Yu entering and cleared a path, letting the other subordinates guard here. Normally, you can't see the relatively secluded vegetable garden and flower bed inside the yard when you enter the protective line. You can only see it when close to the fence wall. And Jing Tian didn't give the two of them much chance to get close. As soon as Jin Long and Hu Yu stepped into the protective line, Jing Tian, along with Tong Yu, flew directly down from the rooftop. Jin Long and Hu Yu's eyes shrank in hatred, shocked once again. There is not a hint of energy fluctuation. It seems we really acted rashly. Jin Long shot a frustrated glare at Hu Yu. Great leader Jin, hello. I'm the owner of this villa, Jing Tian. After landing, Jing Tian smiled faintly and introduced himself less than 10 meters in front of Jin Long. Jing Tian's attitude was surprisingly good, which left Chung Kun and Tong Zhan somewhat astonished. They were all wondering about Jing Tian's purpose in bringing these two people in, especially Tong Zhan, who had been thrown out of the villa for trying to take a shot at it. Jin Dong even drew a gun, yet Jing Tian remained so friendly. Something was off. Absolutely something was off. Everyone present who had interacted with Jing Tian didn't believe he could be so good-natured. Although Jing Tian usually appeared easygoing, no one thought he was a soft-hearted person. Hello, leader Jing Tian. I apologize for the previous offenses, and I hope you can forgive me. With the ability to recruit Chung Kun and the others, plus the incredible protective measures just witnessed and the stunning display of agility. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? Since it was an offense, a simple apology didn't seem sufficient, right? Jing Tian continued to smile faintly as he looked at Jin Dong. Here it comes. Sure enough, it was time to settle the score. I told you, the gentleman couldn't possibly be so easygoing. Chen Kun, Tong Zhan, and Wang Ming all showed a look of realization upon hearing Jing Tian's words. Chapter 81. Your punishment upon hearing this. Jin Dong's expression changed immediately. Anyone could tell that Jing Tian's tone indicated he was about to settle accounts. We want. Hu was the first to speak up. Ever since entering this courtyard, he felt a heavy pressure that made him somewhat unable to bear it. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and looked at Hu. It seems I haven't spoken to you, but since you appear to be more anxious, let's deal with you first. W, what do you want to do? Hu's expression changed, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. I watched the situation unfold from beginning to end. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have escalated to this point, and shooting at my villa. Do you think you deserve some punishment? Jing Tian said. Leader Jing. Jin Long wanted to say something, but as soon as he uttered 3 words, he realized Jing Tian had slightly waved his hand at him. He was horrified to discover that he had been immobilized. Not only were his limbs unable to move, but even his mouth couldn't open. He could only watch and listen. In an instant, Jin Long's face turned pale. How could he evade such formidable power? Moreover, it should be from a high-level ancient warrior, right? Ancient warriors are rare and generally not seen in ordinary forces, as they tend to gather in one organization. Therefore, either you don't encounter them, or if you do, it's definitely as part of a team. I suggest you listen when I address his issues, unless you want to take the punishment for him. In that case, just blink, and I'll grant your wish, letting you both share the same fate. Jing Tian's tone remained, but to those around him, it didn't feel gentle at all. On the contrary, it made them feel a bit tense. Jin Long was taken aback for a moment, and after some consideration, he stared hard, afraid that he might accidentally blink. Jin Long's expression was somewhat amusing, but no one laughed at him. Go on. What punishment do you think you deserve? Speak for yourself. Jing Tian turned to Hu again. I was wrong, Leader Jing. Am willing to compensate with crystal cores. Hu noticed Jin Long's unusual behavior and was completely terrified, repeatedly lowering his head to plead for mercy. Jing Tian squinted his eyes, but quickly shook his head. The crystal core was just compensation and could not replace the punishment. If you don't mention the punishment yourself, then I'll set it for you. No, I'll decide. Hu was both fearful and angry, cursing Jing Tian in his heart for generations. But his face only showed an expression of fear and pleading. Jing Tian didn't speak, waiting for Hu to say the punishment himself. I'll slap myself. Forget it. It seems you don't have any sincerity either, and I don't have the patience to waste on you. Wang Ming, he's up to you now. Whether to kill or spare him depends on your mood. Jing Tian instantly lost interest in Hu, interrupting his words and giving a command to Wang Ming. Yes, sir. I promise to make him beg me to kill him quickly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's eyes lit up fiercely. He then walked towards Hu. No, don't come over. I'll fight you. Hu first stepped back, but after a few steps, he suddenly shouted and lunged at Wang Ming. Brother Wang, be careful. Brother, watch out. Chung Kun and Wang Lian both exclaimed in surprise. After all, Hu was at level 5, while Wang Ming was only at level 4. However, in the next second, everyone relaxed. Hu had just charged forward a couple of steps when he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud, his head coming to rest right at Wang Ming's feet. Clearly, Hu had also been restrained by Jing Tian. Bang! Wang Ming was even more direct, kicking out with his foot and cursing. Seemingly afraid of disturbing Jing Tian, Wang Ming stepped forward, grabbed Hu by the collar, and walked towards the back of the villa. Now it's your turn. Although you're not as despicable as your subordinate, you still have a lot of responsibility, right? Jing Tian waited for Wang Ming to leave with his men before directly unbinding Jin Long and speaking. Jin Long's complexion alternated between green and red, finally nodding helplessly. He acknowledged his mistake and was willing to accept Mr. Jing's punishment, but my subordinate. What? Do you want to plead for him? Jing Tian interrupted directly. Forget it. In this world, with his kind of personality, If he doesn't receive a profound lesson, he'll die even faster. Jin Long said with gritted teeth at last. You're smart. Now tell me about your punishment. Since you said I can punish you, I won't be courteous. Your punishment is... Jing Tian was a bit mischievous, deliberately stretching his tone at the end, which made Jin Long feel a wave of tension. Cheng Chuantong, Zhan, and Wang Lian were all curious, sensing that Jing Tian's punishment for Jin Long was definitely not simple. Chapter 82. Tong Yu versus Jin Long. Jin Long was nervous, while the others were curious and looking forward to it. Jing Tian suddenly smiled and said, As long as you can defeat my little apprentice, you can leave safely. What? Tong Yue was the first to exclaim in surprise, her little face turning pale in an instant. Is the master trying to set up his disciple? Or is he trying to pit such a beautiful and adorable little apprentice against someone? Tong Zhan and the others were also stunned, feeling that Jing Tian shouldn't be so reckless. Unless he intentionally wanted to let Jin Long go. But that doesn't make sense. Jin Long was stunned for a while before asking suspiciously, Leader Jing, are you talking about this little girl? That's right. She's my only apprentice. Also, let me correct you. I'm not a leader. Just call me Mr. Jing. Jing Tian nodded and corrected Jin Long's title. Jin Long didn't care about the title anymore, feeling a bit frustrated as he said, I'm already at the peak of level 6. How can I compare with a little girl? Jin Long's meaning was very clear. This was simply not comparable. With just a casual move, the little girl might turn to dust. Of course, you can't compare like that. Just keep yourself at level 3, and that will do, Jing Tian said. I see. When Jing Tian said this, the surrounding people felt a bit more normal, but they were still puzzled as to why Jin Long wasn't allowed to control his power at the same level as Tong Yu, which was level 2. Even at the same level, it wouldn't be entirely fair. After all, the battle experience of an old strongman can't be compared to that of a rookie. Jin Long was still hesitant. Stop being so indecisive. If you agree, let's start. If you don't, then go accompany your subordinates. Jing Tian said, a bit impatiently. All right. Then according to what Mr. Jing said, this is not me bullying anyone. Jin Long, provoked by Jing Tian, suddenly became straightforward. Master. Jin Long was ready, but Tong Yu was still conflicted. She had only started training a few days ago, and she had never fought anyone before. Don't worry, relax with your master here. Just fight as you usually practice. I believe you won't embarrass your master. Jing Tian patted Tong Yu on the head. Hearing Jing Tian's last sentence, Tong Yu's small face immediately became serious as she nodded earnestly. I definitely won't embarrass my master. Come on, Xiao Yu, I believe you will win. Wang Liang cheered for Tong Yu from the side. Tong Zhan also encouraged her with anticipation. Let's start. Give it your all, Jing Tian said. Soon, both sides were ready, and this seemingly unfair duel began. Jin Long was somewhat unconcerned. He believed that as long as Jing Tian didn't meddle, he would undoubtedly win. Tong Yu, on the other hand, was very serious and immediately used the ability she thought she controlled best. Fire Dragon Dance. Tong Yu stretched out her arms, and a fireball quickly condensed in just 2 seconds. The fireball wriggled a few times and transformed into a nearly 2-meter-long, arm-thick fire dragon, bearing its fangs and claws. Seemingly roaring, though silently, and charged straight at Jin Long. What the hell is this? Tong Zhan exclaimed immediately. He was also a fire-type ability user and had never known that fire abilities could take the form of a dragon. Not only Tong Zhan was surprised, but everyone looked astonished, except for Wang Lian, who seemed to be deep in thought. Jin Long was stunned for a moment, and only when the fire dragon was about to collide with him did he hurriedly dodge. It looks beautiful, but unfortunately it's just for show. What the hell? Jin Long initially thought Tong Yu's attack was over, but soon even the composed Jin Long couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? Not to mention Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan beside him. They were left with their mouths agape. How was this possible? If Jin Long hadn't turned around out of curiosity to observe the fire dragon, it might have directly hit him in the back. Jin Long was a bit dumbfounded and only managed to dodge at the last moment. After narrowly avoiding the fire dragon twice, Jin Long no longer dared to be careless. Although he didn't counterattack immediately, he focused intently on the fire dragon. Sure enough, after the fire dragon circled twice, it showed no signs of dissipating, and Jin Long dodged again. Dodge? Let's see how long you can dodge. At this point, Tong Yu, seeing that her fire dragon couldn't hit Jin Long, became a bit irritated and waved her small hands a few times. To the astonishment of Jin Long and the others, Tong Yu actually condensed 2 more fire dragons. Although they were slightly smaller, they were still vivid and packed with power. Tong Yu knew that her skill had shocked everyone, and a hint of pride appeared on her small face. Wang Lian was completely stunned, and there was a trace of uncontrollable envy in her eyes. The 3 little fire dragons circled and danced, looking for any openings to attack Jin Long. Jin Long stared wide-eyed. At first he could dodge, but soon he realized he had nowhere to escape. In the end, he could only unleash an energy attack and collide with the fire dragons. Puff, puff, puff. After releasing several golden energy balls, he managed to collide with the fire dragons, causing them to dissipate simultaneously. Fire rain descends. Seeing the fire dragons dissipate, Tong Yu showed no signs of discouragement and launched her second skill, which was also the last skill she knew. Chapter 83. Only teach those close to you. The so-called fire rain descends, as the name suggests, is a shower of fire falling from the sky. However, this sky is a bit low. A patch of sparks appeared just 1 meter above Jin Long's head, falling down. In an instant, everyone present was stunned again. This is impossible, Chung Kun shouted. Ability users release elemental attacks by condensing them in front of them. It requires a portion of elemental energy from within to be catalyzed by mental power and then released. It is impossible for it to appear out of thin air from such a distance. Jin Long was also dumbfounded, staring at the fire rain descending upon him within a 5-meter radius, completely forgetting to dodge. If you don't counterattack soon, you're going to be set on fire, Jing Tian kindly reminded him. Unfortunately, Jing Tian's reminder was still a bit late. Sparks had already fallen onto Jin Long's hair. Jin Long immediately exclaimed and reacted quickly by dropping to the ground. Jin Long, being a seasoned fighter, made the correct response in the shortest time possible. As he fell, he also waved his hand to release a golden energy ball that exploded upwards. Bang! The golden energy ball exploded, instantly dispersing a portion of the fire rain, averting the burning crisis. Even so, half of Jin Long's hair was burned, making him look quite disheveled. Fire rain descends. Seeing Jin Long lying on the ground, dispersing her skill, Tong Yu immediately shouted again. She waved her small hands, ready to attack again. Stop, Xiao Yu, I concede. Jin Long shouted loudly before Tong Yu could complete her attack. This. Tong Yu hesitated a bit and couldn't help but look at Jing Tian. All right, Xiao Yu. No need to continue. The verification is complete, Jing Tian said with a faint smile. Verification? What verification? Several people curiously looked at Jing Tian at the same time. To verify your ability skills, and also to check on Xiao Yu's recent training status. Now I can confirm that you all don't know any skills at all. You only know how to throw elemental energy. Jing Tian had nothing to hide and smiled faintly once again. At this moment, Jing Tian was suppressing his excitement. He had now confirmed that these ability users only relied on primitive ability attacks and did not possess any skills. However, the books on abilities provided by the safe house contain countless records of ability combat techniques and application skills. Ability combat technique? Is that the kind of moves that Xiao Yu used? Tong Zhan asked Jing Tian with wide eyes. Jing Tian nodded. The few of them were once again dumbfounded. At the same time, they couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if their elemental energy could be used like Tong Yu's. After all, Tong Yu's level was still low, and the power of her abilities was quite small. Mr. Jing, this skill was taught by you to Missy, right? Can we? Chung Kun hesitated for a moment before speaking to Jing Tian, and Tong Zhan also nodded in agreement, looking at Jing Tian. Although Chung Kun didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was already very clear. I'm sorry, but I only teach this kind of combat technique to those closest to me. Jing Tian shook his head decisively. The meaning of Jing Tian is also very clear. You two cannot be considered close to him. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan immediately made bitter faces, feeling so miserable that they wanted to spit blood. Jing Tian didn't care about Chung Kun and Tong Zhan's feelings and turned to the somewhat dazed Jin Long, saying, Leader Jin, your punishment is over now, and we are even. You can take your people to rest at the foot of the mountain, and you are free to come and go as you please. Oh. Jean Long nodded absently, not even sure if he understood Jing Tian's words, and left the villa in a daze. He had completely forgotten about his subordinate Hu Yu. At this moment, Hu Yu was truly in a state where even his mother would not recognize him. Sir, I originally wanted to kill him, but later I took his crystal core, which is like giving him a reprieve, breaking his limbs, but leaving him with a breath. Cough, cough, that's enough. You can handle it however you want. No need to report back. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances, knowing that Jing Tian was urging them to leave. With a bitter nod, the two bid farewell to Jing Tian and dragged Hu Yu out of Villa Number 1. Back inside the villa, the young girl Tong Yu excitedly shared her combat insights. Wang Ming was confused at first while listening, and only after asking Wang Lian did he learn the specifics. After Wang Ming finished listening, he suddenly looked at Jing Tian with a hint of resentment. Sir, can my sister and I learn that combat technique that Xiao Yu used? When Wang Ming asked this, Wang Lian beside him was filled with anticipation and nervousness. She wanted to learn as well. But she had just heard Jing Tian firmly refuse Chung Kun and Tong Zhan. Of course you can. Jing Tian smiled slightly and looked at the siblings, saying, You two are my followers, naturally close to me. From now on, when Xiaoya is cultivating, you both should come upstairs together. I'm thinking of teaching you some combat skills. Thank you, sir. Wang Lian reacted even faster than Wang Ming upon hearing Jing Tian's words. With great excitement, she thanked Jing Tian and even pulled Wang Ming to kneel down and bow to him. Teaching them combat skills essentially meant they were like disciples. Jing Tian was not fond of the kneeling routine, so he directly blocked the two of them. After chatting with the three for a few moments, Jing Tian fell silent, and the three of them, sensing the mood, did not disturb him. At this moment, Jing Tian was pondering something, or rather, he had figured something out. That was the increase in combat skill attack power in personal data detection. Tong Yu had this increase in attack power because she had been learning psychic combat skills from him. Wang Lian also had it because she possessed a handwritten copy of some detailed explanations of psychic abilities. Clearly, Wang Lian could also execute certain combat skills. The others did not have this ability because they simply did not know psychic combat skills. After lunch, Jing Tian noticed that Wang Ming and Wang Lian were staring at him eagerly. Jing Tian understood the thoughts of the brother and sister very well and said with let's go, since we have nothing else to do. I'll first teach you some basics on a rooftop. Thank you, sir. The siblings nodded excitedly. Upon reaching the rooftop, Jing Tian first explained to them the most basic requirement for combat skills, which is the use of mental strength. Combat skills involve controlling elemental powers with mental strength, rather than just simply activating them as ability users. However, Jing Tian soon discovered that the siblings didn't even know how to communicate with the elemental affinity. It wasn't that they couldn't, but they were too clumsy. Their control over elemental energy was extremely stiff. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly thought of something he found hard to believe. He exclaimed to the two, You haven't received recognition from elemental energy? Chapter 84. Alumni from powerful forces come knocking. Elemental recognition is fundamental for a supernatural being. Only by achieving a certain level of affinity with the elements can one receive elemental recognition. Once recognized by the elements, a supernatural being can more easily manipulate elemental energy and then use their mental power to create various forms of attacks. It can be said that without receiving elemental recognition, it would be nearly impossible to fully execute supernatural combat skills in one's lifetime. If the brother and sister haven't received it, could it mean that all supernatural beings have never received elemental recognition? If so, that would truly be a shocking discovery. Indeed, the subsequent reactions of the Wang siblings completely confirmed Jing Tian's suspicions. What is elemental recognition? Wang Ming asked in confusion. Elemental recognition is the ability to sense elemental energy, gradually develop affinity, and then Jing Tian was about to explain in detail to the two how to gain elemental recognition when suddenly he heard a woman's voice calling from below the villa, directly calling his name. Jing Tian, come out. I have something to discuss with you. It was Li Dan. Jing Tian frowned and looked down from the edge of the villa. He saw Li Dan standing alone outside the protective line. Where did my dad go? Why did he let this annoying woman out again? Tong Yu's face immediately turned cold with dissatisfaction upon seeing Li Dan. It was clear that Tong Yu's discontent was mostly directed at her father, Tong Zhan. They all went to Chen Kun's side, Wang Lian said, clearly having seen the actions of Tong Zhan and the others. Let's see what she has to say first. Jing Tian smiled slightly, and then loudly asked Li Dan, Alumni Li, what do you need from this servant? Jing Tian realized when apologizing to Tong Zhan that Li Dan still thought of herself as Mr. Jing's servant. This was quite amusing. The Wang siblings and Tong Yu nearby had strange expressions. The three of them could see that Jing Tian was teasing Li Dan, and naturally, they wouldn't expose it. However, when they looked at Li Dan, their eyes were filled with a hint of pity and disgust. Jing Tian, stop being sarcastic. My uncle is afraid of you, and it's also because of Mr. Jing. I have important matters to discuss with Mr. Jing. Please introduce me, and I will give you some benefits. Li Dan clearly suppressed her anger towards Jing Tian and shouted, Important matters? Help you with an introduction? And benefits? Jing Tian squinted his eyes and asked with great interest. Yes, as long as I see Mr. Jing, I will definitely give you a benefit that you care about. Li Dan said with a hint of pride. Is it a benefit that I care about? Then you tell me what the benefit is first, and I will let you see Mr. Jing right away. Jing Tian was really curious. What benefits could this woman bring to herself? What important matter did she want to discuss with her? No, I have to see Mr. Jing first before I can tell you. If you don't go, I'll have Xiao Yu help me notify him, and you won't get any benefits at all. Li Dan said, glancing at Tong Yu at the end. Tong Yu was very stubborn. Upon hearing that Li Dan actually wanted her to call Mr. Jing, she simply pouted and turned her face away, completely ignoring Li Dan. Jing Tian smiled and said, This is my territory. Apart from me, no one can call Mr. Jing. Jing Tian playfully said to Li Dan, Yes, apart from my master. Here, he has the final say. If you keep talking nonsense, we won't pay attention to you. Tong Yu chimed in to support Jing Tian, but almost let something slip. You, fine, then I'll let you in on a little secret. I know the whereabouts of your best buddy, Zhang Jian. How about that? What? You know Zhang Jian's whereabouts? As soon as Jing Tian heard Li Dan mention the name Zhang Jian, his expression changed dramatically. He didn't wait for Li Dan to finish his sentence and completely forgot to maintain his disguise as a servant. In a flash, he flew from the top of the villa to the edge of the protective line. After landing, he was only a meter away from Li Dan. Why you? How can you fly? Li Dan was initially a bit smug about Jing Tian's reaction, but he was soon stunned by Jing Tian's actions. The distance from the villa to this spot was over 80 meters, crossing the villa's courtyard, not to mention Jing Tian, an ordinary person. Even a typical level 4 or 5 ability user couldn't possibly leap such a distance. Chapter 85, The Best Bro. Jing Tian was taken aback and realized that he had been too excited, forgetting that in Li Dan's eyes, he was just an ordinary person who was seen as useless. However, Jing Tian really didn't have the energy to think about that now. He opened his mouth and perfunctorily said, It was Mr. Jing who helped me fly over. You quickly tell me where Zhang Jian is. After hearing Jing Tian's words, Li Dan was stunned for a moment, but surprisingly believed him. Originally, Li Dan wasn't foolish. She had some cunning. However, sometimes her obsessive thoughts would cloud her judgment. Deep down, she didn't believe that Jing Tian could fly by himself, so she easily accepted his perfunctory excuse. Li Dan glared at Jing Tian and said, You let me meet Mr. Jing, and I will tell you the specific news about Zhang Jian. You. Jing Tian's eyes were a bit red, and he really wanted to reveal his identity directly. However, he thought for a moment that even if this woman believed him, she might still cause other troubles. Right now, he urgently wanted to know about Zhang Jian's whereabouts. In the end, Jing Tian forced himself to suppress his emotions and said, First tell me where Zhang Jian is, and I guarantee you will see Mr. Jing immediately. Otherwise, I will call Tong Zhan and have you thrown out of the villa area. Jing Tian was really anxious and had to resort to threats. If Jing Tian could step out of the protective line, he would definitely grab Li Dan by the collar and interrogate him. Zhang Jian, Jing Tian's best buddy from college. Jing Tian was originally an orphan, and during his school days, he was truly poor, sometimes unable to work part-time to earn money, and often he could only eat one meal a day. Fortunately, he had a few good roommates who took care of him, especially Zhang Jian. Although that guy had a very eccentric personality and played tricks on everyone, he was exceptionally sincere towards Jing Tian. While teasing and joking, he also took great care of Jing Tian. Looking back, Zhang Jian had done so many things that moved Jing Tian to tears. In this apocalyptic year, aside from thinking about Grandpa Jing from the orphanage, Jing Tian thought the most about his buddy Zhang Jian. Even the woman he had a crush on came after Zhang Jian. Jing Tian, you despicable person. When Li Dan heard Jing Tian threaten him with Tong Zhan, he was a bit scared. What am I despicable about? You tell me Lu Jian's news, and I'll let you meet Mr. Jing. Isn't that fair? Jing Tian shrugged. This. Li Dan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jing Tian and said, Then you swear that if I tell you Zhang Jian's news, you will take me into the villa to meet Mr. Jing. All right. I swear that as long as you say it, I guarantee you'll meet the owner here. Lying won't end well. Jing Tian swore very decisively. Just then, the Wang siblings came out of the villa with Tong Yu. Li Dan also saw Tong Yu walking over and worried that this cousin might cause trouble for him. Quickly said, Zhang Jian is at the Magic City base, and your other roommate is there too. I saw them working a few days ago. In the Magic City? Jing Tian was taken aback and immediately asked, What kind of work? What does he do? Is he living very poorly? He's just an ordinary person. Do you think he can live well? Li Dan said matter-of-factly, with a clear disdain in his eyes when talking about ordinary people. In any stronghold, there are constant constructions of defensive buildings, and those with abilities can go out to gather supplies, so their lives are naturally much better. The most miserable are the ordinary people. Women with a bit of looks can still live somewhat better. The reasoning is understood. Among ordinary men, life is the hardest. Just surviving is already quite difficult. Jing Tian had never seen what ordinary people inside the base were like. However, he could imagine that scene in his mind. Zhang Jian, who was already small in stature, was doing hard labor every day and could only drink rice porridge mixed with dirt. Thinking of this, Jing Tian's heart ached sharply. He even felt an impulse to rush to the demon city and bring Zhang Jian back. Hey, why are you just standing there? I've already told you. Hurry up and arrange for me to meet Mr. Jing. Li Dan, seeing Jing Tian's clenched fist and red eyes, felt disdain in her heart and reminded him loudly. Jing Tian was about to reveal his cards when suddenly his gaze shifted towards the hillside. Li Dan thought Jing Tian was going back on his word and was just about to explode in anger when he suddenly heard a commotion from below the mountain and quickly turned to look. On the hillside, a group of about 200 people, all armed, was jogging up the mountain with serious expressions on their faces. The leader of the group was none other than Jin Long. Could it be that Jin Long intended to take revenge for Hu Yu? Jing Tian frowned slightly. Chapter 86. Jin Long wants to become a disciple. About 200 people were jogging up the mountain, making quite a scene. Inside Villa Number 3, Chung Kun and Tong Zhan, who were discussing matters, were startled by the commotion. After realizing the situation, they quickly led all their subordinates out of the villa and rushed towards Villa Number 1. They weren't foolish, with just a dozen or so of them. How could they intercept a level 6 ability user with nearly 200 armed subordinates? Unless they had a screw loose. Reaching Villa Number 1 first was the only way to ensure absolute safety. Jing Tian looked grimly at Jin Long and his team approaching. At that moment, the Wang siblings and Tong Yu arrived by Jing Tian's side, ignoring Li Dan and coldly watching Jin Long come closer. Mr. Jing Tian, someone is causing trouble at the villa. Aren't you going to come out? Li Dan, who was being ignored, suddenly made a speechless move and loudly shouted inside the villa, right in front of Jing Tian. Just then, Tong Zhan arrived, slightly faster than Jin Long's group. Tong Zhan saw that Li Dan was also there, shouting for Jing Tian to come out in front of him. Jin Long approached on his own, stopping his team several dozen meters away. Coming in front of Jing Tian, Jin Long bowed deeply and said, Mr. Jing Tian, please don't misunderstand. We are not here to cause trouble. I have something important to request from you. You are that level 6 expert. You're bowing to him? And calling him Mr. Jing Tian? Li Dan's eyes widened in shock upon seeing Jin Long bow to Jing Tian and address him as Mr. Jing Tian, screaming as if she had seen a ghost. Jin Long was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit bewildered by Li Dan's outburst. What a pity for such a pretty girl. Too bad her brain isn't quite right. Li Dan, you're simply hopeless. Tong Zhan was truly at a loss. If it weren't for his sister's kindness to him, He would really want to slap this niece to death. Uncle, he calls him Mr. Jing Tian? Which Mr. Jing Tian are we talking about? Li Dan ignored Tong Zhan's irritation and asked him with a confused expression. Idiot, there's only one Mr. Jing Tian in the entire villa area. Who else could it be? Tong Zhan said with a dark face. While saying this, Tong Zhan kept expressing his apologies to Jing Tian. This is impossible. You must be mistaken. How could he be that Mr. Jing Tian? Li Dan screamed as if she had been pricked by a needle. Shut up, or I'll just kill you. Tong Zhan really raised his hand as if to hit Li Dan. Forget it, Leader Tong. Just keep an eye on her. She gave me an important piece of information. So I forgive her this time. Jing Tian intervened to stop him. Jing Tian felt that this was his way of thanking Li Dan for the news about Zhang Jian. If it weren't for this incident, Jing Tian would never have had any pity for Li Dan. Tong Zhan was slightly taken aback when he heard this. But now is not the time to ask further. He thanked Jing Tian and then instructed his subordinates to pull Li Dan aside, effectively controlling him. Even so, Li Dan kept shaking his head, as if he had been stunned, mumbling continuously, "This is impossible. He is just an ordinary person, a bumpkin and a poor guy. He can't be Mr. Jing." Jing Tian ignored Li Dan and looked at Jin Long, asking, "Go ahead with such a big show and bringing people here. It doesn't seem like you are here to ask for something." Jing Tian initially thought that Jin Long was kneeling because of the matter with Hu Yu, but it seems that is not the case. Thud. Jin Long didn't say a word. His first action was to directly kneel on the ground. Everyone was stunned, and Jing Tian was completely confused in an instant. Li Dan, who was being held captive, widened her eyes in shock, no longer in a frenzy. Her eyes nearly popping out as she realized that a level 6 ability user was kneeling before Jing Tian. "Mr. Jing, Jin Long begs you to take me as your disciple. I brought my brothers here to have more people witness this." After kneeling, Jin Long looked up at Jing Tian with utmost seriousness, even adopting a devout posture of prayer. In an instant, everyone understood Jin Long's intention. At the same time, everyone was dumbfounded. This was too sudden and somewhat bizarre. After all, they had just been at each other's throats. To become a disciple? No way. You're already at level 6. Is Jin Long really that thick-skinned? After a moment of shock, Chun Kun and Tong Zhanjiang couldn't help but exclaim. In fact, both of them had just had the same thought, but they simply didn't have the same thick skin as Jin Long. Chapter 87. Master Sister Tong Yu. Jing Tian blinked his eyes and looked at Jin Long, showing an even more peculiar expression on his face. A level 6 ability user wants to take him as a master? How did this guy's brain work? Agree or not agree? Jing Tian is a bit disheveled. Others regard him as a peerless powerhouse, but he knows best that he is a counterfeit strongman. Leaving the safe house, he can only rely on his disciple's abilities. He isn't even sure if the ability to borrow from his disciple can still be used after leaving the safe house. Borrowing the disciple's abilities? Jing Tian's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked straight at Jin Long, and then his eyes began to move. Not only did he think of his disciple's borrowing abilities, but he also recalled his earlier discovery that all the ability users lacked combat skills and had not received elemental recognition. So he wasn't without the ability to teach. How about level 6 powerhouses? Even if they were at level 7, 8, or 9, if they were the same, he could also be their master. Jing Tian's thoughts began to wander, and the little girl Tong Yue beside him looked at Jin Long with a face full of surprise. "You want to take my master as your teacher? Then wouldn't you have to call me senior sister?" "Yes, as long as the master accepts me, you will be my senior sister. I will respect and honor you like I do with the master," Jin Long said, looking at Tong Yue and nodding seriously. "Huh?" The little girl opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She was only 13 years old, and here was a nearly 50-year-old man expressing his intention to honor her. Thinking about that scene, Tong Yue felt a bit scared, but it also seemed a little interesting. While everyone was dumbfounded, Jing Tian's thoughts returned to focus, and he said to Jin Long, "You can get up now. Actually, you're already strong enough." "No, I'm still very weak in front of you." Jin Long interrupted Jing Tian, thinking he was about to refuse him. At the same time, he took out a bulging little cloth bag from his bosom, raised it above his head with both hands, and continued to say to Jing Tian, "I want to learn martial arts from you, and I'm willing to pay any price. This is my gift for apprenticeship." Anyone could see that the bag was full of crystal cores. Judging by the size, if they were all level 3, 4, or 5 crystal cores, there were at least 100 of them in that bag. At that moment, Tong Yue even tugged at Jing Tian's clothing and said, "Master, I think he seems quite sincere. Why not accept him? If he doesn't listen, you can just expel him from the sect." In such an occasion, with so many people around, only Tong Yue could speak to Jing Tian like this. It was clear that the little girl had her own thoughts. "Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. You are right. If I do anything wrong, the master can expel me from the sect at any time," Jinlong said excitedly to Tong Yue, expressing his gratitude. Moreover, he directly addressed her as senior sister, and his tone was very natural. Tong Yue was taken aback, her big eyes squinting. Jinlong actually called her senior sister? It felt a bit awkward. But more than that, there was a strange sense of satisfaction and superiority. Chun Kun and Tong Zhan exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh again at Jinlong's thick skin. If it were them, at such an age and with such formidable strength, they would never kneel and express their intention to honor a little girl. Jing Tian watched with increasingly strange eyes, somewhat admiring Jinlong's thick skin. He first patted Tong Yue's little head and asked Jinlong, "Are you really sure you want to become my disciple?" "Yes, I sincerely request to be accepted as a disciple," Jinlong replied. His spirit lifted, and excitement and anticipation appeared on his face. He felt there was hope. Jinlong's decision to become a disciple naturally involved some inner struggle and consideration, and he even discussed it with his subordinates. Initially, he planned to be a follower of Jing Tian. However, followers must always stay close to their master. What would happen to the stronghold of over 100,000 people he had painstakingly established? Most importantly, followers might not necessarily learn true combat skills, which is a huge difference from being a disciple. Jing Tian looked at Jinlong, who was full of sincerity and anticipation, and had basically made a decision in his heart, but still began to conduct data probing on Jinlong. Chapter 88. Jinlong's Excitement and Shock. Jinlong, a level 6 gold element ability user. Body strength, 170. Strength, 220. Ability attack power, 685. Skill attack power increase, none. Loyalty to the host, 68. Jing Tian mainly focuses on loyalty. When he saw the value of 68, he was both surprised and delighted. This Jinlong, who he met for the first time and even had conflicts with, surprisingly had such a high loyalty. It's much higher than Chun Kun's. Not to mention Tong Zhan's pitiful 15. With the loyalty meeting the standard, plus the considerable crystal core energy and the ability to borrow from disciples, Jing Tian's little thoughts are overflowing. It seems that she has basically made a decision. Jing Tian suddenly straightened up and, with a serious expression, said to Jinlong, "I can take you as my disciple, but you need to think carefully. Once you become my disciple, betrayal will not be as simple as just expelling you from the sect." "I understand." Jinlong's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied seriously, "Once a disciple, forever a father. If the master accepts me, I swear to prioritize the master's will above all else. If I betray you, I am willing to endure all hardships, even wishing for a death worse than life." Jinlong first bowed to Jing Tian and then raised his hand to take an oath. The oath was quite harsh. A fate worse than death is far more terrifying than death itself, especially in a world where the existence of death is already taken lightly. "All right, from now on, you are my second disciple. Remember your oath." Seeing Jinlong like this, Jing Tian also appropriately showed a smile on his face. "Thank you, master. The vow is in my heart, and I will never forget it." Jinlong was overjoyed and bowed to Jing Tian again in gratitude. Ding! At this moment, the system issued a prompt sound. "Congratulations to the host for accepting the second disciple, completing the hidden task, and receiving a small skill as a reward. Disciple combat skill matched." Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Regardless of the quality of the reward, at least the system acknowledged his status as Jinlong's disciple. This meant he could naturally borrow Jinlong's level 6 abilities. He then learned about this so-called small skill reward. It was a disciple combat skill matching type that could not be upgraded. It could directly match suitable combat skills for the disciple to impart. The introduction was extremely simple, but the meaning was clear, which made Jing Tian feel refined. At this moment, he felt a surge of clarity as all the secret books left in the safe house flashed through his mind clearly. Obviously, this skill had a small benefit that deepened his impression of those books, allowing him to understand them more thoroughly. Congratulations, Mr. Jing. Congratulations, Leader Jin. Chung Kun was the first to react, and regardless of his inner thoughts, he sincerely and brightly began to congratulate them. Next was Tong Zhan, who felt a bit gloomy but couldn't fall behind Chung Kun. After there were Wang Ming and Wang Lian, who were genuinely happy. As for Tong Yu, the little girl began to curiously examine Jinlong. Thank you. Thank you all for your blessings. At the same time, Jinlong handed the bag of crystal cores to Jing Tian. Master, I will definitely honor you well in the future, and also my senior sister. Jing Tian did not refuse and directly accepted the crystal core, saying, I've taken the item. Your team seems to need vehicles. Once you gather some, I'll help you repair them as a welcome gift. Jinlong was taken aback and then quickly reacted, exclaiming, Master, are you saying those cars are all repaired by you? Jinlong's eyes widened. He initially thought they were obtained at a great cost from somewhere. Of course, Junior Brother Jin, our master can do many things. Fixing a car is a piece of cake, the young girl said with a tone full of pride. It seemed quite natural for her to address Jinlong as Junior Brother, as she appeared to enjoy it. It's just fixing a car, no need to be so surprised. Let's not stand outside, let's talk inside, Jing Tian said lightly. Everyone quickly nodded, and Jinlong managed to calm down. He then called over a level 4 ability user and assigned him some tasks, with who you basically incapacitated. Jinlong needed to find another subordinate to handle the trivial matters. And there was also Li Dan, who was being controlled. She had long stopped shouting, and even though she was unwilling to admit it 1,000 times in her heart, the facts were right in front of her. Jing Tian, whom she had always looked down upon as a poor wretch, had truly transformed into someone she needed to look up to. Li Dan should have reflected on her previous attitude and behavior, but upon seeing Jing Tian enter the villa like a star surrounded by admirers, her eyes once again flashed with intense jealousy. That damn bastard, he wouldn't even spare me a glance, that bumpkin, just wait and see. On one side, Li Dan was being dragged away in anger, while on the other, Jinlong entered the villa in shock. Flower beds, vegetable gardens. Although he knew that certain places could now cultivate these, it wasn't something that could just be casually planted in a yard. Just when he was still reeling from the shock, stepping through the villa's door brought even more surprises crashing down on him. Chapter 89. News from the south. It can be said that in the apocalypse, very few people entered Villa Number 1 without being shocked. Jinlong was no exception. Water dispensers, air conditioners, refrigerators, and all kinds of household appliances were present. Most importantly, they all seemed to be functioning normally. Jinlong sat on the sofa, somewhat dazed, and it took him a while to gradually calm down. However, his gaze toward Jing Tian became even more curious. Master, have you already developed a power conversion device? Jinlong finally couldn't hold back and directly asked Jing Tian. Well, sort of. Jing Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. There were too many inexplicable presences in the safe house, and he could only respond perfunctorily. Master is mighty, Jinlong suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Even if he wanted to flatter, wasn't that a bit exaggerated? You are a level 6 expert nearing 50, and also the leader of a stronghold. Have some self-respect, okay? However, Jinlong ignored everyone's reactions and said excitedly, Master, the people from the south have just made some progress. You're already using electricity normally. If they find out, let's see if they have any face left to show off. Oh, what does Leader Ji mean by this? Chung Kun directly voiced the confusion of everyone. Chung Kun, in front of my master, you don't need to call me leader. Isn't it a little unfair to just call me Brother Jin? Jinlong said to Chung Kun. Of course it's not unfair. I'm getting a great deal. Chung Kun quickly replied with a slightly surprised expression. Jinlong smiled faintly and then explained his earlier statement. A few days ago, some people from a southern stronghold came to the north, and I got some information about the current situation in the south from them. At this moment, Wang Lian took the initiative to act as a caretaker and brought everyone clean water. Jinlong quickly thanked her and took a sip. The cool, refreshing taste was much better than the purified water he usually collected. Just as he was about to express his admiration, his expression suddenly stiffened slightly, staring at the cup and exclaiming This water contains energy, right? All the food and water sources here have energy, senior brother. You need to get used to it. Don't be so surprised. Tong Yu seemed to be waiting for Jin Long to be astonished. After he reacted, her small face showed a sense of authority as the senior sister, and she said proudly. Unfortunately, her delicate and youthful face could not convey the authority of a senior sister. It was only cute. Jin Long stared wide-eyed at Jing Tian. The electricity in the vegetable garden was already surprising. But how could the food and water sources also contain energy? What kind of existence is this new master of mine? Let us continue discussing the situation in the south. Jing Tian smiled slightly, clearly not wanting to elaborate further. Jin Long saw that Jing Tian had spoken, and hurriedly nodded to share what he had heard about the southern side. As Jin Long recounted, everyone was somewhat stunned. The south was surprisingly much stronger than the north. In the south, shortly after the apocalypse struck, the weather underwent drastic changes, with most of the region covered in ice and snow. Although the climate was extremely harsh, this severe weather also granted the South certain advantages. Not only could food supplies be better preserved, but after the snow and ice melted, crops like grains and vegetables could be grown in the warm greenhouses that were built. However, the consumption of resources for these warm greenhouses was enormous. Moreover, the South had actually managed to repair vehicles, transforming them into battle cars suited for the current environment. Finally, Jin Long shared an even more explosive piece of news. The survivors in the South had developed a new power supply method. Brother Jin, are you saying they use zombie crystal cores to generate electricity? How do they do that? Chung Kun asked Jin Long, astonished. Such confidential matters were likely known only to a few. Jin Long shook his head. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. In today's world, power sources were undoubtedly the biggest secret of any faction. Whoever possessed them could potentially dominate the world. Such an important secret, of course, would not be disclosed to outsiders. In fact, compared to our master, they're still far behind. It is said that their power conversion requires enormous equipment, and the current is unstable. The one here with our master is very stable. Jin Long observed that everyone was in awe of the South's achievements, and his gaze turned back to Jing Tian, filled with deep admiration as he spoke. That's right, no matter how strong the South is in front of my husband, they are still trash. Wang Ming straightforwardly echoed, which was truly his heartfelt opinion. Chung Kun and Tong Zhan nodded in agreement, somewhat resembling flattery towards Jing Tian. Jing Tian looked at the few people, appearing humble on the surface, but he still quite enjoyed this feeling inside. Although everything was provided by the villa system, others didn't know that, and besides, the villa system was his own. They chatted until noon, and Jing Tian was in a good mood, generously spending 2 energy points to exchange for a batch of ingredients, asking Wang Lian to prepare a more sumptuous lunch. Jing Tian often takes breaks or does other things to recharge his system energy points. After treating Wang Ming, he only had 12 energy points left. He had just exchanged for some ingredients, and with the system deducting 2 points at an unknown time, he now only had 8 energy points left. He took out all the crystal cores. Among them were the repair fees given by Chung Kun, 10 level 3 crystal cores, and a bag of crystal cores just gifted to him by Jin Long YC. He's hit the jackpot. When Jing Tian dumped out the crystal cores given by Jin Long, he couldn't help but cheer. Chapter 90, Energy Wealth. The number of these crystal cores was as high as 75. There were 50 level 3 cores, 20 level 4 cores, and finally, 5 cores the size of pigeon eggs, undoubtedly level 5. Ding! Large amounts of crystal core energy detected. Would you like to absorb them all? The system popped up at this moment. Jing Tian was about to agree to absorb it when he suddenly remembered that he still had a disciple and 2 followers. Jin Long didn't need him to worry. As a level 6 powerhouse, he wouldn't lack for crystal cores, and his only goal was to learn supernatural combat skills. But what about Tong Yu and the Wang siblings? Jing Tian directly picked out 3 level 4 crystal nuclei from a pile of crystal nuclei, 1 each of wind, earth, and fire attributes. He then issued a command to the system to absorb and transform all the remaining crystal nuclei. Crystal nucleus energy absorption. Absorption complete. This time the absorption yielded a total of 4,500 energy points, with a total of 4,508 energy points. Please continue to work hard, host. The system absorbs energy quickly. The transformation of such a quantity of crystal nuclei took less than 10 seconds. 4,500? This, a level 5 crystal nucleus, only has 200 energy points? Jing Tian frowned. Level 2 crystal nuclei yield 3 energy points. Level 3 yields 30, and level 4 yields 100. By this calculation, level 5 crystal nuclei only provide 200 energy points. Jing Tian originally wanted to calculate the energy patterns of the crystal nucleus, but now it seems useless. Everything is determined by the system. System, are you going to embezzle my energy points? Jing Tian suddenly thought of a question. You better not let me find out, otherwise I'll uninstall you. Jing Tian threatened hatefully. Obviously, he didn't even believe this threat himself. At the same time, he felt a bit apologetic towards Wang Ming. If his energy had come a little earlier, it wouldn't have left him with that hidden danger of mutation. Anyway, now that he was rich in energy, Jing Tian's mind began to become active again. When Zhang Jian sees his buddy make such a flashy appearance, with his character, he will definitely cling to him and beg for support. Right? Don't worry, Zhang Jian. As long as you stick with me, you'll enjoy a good life in the future. I guarantee you'll be comfortable for the rest of your life. So you better wait for me. Jing Tian finally remembered his best buddy and felt increasingly anxious to bring him over. Of course, now that he had a pretty impressive apprentice, he could also send him to pick up his friend. However, Jing Tian still wanted to personally bring his brother over. After that, Jing Tian was organizing the materials needed for the upgrade of the war god. The war god was currently at level 1. The materials needed for the upgrade were 1,000 kilograms of steel, 500 kilograms of copper, 300 kilograms of aluminum, 200 kilograms of rubber, 50 kilograms of silver, and 500 energy points. Among these, the steel, copper, and rubber had already been completed, and the energy points were not a problem. As for the upgrade materials, Jing Tian had already decided to let the people from Jinlong gather them. Next was the upgrade of the supervilla main system, which Jing Tian also wanted to upgrade to level 3 as soon as possible since there was a surprise reward waiting for him. However, the system upgrade was still somewhat challenging at the moment. The energy points were sufficient, but he first needed to upgrade 5 auxiliary functions to level 2. Currently, only 2 functions have been upgraded to level 2. Jing Tian was deep in thought when Tongyu ran up from downstairs, calling for him to come down for lunch. The lunch was lavish, with a table full of at least 10 dishes. Unfortunately, Jing Tian didn't have a habit of drinking, so he didn't exchange for any drinks. Including Jinlong, the others were all enviously eyeing the abundant spread, and if measured in crystal cores, they would be willing to trade a level 5 crystal core for it. However, to Jing Tian, the 2 energy points for a table full of dishes seemed a bit steep. After all, under normal system supply methods, 2 energy points could cover the meals for 2 to 3 people for a month. This meal, aside from Jing Tian, the other men like Jinlong and Cheng Kun couldn't put down their bowls and chopsticks once they started. One reason was the freshness of the food, enhanced by Wang Lian's culinary skills, and the other was the subtle energy in the dishes, making them irresistible. As a result, the lunch ended in less than 20 minutes. After Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan finished eating, they whispered to each other and then made a request to Jing Tian. They wanted to know if meat could also be sold. The two of them knew that this time they were benefiting from Jinlong's generosity, and in the future, if they wanted to eat meat like this, they would probably have to come to Jing Tian to buy it. Jing Tian hesitated slightly before nodding. As long as the other party could offer him a satisfactory price for the crystal cores, he wouldn't turn down a profit. In the end, Jing Tian set the price. 1 pound of meat, regardless of the type, would cost 1 level 3 crystal core, while vegetables would remain at their original price of 5 level 3 crystal cores for 5 pounds. Cheng Kun, you guys are making a big profit. My master could sell these items at other bases for 3 times the value, Jinlong said. Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan nodded repeatedly, clearly agreeing with Jinlong's words. Then, the two of them left to gather supplies and crystal cores in preparation for their soon-to-be expanded team. Jinlong also went out for a while. Jing Tian asked him to help collect materials for upgrading the war god, and he instructed his subordinates to go out with Cheng Kun and the others. You don't need to look at me like that. Let's go. We'll go to the rooftop to teach you how to cultivate. Jing Tian understood Jin Long's thoughts and didn't disappoint him. Originally, Jing Tian had found the key to guiding the Wang siblings in the morning, but it was interrupted by Li Dan. Now it was just right to be with Jin Long, Chapter 91. Senior sister teaches junior brother upon arriving at the rooftop of the villa. Jing Tian immediately tested Jin Long's affinity and recognition of the elements. The result surprised Jing Tian, but was also somewhat expected. Jin Long also did not receive recognition from the elements. Upon discovering this, Jing Tian formulated an initial teaching plan. Now let me explain. Although your levels are not low, from my perspective, your foundation is fundamentally wrong. Fundamentally wrong? Jin Long raised an eyebrow. He had awakened his abilities when the apocalypse began and had been training this way, without feeling anything was wrong. Master is speaking. Junior brother, you need to pay attention. What Master says is always right, Tong Yu said with a serious expression, scolding him. The Wang siblings exchanged strange looks as they watched Tong Yu reprimand Jin Long. Jin Long's face turned red, and he quickly nodded awkwardly, glancing at Jing Tian with some worry. Jing Tian was also amused by Tong Yu's little appearance, and he wasn't annoyed by Jin Long's confusion. Instead, he continued to explain. You're merely borrowing the energy of the elements superficially, but you're not truly controlling it. Therefore, I will teach you how to gain the recognition of elemental energy. This is the most basic and the most important thing for an ability user. At this point, Jing Tian knew where the key entry point was. Once the initial principles were explained, he could directly proceed with the practical teaching. Jing Tian said some things and finally had Tong Yu demonstrate how to meditate and communicate with the elements. With Jing Tian's explanation, the three quickly understood. After all, Jin Long and the others were not like Tong Yu, who had no prior experience. Their temperaments were also more mature and stable. Therefore, in less than an hour, the three of them successively entered a meditative state. Once Tong Yu entered meditation, she immersed herself in it. Jing Tian looked at the state of several people, nodding slightly with satisfaction. This was a significant step toward success. Next, it would depend on whether they could resonate with the elements and gain their recognition. The next thing to observe is how long it would take for them to obtain the recognition of elemental energy. Jing Tian directly moved a chair to sit at the edge of the rooftop, observing the situation in the city while waiting for a few people. After only a dozen minutes, Jing Tian showed a look of surprise as a violent fluctuation of elemental energy suddenly appeared behind him. Clearly, someone had been recognized by the elemental energy. Turning around, he saw Wang Lian. Surrounding Wang Lian, streams of blue wind elemental energy continuously swirled, and the surrounding wind elements quickly gathered around her. In the blink of an eye, the wind elements transformed into a blue mist that enveloped Wang Lian. At this moment, Wang Lian's state clearly indicated a smooth communication, and she had gained the recognition of the wind elements. Most importantly, her realm was slowly rising under the infiltration of the abundant elemental energy. Just as Jing Tian was astonished and puzzled by Wang Lian's talent. On the other side, Jin Long and Wang Meng also underwent changes almost simultaneously. Wang Meng was of the earth element, while Jin Long was of the metal element, one in earthy yellow and the other in golden yellow. The two types of elements quickly transformed into two different colored energy mists, wrapping the two of them. Jing Tian blinked his eyes. Is it really that easy? In just over 10 minutes, all three of them received recognition of elemental energy. After thinking for a moment, it can only be attributed to the fact that they are all ability users themselves. Jing Tian guessed half right. The main reason is that when a supernatural being awakens, they are recognized by elemental energy. However, these supernatural beings do not understand how to communicate and connect with the elemental power. Therefore, in terms of being recognized by the elements, the supernatural beings have always been left hanging. Simply put, they originally possessed this ability, but have never known how to activate it. Now that the three supernatural beings have each gained recognition from their respective elemental attributes, it naturally leads to significant growth in their realms. Even their mental strength is affected and experiences a certain degree of increase. Time passes slowly. The Wang siblings, who had just been promoted, are soaring in their realms, quickly reaching the peak of their current level. However, they stop there and cannot advance further. Wang Ming is at the peak of level 4, and Wang Lian is at the peak of level 3. At this moment, the elemental energy around them stabilizes and begins to enter a stable state. Jin Long, on the other hand, is different. He is already close to the peak of level 6. No, he is now at the peak of level 6. Under the impact of the massive energy, it seems there are signs of a breakthrough in his realm. However, it feels like he is stuck behind a thin membrane, unable to break through. This feeling is quite uncomfortable. Even Jing Tian, standing nearby, has the urge to take a needle and help pierce the membrane. After a few more minutes, the Wang siblings stabilize their breathing and wake up, and at this moment, Tong Yu also finishes her meditation due to the influence of the energy fluctuations. Master, sir. The three of them call out to Jing Tian simultaneously upon waking. Tong Yu is puzzled by the fierce elemental energy surging from Jin Long's side. While the Wang siblings are excited, Shoo, Jin Long seems to be about to advance. Everyone watch quietly and don't disturb him. Jing Tian directly made a shushing gesture to the three of them. In fact, Jing Tian was a bit overly concerned. At this moment, Jin Long had no perception of the outside world. Unless someone approached and touched him. Promotion? Wouldn't that mean he would be promoted to level 7? The expressions of the three changed simultaneously, and a deep shock rose on their faces. Amidst their astonishment, they couldn't help but glance at Jing Tian. Jin Long's promotion to level 7 could be said to be 90 Jing Tian's achievement. Please don't look at me like that. Jing Tian noticed the three people looking at him with admiration and smiled slightly, wanting to say something. Just then, suddenly, roar. An unusual roar came from a distance. This roar was clearly filled with anger, and it didn't sound like the roar of a zombie. At least, it wasn't the sound of zombies that Jing Tian and the others had heard before. The expressions of several people changed at the same time as they quickly looked in the direction of the shouting. The source of the sound seemed to be quite far, making it difficult to determine the exact location for the moment. However, soon they noticed something unusual. At a distance of 5 to 6 kilometers southwest of the villa, a large area of moving shadows suddenly appeared. Chapter 92. The chubby kid being chased by zombies. As this shadow moved toward the villa, its area continued to expand. Zombies? It was a zombie tide. The Wong siblings' eyes widened in shock, their faces displaying a look of horror. A zombie tide is a nightmare for every stronghold, especially for those with low defenses. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. It was indeed strange to see such a large number of zombies gathering. Let's go and fly the drone to take a look and also find Chang Chuantong and the others to let them avoid this. Jing Tian suddenly thought of those who were still outside collecting supplies. When Tong Yu heard this, her small face immediately showed a look of tension. Recently, her relationship with her father, Tong Zhan, had gradually improved, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. The aura of Jin Long was still stirring, and it was uncertain how long it would take to reach a conclusion. Staying here wouldn't help at all. The drone quickly flew out of the villa. In less than 2 minutes, it reached a distance of less than 500 meters from the zombie tide, and it could vaguely see the general situation. The drone hovered and quickly descended in height. Suddenly, Jing Tian's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, master, it's Xiaopeng. These zombies are chasing Xiaopeng." Tong Yu suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed. Indeed, Jing Tian also spotted Xiaopeng. The camera zoomed in quickly, and they could roughly see Xiaopeng's condition. At this moment, a lot of fur had fallen off Xiaopeng, and he looked bloodied and miserable. However, this did not affect Xiaopeng's movements. He was still running very fast. The drone flew directly above Xiaopeng. "Xiaopeng, what happened to you? And did you track these zombies?" Jing Tian asked loudly. "Woof woof." Xiaopeng suddenly stopped, looking up at the drone and barking twice, a mix of anger and weakness in his voice. As he looked up, Jing Tian and the others clearly saw that Xiaopeng's eyes had turned into an eerie red color. "This seems like a mutation," Wang Lian exclaimed in a low voice. Jing Tian wasn't too surprised. He had already learned from Xiaopeng's data that Xiaopeng was a mutated species and a fairly advanced one at that. "Woof!" Xiaopeng barked again, then suddenly slowed down his running speed. Jing Tian was taken aback, sensing the emotions in Xiaopeng's roar. There was hesitation, reluctance, and a hint of disappointment. Xiaopeng thought it was blaming him for attracting the zombies to the villa. Now, stopping meant wanting to give up his own dog life? Woof. Xiaopeng was stunned for a moment, then excitedly barked, his chubby body suddenly accelerating again. Slag. It felt like he had been tricked. Seeing the little chubby one, Jing Tian instantly felt excited, and for a moment, it felt like he was being played by this dog. This silly dog. Jing Tian felt something was off. He scolded the little fat, stupid dog, but if he got tricked by it, what would that make him? Sir, look behind you. There are a lot of advanced mutated zombies. At this moment, Wang Ming said beside him, his voice a bit hoarse. Jing Tian then looked at the zombies chasing after the chubby guy. Upon seeing them, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Jing Tian's back. Damn, chubby. Did you just throw the son of the zombie ancestor into the well? Not to mention the tide of ordinary level 2 zombies behind. There were actually more than 2,000 mutated zombies at the front. Looking at the red mass, none were below level 3. Roughly observing, about 70% were level 3. Over 20% were level 4. And there were more than 100 well-equipped level 5 zombies at the very front. And this doesn't even count the 3 somewhat different zombies in between the mutated zombies and the chubby guy. These 3 zombies not only had less grayish skin, but their skin was also clean and intact. The biggest difference was their eyes. The eyes of these 3 zombies were completely milky white, and one could even see them moving flexibly, indicating their minds were quite agile. These 3 mutated zombies were clearly faster and were getting closer to the chubby guy. At this moment, the chubby guy was still over 3,000 meters away from the villa area in a straight line. Sir, are those level 6 zombies? Wang Lian couldn't help but ask beside him. They should be. We need to find a way to help the chubby guy. He's injured and not as fast as before. Jing Tian was not sure if those 3 were level 6 zombies, as he had never seen them before. However, this was not the time to study that. The urgent task was to help Xiaopeng escape from these zombies. Looking at the speed of those 3 zombies, it wouldn't be long before they caught up to Xiaopeng. But how to help? The Wang siblings and Tong Yual looked at Jing Tian. It seemed that the best solution now was for Jing Tian, this super strong individual, to personally take action. Jing Tian understood the looks of a few people instantly. If he could go out, he might have a chance to save Xiaopeng, because he could now leverage Jinlong's strength. The reasoning was indeed sound, but damn it, he couldn't go out either. He watched as Xiaopeng was being chased closer and closer by the 3 zombies, and in the blink of an eye, there were less than 50 meters left. Jing Tian was also anxious. Even if he could go out now, it would be too late. Master, please save Xiaopeng. Tonghua looked at the situation on the screen, her little face turning red as she pleaded with Jing Tian. Jing Tian squinted his eyes and then gritted his teeth, saying, "Stupid dog, because of you, I might suffer a huge loss." Chapter 93. Drone damage. After Jing Tian finished his shout, he quickly maneuvered the drone to make a turn and directly charged towards the zombie at the front. Jing Tian certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to think that drones could repel zombies. He just hoped to influence them a bit. Interference tactics. However, by doing this, Jing Tian was also mentally prepared for the possibility of the drone being destroyed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned that it could lead to significant losses. Zombies are very sensitive to sound, especially those of this level, who definitely have developed vision. The zombie in front slowed its movements sharply upon hearing the noise. After looking up at the drone, something seemed to flicker in its all-white eyes. Then, this zombie jumped up, heading straight for the drone. The zombie's movements were exceptionally agile, showing no signs of stiffness at all. Moreover, it was incredibly fast, reaching the height of the drone in the blink of an eye. That's 7 or 8 meters high. Damn! Jing Tian let out a cry, completely caught off guard by the zombie's incredible jumping ability. It was only at the moment the zombie swung its arm that he managed to maneuver the drone just in time to avoid the attack. However, after dodging the first one, 2 more zombies followed suit and leaped into the air. Jing Tian then began to control the drone to swiftly dodge between the 3 zombies, much like playing a shooting game. Bang! Crack! As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Greed will surely lead to a bad end. Jing Tian originally wanted to delay for 3 more seconds before flying away. As a result, he miscalculated. The drone couldn't dodge an attack from a zombie and was slapped away. "Oh!" Inside, Tonghua exclaimed. 2 of the drone's 4 propellers were instantly broken, and it fell to the ground with a crash. Finally, the screen flickered with static for a second, then went black with a bang. Boo-hoo! The drone is gone. Tanya knew the drone was completely destroyed and immediately burst into tears. The Wong siblings were also very sad. The drone was a precious item now. With this drone to observe and lead the way, traveling would be much more convenient and safe. Ding! The drone's core is over 90 damaged, with no repair value. Please host exchange for a new one as soon as possible to ensure the integrity of the safe house. The system timely issued a prompt. Can it be exchanged again? That's great. As soon as Jing Tian heard the system's prompt, he was instantly delighted and immediately asked, what are the requirements? 2,000 energy points to exchange for the new upgraded version. 2,000 energy points? Why don't you go and rob some? Jing Tian was a bit angry upon hearing this. If he didn't redeem within 3 days, the drone redemption function would be permanently closed. The system, with quite a personality, threw out such a statement and then ignored Jing Tian. Damn, Master, what should we do? The drone is gone and little Fatty doesn't know what happened. At this moment, Tongyu was still feeling sad and worried. Don't worry, Master can still make another drone. Seeing his little apprentice's pitiful appearance, Jing Tian quickly comforted him and then continued, I delayed Xiao Pang for more than 10 seconds, so it should be fine. I'm going to check the rooftop. Can we still make drones? Master, you're amazing. Tongyu was taken aback, her little face changing like flipping a book, and she instantly cheered as the rain turned to sunshine. The Wang siblings looked at Jing Tian with even more admiration. Jing Tian was actually bleeding inside. That was 2,000 energy points, which felt a bit unjust to lose. Just when he had made a bit of money, nearly half of it was gone. It was all that stupid fat dog's fault. This debt must be placed on its head. A few people approached the edge of the rooftop and could clearly see the dark mass of zombies in the distance. And in front of them, a small group of higher-level mutated zombies was less than a kilometer away. Looking further ahead, the little girl Tongyue happily shouted, Fat dog is fine. About 700 or 800 meters from the villa area, a small dog figure could be seen sprinting at high speed. About 200 meters behind the dog were 3 suspected level 6 zombies. Clearly, the drone did not sacrifice itself in vain. Jing Tian watched Xiaopeng's figure and couldn't help but clench his fists, hoping he could go faster, even faster. It took Xiaopeng nearly 2 minutes to cover the distance of over 700 meters. Clearly, as he got closer to the villa area, his speed decreased again, bringing the 3 zombies within 100 meters of him. Fortunately, Xiaopeng had now entered the villa area and quickly sprinted toward the top of the mountain. Jing Tian let out a slight sigh of relief. The aura of the safe house, even if it couldn't completely deter the 3 zombies, would still have some effect. However, Jing Tian soon realized he was mistaken. The 3 zombies charged in without any hesitation at the entrance of the villa area. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow. The previously cautious level 5 mutated zombies were completely ignoring these 3. Roar! Little Fatty seemed to sense a huge crisis as he suddenly let out a loud roar from about 200 meters outside the defense line. Seemingly desperate, Little Fatty's strength suddenly surged, and in an instant, he rushed into the defense line. As soon as he entered the defense line, Little Fatty was completely exhausted and fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Jing Tian directly flew down from the top of the villa with Tongyue and the others to Xiaopeng's side. Chapter 94. Zombies at the door. Xiaopeng, how are you? Tongyue cried out with red eyes, filled with heartache and worry as she rushed to Xiaopeng's side. Xiaopeng really looked quite miserable at this moment. The fur on his body was stuck together with dried blood, and in some places, the skin and flesh had been torn off. Woo! Xiaopeng glanced at Tongyue, then looked at Jing Tian, letting out a soft whimper. Jing Tian truly felt that Xiaopeng had sent him a message of gratitude. It was clearly an appreciation for not giving up on him during the most critical moment. Take good care of your injuries. If you die, it'll be a waste of my drone, Jing Tian said rather stingily. Woo! Xiaopeng let out a slightly irritated cry, then rolled his eyes and tilted his head, completely fainting. Jing Tian didn't have time to observe Xiaopeng anymore, because the 3 mutated zombies had already come within a dozen meters outside the defense line. They surprisingly didn't charge directly over, seemingly sensing the protective layer of the safe house. It makes sense. Level 5 zombies are very cautious here. and they can't be unaware of the abnormality. It's just a matter of whether they are afraid or not. At this moment, Wang Lian and Wang Ming immediately stepped in front of Jing Tian. Although they knew they were not as strong as Jing Tian and understood they couldn't stop the danger, they did so without hesitation. Oh, whoa. One of the zombies suddenly let out a roar towards Jing Tian and the others. Then, this zombie made a shocking move that stunned Jing Tian and the others. It actually extended its dry, pale hand and pointed at Xiaopang. Jing Tian was taken aback. This zombie was actually expressing thoughts. "You want this stupid dog?" Jing Tian asked the Wang siblings to step aside and took 2 steps forward to face the zombie. At this moment, Jing Tian was less than 5 meters away from the zombie and felt a bit nervous. However, thinking about his hidden cards, he calmed down. "How?" The zombie actually nodded and let out a low, hoarse sound. "Damn, is it really like that? If it levels up again, can it talk?" Roar. "Wang Ming, we definitely have to take action. Quickly bring the war god over." Jing Tian suddenly turned to Wang Ming and ordered. The situation clearly couldn't be resolved peacefully, so preparations for battle were necessary. Of course, letting the zombie enter the safe zone might be a good idea, but unless absolutely necessary, it was better not to do that, as it could lead to inviting wolves into the house. Hearing Jing Tian's command, Wang Ming nodded excitedly and turned to run toward the back of the villa. "How?" The zombie seemed to have seen the little fat guy being taken away and was clearly stimulated, letting out a loud roar. After that roar, 3 zombies charged directly at Jing Tian. "Damn, that was straightforward. Shouldn't we negotiate a bit more?" Jing Tian let out a cry and instinctively pulled Wang Lian back 2 steps. Boom! 3 zombies crashed almost simultaneously into the protective shield. As a loud noise erupted, the entire villa district trembled. Ding! The safety protection encountered an extreme impact, and its protective power decreased by 80%. The system alert tone directly issued a warning. Jing Tian was taken aback, as if he had miscalculated. How could he lose so much protective power in one hit? At the same time, Jing Tian saw a bright red exclamation mark appear on the system display in his mind. Clearly, it was a warning of extreme danger. It seemed he had gone too far. Repair, immediate repair. It was pointless to think too much. Taking advantage of the fact that the zombies had been knocked away, Jing Tian quickly issued the command to repair the protective layer. Ding! Consumed 5 energy points, repaired 20. Time taken 3 minutes. Damn system, with so many energy points now, why can't it deduct more at once to fix it properly? Jing Tian cursed. "Oh, oh, oh." The 3 zombies obviously had not scanned their injuries and quickly regrouped, staring at each other and howling. They were clearly discussing something. Meanwhile, the large horde of zombies following the 3 had also arrived. All level 2 ordinary zombies stopped, and the group of mutated zombies above level 3 had stepped into the villa area. It was unclear whether this was due to the leadership of high-level zombies or the depletion of the protective shield's power. In any case, these mutated zombies, which had originally dared not approach, were now charging towards the villa. At that moment, the Wangming War God vehicle rushed in quickly from the back of the villa. The sound of the War God vehicle moving was almost inaudible except for the sound of tires crushing. Oh, whoa! The 3 zombies howled simultaneously and rushed forward again. At the same time, the zombies behind suddenly accelerated, following the 3 zombies as they charged towards the protective layer. Jing Tian raised his sword-like eyebrows, but he was not very tense. The first move of the trump card is released. Chapter 95, All Trump Cards Revealed. The first card that Jing Tian revealed was the camouflage suit. Originally, the camouflage suit was just a trivial auxiliary function, but in Jing Tian's hands, it became a tool for intimidation. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Jing Tian. Wang Lian beside him and Wang Ming in the car both brightened their eyes upon sensing Jing Tian's aura explosion. The master was finally going to take action. It must be said that the aura produced by the camouflage suit was indeed effective. The 3 zombies were the first to be affected, their movements abruptly halting, and even the dead faces showed a hint of horror. Their actions stopped completely, not to mention the lower-level zombies behind them. The front row came to a sudden stop, while the back row, unable to break in time, crashed into them. Instantly, a scene of layers of pushing appeared. Even the three special zombies were not spared and were squeezed into the zombie crowd by the mass of zombies. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies were directly pressed against the protective shield. Although the protective shield only had 20 of its protective power left, it was still completely capable of blocking the zombies' pressure. Wang Lian was momentarily starstruck at this scene. However, she quickly became puzzled. She had thought the master would continue to take action and directly eliminate all the zombies. Instead, the master stood there without making any further moves. Jing Tian can't help it. The disguise artifact looks cool, but only lasts for 5 seconds. The effect of the disguise can only last for 5 seconds, and there's a 1-hour cooldown. But that's enough. After all, the chaos it creates gives the zombies enough time to regroup. That's enough time for Jing Tian to take the next step. Jing Tian's body remained still, but his mind was active. He brought up the system screen and controlled the shotgun of the battle god. The shotgun was in position, and he exchanged for 5,000 bullets. The shotgun initially only provided 50 rounds, which was nowhere near enough. The system unhesitatingly deducted 100 energy points, and the shotgun rose from the roof of the battle god. The muzzle was slightly adjusted. Fire! Jing Tian roared inwardly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the hunting rifle was like a small cannon, and even when fired continuously, it didn't produce the typical dididus sound. In an instant, the gunfire erupted in a continuous barrage. The group of zombies had just risen amidst the roars of 3 zombies. What awaited them was a hail of bullets. The Crimson Level 3 zombies were hit by bullets and exploded on the spot. The bright red Level 4 zombies were shot with 1 bullet per hole, right in the eyes, or fell after taking 2 or 3 shots. As for the Level 5 zombies, a Level 1 hunting rifle could only inflict light injuries on them. The gap was quite large, but there was nothing to be done. However, Jing Tian had plenty of bullets. After a frenzied bombardment, even Level 5 zombies could only be forced back step by step. At this moment, Jing Tian didn't care about the damage he was inflicting on these zombies. He just kept bombarding them wildly. Soon, a look of unexpected joy flashed across Jing Tian's face. The system actually prompted him that the zombies he had hunted down were directly converted into energy points. The continuous sound of notifications felt like the most wonderful music to Jing Tian. Unfortunately, beauty is always easily interrupted. Oh, the 3 suspected Level 6 zombies were completely enraged at this point. They roared and crashed through the zombies, blocking their way. Once again, they united to charge towards the protective barrier. At the same time, a faint black mist began to emanate from these 3 zombies. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows and focused the shotgun on the 3 zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 zombies were repeatedly hit by bullets, but they only paused their steps and swayed slightly. The black mist on their bodies seemed weak, but it could block the shotgun's bullets. At most, it could only hinder their forward speed a little. Damn it, they're too tough. The cursed protective layer takes another minute to recover. Jing Tian finally felt a bit worried. If the protective layer was hit again, it would basically be completely shattered. Consuming the protective power and being completely shattered are 2 different concepts. Although it can regenerate, the cost in energy points is not small. Come on, watch my last trump card. Suddenly, Jing Tian gritted his teeth and directly removed the protective layer. This was definitely a smart and correct decision. If he didn't remove it, it would have been broken through anyway. The hunting rifle entered automatic firing mode. Using the disciple's ability. Watch me, Jing Tian shouted in his heart, using his last trump card. However, halfway through his shout, he suddenly got stuck. His face turned as if he had been constipated for over 10 days. Chapter 96, Wang Meng's Mutation. Why is this happening? Because Jin Long's level 6 gold type ability showed no reaction at all. Damn it, who the hell is playing tricks on me? Jing Tian's forehead had turned as black as a pot bottom, and he was cursing non-stop in his heart. He couldn't tell if it was Jinlong's fault or a system malfunction. Unable to figure it out, he decided to curse them both. As Jing Tian was distracted for a moment, the 3 zombies moved forward a few meters and began to spread out, clearly trying to disperse the coverage of the shotgun. Wang Meng, let's go together and entangle one. Wang Lian suddenly called out to Wang Meng. Wang Meng had already come down from the war god. As soon as his sister called him, Wang Meng nodded immediately. The 2 of them activated their powers and charged towards one of the zombies. Bang! Puffed. The earth bullet and wind ball hit the target directly. After 2 sounds, the earth ball shattered and the wind ball dissipated. And what about that zombie? It merely swayed its black mist. It wasn't actually injured at all. Clearly, it wasn't that the zombie couldn't dodge. It simply didn't care to. The expressions of the brother and sister changed simultaneously. The zombie suddenly flipped its claws and pushed, sending 2 streams of black mist straight at the siblings. The black mist was bizarrely fast, leaving the siblings no chance to dodge, and they were struck directly. Bang bang! The 2 were sent flying. At the same time, they were instantly enveloped by a mass of black mist. Everything happened too quickly. So quickly that Jing Tian's warning hadn't even left his mouth. It was as if the siblings had voluntarily rushed forward to deliver their heads. This was the result of an absolute gap in power. Little sister, as the black mist enveloped the siblings, Wang Lian immediately passed out. Her hair completely darkened. However, after Wang Meng roared in anger, his body suddenly underwent a mutation. The black mist surrounding him was absorbed into Wang Meng's body in an instant. At the same time, Wang Meng's body swelled, like bread rising. In the blink of an eye, all his clothes were torn apart, and the dagger he carried was flung away. Fortunately, the fabric at some points was elastic enough to barely hold on. In just 2 seconds, Wang Meng transformed into a giant rock-like figure. He was nearly 3 meters tall, with blood-red eyes. Roar! Wang Meng seemed completely unaware of his transformation. All he saw was that zombie. Roaring, his body charged forward like a tank. Originally, when Jing Tian saw the siblings get hurt, he was about to restore the protective layer. That way, he could use the control of the safe house to save the 2. But just as that thought formed, he saw Wang Meng's mutation. This was clearly a manifestation of the side effects of merging with the zombie poison. The zombie seemed stunned by Wang Meng's transformation. The next second, the 2 mismatched beings collided head-on. Bang! Wang Meng's massive body trembled slightly, while the zombie was sent flying. The zombie tumbled for over 10 meters, rolling twice before getting back on its feet, showing no actual harm. Wang Meng roared like a mad bear, relentlessly pursuing. A woo! Seeing Wang Meng charge at it, the zombie also let out a peculiar sound and met him head-on. Just as the 2 were about to collide again, the zombie's figure suddenly flickered and it dodged. At the same time, the zombie quickly reached out and grabbed Wang Meng under the ribs. For any ability user below level 6, that grab would definitely result in disembowelment. However, creak! A sound like hard objects scraping against stone rang out. Only 3 white marks appeared on Wang Meng's ribcage. Not only was he not disemboweled, but his skin wasn't even broken at all. At this moment, Wang Meng felt nothing and turned to continue chasing the zombie. Wang Meng, relying on his tough skin and flesh, ignored the zombie's attack. However, his speed was clearly slower and less agile than that of the zombie. While Wang Meng was in a stalemate, the situation for Jing Tian was becoming increasingly urgent. The 2 zombies constantly moved closer to Jing Tian. Even though the shotgun was powerful, it could only delay the approach of the enemies. At the same time, he had to keep an eye on the large groups of mutated zombies behind. In the blink of an eye, the 2 zombies were less than 10 meters away from Jing Tian. Was he really going to meet his end like this? Jing Tian felt that at this moment. One of his feet seemed to have stepped before the gates of hell. Jing Tian's situation is truly precarious, but strange. At this moment, Jing Tian felt a bit frustrated, but surprisingly, there was not a hint of panic. Boom! Just then, a loud bang came from the rooftop of the villa behind. Immediately, the elemental energy in the air surged towards the villa's rooftop like a tide. In an instant, it felt as if the air in the world had been sucked out. Within a 1-kilometer radius, all actions of people and zombies came to a halt. Of course, it was not a voluntary stop. They were all temporarily suppressed by a powerful aura. Even Wang Meng, who was in a frenzy, froze. As Wang Meng stopped moving, his body also quickly returned to normal from its mutated state. With his body going limp, he fainted directly. The 2 zombies opposite Jing Tian stopped just 5 meters in front of him. At this moment, Jing Tian did not have control over the safe house and also felt a sense of being restrained. The unusual change caused Jing Tian to be momentarily stunned, but then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He almost forgot about Jin Long. It was clear that this abnormal event was triggered by Jin Long's promotion. Level 6 to level 7. Moving from intermediate to advanced. This scene was quite dramatic. Very impressive. After about a minute and a half, the elemental tide weakened. Oh, whoa. Once the three zombies regained their freedom of movement, they all roared at the same time and then charged in three different directions. One zombie rushed straight toward Jing Tian, while the other two headed toward the unconscious Wong siblings. Chapter 97. Instant kill of two zombies. Seeing the zombies move like this, Jing Tian's reaction was also swift. On one hand, he continued shooting with the shotgun. On the other hand, he borrowed his disciple's abilities again. The original intention was to borrow Tong Yue's fire-type abilities. Although Tong Yue's strength was weak, it could still interfere with the zombies. As long as he could delay for a bit, Jinlong would come down. The ultimate trump card was too precious. Saving it once was worth it. Borrowing disciple's abilities. Jing Tian's mind stirred, and after a moment of surprise, he was filled with ecstasy. Jinlong's ability could actually be borrowed, and it was at level 7. There was no time to think about the reason. The situation of the brother and sister was urgent. Golden Light Spike. Jing Tian had memorized the supernatural combat techniques and could unleash them instantly. With a wave of his hand, two beams of golden light shot out from his palms, aimed at the other two zombies. Wang Lian and Wang Ming had to be saved. The big move was a bit slow, so he could only release the simplest and quickest small combat techniques. Two sounds rang out. The two zombies, just like the Wang siblings before, had no chance to dodge and were each pierced through a thigh. After all, it was a level 7 ability. Even the smallest combat technique should not be underestimated. Master, I'm here to help you. At the moment the two zombies fell, a shout came from the top of the villa. Jinlong had completed his upgrade and awakened. As he roared, Jinlong leaped down from the top of the villa. While still in midair, a ball of golden elemental energy, as large as a wash basin, came crashing down. The target was the zombie that Jing Tian had barely restrained with a shotgun. Boom! The zombie, already battered by the shotgun, did not expect such a calamity to fall from the sky and was directly hit by the golden energy ball. The zombie was sent flying. Its black aura burst apart. Its clothes turned to dust, and cracks appeared on its pale body. This zombie looked quite tragic, but it did not die immediately. In fact, after being propelled backward, it quickly stabilized its form, and its black aura began to surge again. Jing Tian glanced at Jinlong's attack and couldn't help but mutter to himself about Jinlong's attacking skills. Even as a level 7 high-ranking expert, he still relied on such brute force. Jing Tian only had a fleeting thought, and his main focus remained here. The leg injury had little effect on the two zombies. They immediately got up after falling and continued to pounce on the Wong siblings. Golden Wheel Kill. Jing Tian's eyes shone brightly as he shouted, "Supernatural combat skill." He had plenty of these techniques in his mind and could use them effortlessly. After his shout, a golden wheel with a diameter of 20 centimeters condensed and took shape in front of him. In an instant, the golden wheel shot toward a zombie behind him with a whoosh, slightly slower than teleportation. The golden wheel sliced through the zombie's neck. After a faint sound, the zombie's head detached from its body. Another zombie was less than 5 meters away from Wang Lian. With just a lunge or a wave of its hand, it could take Wang Lian's life. However, at that moment, the zombie suddenly stopped moving and turned around. It fled, because it saw that the golden wheel that had decapitated its companion not only hadn't dissipated, but if zombies could curse, it would surely be cursing angrily, regretting not having been born with 2 more legs when it was human. While frantically escaping, the zombie pushed its black gas to the maximum concentration. Yet, it was all in vain. The golden wool caught up to it in the blink of an eye. The black gas dissipated, and its head flew off. Another instant kill. Is this the might of a level 7 ability user? Jing Tian, as the attacker, was somewhat shocked by the result. Ding! The system's prompt sound rang at the right moment. Hunting 2 mid to high level mutated zombies earned 1,000 energy points, bringing the total energy to 8,765 points. Jing Tian was momentarily stunned, then filled with ecstatic joy. High risks really do come with high rewards. He had truly struck it rich this time. Although there were numerous crises during this moment, the gains were equally immense. Of course, Jing Tian had never been truly afraid from beginning to end. He hadn't even used his ultimate trump card. Then he recalled the system's classification of this zombie's level. Mid to high level? That meant it was at the late stage of level 6 or its peak, temporarily suppressing his emotions. He turned to look at Jin Long and the battle with another zombie. After observing for a few moments, Jing Tian shook his head in disbelief. How should he put it? A more vivid metaphor for Jin Long's attacks would be like trying to smash something that could clearly be killed with a single slash using his fists. One punch at a time. The result might be the same, but it was way too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, there was a significant chance of letting the opponent escape midway. As a result, Jing Tian's judgment quickly came true. That zombie, seizing another opportunity to be sent flying by Jin Long, fell directly into the midst of the level 3, 4, and 5 zombie horde. Roar. The zombie let out a desperate and furious roar. These slightly lower-level, mutated zombies went wild, immediately surrounding this zombie in the center. At the same time, they quickly fled down the mountain. You think you can run? Everyone go die. Seeing this, Jin Long roared angrily and chased after them. Jing Tian did not stop Jin Long and quickly turned to walk towards the Wong siblings. At this time, the safety house's defense level had recovered to 40%. Jing Tian did not waste energy points to continue recovering. In non-emergency situations, protective power can slowly recover on its own. Wang Meng is fine, just severely exhausted. Wang Lian is in a more serious condition. The dark energy on her body might have been absorbed, and her skin has turned a dark blue-black, resembling someone who has been poisoned on TV. After settling Xiao Pang in the villa, Tong Yu kept watching the situation from the window. When she saw that the crisis had been resolved, she quickly ran out. Upon seeing Wang Lian's condition, the little girl instantly had tears in her eyes. Master, why is Sister Wang Lian like this? The little girl didn't dare to look at Wang Meng, because he was only left with a piece of cloth to cover himself. Or perhaps Wang Meng's transformation earlier had instilled a bit of fear in her. Chapter 98. Jin Long's shame seeing the little girl full of sadness and worry. Jing Tian quickly comforted her. Don't worry, with Master here, Wang Lian will be fine. I believe Master can definitely heal Sister Wang Lian. Tong Yu had immense trust in Jing Tian. After all, her master had healed Wang Meng's severe injuries before. As for why her master didn't kill the two zombies right away, that question was obviously outside Tong Yu's curiosity. System. How many energy points are needed to heal Wang Lian? Jing Tian couldn't figure out Wang Lian's condition, so he decided to directly ask the system. The system could be a bit unreliable at times. However, it would definitely not let him down when it came to energy point income. Ding! Corpse energy entered the body. Removing the corpse energy requires 500 energy points. Do you want to remove it? Only 500 energy? Clear it immediately. After all, Wang Meng had also been injured by a zombie before, and a full recovery required 2,000 energy. 500 energy points deducted. Detoxification started. Detoxification completed. Remaining energy 8,265 points. 3 seconds. Before Jing Tian could finish his thoughts, the system had already completed the clearing of Wang Lian's corpse energy. Wang Lian's complexion quickly returned to normal amidst Tong Yu's surprise. Soon, with a light snort, she opened her eyes. Jing Tian blinked. Is that it? Jing Tian felt a strange sensation in his heart, as if he had been treated like a lamb to be slaughtered by the system. I didn't die. Wang Lian was somewhat confused. With my master here, of course, Sister Wang Lian, you wouldn't die. Tong Yu exclaimed with great joy. Wang Lian raised her eyebrows slightly and quickly stood up to thank Jing Tian. Looking at Wang Lian's condition, she showed no signs of weakness at all. It's good that everything is fine. Go bring Wang Meng into the room. He just needs to rest and recover his strength. Jing Tian waved his hand, signaling Wang Lian to bring Wang Meng into the room. Wang Lian was puzzled by Wang Meng's condition. She had no idea what had happened after he fell unconscious. Tong Yu helped carry Wang Meng inside, while explaining the situation of Wang Meng's transformation to Wang Lian with a look of astonishment. Then, she glanced down the mountain. At the entrance of the villa area, a large group of zombies had already dispersed. The highest-ranking leaders had either died or fled. They dared not linger in this vicinity. Clearly, the pursuit had not been effective. I'm sorry, Master. I let that level 6 zombie escape. Here are some crystal cores. I, at level 7, actually let a level 6 zombie get away. How embarrassing. Look at my master, who effortlessly killed 2 with a wave of his hand. This is the difference. Jing Tian has no idea about Jinlong's thoughts. He doesn't feel much about the zombie running away either. You can keep the crystal core for yourself. You just recently ascended in realm, and it's probably not too stable yet, right? Jing Tian did not mention Jinlong's crystal core again and directly changed the subject. Upon hearing about his own cultivation level issue, Jinlong immediately knelt down before Jing Tian with a thud. Thank you, Master, for your great kindness. It is you who have guided me onto the right path of cultivation. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would take for me to advance to level 7. Jinlong expressed a long list of heartfelt gratitude. Get up, and don't kneel down for no reason. Jing Tian continued with a serious expression. Since you have chosen me as your master, I naturally have the obligation to guide you on the right path. Jinlong obediently got up quickly, but his excited and admiring gaze grew even more intense. Jinlong understood very well that the benefits he had gained were not just about promotion. Jing Tian put on a small display of his master's authority in front of Jinlong. Just as he was about to say something else, his gaze suddenly turned to the mountain below, about a kilometer northwest of the villa area. A convoy of around 10 vehicles, under the protection of a large group of people, was slowly moving towards the villa area. It seems they are avoiding the zombie tide and have had a good harvest. Go and pick them up, and then have someone clean up the zombie remains here. Jing Tian was still concerned about Xiao Pang's condition. If possible, Jing Tian really wanted to understand how Xiao Pang had provoked that group of zombies. Chapter 99 upgraded drone back indoors. Wang Lian and Tong had already settled Wang Meng and came to the living room. Xiao Pang was placed on a thin blanket in the corner of the living room. His bloodstained appearance was somewhat heartbreaking to see. Jing Tian checked and found that Xiao Pang's breathing and heartbeat were fairly steady. Moreover, the seemingly horrific wounds on his body had already started to scab over. Aside from the external injuries, he seemed to be in a similar state as Wang Meng, also feeling weak. Of course, this was Jing Tian's judgment. To be sure, Jing Tian still asked the system if it could help treat Xiao Pang. What? Can you say that again? Jing Tian was startled by the system's words. It wasn't because of some advanced, mutated beast body, nor was it about a battle pet. It was the treatment fee proposed by the system that shocked Jing Tian. He thought he had become wealthy, with plenty of energy to upgrade many functions. But they wanted 5,000 energy just to do a simple recovery for the little fatty. It was just a recovery, not even a treatment. At this moment, Jing Tian suddenly remembered that he still had a drone that he must redeem. 2,000 to redeem the drone, plus this 5,000? This is ridiculous. The system is obviously a system with thoughts and personality. Jing Tian asked it to say it again, but it directly ignored Jing Tian. Little fatty, you should take your time to recover. Jing Tian saw that the system was ignoring him. He directly said to the unconscious Xiao Pang in a stingy manner, if Xiao Pang doesn't get treated, he'll die. Don't talk about 5,000. Even if it's 10,000, I would find a way. However, right now, he didn't want to be a fool and fall into the system's trap. He handed Xiao Pang over to Tong Yu and Wang Lian, asking them to clean and bandage him. Ding! Exchange successful. Upgraded drone consumes 2,000 energy points, remaining 6,265 energy points. As soon as the system notifications sound passed, a pitch-black new-style drone appeared on the charging station next to the bed. Jing Tian was instantly attracted by the design of this new version of the drone. Unlike the original four-winged spiral shape, the drone in front of him resembled a miniature fighter jet. It was 1 meter long with a sleek black body, and at the rear, there were 4 energy exhaust ports. On both sides of the wings, there were 2 turbine fans, likely for facilitating hovering and parallel ascent and descent. Jing Tian quickly checked the data on the drone. The body weight is 20 kilograms, with a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour, a charging time of 10 hours, and a 2-hour endurance. Transmitting images is the most basic function. It can carry a payload equal to its body weight. The body strength can withstand a level 3 attack. The flight area is doubled, and it comes equipped with weapons capable of killing level 3 zombies. Finally, this drone can upgrade along with the safe house. Wow, the money spent was worth it. Although a bit expensive, the product is truly impressive. Initially, Jing Tian felt that spending 2,000 energy points was a bit wasteful. However, after reviewing this data, he felt more balanced. Is this drone considered an auxiliary function? Suddenly, Jing Tian had a thought. He quickly checked the current system's auxiliary functions to see how much was left for the main system to upgrade to level 3. Water and electricity auxiliary function level 2. Resource exchange function level 2. Vehicle modification enhancement function level 1. Vehicle repair auxiliary function level 1. Cold weapon forging function level 1. Disciple borrowing ability cannot be upgraded. Disciple skill matching cannot be upgraded. Camouflage clothing function cannot be upgraded. There was no drone entry. This made Jing Tian feel a bit disappointed. Just as he was pondering, he heard a commotion outside. He walked to the window and saw Chung Kun and Tong Zhan leading everyone to clean up the zombie remains. On the hillside, besides the Dongfeng Mengshi and 2 pickup raptors, there were 7 nearly new off-road vehicles being towed. Jing Tian came outside. "Mr. Jing, I'm really sorry. We were locked out when the incident happened." Seeing Jing Tian approach, Chung Kun and Tong Zhan quickly came over to greet him, their tone carrying a hint of shame. Jing Tian naturally wouldn't blame them for this. The reason is simple. With their 2 level 5 leading over 200 people, they would only be instantly overwhelmed by the zombie horde. Hiding at that time was the most correct decision. "Master, I have gathered all the materials you wanted, and there's some extra." Jinlong came over to report to Jing Tian. Previously, Jing Tian had asked him to help collect the upgrade materials for the God of War. "All right, let's move them to the empty space at the back, and push the vehicle over as well. I will complete all the repairs tonight." When Jing Tian heard that the materials for upgrading the God of War were complete, his mood brightened significantly. In the past, he wasn't particularly anxious. But after learning about Zhang Jian's news, Jing Tian truly became a bit impatient. Chapter 100. Xiao Pang can speak English. As night fell, the villa area was cleared and returned to its usual state. Wang Ming also woke up before dinner. Aside from being slightly weak, there were no other abnormalities. Xiao Pang was still deep in sleep. After dinner, everyone, including Jing Tian, gathered around Wang Ming, curiously asking him what it felt like after his transformation. Unfortunately, after the mutation, Wang Ming's mind was in chaos. He only remembered the moment before the transformation, with only one thought left in his mind: to protect his injured sister from further harm. When Wang Lian heard Wang Ming mention this, a look of emotion and happiness flashed across her face. This brother, while sometimes a bit stubborn, has truly protected her since childhood. Jinlong did not stay in Villa Number 1, as there was still a group of subordinates at the foot of the mountain that needed his management. Soon, it was after 10 o'clock at night. Jing Tian arrived alone at the back of the villa, next to the war god. An hour later, the originally 8-meter-long azure war god had transformed into a 10-meter-long silver-gray one. From Jing Tian's expression, it was clear that the upgrades and modifications to the war god had changed more than just its appearance and size. At dawn, Jing Tian, still half asleep, unexpectedly heard a system notification sound in his consciousness. Ding! The system detected that the pet Xiaopong's loyalty to the host has reached 80. Do you want to capture it as a battle pet? Jing Tian was momentarily confused and suddenly woke up. Then he quickly got out of bed and ran downstairs. Xiaopeng was not on the blanket, nor on the sofa. Jing Tian directly activated the villa's control and found Xiaopeng. This guy was actually stealing food in the kitchen. At this moment, the dog was full of energy and its fur was clean and tidy. Its little paws were clutching a piece of fresh beef weighing 4 or 5 pounds, and it was tearing into it with bared teeth. Next to it were a dozen sausage casings and a slick pig leg bone. No need to ask, the culprit must be Xiaopeng. When Jing Tian arrived, Xiaopeng didn't even glance at him. It seemed as if that piece of meat was the enemy of its father. In the past, Jing Tian might have dealt with Xiaopeng, but this time, Jing Tian didn't touch it. He directly opened the data view for Xiaopeng. He was too confused. Just a few days ago, Xiaopong's loyalty was only 40. How did it suddenly double? What the hell? Jing Tian was taken aback after seeing Xiaopong's data, his face filled with undisguised shock. Advanced mutated bully dog, level unknown. Body strength, 1070. Strength, 950. Combat power, 1290. Skill amplification combat power, 1990. Loyalty to the host, 80. What shocked Jing Tian was not the loyalty, but the other data, especially the combat power. What is the combat power of a level 7 Jinlong? Just yesterday, Jing Tian had checked Jinlong's level 7 stats, and they were much lower than Xiaopeng's. What on earth did this dog eat? Jing Tian couldn't help but ask. Xiaopeng still ignored Jing Tian, seemingly extremely hungry, with only food in his eyes. System. How do I tame a battle pet? Seeing Xiaopeng ignoring him, Jing Tian directly asked the system. The battle pet had a task, and it was a reward that Jing Tian cared about. So no matter what, he had to complete it. The system can help establish a battle pet contract, requiring 500 energy points. Do you want to tame the battle pet immediately? TSK. You're just finding ways to charge me. Jing Tian complained about the system, and then confirmed the capture of a battle pet. Ding. 500 energy points deducted, capturing the bully dog as a battle pet, establishing contract. Contract established, remaining energy 5,763 points. Ding. Battle pet task completed, rewarding the host with the ability to communicate with mutated species and the ability to attach spirits. The system directly issued all the rewards. Jing Tian hadn't had a chance to say anything yet. Suddenly, he felt a shadow appear in his consciousness. A tiny, shrunken version of a chubby figure. A little chubby? Jing Tian exclaimed in surprise, "Woof." Jing Tian suddenly widened his eyes. Xiaopeng was clearly still barking like a dog. However, in his mind, it was directly transformed into human speech. What do you want me to do? You would understand what I'm saying. So let me eat my fill first. The slightly silly male voice had a hint of childishness. It sounded a bit like a Northeast dialect. After Jing Tian was surprised, he tried it out. Little fat. Woof woof. Are you annoying? Why do you keep calling me? Little fat shouted impatiently again. Ha! I understood. I really understood. Jing Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Xiaopeng, listening to Jing Tian's somewhat maniacal laughter, stopped eating meat. He stared at Jing Tian with wide dog-like eyes, filled with confusion and concern. Woof woof. Jing Tian, have you gone crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Jing Tian's laughter suddenly stopped as he stared at the little chubby one and said, I'm happy. I can understand what you're saying. Woof. Oh, it. The little chubby one widened his eyes again, full of disbelief. You just said, oh, it. Is that English? This time, it was Jing Tian's turn to widen his eyes, as he thought he might have misheard. Woof. What's so strange about that? My previous owner taught me English. The little chubby one proudly lifted his head and then continued to look at Jing Tian with confusion, asking, how did you suddenly learn dog language? Dog language? I learned it by myself. Jing Tian frowned and casually gave an explanation. After that, a person and a dog started chatting with each other, surprisingly getting along quite well. Perhaps due to the battle pet contract, both the person and the dog felt a sense of closeness and trust toward each other. By the way, little fatty, how did you attract so many zombies chasing after you before? After chatting for a while, Jing Tian's curiosity settled down. He asked little fatty one of the questions he was most curious about. Chapter 101. I'm a reliable dog. I ate their boss. Oh, it. Jing Tian was shocked. Unconsciously, he learned a phrase in English from Xiaopeng. Wow, isn't that impressive? Seeing Jing Tian's surprise, Xiaopeng felt a bit smug. This is not just impressive, it's incredibly impressive. Jing Tian widened his eyes and asked Xiaopeng, what level are you exactly? What level is that zombie boss? Xiaopeng replied, well, I was originally level 2, but after eating the level 7 zombie boss, I'm now level 3. What? I can't believe you. Jing Tian glared. A level 2 took down a level 7? Jing Tian felt that if he believed it, he would definitely be an idiot. Not to mention anything else. He had personally witnessed Xiaopeng's terrifying battle power value. However, Xiaopeng seriously explained that it had only advanced twice from the beginning until now. By calculation, that would be level 3. Jing Tian was also confused and quickly gave up on this incomprehensible question. How did you take down the level 7 zombies? You defeated the zombie boss. What impact does that have on the zombies in Yin City? If they die, they die. Soon there will be level 7 zombies appearing again. I don't know what impact that has. Damn, you killed the level 7 mutated zombie and consumed its crystal core. And you only got a little hurt? You make it sound so casual. You're just showing off. Jing Tian stared wide-eyed. I'm just an honest dog. I never show off. Xiao Pang retorted unhappily. Damn, you dog, you're definitely the type who looks simple on the outside, but is extremely lewd on the inside. Jing Tian looked at Xiao Pang and couldn't help but comment on his appearance. Jing Tian suddenly felt that chatting with Xiao Pang was very interesting. He especially liked Xiao Pang's silly voice, occasionally slipping out a couple of Northeast dialect phrases. Just as he was about to ask more questions, he heard the voices of Tong Wei, Wang Lian, and a few others coming from the living room. Jing Tian quickly replenished the food that Xiao Pang had stolen and brought him to the living room. The two disciples and the Wang siblings were all present. Good morning, master. Good morning, sir. Ah, Xiao Pang, you're better. Upon seeing Jing Tian come out of the kitchen, everyone hurriedly greeted him. Tong Yue happily called out when she noticed Xiao Pang following Jing Tian. The others were not too surprised that Xiao Pang had recovered so quickly. A year ago, if someone had such serious injuries and fully recovered overnight, they might have been sent for dissection. But now, since people can mutate, this small matter only caused a slight surprise. That's all. Master, this dog is not quite normal. I sense a strong threat from it. Jin Long was officially encountering Xiao Pang for the first time. After glancing at him a few times, Jin Long spoke to Jing Tian in a low voice, his gaze filled with astonishment. Don't worry, Xiao Pang is very safe. He's a special mutated breed. Jing Tian looked at Jin Long with a cautious demeanor, secretly amused. A level 7 expert has keen perception. If it were Wang Meng or Cheng Kun, they would definitely not sense the dangerous aura emanating from the little fatty. After finishing breakfast, Wang Meng and Jin Long looked at Jing Tian with eagerness and anticipation. Jing Tian quickly understood the meaning of the two. With a slight smile, he said, "Let's go to the rooftop. I'll teach you combat skills this morning, and I need to step out in the afternoon." Jing Tian spoke very calmly, but inside he was feeling waves of emotion. First, he could finally go outside to take a look around. Second, he would get to see his best brother. "Sir, are you going out?" A few people were surprised and looked over at Jing Tian at the same time. Even the little chubby one tilted his head slightly to look over. It wasn't unusual to go out, but for someone who rarely even stepped outside the front door, suddenly saying he wanted to go out was bound to raise curiosity. I know. The master is going to pick up a friend. Sir, I will accompany you. I am familiar with the Demon City. And me too. We will go with you. When Jing Tian mentioned going to the Demon City, Tong Yu and the Wang siblings immediately understood and insisted on going along. Jin Long remained silent, just waiting for Jing Tian's arrangements. All right, let's decide who to take later. For now, let's go upstairs. I will teach you some basic combat skills for you to practice slowly, Jing Tian said, waving his hand. Upon hearing that combat skills were being taught, the group instantly quieted down. Except for Tong Yu, the other three were filled with excitement and anticipation. As they went upstairs, Xiao Pang seemed uninterested and stayed on the sofa. When they reached the rooftop, those who were initially eager to learn combat skills were first drawn to the war god vehicle in the backyard. The morning sunlight reflected off it, making the war god appear dazzling. As for the 7 off-road vehicles beside the war god, they were no longer there. Clearly, they had been taken away by Cheng Kun and Tong Zhan, as well as Jin Long's subordinates, who had gone out early to gather supplies. Wow, how did the war god change? Wang Meng was the first to exclaim. He had driven the war god just yesterday and was sure he wasn't mistaken. Yesterday, it was a turquoise color, but now it was silver gray. It seems a bit longer than the previous war god, Wang Lian remarked, glancing curiously at Jing Tian. No need to guess, it's still yesterday's war god, just that the materials are complete now. I modified it overnight, Jing Tian said with a faint smile. Jin Long's expression was slightly strange. Master, do you think we're children? Can you really modify a car like this overnight? It was clearly an 8-meter-long turquoise RV yesterday. Now, after just one night, it has changed color and length. Is this magic? Or has the apocalypse come and the car has come to life? Jin Long thought to himself, but he did not show these thoughts outwardly. Jing Tian noticed that several people, especially Wang Meng, were staring at the battle god vehicle with a hint of envy. How could they learn battle techniques in this state? So, Jing Tian brought them to the side of the battle god vehicle to let them admire it. As they approached, the massive body of the battle god vehicle appeared even more majestic and imposing. The vehicle was 10 meters long and 4.5 meters high. Its body was seamless, with no visible gaps. The windows were clearly made of high explosion-proof glass. The wheels were thicker than before and had dual tires. The front of the vehicle had a unique design, resembling pieces of steel plates stitched together. Jing Tian opened the car door to let a few people in to enjoy the view. A few seconds later, they heard bursts of exclamations from Tong Yue and Wang Ming inside the car. Jing Tian smiled faintly. No matter how amazed the others were, they could only see the surface of the war god ship. Nowadays, the Level 2 war god ship, it is no exaggeration to say, is a scaled-down version of a mobile safe house. It has all the functions such as a protective shield, absolute control, and so on. The most important point is that the war god ship has a powerful firepower output capability that the safe house lacks. Chapter 102, Teaching Combat Skills. They stayed on the war god ship for more than 10 minutes. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities to appreciate it later, so calm down. I'm going to start matching you with suitable combat skills. Of course, before that, I need to explain to you what combat skills really are. After calming a few people down, Jing Tian officially began his explanation. Jing Tian has disciple skills matching assistants, and with Jin Long and the Wang siblings not starting from scratch, the teaching process went very smoothly. After about 2 hours, all 3 of them learned a combat technique. It must be said that this is a bit quick, but it's also understandable. Jing Tian explained thoroughly with matching combat skills and recognition of the elements, as well as the foundation of the 3 individuals' realms. With a combination of various aspects, if they still couldn't learn a single move, Jing Tian would consider not teaching them anymore. Sir, how do you think my earth spike was executed? Wang Ming jumped in front of Jing Tian, seemingly wanting his feedback. However, he had a somewhat smug expression on his face. Earth spike, Wang Ming shouted, casually waving one hand forward. Suddenly, a bamboo shoot-shaped earth spike, about an arm's thickness and 1 meter long, shot up 2 meters in front of him. It was indeed very abrupt. If the enemy was unprepared, this earth spike would definitely be a deadly skill. After executing the combat skill, Wang Ming looked at Jing Tian with great anticipation. Sir will definitely praise me, Wang Ming thought happily. However, as soon as Jing Tian opened his mouth, Wang Ming's expression turned sour. The 2 most obvious shortcomings were, first, the earth spike was too loose and not solid enough, and second, the number was too few. With your current peak, level 4 realm, releasing 10 at the same time is not difficult, and you only managed to produce 1. What is there to be smug about? Jing Tian glared at Wang Ming in the end. Wang Ming's heart was too rough, and he was a bit too eager for success. Although he felt frustrated after being scolded, he didn't argue at all. He scratched his head and obediently ran to the side to continue practicing. Please, sir, examine the combat skills that Wang Lian has been practicing. Wang Lian also walked up. Jing Tian smiled slightly and nodded. Tornado curtain, Wang Lian whispered. In an instant, a gentle breeze came from afar, quickly swirling around her. 1 second later, the breeze abruptly changed, instantly transforming into a thick and violent tornado. This sudden change was quite shocking to the eyes. Wang Lian was completely enveloped within it, and the diameter of the tornado was still slowly expanding. Such a heavy tornado curtain was definitely both offensive and defensive. The rapid spinning force could deflect most strong attacks. Not bad, very good. Jing Tian praised Wang Lian without holding back. In such a short time, being able to achieve this level shows that your temperament and comprehension are much stronger than your brother's. Wang Ming, listening to Jing Tian belittle himself while praising Wang Lian, showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he wore a happy expression. Master, what about me? How am I doing? Tanya called out to Jing Tian, surrounded by 3 little fire dragons. The little girl clearly wanted Jing Tian's praise. You're detailed but lack power. However, that's understandable. Your level is still low. Focus on meditation to increase your realm. Jing Tian gave a concise evaluation. Master, please evaluate my battle skills as well. The steady Jin Long chimed in. After receiving Jing Tian's nod, Jin Long shouted, Golden Snake Dance. A beam of golden light flashed diagonally above. Immediately, a 2-meter-long golden snake silently formed and charged down. It started silently, but after circling below, it suddenly became agitated, spiraling and flying wildly with a whistling sound. The rooftop of the villa was soon enveloped in a sea of golden light. Wow, Big Brother Jing is really strong. With this move, he could scare a few people to death. Wang Ming exclaimed amidst the golden light. This move by Jin Long was absolutely suited for ambush. If the opponent discovered it or dodged, they would have to endure the real chaos of the golden snake dance. Not bad, good control in all aspects. After mastering it, you can try to control 2 golden snakes. The power will double. Jing Tian, with the demeanor of a teacher, gave Jin Long some comments. Jin Long nodded respectfully, his face showing a surge of excitement. He felt that just by mastering this move, he already had a 70% chance of success in the upcoming duel. Meeting this master was definitely his greatest fortune since the end of the world. Before long, it was already noon. Jing Tian asked a few people to stop practicing. Although combat skills require diligent practice, there should be a limit. After a simple lunch, the group looked at Jing Tian with anticipation. They were eager to learn combat skills during breakfast, and now they were hoping that Jing Tian would take them to the Demon City. Chapter 103. Departure of the War God. Jing Tian didn't care about who to take. He thought it was just for one day. You 4 can discuss among yourselves who will go with me, but I can only take 2, leaving 2 behind to watch the house. And one must be someone who understands the Demon City. Jing Tian left the problem for the 4 of them to solve on their own and walked out the door. There was nothing else, just giving them some space to discuss. Xiaopeng quickly followed him out. Hey, Jing Tian, you have to take me with you. Xiaopeng knew Jing Tian was going out, so he closely followed behind. If you don't go, I have to take you with me. Jing Tian laughed and said, what if we encounter a powerful zombie? We'll have to rely on you to step up. So hypocritical, clearly being incredibly strong himself, yet wanting me to do the hard work. Little Fatty rolled his eyes at Jing Tian. Jing Tian opened his mouth and then closed it. He felt frustrated, knowing that he was indeed very powerful. However, he was only powerful within a certain circle. Here in the safe house, he was powerful, almost godlike. Outside, within the safety zone of the war god, he was also considered a god. That's right, Jing Tian could leave the safe house now. But that didn't mean he was completely free from the system's constraints. The safety zone of the war god had a diameter of 100 meters. Within this 100 meters, Jing Tian was still completely in control. However, once he left this 100-meter safety zone, he was limited to an activity range of only 500 meters. What does that mean? Once he left the war god, Jing Tian could only walk out 250 meters in one direction. Regarding this distance, Jing Tian felt an endless resentment in his heart. Accompanied by the little fatty, he strolled to the edge of the safety line. His gaze casually wandered around. A woman's figure stood by the window, looking this way. At a distance of about 300 meters, Jing Tian's eyes met the woman's. Hello, alumni Lidan. Jing Tian suddenly grinned and waved at Li Dan. His voice was not loud, and Li Dan definitely could not hear it. However, Li Dan could clearly see Jing Tian's expression and actions. Jing Tian, I will never let you be this carefree. One day, that villa will be mine. A flicker of anger and jealousy flashed across Li Dan's face as she muttered something and turned to leave the window. Jing Tian shrugged. He didn't know what Li Dan was saying, and it didn't matter what she said. Wang, Jing Tian, do you want to hook up with that woman? Xiaopeng suddenly asked Jing Tian. What the hell? You pervert, what are you thinking? Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then lifted his foot and kicked Xiaopeng. Woof! It must be, I know there's a term called angry out of shame, that's you. Xiaopeng shouted confidently after being kicked a few meters away. Get lost, even if I want to, that stuff. I wouldn't look for a beautiful woman with an ugly heart like Li Dan. Jing Tian said harshly to Xiaopeng. As long as she can have kids, that's enough. In this apocalypse, what are you being picky about? Xiaopeng said in a seemingly well-meaning tone. Damn, don't talk to me about this kind of topic. It's pointless to discuss it with a dog like you. Jing Tian frowned, not wanting to continue this topic with Xiaopeng. However, Xiaopeng was still excited, shaking his dog head and continuing to bark, woof woof. Why don't I understand? I'm just testing you. Testing me? What are you testing me for? Jing Tian's forehead darkened again, but it also piqued Xiaopeng's curiosity. Let's see if you're a good man. Xiaopeng seriously called out, if you're a good man, then I'll introduce the mistress to you. Jing Tian blinked his eyes and looked at Xiaopeng with a strange expression. Are you also working part-time as a pimp? No. A matchmaker dog? Woof. My mistress is ugly, but she has a kind heart. Isn't that what you like? Xiaopeng said. When did I ever say that? Woof. You just said you don't like beautiful faces with ugly hearts. So, doesn't that mean you like ugly faces with beautiful hearts? I am actually speechless. Where's your mistress? Jing Tian suddenly asked. Woo. In Heisher County, Jing Tian, let's go. Xiaopeng suddenly said in a more serious tone. Heisher County, damn. Jing Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Heisher County. That's where Jing Tian lived for more than 10 years. Heisher is very large, and Ling County is the most peripheral county of Heisher. So when Qingchuan said it was a stronghold in Heisher, Jing Tian didn't react much. But Xiaopeng directly mentioned Ling County. Am I actually a fellow townsman with Xiaopeng? By the way, since your mistress is in Ling County, why did you come to Yinshi? Jing Tian asked. It's all the fault of that damn dog dealer who knocked me out and stole me. Master, we've decided. When do we set off? Xiaopeng was explaining his experiences. Tong Yue ran out of the villa, excitedly interrupting Xiaopeng's words. Let's continue our conversation later. Jing Tian said a sentence to Xiaopeng. At this moment, Jing Tian felt that there were still many topics to discuss with Xiaopeng. Maybe Xiaopeng even knew about his past in the orphanage. Who are you going with? Jing Tian directly asked Tong Yue. Seeing how excited Tong Yue was, it was clear that she was the chosen one. I'm going with Sister Wang Lian and Master. Tong Yue replied with a giggle. Wang Lian also showed a hint of a happy smile on her face. Wang Meng felt a bit helpless behind them, while Jin Long was indifferent. The discussion among the four was quite simple. Wang Meng decided to give the opportunity to his sister. Naturally, Jin Long, as a junior disciple, had to give the opportunity to the senior sister. Jin Long believed that his master was incredibly strong, and going to a medium-sized stronghold like the Demon City would definitely be a walk in the park. All right, let's get in the car and head out. You two keep an eye on the house. Jing Tian spoke very casually and calmly. In fact, he was very excited inside. Because he didn't take going to the Demon City as a serious matter, the farewell was very simple. A moment later, Jing Tian boarded the war god with 2 women and a dog, without choosing remote control driving. Jing Tian personally sat in the high-tech cockpit. The moment the god of war slowly drove out of the safety protection line, Jing Tian's heart suddenly felt a sense of liberation. Ding! At that moment, a system notification sound echoed in Jing Tian's mind. Chapter 104, Task of Safe House Number 2. System notification. The host has left the main system safe house, triggering a mandatory mission. Within 1 month, establish a safe house number 2 villa at a stronghold with a population of over 100,000. Oh, it! Jing Tian exclaimed. The chubby-style English had been learned by Jing Tian. He initially thought the system was just reminding him that he had left the safe house. Unexpectedly, it actually gave him a mandatory task. Sir, Master, what's wrong with you? Jing Tian's exclamation caught the attention of Wang Lian and Tong Yu. Even little Fatty looked at Jing Tian with confusion. It's nothing. Jing Tian hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. While activating the smart driving, he divided his attention to communicate with the system. System, do you think I'm too relaxed and looking for trouble? Isn't it enough to have a safe house villa here? Why bother with a number 2? Jing Tian squinted again and suddenly said, System, you are a real person, right? Controlling the system from somewhere. The system directly ignored Jing Tian's question. A peculiar gleam flickered in Jing Tian's eyes. Just you wait, I'll figure you out sooner or later. Jing Tian didn't waste any more words. Since the task must be completed, let's see how to accomplish it. The system screen flickered and appeared in Jing Tian's consciousness. The forced task was to establish base number 2 with a deadline of 1 month. Requirements. Over 100,000 survivors within the base, an independent and complete villa without disputes, 1 loyal staff member with a loyalty level above 70, and 1 universal energy point. The requirements seemed surprisingly simple. Moreover, the only 2 unclear points had detailed explanations. A villa without disputes means that if it is ownerless, there will be no disputes. If it has an owner, the owner must acknowledge that the villa belongs to Jing Tian. In short, buying, trading, or even stealing is acceptable. The staff member refers to a disciple or follower. In the future, 1 person must be left behind to manage this safe house villa on behalf of Jing Tian. Finally, there's no need to explain the universal energy point. Currently, Jing Tian has only 260 energy points left. He originally thought he was relatively well off, but now he still needs to collect energy points. Jing Tian's eyes flickered. Ah, master, there's a large group of zombies blocking the road ahead. Tong Yu suddenly shouted. Jing Tian was instantly energized and looked up ahead. Faintly, he could see a group of hundreds of zombies over 500 meters ahead. Great, you're not blocking the way. I was just about to come find you. Jing Tian showed a happy smile on his face. Suddenly, he realized that as long as he drove the war god out, 1,000,000 energy points were nothing. Woof! Jing Tian, I'm going to bite and smash them. Xiao Peng directly called out to Jing Tian. No need. They're all mine. Jing Tian quickly shook his head and glared. After Jing Tian finished speaking, he pressed a button on the control panel. Bang! A steel plate at the front of the car flipped open and a palm-sized drone was ejected. At the same time, a monitor in front of Jing Tian lit up. Additionally, the monitor in the living room also synchronized and lit up. A bird's-eye view showing all the conditions around the war god was presented. Master, there are drones on the war god too? Tong Yu exclaimed in surprise after a brief moment of shock. Of course, I told you I could make them. Jing Tian replied with a faint smile, shamelessly taking credit for it. The drone on the war god was a miniature version of the one that was originally damaged. Soon, the situation of the group of zombies ahead appeared on the screen. 3 level 5 leaders, over 30 level 3 zombies. And behind them were more than 200 ordinary level 2 zombies. It was a small harvest. If they were all wiped out, it would be close to 1,000. Jing Tian roughly calculated the energy points and then suddenly accelerated the war god. The war god made very little noise, just a soft hum, and its massive body shot past 100 miles per hour. At the same time, Jing Tian also activated the upgraded weapons of the war god. Chapter 105. The power of the level 2 hunter, the initial level 2 shotgun, had disappeared. In its place were 2 new types of weapons at the front and back. A thick, sturdy, and adjustable base. A glossy black multi-barreled gun body connected to a huge magazine that looked like a box. The overall shape resembled an oversized Vulcan multi-barrel machine gun. Unfortunately, this one wasn't called Vulcan. It was called the Level 2 Hunter. Jing Tian internally complained about this name. However, it was useless. The system's introduction was just this name. The Level 2 Hunter could fire single shots or continuous fire, with a maximum output of 20 rounds per second. It could eliminate Level 5 and below mutated species and cause some damage to Level 6. It came with an initial supply of 100 bullets, and in the later stages, it required 50 energy points to exchange for 100 bullets. These bullets were quite expensive. At Level 1, 1 energy point could buy 50 rounds. Now, 1 energy point only gets you 2 rounds. Now, think about the maximum output of a Level 2 Hunter. Rat-a-tat-tat. In 1 second, 10 energy points would be gone. Jing Tian just wanted to experience the power of a double-barreled shotgun. Otherwise, there was no need for a shotgun at all. The war god itself could crush that group of zombies just by crashing into them. Only when the 2 shotguns was raised. The war god was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 200 meters away from that group of zombies. Jing Tian was ready to take a shot. However, at that moment, the group of zombies suddenly stopped moving. Roar! The 3 level 5 zombies in front, after stopping, suddenly let out a few roars. Then, they turned around and ran away. That's right, they fled, not even caring about their subordinates. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. Damn it, trying to run is not an option. Exchange for 500 bullets and shoot for me, no matter the reason. Jing Tian couldn't let these zombies run like this. These are all energy points. Bang, bang, bang. The level 2 multi-barreled shotgun fired, the barrels spinning rapidly, and bullets larger than high-caliber rounds shot out one after another. Jing Tian no longer cared about his earlier thoughts of taking careful shots. At over 100 meters away, the zombies couldn't possibly outrun a bullet. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the zombies burst open. Black-purple blood and shredded body parts flew everywhere. 15 seconds. In just 15 seconds, not a single complete zombie was left in sight. Thank you, zombies so disgusting. Tong Yu watched the whole process through the front window. At this moment, the little girl's face turned a bit pale. It wasn't fear, just pure disgust. Although the villa had been attacked before, and Jing Tian had used a shotgun, it was nothing compared to the blood and gore before them. Moreover, at that time, Tanya was also hiding inside the villa. Wang Lian raised her eyebrows twice and said softly, "If you're not used to it, just turn away." "No, I'm fine. I want to adapt. I want to kill zombies like this in the future." The little girl shook her head resolutely. Wang Lian smiled and looked at Jing Tian. At this moment, Jing Tian was feeling quite pleased. He had just fired 300 rounds of ammunition and had eliminated more than 300 zombies. Clearly, one shot had taken out 2 or even more. The 3 level 5 zombies had also vanished, evidently blown apart by the shotgun. Energy consumed, 500 points. Energy gained, 2,040 points. Total energy, 6,800 points. Remaining bullets, 300. The system provided a detailed report of income and expenditure, even including the remaining bullets. Jing Tian's face flashed with satisfaction. With suitable weapons and equipment, earning energy points is so easy. Woof! Jing Tian opened the door. "I'm going to collect crystal cores." At this moment, Xiaopeng called out, "No need to go, they've all been smashed." "Smashed?" "Jing Tian, you're too wasteful," Xiaopeng exclaimed with some dissatisfaction. "Next time, let you take action. After all, there are plenty of zombies." Jing Tian shrugged. "Woof, forget it. Your weapon is still faster and more efficient for taking out small monsters. If I'm going to do it, I want to take on something big for the thrill." Xiaopeng hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Jing Tian glanced at the little fat one and ignored it. Unless there were special circumstances, Jing Tian preferred the feeling of driving by himself. Originally, Jing Tian was looking forward to the upcoming journey, hoping to encounter more zombies. However, reality often disappoints. Although there were zombies along the way, they were all low-level zombies, and the numbers were relatively small. Jing Tian couldn't even be bothered to waste bullets. About 10 minutes later, the God of War ship left Yin City. Of course, Jing Tian also wanted to prioritize getting on the road. Otherwise, the zombies in Yin City would keep him hunting for 10 days without end. Jing Tian paused the war god vehicle at the edge of Yin City, bringing along 2 people and a dog. Finally, he saw the world outside Yin City again, but unfortunately, in today's world, there was hardly any green to be seen. Even the plants were withered, yellow, and small, especially with the weather being extremely hot. A slight breeze would stir up clouds of black soil and yellow dust. Looking at such a scene, Jing Tian couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but think of Jean Long's description of the other side. How nice it would be if the North and South could harmonize a bit now. Wang Lian and Tong, you didn't understand Jing Tian's feelings, but neither of them said anything. Jing Tian stood still, and they accompanied her from behind, even if the view was nothing but dry, desolate yellow earth. In just 2 minutes, Jing Tian began to dislike the outside environment. With the cool and comfortable space inside the car, only a fool would want to stay outside. Woof woof. Jing Tian, look over there. Just as Jing Tian was about to get in the car, Xiaopeng suddenly barked a couple of times in a certain direction. Jing Tian curiously turned his head and followed the direction of Xiaopeng's gaze. Someone is coming. About 1,000 meters to the west of them, a large cloud of dust was rolling towards them. If one didn't observe closely, they wouldn't really notice it was a group of people. "Sir, there are quite a few on the other side. They might be searching for Yin City. Let's avoid them." Wang Lian also noticed the situation and immediately said to Jing Tian with a serious expression. Wang Lian was very clear that no matter who they encountered, there could be ill intentions towards them, not for any other reason, but because of the 2 luxurious war god vehicles behind her. Even good people could have bad thoughts. Moreover, in today's world, the line between good and evil had become very blurred. Chapter 106. What are we waiting for if not to take action? Hearing Wang Lian's suggestion to avoid them, Jing Tian directly smiled and shook his head. "Wang Lian, what's the quickest way to get to Demon City?" Jing Tian asked. "The quickest way is to head straight west, but it will pass through 2 counties, 3 towns, and over a dozen villages. If we take a detour, no need to say more, let's go straight." Jing Tian didn't use Wang Lian to suggest a second detour route and made a direct decision. Since they've already passed through Yin City, why worry about those small counties? Encountering some zombies would just be a chance to harvest crystal cores. Seeing this, Wang Lian naturally wouldn't argue anymore. However, Wang Lian glanced helplessly at the rolling smoke in the west. Hopefully, those guys will open their eyes. Obviously, Wang Lian knew that there were too few people who could see clearly. The war god vehicle traveled less than 500 meters before having a close encounter with the group. This was a team of over 500 people. If the other side cleared the road, Jing Tian wouldn't make a fuss. Unfortunately, that was impossible. The war god vehicle was directly intercepted. 500 people surrounded the war god vehicle completely. They were from the Steel Barrel faction. Wang Lian recognized the members on the other side and was slightly surprised. Steel Barrel? The forces of Demon City? Jing Tian squinted his eyes and said, "That's right. The leader is the vice leader of Steel Barrel, a level 5 fire ability user." "Yao Huashan," Wang Lian replied. "Friends in the vehicle, please come out for a meeting." Outside the vehicle, Yao Huashan, the vice leader of Steel Barrel, shouted at the war god vehicle. Yao Huashan had a strong build and a face full of muscles, looking like a butcher. Despite his rough appearance, he was definitely not a brute. Although they surrounded the vehicle, they didn't dare to act forcefully, clearly wanting to first assess the strength of the people inside the vehicle. "Let's go. Let's get down and see what this vice leader has to offer," Jing Tian said with a slight smile. "Master, many of them are carrying guns." Tong Yu tugged at Jing Tian. "Don't worry. Even if they have cannons, it won't matter," Jing Tian said confidently. The more than 500 people surrounded the war god vehicle very closely, basically within 50 meters. Just right. The safety perimeter of the war god vehicle is a diameter of 100 meters. Jing Tian was so confident that Wang Lian and Tong Yu's worries vanished in an instant. As they opened the door and got out of the car, the chubby one followed them out, somewhat bored. "Just the three of you?" As soon as the three got out of the car, Yao Huashan and everyone behind him were taken aback. Such a luxurious and grand car. Yet there were only 3 people. They had been shocked, nearly speechless, when they saw the 2 cars from a distance. These 3, one big and one small, plus a woman, all exuded a strong aura. But this man, why couldn't they sense any aura? He clearly looked like an ordinary survivor. Yao Huashan felt puzzled in his heart, but at the same time, his cautiousness eased significantly. Jing Tian glanced at the opponent's formation and then directly said, "Just say it. What do you want by stopping my car?" Jing Tian's attitude made Yao Huashan feel slightly anxious. Surrounded by so many people, yet he remained so calm. Either he had some backing, or he was just a reckless fool. With a glance, Yao Huashan clasped his hands in salute. He didn't know how to address his friend or which faction he belonged to. "Vice Leader Yao, stop pretending. It's exhausting to watch," Jing Tian said. "Oh, you know me?" Yao Huashan was taken aback. "It was I who informed my master about you." "Yao Huashan, just state your purpose directly," Wang Lian said coldly. Wang Lian was originally just a minor character, merely a slightly better-off survivor in any stronghold. In a faction, only those who reached level 3 would be taken seriously. Vice Leader, she was from the original Iron Barrel. Just when Yao Huashan still had some doubts, someone in the crowd behind him shouted, "From Iron Barrel?" Yao Huashan's expression changed, and he quickly smiled. Even if Tong Zhan came in person, he wouldn't be afraid. He had 500 people behind him, with 70% being capable individuals. 30% were strong young men, equipped with firearms. "Yao, be straightforward if you're a man. Either state your purpose directly, or get out of the way." Old Lu said, "Good dogs never block the road." Jing Tian seemed to have lost his patience. "Damn, you, an ordinary person, dare to talk to me like that? You think you could call me a dog? I'll tell you straight up, I'm here to rob you." Yao Huashan, who initially had some caution, was shattered by Jing Tian's arrogant words. By the end, Yao Huashan's expression turned fierce. "Now that's more like it. Looking like a robber, enough manliness. Just give us the stuff and we'll leave." Jing Tian, wearing an incredibly serious smile, said a remarkably cowardly thing. Wang Lian was taken aback, and Tong Yu's little face was even more astonished. The little fatty's paw-licking action paused slightly. Even Yao Huashan and his team were momentarily stunned. They had never seen such cooperative victims during a robbery. It wasn't until Jing Tian signaled for Wang Lian and Tong Yu to step aside that Yao Huashan suddenly shouted, "Stop. I never said you could leave. I want the car and the people. Women are valuable resources these days, especially with a little bud." Yao Huashan completely revealed his ugly face, looking at Tong Yu with a very sinister expression. It was clear he intended to kill the men and exploit the women. "Deputy Leader, you can have the little bud. This scarred face belongs to me." She's a bit ugly, but with her face covered, her figure is great. A level 4 ability user behind Yao Huashan called out with a lewd smile. Jing Tian smiled, a hint of eeriness in his expression. He said to the furious Wang Lian and Tong Yu, whose faces had turned purple with anger, "What are you waiting for? Get moving." Tong Yu was taken aback, while Wang Lian instantly understood. "Die, you old hag." A gust of wind element transformed into a spear and shot directly at that level 4 ability user. Although Wang Lian had only learned one combat technique from Jing Tian, she was able to apply it creatively. Her use of elements was no longer limited to just using energy to smash people. By changing the form, she could accelerate her energy attack without any problem. It seemed that Yao Huashan did not expect that instead of begging for mercy in this situation, the three would directly attack. In the brief moment of surprise, the wind spear had crossed several meters and appeared right in front of the level 4 ability user. Puffed. The unfortunate guy didn't even have time to react before the wind spear pierced through his throat. Blood spurted out from the back. A level 4 was killed in an instant by a peak level 3. The person fell to the ground in a state of not being able to close his eyes, even in death. Fire Dragon Dance. Little Tong Yu also took action. After Wang Lian struck, the little girl quickly reacted. Usually, Tong Yu was quite cute and delicate, but at this moment, her little face seemed to be covered with a layer of icy coolness. In an instant, 3 small fire dragons rushed towards the crowd. What kind of ability is this? A group of people who had never seen such powers were stunned by Tong Yu's combat skills. Until, damn it, my hand is burned off. My leg. After a few screams, Yao Huashan and the others finally reacted. Puffed. While Yao Huashan was shouting, he also condensed a huge water ball. However, just as the water ball was formed and before he could release it, it suddenly burst apart. At the same time, Yao Huashan's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth, his hands tightly covering his throat. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to cover it, the bright red blood flowed uncontrollably down. Yao Huashan stared with wide eyes, slowly falling backward. He also died with his eyes wide open. In Yao Huashan's last glance, he saw it. The young man he had judged to be an ordinary person smiled gently at him. It was him. He killed me. Chapter 107. If you're afraid of death. Beg for mercy. Yao Huashan was thus killed in an instant. At this point, the scene had become chaotic. No one noticed Yao Huashan's death at first. Tong Yu and Wang Lian unleashed their second round of abilities, creating chaos and attracting everyone's attention. Tong Yu's fire rain technique was definitely a weapon for mass damage. It was considered mass damage because Tong Yu's realm and strength were still low, and her energy was insufficient. Wang Lian also released her combat technique, Tornado Curtain. A whirlwind tornado gradually expanded. Those around, whether ability users or gunmen, would be swept away if they got too close, with the unfortunate ones being directly shredded. However, the coverage area of Wang Lian and Tong Yu's attacks was still limited, as there were 500 people on the opposing side. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh. The personnel and the steel barrels surrounding the area quickly gathered towards them. Those with guns fired, while those without used their abilities. In an instant, the chaos doubled, with dust rising everywhere. However, just as the gunfire erupted, everything froze. Abilities dissipated, and bullets fell to the ground midway, clattering down. Damn it, I can't move. The deputy leader is dead. Nearly 500 people were stunned in that moment. Some were shocked by the attacks and bullets, others by their bodies being restrained. And some finally realized that Yao Huashan had already been killed. Tong Yu and Wang Lian also opened their mouths in shock. The little chubby boy had a confused look in his eyes. This scene was too terrifying. This was nearly 500 people. Jing Tian always wore a faint smile on his face. Previously, some might have felt that Jing Tian's smile was somewhat timid. However, looking at it now, the same smile made them feel a shiver run down their spines. Sir, Master. Wang Lian and Tong Yu reacted at the same time. Well, let's not fight anymore. I'm afraid their bullets might scratch my car. We'll let you have some real combat training when the opportunity arises. Jing Tian said with a smile, of course. The war god is unlikely to be scratched by bullets, unless it's by cannonballs. Yes. Wang Lian and Tong Yu both nodded in agreement, looking at Jing Tian with growing admiration. Feeling their gaze, Jing Tian felt a sense of elation. If battles were always like this in the future, he would truly be invincible. Of course, Jing Tian also understood that his invincibility had its limits. Master, what should we do with these people? After admiring him for a moment, Tong Yu asked Jing Tian, considering there were about 500 of them. Just kill them all. Jing Tian waved his hand in a nonchalant manner. As soon as he said this, the faces of the 500 people turned pale. Even Wang Lian and Tong Yu trembled. After all, these were over 500 lives. Although in the apocalypse, lives are as trivial as grass, one must be ruthless to stand firm. However, the leader was already dead, and these subordinates who followed orders. These people have such backbone. Even when they were about to be killed, not a single one begged for mercy. Then, seeing that everyone was stunned, a look of doubt suddenly appeared on Jing Tian's face. I beg this lord for mercy. Yes, I beg the Lord for mercy. I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a 70-year-old son below me. Brother, you made a mistake. It's a 3-year-old child. My lord, spare me. In an instant, some clever people caught onto Jing Tian's meaning, and a chorus of pleas for mercy erupted. Wang Lian and Tong Yu both breathed a sigh of relief. Although they would execute Jing Tian's orders to kill, they would definitely have psychological shadows. Fortunately, the master, sir, was just joking. All right, you can avoid death, but not punishment. Leave all your crystal cores behind and roll 100 meters away to wait. Jing Tian spoke again. Jing Tian would naturally not let them leave directly. These people came from the Demon City, and they might be able to obtain some information about Zhang Jian. As soon as Jing Tian said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone felt the restraints on them loosen. Suddenly, more than 200 people fell to the ground. Some were caught off guard, while others were scared out of their wits. Those who reacted quickly hurriedly took out the crystal cores from their bodies. Just placing them on the ground was enough. Jing Tian spoke up. Immediately, a portion of the people quickly threw down their crystal cores and ran away. However, they didn't dare to run far, obediently standing 100 meters away, waiting for the final outcome. Sir, you're a good person, a kind person, could you? Some others felt that Jing Tian seemed approachable and, with glimmering eyes, wanted to plead for a little mercy to keep some crystal cores. Little Fat, want to show off a bit? Jing Tian suddenly said to Little Fat. Woof, sure, I've never killed a real person before. Little Fat's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. In the next second, Little Fat's figure vanished, as if teleporting. Puff! A shadow passed by someone who was feigning pity with rolling eyes. Suddenly, this person's eyes widened in terror, slightly bowed his head, and then his body slowly fell backward. It wasn't until he hit the ground that the surrounding people noticed a bloodstain slowly spreading from his chest. The one who begged for mercy was actually killed. The remaining members of the steel barrel turned pale once again and quickened their pace. Be sensible. Leave the crystal cores and scram. Anyone who dares to hide one will be next. Jing Tian's voice suddenly turned cold. A group of people heard it clearly and immediately trembled. Even those with ulterior motives pulled back. However, even so, there were still a few who wanted to take advantage of the chaos. They probably thought that with so many people around, in the confusion, hiding 2 crystal cores wouldn't be discovered. As a result, Chapter 108, You're the one he misses most, Master. What happened to those 5? Tong Yu glanced at the 5 people and asked Jing Tian with a hint of confusion. They hid crystal cores, trying to take advantage of the situation. They thought their lives weren't worth those few crystal cores. Jing Tian smiled coldly. These few scoundrels, after being spared by the master, still dare to hide their treachery. They really deserve to die. Tong Yu was immediately furious upon hearing this. Woof! I'll go and smash them. Little Fat instantly understood Jing Tian's thoughts and exclaimed. Jing Tian did not object, and the chubby boy immediately became excited and called out, then wobbled his chubby body towards the 5 people. Please, adults, spare us. We know we were wrong. We'll leave all the crystal cores for you. Yes, we promise we won't hide anymore. The 5 people, seeing that only the bully dog was approaching, immediately fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Coincidentally, all 5 of them had previously witnessed the chubby boy ruthlessly eliminate a human in the blink of an eye. Not all survivors in the apocalypse are fearless. However, unfortunately for them, Their pleas for mercy were directly ignored by Jing Tian. Jing Tian waved his hand, and the sparkling crystal cores all over the ground were instantly gathered in front of him. This move was visually stunning. Wang Lian and Tong Yu were once again overwhelmed with uncontrollable admiration and longing. Jing Tian felt very good inside. If being robbed led to such results, he wouldn't mind being robbed frequently. Although these crystal cores were not of high level, there were quite a few of them. The system had clearly detected a large number of crystal cores and directly prompted that they could be absorbed. However, Jing Tian did not allow it directly this time. Instead, he asked Tong Yu and Wang Lian to help collect the crystal cores. After the robbery, Jing Tian suffered no losses at all. On the contrary, the other side, with a level 5 team leader and some team members, left behind nearly 20 corpses. Once everything was over, Jing Tian stepped towards the trembling members of the steel barrel. Ding! The moment Jing Tian stepped out of the safety line, the system promptly issued a warning. Jing Tian curled his lips and ignored it. The area within 100 meters of the war god was an absolute safe zone, with a 500-meter free activity range. When they saw Jing Tian and his group approaching, the personnel in the steel barrels became extremely tense, let alone attacking. In an instant, the spirits of the 500 or so people were lifted. If someone happened to know, it was possible to get rich immediately. Does anyone know a person named Zhang Jian? He works in Demon City and is an ordinary person. Jing Tian didn't waste any words and asked directly. In an instant, about 500 people began to whisper to each other. After more than a minute, no one stepped forward. If no one knows, then forget it. Jing Tian shook her head slightly and turned to leave. Jing Tian wasn't too disappointed. It was good to find out, but if he couldn't, he would go to the Demon City to look for it. He believed he would definitely be able to find it. Wait a moment, sir. Just as Jing Tian had walked over 10 meters, a somewhat hesitant voice came from behind. Jing Tian suddenly stopped and turned around. Who shouted? Come out and speak. There were too many people, and Jing Tian couldn't tell who had called him. Yes, it was me. That voice sounded again. The crowd parted to make way, and a person stepped out. This person was covered in dirt, with dust on his face, and he looked quite young. Sir, I am Yuan Shang. I know a friend named Zhang Jian, but I don't know if he's the one you're referring to. The man said cautiously from 10 meters away. Oh, you're still friends? Then tell me about his physical characteristics, and what is his favorite phrase? Jing Tian raised his eyebrows and asked consecutively. Can I know why you're looking for Zhang Jian? If it's for revenge, I won't say a word even if you kill me. Yuan Shang, who had just been very fearful, spoke with surprising firmness at that moment. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit more favorable towards Yuan Shang, and smiled as he said, Don't worry, I'm definitely not looking for revenge on him. Yuan Shang looked at Jing Tian for a few seconds, then finally nodded and said, Zhang Jian is about 165 meters tall, very thin, and often says, People who are ugly should read more books, so I'm not cut out for studying. Haha, it's him. It must be that ugly and extremely narcissistic guy. Jing Tian laughed out loud when he heard Yuan Shang's last words. However, as he laughed, his eyes slightly reddened. Everyone dared not speak. Wang Lian and Tong Yu sensed that amidst Jing Tian's happiness, there was a trace of sadness. After a few seconds, Jing Tian regained his composure and looked at Yuan Shang. If Zhang Jian recognizes you as a friend, I will also try to be friends with you. You give me the details, and then will you take the reward and leave with these people, or accompany me to find Zhang Jian? Jing Tian said to Yuan Shang. Are you going to find Zhang Jian in the Demon City right now? Yuan Shang's eyes brightened slightly. Don't call me my lord. Just call me Jing Tian. Huh? You're Jing Tian? Yuan Shang exclaimed upon hearing Jing Tian's name. What's wrong? Jing Tian raised an eyebrow. And no, it's nothing. The person Zhang Jian mentioned the most should be you. Yuan Shang looked at Jing Tian with a hint of peculiarity. Haha, so that's how it is. I guess he has never said anything nice about me, right? Jing Tian chuckled. Yes, indeed. Whenever he brings you up, Zhang Jian always mocks and ridicules, saying you are worthless, but I feel like you are the person he cares about the most. Yuan Shang said. Haha, let's go get in the car with me. Jing Tian smiled and then turned to walk towards the war god. Wang Lian and Tong Yu both saw it. They felt as if their master, sir, was like a god, and tears welled up in their eyes. Chapter 109, The Strange Little Town. Yuan Shang hesitated for just a moment before following. Looking closely at the war god, Yuan Shang's eyes were filled with excitement and a hint of nostalgia. A year ago, he too was accompanied by luxury cars. But after the apocalypse, this once proud, rich young master could only become a small follower. If it weren't for his decent physique and the contributions he made, as an ordinary person without abilities, he might have had to work manual labor. What are you standing there for? Get in. Tong Yu called out to the dazed Yuan Shang at the car door. Oh, okay. Once he got in the car, Yuan Shang was stunned by the interior design and configuration. The cool cockpit, the cozy yet luxurious living room, and a complete kitchen and bathroom. There were also 3 small doors, likely bedrooms, and stairs leading to the second floor. Without even mentioning what the second floor was like, just the configuration and space on the first floor alone would definitely be considered top-tier luxury RV, even in prosperous times. Come sit over here. Jing Tian sat on the sofa and beckoned Yuan Shang. No, Mr. Jing, I'm too dirty. Yuan Shang quickly shook his head. Sit down. Wang Lian directly handed a cushion to Yuan Shang. You can wash up after we reach the next place and collect some clothes, Jing Tian said. At this moment, the war god suddenly moved slightly and then slowly advanced forward. Is this automatic driving? Yuan Shang was shocked once again. Don't be curious about these things. Just tell me about Zhang Jian, Jing Tian said with a faint smile. Okay. Yuan Shang quickly nodded, being very cautious, afraid of displeasing Jing Tian in any way. Yuan Shang indeed had a good relationship with Zhang Jian. Although he could go out on missions, he was still an ordinary person. Following the team, he was just a regular gunman and laborer. The main thing was that in Magic City, he and Zhang Jian lived in the same place. This was very advantageous for finding Zhang Jian. The war god was stable and fast. Even on some complex terrains, it moved as if on flat ground. Moments later, the war god left Yin City and traveled 20 kilometers. Ding! System prompt. A disciple is over 20 kilometers away, losing the ability to borrow from that disciple. Jing Tian and Yuan Shang were getting to know about Zhang Jian's recent situation when suddenly the notification sound made him pause. Does this disciple's ability have a distance limit? And only 20 kilometers? Jing Tian directly asked the system. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows. This system was indeed becoming more human-like. Without Jinlong's ability to borrow, Jing Tian really needed to be more cautious and couldn't easily leave the war god anymore. Sir, there's a small town less than 5 kilometers ahead, Wang Lian reported to Jing Tian. It's Qingyan town. We passed by here before, and there was nothing inside. Yuan Shang also spoke up. Nothing at all? There must be zombies, right? Jing Tian was taken aback. Actually, there are none. The supplies have been cleaned out completely, and there are no zombies or survivors to be found, Yuan Shang said. That's quite strange. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows, unable to understand the reason. Of course, he had no interest in exploring the reason. The war god quickly arrived at the Qingyan town mentioned by Yuan Shang. The town was not large, built on the edge of the Great Green Mountain. The buildings were already in ruins, yet the streets were very clean. Of course, this cleanliness was one without broken walls and abandoned vehicles. I felt that this small town was indeed strange. Wang Lian frowned and said while looking at the town. Jing Tian nodded and said, there's not a single broken car. Just this point alone is a bit strange. The war god vehicle slowed down and quickly entered the center of the small town. Master, there's a small shopping mall over there. Tanya saw a 3-story shopping mall from the car window. There were traces of a few big characters on the building, which could vaguely be identified as Hua Fu Mall. You guys go in and search for a bit. Help you and Shang find 2 sets of clothes to change. Jing Tian directly had the god of war stop in front of the small mall. According to him, he wasn't planning to get out of the car. No need, Mr. Jing. We've been inside this mall, and there are no supplies left at all. Everything has been cleaned out, Yuan Shang quickly said. So clean? Not even a single piece of clothing left. Jing Tian was somewhat surprised. Yes, not just the mall. Every shop in this town, even the homes of the residents, are incredibly clean, Yuan Shang replied. Is that so? That's impressive. It seems we'll have to go to the next town. Woof woof. Jing Tian, there's the smell of living people here. Jing Tian said with a hint of helplessness at the end, suddenly interrupted by Xiao Pang. What's so strange about that? The people from the steel barrel came before, Jing Tian said. Woof, it's not those people. I can tell the difference, Xiao Pang called out somewhat dissatisfied. Oh, so there are other survivors? Jing Tian nodded and then shrugged, saying, "But whether there are survivors or not has little to do with us. We're not here to save the world." Jing Tian was right. He was just a big salted fish, not a saint, and wouldn't rush to rescue survivors just because he found out there were some. He also believed he didn't have the ability to save anyone. Ding! At that moment, a notification sound suddenly came from a system. There are high-level energy source fluctuations within the range of the exploration town. Please obtain it, and there will be a surprise reward for completing the task. What? High-level energy source? What is that? Jing Tian was taken aback and directly questioned the system. However, the system provided no further prompts. It didn't even explain what a high-level energy source was. This was a strange task. There was no time limit, nor was there a requirement for Jing Tian to complete it. However, with a surprise reward, Jing Tian couldn't just ignore it. Moreover, he was even more curious about what the system referred to as a high-level energy source. "Sir, are we getting off the car?" Wang Lian asked Jing Tian again at that moment. "Ahem, let's get off. I also want to go for a walk and get some fresh air." Jing Tian suddenly changed his mind. The chubby guy shot Jing Tian a disdainful glance, then jumped out of the car first. A dog led the way, and Jing Tian and the other three followed, directly entering the mall that had no doors or windows. Chapter 110. The basement passage of the mall was very spacious, dim, and cold, forming a stark contrast with the heat outside. The stalls that should have been there had all been demolished. That's right, they had been demolished. If it were the zombies who caused the destruction, it would never have been so thorough. There was not a single piece of clothing left, not even scrap of fabric. On the ground, besides scattered glass, there were only patches of dark purple, dried stains. "Sir, there are no metal or wooden items here," Wang Lian suddenly said. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then looked around. It was true. Although most of the shops were made of metal and glass, it was absolutely impossible that there was not a single piece of wood to be found. Not just wood, but almost all combustible materials were missing. The scrap metal from cars could still be collected for smelting iron and making weapons, but collecting wood, could it be for starting fires to cook? Tanya said with a look of surprise. That is indeed possible. Besides cooking, if someone really wanted to smelt iron, they might need a large amount of wood to make charcoal, Jing Tian said, raising an eyebrow. He then instructed a few people to search upstairs, while Jing Tian and Xiaopeng stayed on the first floor. "Xiaopeng, have you found anything?" Jing Tian asked Xiaopeng. Jing Tian glanced over with a roll of his eyes and then started to turn around on the first floor. "There really isn't much to see here. Just a bunch of junk. System, what am I supposed to find in terms of high-level energy? At least give me a hint." Jing Tian turned around and simply asked the system. With no clues at all, he had no idea where to start and likely missed everything. If he had any idea of what it looked like, he could search for it himself and even deploy a drone. This high-level energy requires absorbing a large amount of thermal energy. If detected, the system would provide a prompt within 100 meters. Absorb thermal energy? Jing Tianjian raised his eyebrows. In an instant, he thought of the situation where the wood here had been scavenged. Could it be that the survivors here discovered some advanced energy source and collected wood to supplement its energy? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If he found the survivors, there would be a certain chance of finding the energy source. Woof, he found it. There are often fixed auras coming and going here. At this moment, Xiaopeng shouted towards a pile of garbage in the farthest corner. Could it really be a discovery? Jing Tian's eyes brightened, and he quickly walked over. In a very hidden corner, an iron door was covered by garbage. Jing Tian wanted to directly step forward and try to open the door. Ding! The host has reached the limit of the activity range. Just when Jing Tian was half a meter away from touching the iron gate, suddenly the system issued a prompt. What the hell? Jing Tian was extremely frustrated. Clearly, this position was a foolish distance away from the war god, reaching 250 meters. Come on, Jing Tian, open the door. Are you scared? Xiaopeng was waiting for Jing Tian to open the door, but he noticed that Jing Tian was frozen with a strange expression on his face. Damn it, I just thought of something. Wait a moment. Jing Tian was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood as he looked at the war god ship in the distance. If he wanted to get in, he could only drive in and crash through. Crashing into the war god ship wouldn't be a problem at all, but it just felt a bit awkward to do it that way. System, is there any way? Jing Tian asked directly, without needing to explain the situation. He He believed the system knew what he was asking. There were two options. One was to move the war god ship, and the other was to use the spirit attachment ability to borrow a battle pet for exploration. Spirit attachment? What is that? Jing Tian knew about moving the war god ship without the system telling him. But this spirit attachment? Spirit attachment? Wow, it seems there really is a reward for spirit attachment. Jing Tian pondered the two words fusing spirit. At first, he felt a sense of familiarity, and then he recalled something he had forgotten. Chapter 111. I'm not even as good as a dog. Thinking of this matter, Jing Tian quickly brought up the system screen and checked the battle pet task rewards. At that time, the rewards for this task included not only the ability to communicate with mutated species, but also a fusion spirit reward. Jing Tian quickly checked the introduction of this attached spirit. What the hell? This is incredible. After reading it, Jing Tian almost gasped in shock. This is actually a very magical ability. The attached spirit can separate a strand of the host consciousness and attach it to the consciousness of a battle pet. It doesn't even require the other party's consent. The host can completely control all of the other party's actions. In simple terms, Jing Tian can borrow Xiaopan's body. This such a powerful ability was actually overlooked by him. Damn it, this is really too damn much. After understanding it, Jing Tian almost gave himself 2 slaps. This ability is definitely a kind of compensation for being bound within the circle. Jing Tian suddenly thought of something and asked the system, I remember there's another kind of spirit attachment, right? Previously, the system inexplicably deducted my energy points, saying it was like the consumption of spirit attachment. The system explained again, that is a function of the main system, which imbues a bit of energy to the resources produced in the safe house, and is different from this. This is a personal ability rewarded to you. Your system is becoming more and more human-like. That's great. I like it. Jing Tian understood and no longer tangled over it. After all, it was a great thing that was beneficial to him. He then turned his head and looked at the little chubby one with a hint of malicious intent. Woo-woo, what are you going to do? I can't be eaten. I'm a proper dog too. The little chubby one felt his fur stand on end as Jing Tian's gaze fixed on him. While calling out, he quickly jumped aside. What are you stupid dog thinking? How could I bear to eat you or torture you? I'm just borrowing your eyes. Jing Tian frowned and said, although there is a battle pet contract, Little Fat doesn't need to consider its own will at all. But I treat Little Fat as a friend. I feel it's better to remind it and ask for its opinion. You want to borrow my eyes? You want to dig out my eyes? No way. Little Fat didn't understand Jing Tian's meaning at all. Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, it immediately bared its teeth at him. There's a species barrier in our communication. You'll understand in a moment. Jing Tian listened to Xiaopeng, seriously misinterpreting his words, and instantly felt that it was better not to ask for opinions. After all, the spirit attachment wouldn't harm Xiaopeng. At most, it might just give him a scare, right? At that moment, Wang Lian, Tong Yue, and Yuan Shang came down from upstairs. Master, we didn't find anything, the little girl Tong Yue said, a hint of frustration in her voice as she ran to Jing Tian's side. Wang Lian explained that the situation upstairs and downstairs was basically the same. But we did have a little discovery here. We found a door, and Xiaopeng has caught the scent of someone coming in and out. Jing Tian pointed to the iron door in the corner and said. Immediately, several people's eyes lit up. Even in this world, one cannot change people's curiosity and desire for exploration. Mr. Jing, I'll take the lead, Yuan Shang said, showing a very proactive attitude at that moment. Jing Tian smiled and gave him a chance to perform. However, Yuan Shang tried twice and found that the iron door was locked from the inside. He couldn't open it at all. Wang, what a waste, watch me. Xiaopeng shouted anxiously from the side. Just as Yuan Shang was feeling embarrassed, he saw Xiaopeng charge over directly. Be careful. Bang, bang. Xiaopeng crashed headfirst into the iron door. With a loud bang, the iron door was smashed open. The lock inside was broken off forcefully. The door slammed hard against the wall, revealing a dark staircase leading down. Am I really worse than a dog? Yuan Shang stared wide-eyed, his face full of bitterness. Don't feel inferior. Even a level 4 or 5 ability user isn't as strong as my Xiaopeng, Tong Yu said in a comforting manner. Upon hearing Tong Yu's words, Yuan Shang actually felt a bit of comfort. You guys go explore a bit. I'll wait for you on the war god. If there's real danger, I'll show up. At this moment, Jing Tian spoke with a profound expression. The others were taken aback for a moment, but then they all had a misunderstanding. The master, teacher, wants to see our ability to handle things. We must perform well after we are ready. Wang Lian and Tong Yu thought simultaneously. Go ahead. With Xiao Pang here, there shouldn't be any general danger. Jing Tian kicked Xiao Pang and said, It's master, teacher. Wang Lian and Tong Yu replied in unison, then walked towards the passage. I'll take the lead. Yu and Shang felt that as a big man, it was embarrassing to be less capable than a demon dog. But he couldn't hide behind the women either. Xiao Pang glanced at Jing Tian in confusion, but said nothing and followed the others into the passage. As they walked, a peculiar expression appeared on Jing Tian's face. So this is Xiao Pang's perspective? It's really unique. At that moment, another scene appeared in his mind, showing what Xiao Pang could see at that moment. Chapter 112. Strange people in the cave. The underground passage was pitch black. The darkness felt somewhat frightening. However, this had no effect on Xiao Pang at all. The one who felt the most fear was Tong Yu. It wasn't because the young girl was small in age, but because she had survived in the equally dark underground warehouse for a year. During that year, she experienced things that were incredibly terrifying for her. So in such a space, she couldn't help but feel fear. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. The past is over. Don't let the teacher down. Wang Lian felt Tong Yu's hand trembling as she held onto her. As the one who brought Tong Yu out of the underground warehouse, Wang Lian instantly understood Tong Yu's feelings and comforted her. MHM, I can't let the master down. Upon hearing Wang Lian's encouragement, Tong Yu immediately nodded vigorously, trying hard to calm herself down. However, halfway through her words, she suddenly noticed a flicker of firelight behind her. Turning around, she saw two small fire dragons swirling in the air, illuminating a large area brightly. After being taken aback, Yu and Shang showed a strong sense of envy. Having previously seen Tong Yu fight with fire dragons, he wasn't as shocked, but it didn't stop his envy and jealousy. Sigh, when will I be able to awaken my abilities? Even if I'm stuck at level 1 forever, that will be fine. Yu and Shang thought to himself, feeling envious. Woof. At this moment, Xiao Pang praised Tong Yu with a bark. Meanwhile, inside the God of War's ship, Jing Tian, comfortably lying on the sofa, showed a satisfied expression. He had clearly seen Tong Yu's performance. This underground warehouse was very spacious. After walking around for a while, Wang Lian and the others found that it was also empty. However, the two entrances for loading and unloading goods were both tightly sealed. Over here, there's a hole. Yu and Shang suddenly shouted. The two girls hurried over. They found it was still a corner, and after a pile of garbage, there was a large hole with a diameter of 2 meters. The hole was obviously man-made, very irregular, and blocked with a few steel bars haphazardly. However, this makeshift barrier was ineffective, and the three of them dismantled it in a few moments. Woof! Xiao Pang darted in first. It had already caught a whiff of a certain scent. Jing Tian suddenly raised his eyebrows inside the war god. Through Xiao Pang's sense of smell, he also smelled it, a faint scent of blood. Although it was very faint, Xiao Pang could distinguish it as the smell of fresh human blood. The corridor was still very irregular, but it was indeed very long. If it were manually excavated, it would definitely be a major project. About 100 meters in, the corridor suddenly narrowed a bit. A heavy iron door appeared a few meters away from them. It was the kind of welded iron door that opens in 2 halves. Judging by the feel, this iron door should be made of several centimeters thick steel plates. At least Yu Wenshang knew that his AK definitely couldn't penetrate it. What to do? Tong Yu asked. Wang Lian touched the iron door and frowned. It really felt very heavy. There were probably more than 1 layer of steel plates. Even if she had a level 3 peak ability, she might not be able to break through. Of course, if she could learn the wind-type cutting skill, maybe she could. Hey, all of you get aside, a bunch of useless guys. Xiao Pang shouted, expressing his disdain towards the 3. Of course, the 3 couldn't understand, but they could tell that Xiao Pang was about to make a move. This iron door was much heavier than the previous one. Could he do it? Seeing Xiao Pang's stance, Yu and Shang couldn't help but express a bit of worry and disbelief to Wang Lian and Tong Yu. Xiao Pang can definitely do it. Go for it. Oomph. Xiao Pang proudly snorted twice, took 2 steps back, and then charged directly at the iron door. Bang! Crackle! Boom! With a loud noise, the entire cave seemed to tremble for a moment. Then, the iron door made a series of cracking sounds before crashing to the ground. What the hell? Yuan Shang exclaimed, wanting to shout what kind of monster this was. Wang Lian and Tong Yue were both shocked. Xiaopeng was indeed powerful, but they thought Xiaopeng was the kind that was extremely fast. But now this was simply a little monster. How hard must that small body be? How much strength did it have? What the hell? This feeling is so relatable. Jing Tian suddenly shouted inside the war god. The moment Xiaopeng smashed open the iron door, Jing Tian felt a sharp pain on the top of his head, followed by a slight dizziness. However, seeing Xiaopeng strutting around with his chest out like nothing happened, it seemed like he was completely unfazed. What a show-off. This guy is definitely putting on an act. Jing Tian immediately understood. Xiaopeng definitely wasn't feeling indifferent. His nonchalant demeanor was clearly an act. However, Jing Tian quickly shifted his focus to the situation behind the iron gate. It was still a corridor cave about 30 meters long, with another large iron door at the end. This wasn't the reason why the few of them were stunned. The first thing that shocked them was there was actually electricity here. A small light bulb hung about 10 meters away, illuminating a small area. Under the light, there was a table and 2 chairs. The second surprise was that 2 men were sitting in the chairs. Both of them were bare-chested, with dark blue faces marked with strange patterns. These bizarre men were clearly stunned by the iron door crashing into them. One of them was still holding a piece of meat near his mouth, while the other had his mouth open and was staring wide-eyed. Their teeth were quite special, each one sharp, as if deliberately sharpened. Who are you? Tong Yue was the first to react, letting out a startled cry. Wang Lian immediately went into a defensive stance, and Yuan Shang quickly raised his gun, aiming at the 2 men. However, just as Wang Lian and Yuan Shang got into their defensive positions, Xiaopeng had already moved. Chapter 113. The inhumane Xiaopeng's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. The next second, 2 slicing sounds rang out almost simultaneously, and the 2 strange men widened their eyes before falling backward. At the same time, 2 jets of blood erupted from their throats. As they fell, the 2 wanted to say something, but could only let out a gurgling sound. They collapsed dead. Xiaopeng, what are you doing? But Xiaopeng ignored Tong Yue and was busy scraping his claws on the ground, seemingly stuck to something dirty and disgusting. Wang Lian and Yuan Shang were momentarily baffled by Xiaopeng's actions and felt a bit annoyed. Only Jing Tian, inside the battle god ship, had a face full of fury. Beasts. Killing them like this is really letting them off easy. Jing Tian was clearly not angry at Xiaopeng for casually killing, but rather furious that killing those 2 was too lenient for them. After Xiaopeng finished scratching his claws, he huffed at Tong Yue and Wang Lian. He gestured with his eyes towards the iron basin on the table, then looked up at the light bulb above, showing a puzzled and contemplative expression. The 3 of them, feeling confused, stepped forward to look at the iron basin. Wow. Yuan Shang was the first to see what was inside, his face suddenly changing drastically, and then he turned around and started to vomit. What? Wow. Wang Lian and Tong Yue were very puzzled by Yuan Shang's reaction. However, soon after seeing the items in the basin, they turned around and started to vomit just like Yuan Shang. What was in the basin? Half a basin of meat. The most eye-catching thing was actually a human finger. Clearly, it was a cooked human finger. Now you know why I killed them, right? And you still question me, really? Xiaopeng heard the 3 of them vomiting and huffed in dissatisfaction. Good kill, Xiaopeng. These people are more detestable than zombies, 1,000 times worse than beasts. Must kill one whenever you see one. Jing Tian directly transmitted his voice into Xiaopeng's consciousness this time. Xiaopeng suddenly widened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Although he was used to communicating with Jing Tian through thoughts, this time felt completely different. No need to look for me. I'm in your head. This is what I meant by borrowing your eyes. I can see everything that's happening, Jing Tian explained to Xiaopeng. He initially wanted to see Xiaopeng's startled expression, but in the end, Jing Tian was taken aback, so calm that I can still control your body movements. Jing Tian added a bit more fire. Really? That's great. When Xiaopeng heard Jing Tian's words, he was neither surprised nor angry, but instead a bit delighted and eager. Come on and control it. I'll just watch from the side. It will be just like riding in a car. Jing Tian was speechless, feeling a sense of defeat by the little fatty. Wang Lian and the others had vomited for a while before gradually calming down, but none dared to look at the iron basin on the table again. Otherwise, the vomiting would continue. Beasts, inhumane, it's too merciful to kill them like this. Tong Yu's small face turned pale as she echoed Jing Tian's angry words. While at the stronghold, they had heard that such situations could occur in some places, but they always found it hard to believe. How can this be eaten? Yu Wenshang said with a grim expression. At that moment, Yu Wenshang felt that even drinking mud and eating dirt at the stronghold was better than this. There's electricity here. Should we notify the serf first? Wang Lian said hesitantly. Right, I almost forgot such an important thing. It's infuriating that such a disgusting place has electricity. Tong Yu nodded repeatedly. Woof woof. The little fatty barked twice and shook his head. Little fatty, are you saying we don't need to call the sir? Wang Lian guessed the little fatty's meaning. The little fatty nodded decisively, and before Wang Lian could make another decision, he suddenly charged towards the iron door. Boom! Clang! The same heavy iron door was once again knocked open by the little fatty. Hoadi! As the iron door fell, a series of distorted roars came from inside. More than a dozen people, similar in appearance to the two who had been killed, appeared. These people rushed towards Wang Lian and the others, wielding machetes and iron rods. Their quick reaction clearly showed they were already aware of the situation here and had made some preparations. I'll go. Yu Wenshang seized the opportunity and shouted, raising his gun to shoot. Leave one alive. Wang Lian quickly called out. A burst of indiscriminate gunfire ensued. After one magazine was emptied, all more than 10 people in front fell to the ground. The only one still moving had his leg shot through, but he continued to swing the machete in his hand, screaming frantically. Despite the bloody scene, the few of them felt no discomfort at all, as all these people were the kind of vicious individuals with sharpened teeth. Jing Tian borrowed Xiao Pang's perspective and felt a sense of relief at this scene. In the apocalypse, he could accept people killing each other, even robbery and murder, all kinds of killing. But the existence of cannibalism had already touched the bottom line of humanity. Anyone with even a shred of humanity could not accept it. Stop shouting. I'm going to ask you something. Honestly confess, and I might spare your life. At this moment, Yu Wenshang loudly questioned the injured person. What? You all will die. I'll dig out your hearts, dig out your lungs, and offer them to my king. Yu Wenshang asked several times, even changing to a new magazine, and shot off the arm of the crazy person wielding a knife. This person is simply insane, Tong Yu frowned and said. Xiao Pang was more straightforward. He quickly moved forward and ended this person's life. Then he looked towards the next iron door. Xiao Pang, wait a moment. Let's get ready before we open the door. The lair of those people might be behind it. Wang Lian hurriedly advised Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang nodded. At this moment, Xiao Pang had actually lost control over his own body. The current Xiao Pang could be considered a clone of Jing Tian. Jing Tian was also worried that Xiao Pang would act impulsively and harm Wang Lian and the others. Yu Wenshang, how many bullets do you have? Wang Lian asked. That's right. Don't waste bullets casually. If a fight breaks out, we'll take the lead with our abilities, and you cover us from behind. Woof. Just as Wang Lian was arranging a simple tactic, Xiao Pang suddenly shouted. The three of them just raised their doubts when they immediately understood. At that moment, the iron gate suddenly made a creaking sound and slowly opened from the inside. Chapter 114. The villain leader is about to appear as the gate moved. Wang Lian and the others became vigilant at the same time. Jing Tian, who had transformed into Xiao Pang, also squinted his eyes. A faint red light shone through the gap in the door. At the same time, they saw a large group of people holding weapons standing dozens of meters behind the door. The space behind the door was vast, about the size of a football field, as if a small mountain had been hollowed out. Get ready for battle, Wang Lian said in a calm voice. The situation was unclear. It would be fine if they were just man-eating villains. What they feared were the ability users, even if there were dozens of them at levels 2 or 3. It didn't seem like a big deal, unless there were more high-level ability users. Otherwise, they were still safe because they had Xiao Pang on their side, and the even stronger Mr. Jing behind them. Thinking of this, Wang Lian felt reassured. Obviously, Tong Yu had a similar thought to Wang Lian, while only Yu Wenshang appeared slightly nervous but showed no signs of retreating. When the iron gate was fully opened, the scene inside became clear. Jing Tian squinted his dog-like eyes. Ahem, it feels a bit awkward. Jing Tian did not pay attention to the more than 300 armed villains. Jing Tian's gaze was fixed directly on the large iron furnace behind the group of strange people. The furnace stood 10 meters tall and had a diameter of about 4 meters. It was supported by iron pillars, with a large amount of burning material fiercely ablaze at the bottom. What attracted Jing Tian the most about the iron furnace was that at the top of the furnace, there was a cable that went straight up to the roof of the cave and then branched out in all directions. Electricity. It was actually generated by this large iron furnace? As Jing Tian observed the iron furnace with confusion, a roar suddenly came from behind the group of villains. Roar. Fresh meat has come to us. Seize them and offer their fresh blood to our king. With this roar, more than 300 people rushed forward without hesitation, brandishing knives or axes and howling. All of these people were ragged and covered in tattoos. They also shared one major common trait. Their teeth were all sharp. With a fierce expression, they looked like a truly menacing tribe of cannibals. Woof! Jing Tian had no time for further observation. With a roar, he charged into the crowd. The battle was inevitable, and Xiaopeng's combat power was shockingly strong, capable of alleviating most of the pressure on Wang Lian and the others. On the other side, Wang Lian quickly made her arrangements. Sigh, we won't push forward. Let's stay here and attack. The three of them were positioned at the iron gate, like a checkpoint, able to hold back the massive influx of enemies. They had gained a certain geographical advantage. Tornado curtain, fire rain technique. Although Wang Lian's wind curtain leaned towards defense, once it expanded to a certain extent, it could also tear through enemies. Tong Yue's fire rain technique was most effective at this moment, as a rain of fire engulfed a large number of people, igniting them. However, these people seemed to feel no pain. Even when their bodies were on fire, they continued to charge forward, howling. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Shan's gun was proving quite useful at this time. As long as someone approached within 10 meters of the iron gate, he would shoot them directly. Yuan Shan's marksmanship was excellent, hitting headshots with every shot. Wang Lian and Tong Yue faced almost no danger within 4 meters. Meanwhile, Jing Tian had completely let loose. Xiaopeng's body was incredibly useful. With a single thought, the hefty figure completed its action. Inside Xiaopeng, there was a powerful energy that could affect any part of its body, infusing its claws with a trace of energy. Everything in its path, whether human or weapon, was severed. As the slaughter intensified, Jing Tian, who was within the war god's ship, began to show a fierce and ruthless expression, with his eyes slightly reddening. At this moment, Jing Tian felt no different from being in the thick of it. The intense slaughter was bound to affect one's mindset. However, Jing Tian clung to a simple thought that kept him free from the interference of inner demons. He had to kill those who deserved to die. If he didn't, more people would suffer and be devoured by them. The three of them and a dog fought against over 300 villains. The battle scene was brutal and quite spectacular. Wang Lian's wind curtain had already swept across a diameter of 10 meters, while Tong Yu's fire rain had little lethality, so she switched to fire dragon dance. 3 small fire dragons ignited the villains in their path. Gunshots occasionally mixed into the battle. After a full 5 minutes, the fight was nearing its end. With only one person left out of the 300. 5 minutes may sound short, but in the midst of battle, it felt like a long time. Is this what we did? Looking at the various forms of broken corpses before her, Tong Yu's small face turned pale. During the fight, she only thought of killing the enemy, but afterward, she felt a bit uneasy. Tong Yu couldn't be blamed. After all, she was still young, and this was her first time participating in such a slaughter. In contrast, Wang Lian and Yuan Shang were much better off. The last remaining person, upon seeing all his companions killed, turned and ran toward the rear. About 100 meters back, there was a large iron gate over 10 meters high on the mountainside. Jing Tian glanced at the iron gate, then swiftly chased after the villain. With a swipe of his claw, he severed the villain's ankle. Ah, Wang, save me. Wang, save me. After falling, the villain surprisingly lacked the spirit of those crazed evildoers and began to wail and scream for help. Woof! Jing Tian turned around and shouted, signaling Wang Lian and the others not to come over for the time being. He then fixed his gaze on the iron door. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises came from behind the iron door. With each sound, the entire cave space trembled slightly. It seemed as if an extremely heavy object was walking closer behind the iron door. After a dozen seconds, click, 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 after a series of gear meshing sounds, the several-meter-high iron door slowly lowered like a drawbridge. Oomph. This should be the villain's leader coming out? The sound is quite loud. Jing Tian squinted his eyes and sneered, clearly realizing that the ones he killed before were just lackeys. Chapter 115. The Giant Iron Man as the iron door slowly descended. The scene behind it gradually came into view. Not to mention, there was a huge space behind. The first thing seen was a giant black metal head. Moving down, there was slowly a black metal body. Wow, is it Iron Man or Transformers? Jing Tian was somewhat stunned. Although this design was quite different from the mechanical protagonists in sci-fi blockbusters, it was still pretty cool. As the iron door completely descended, the full appearance of the Iron Man was revealed. Covered entirely in black metal, there were no special or extravagant designs. Most of it was flat metal. It was still impressive. The Iron Man stood at a height of at least 10 meters. It was undoubtedly human-controlled, as there was a transparent glass cover at the chest area of the machine. Through the glass cover, one could clearly see a person inside operating it. This person looked quite thin, in their 50s, with sparse hair, a pale complexion, deep-set eyes, and a crazed expression. He resembled a mad scientist to a T. Why are you, as abilities users, disturbing me and slaughtering so many of my subordinates? They're just ordinary people. A deep, resonant voice emanated from within the Iron Man, clearly questioning Wang Lian, Yuan Shang, and Tong Yu. Instantly, the three were filled with anger. You lunatic, you madman! Tong Yu was the first to shout. They're eating people, and you still call them ordinary? Boom, boom. The Iron Man stepped out of the passage, causing a tremor. This is a world where people eat people, eliminating the useless and making those who serve me stronger. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? Yuan Shang shouted angrily. Eating people and rationalizing it? Bah, you are scum, worse than a beast. You cannot understand my great thoughts. Enough with the nonsense. Surrender now. Look at how tender you all are. Raising you for blood would be quite a delicacy. Dare to resist, and I will make you suffer, the Iron Man said, suddenly raising a hand. A steel plate on his arm moved, revealing an iron tube. It was clear that this Iron Man was armed with lethal weapons. Dodge! Seeing this, Wang Lian quickly pulled Tong Yu to hide back into the passage. Yuan Shang fired his gun directly. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots hit the transparent glass cover. As a result, the powerful bullets left not even a white mark on the glass cover. Haha, useless. As long as I am inside the Iron Warrior, no one can harm me. The Iron Man laughed maniacally. Then, with a puff, the iron tube on his arm shot out a black object. This thing started the size of a fist, but just a few meters from its target. It suddenly exploded and turned into a net. Yuan Shang was already slightly slow to react and had lingered to fire a few more shots. By the time he wanted to run, it was too late. He was directly ensnared by the black net. It was clearly made of special materials. The more Yuan Shang struggled, the tighter the net became, and he was firmly stuck to the ground. Wang Lian and Tong had already run several dozen meters away. Once they entered the passage, given the size of the Iron Man, the two of them were considered safe. Watch me burn to death. Tong Yu reached the exit and unleashed two small fire dragons to attack. Logically speaking, such an Iron Man would indeed be wary of flame attacks. After all, even if it didn't break through its defenses, it could still heat it up, and the person inside would definitely be doomed. However, haha, useless. My Iron Warrior is made of special metal. It won't heat up even if burned for a day, and the Iron Man laughed arrogantly, and with a final flourish of his hand, he swatted at the fire dragons. Puff! One small fire dragon was directly dispersed. Tong Yu's face changed, and she hurriedly controlled the other fire dragon to dodge. Little girl, so pure and innocent. I usually don't eat meat, but you stir my appetite. The Iron Man sneered, and while speaking, he raised his steel arm again towards the entrance of the passage. Bang! The black object shot out again. Tornado curtain. Wang Lian was behind, helping Yuan Shang escape. But her mind was constantly focused on Tong Yu. Tong Yu was the master's disciple, and she had to protect her at all costs. Even if it meant abandoning you and Shang. She would not allow Tong Yu to be harmed in any way. The wind curtain instantly blocked in front of Tong Yu. Puff! The black net had just expanded when it collided with the wind curtain and was directly swept away by the tornado. Interesting but useless. Today, you will witness the power of my Iron Warrior. The Iron Man was not discouraged by the failure of his black net. Instead, he laughed even more proudly. With a twist of the steel pipe, a loud bang sounded, and a ball of flames shot out directly towards the wind curtain. In an instant, the fireball and the wind curtain collided. In an instant, the wind curtain turned into a fire curtain, both rapidly diminishing. Let me show you this move again. The Iron Man, initially proud, was about to switch to another attack. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a dog barking. Then, bang! A loud noise came from below him. The Iron Man exclaimed in shock, feeling his Iron Warrior losing balance and falling backward. He couldn't believe it was real. His Iron Warrior weighed over 20 tons, and its stability had been tested countless times. How could it be knocked over by a small dog? Boom! Whether he believed it or not, the fact was undeniable. The massive iron body crashed to the ground. A chubby bully dog jumped directly onto the glass cover. Its eyes filled with disdain and contempt as it looked at him. Chapter 116 crashed into the mountain. Jing Tian started to think of countermeasures as soon as the Iron Man appeared. At the same time, the real body was already piloting the war god towards this side. I have to say, the material of this Iron Man is very special and tough. Not to mention that Tong Yue's level 2 ability is ineffective. Even Xiaopeng's claws cannot truly inflict damage. I wanted to study the Iron Man's weak point carefully, but seeing that Wang Lian and Tong Yue were in danger. Jing Tian can only use the most straightforward method this time. Surprisingly, this tactic actually worked. However, this time the impact was a bit too strong. As Xiaopeng climbed onto Iron Man's body, he felt a bit dizzy. Impossible, what kind of dog are you? The old man inside Iron Man stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Woof woof, I'm your grandpa. Jing Tian scoffed and quickly searched for an entrance on the Iron Man's body. Since this old guy could get in, there must be a hatch. Damn beast. A mere dog dares to look down on my great existence. Thinking this means victory? Godi. Suddenly, the old guy let out a fierce roar, and 1,000 volts of high pressure erupted from his skin. Blue arcs of electricity flickered across his surface. However, this move was completely ineffective against Xiaopeng's body. With a slight tremor, Jing Tian only felt a tingling sensation all over, even finding it somewhat pleasant. Ugh. Don't stop. Put in more effort. I'm about to get electrocuted. This was said by Xiaopeng himself. At that moment, Wang Lian's abnormal ability, the wind curtain, had dissipated, and the two finally saw the Iron Man lying on the ground. Tong Yu and Wang Lian wanted to approach. Woof! Don't come over. Jing Tian quickly shouted. Although the Iron Man was down, he was still capable of attack. Xiaopeng is powerful enough to subdue that bad guy. We need to save you and Shang first, Wang Lian said. This black net's material was unknown, and even her dagger couldn't cut through it. Of course, Wang Lian's dagger was just an ordinary one. If it were one forged by Jing Tian, it might work. Over here, Jing Tian and Xiaopeng were very curious about the Iron Man's hatch, mainly because they didn't want to damage the Iron Man's integrity. Otherwise, Xiaopeng still had the ability to shatter that glass shield. They were also studying where the Iron Man's hatch was located. Crack, crack. At that moment, two sounds suddenly came from the Iron Man's back, and two hydraulic rods extended out. It was clear that the Iron Man was trying to prop himself up. Looks like we'll have to break the glass. Jing Tian found that he could not stop Iron Man from getting up, so he had to use his last resort. Without further hesitation, the chubby figure leaped up and charged straight towards the glass shield. Huh, you think you can break my diamond? Crack. The old man originally looked down on the chubby one's attempt to crash into the glass, feeling quite pleased. However, just as he was laughing halfway, he heard a crisp sound. He was horrified to see that the glass shield, which he considered indestructible, had developed cracks. This is impossible. This is made from the hardest diamond. How could it break? The old man suddenly changed color, raising his arm to try to grab the chubby one. Unfortunately, his clumsy mechanical arm had no chance of catching the chubby one. Want to use a weapon? Not to mention his aim was off, even if he hit the target. Before he could act, The chubby one had already dodged to the side. Bang! Crack! Bang! Crash! The chubby one crashed into the shield 2 more times. The glass shield shattered with a loud crash. Woof! Old man, if you dare to move, I'll cut your throat right here. The chubby one jumped directly into Iron Man's body, with one paw resting firmly on the old man's throat. Although he couldn't understand, it didn't hinder the old man from grasping the chubby one's intention, the existence that could shatter the glass shield. The old man had no doubt that this dog had the ability to take his life. No, please don't kill me. I'm just a poor old man. The old man changed from his previous arrogance to a pitiful mode. To be honest, this pitiful act did evoke some sympathy. Unfortunately, Jing Tian was not swayed by this tactic at all. At this moment, feeling a bit helpless due to the communication barrier, he was relieved that his real self had already piloted the war god to find another entrance here. The chubby one remained still, controlling the old man while waiting for the real self to come in. This location was at the back of the town, on 2 connected barren hills. The war god had no trouble traversing the mountains and quickly arrived at the back of the hillside. Here, there was a slope that was almost vertical, making it hard to notice any abnormalities from the outside. However, Jing Tian could locate the chubby one, and after careful observation, he discovered the anomaly. With a press of a button, the several steel plates on the front of the war god vehicle quickly moved and reassembled, instantly forming a triangular breach mode. Boom! The war god vehicle unhesitatingly crashed into the cliff. With a loud bang, stone chips flew everywhere. Then, another loud crash was heard as a heavy iron door, measuring over 10 meters square, fell down with a thud. As expected, such a large steel man couldn't possibly be kept in the cave as a toy. There must be an entrance and exit. Jing Tian smiled faintly. He judged that there was another exit here, which was also related to the enormous size of the steel man. The passage was not long, only a few dozen meters. Soon, the war god ship entered the mountain space. This area was also the size of a football field and was divided into several sections. The war god ship collided with many objects along the way and came to a stop in the center of the space. After stabilizing, he got out of the vehicle. As soon as he opened the door, Jing Tian caught a strong smell of blood, much more intense than on the other side. He initially intended to head straight over to help Xiao Peng deal with the steel man. However, after taking a few steps, Jing Tian was drawn to something. On the left side of the area, it was covered with white plastic sheets. Inside, he could see tables with several expressionless men mechanically swinging machetes. On the tables were bloody corpses, being dismembered piece by piece. A slaughterhouse. A word suddenly popped into Jing Tian's mind. Regarding Jing Tian's arrival, those butchers didn't even glance at him. It seemed they only knew that one set of actions. Suppressing the feeling of nausea, he looked inside. Closest to the inside was a space separated by iron bars. Inside the iron enclosure, which was about 200 square meters, lay a large group of naked people in disarray. A rough estimate suggested there were around 200 of them. Chapter 117, Reinforced Battle God. These people were clearly still alive. However, each one appeared numb, with vacant expressions and unfocused eyes. Perhaps they saw Jing Tian, but there was not a hint of reaction from them. Jing Tian instantly guessed the fate of these people. He shook his head and turned to leave. It was not the time to rescue them. Even if Jing Tian did rescue them, he didn't know how many of them could survive normally. Then Jing Tian observed other areas. There was a very large space that was clearly a laboratory, filled with various experimental apparatus. In one corner, there was a steel-made room. Outside the room, there were piles of metal blocks, each about 1 meter square. Ding! The system suddenly issued a prompt when Jing Tian saw that pile of metal. It turned out to be memory metal. It could even strengthen the main structure of the war god. Jing Tian's eyes lit up. The term memory metal was not unfamiliar to him. It was commonly used in many aerospace materials during the prosperous era. It should be different from the one in front of him. However, since the system referred to it as memory metal, it must be correct. Generally, memory metals can restore themselves after deformation. Just think if the god of war had such memory metal properties. Wow, it would be amazing. Without thinking too much, he directly issued the order to strengthen it. Please move the god of war to a distance of 10 meters from the metal. System prompt. Jing Tian quickly maneuvered the war god to charge forward, disregarding the precious experimental equipment, which were merely tools for evil. He felt no remorse. Instead, there was a sense of exhilaration. Consuming 1,000 kilograms of intermediate metal and 1,000 energy points, should the enhancement begin? 1,000 energy points is a bit expensive, but it must be enhanced. Jing Tian hesitated a bit about the cost of the energy points. However, thinking about the benefits of the war god after acquiring memory attributes, this consumption seemed trivial. After all, the stronger the war god, the greater the help it would be for collecting energy points. The enhancement began and took 5 minutes. The system started the enhancement. The piece of black gold was 1 square meter, so only one piece melted in a liquid and then covered the war god. Jing Tian did not appreciate the enhancement process of the war god and stepped into another mountain space. Just as Jing Tian arrived in front of the large iron gate of the suspension bridge, the system prompted again. High-level energy detected. System automatically collecting. Jing Tian was taken aback. This program seemed a bit off. He hadn't even seen what advanced energy looked like. Moreover, why did it feel like the system was eager when it mentioned the collection? Wait a minute, at least let me see what advanced energy looks like. Jing Tian asked. However, this time the system ignored him. Jing Tian pouted and stepped into the cave. Master, although Wang Lian and Tong Yu were at a distance, they still greeted Jing Tian with surprise. Then he came to Xiao Pang's side, first withdrawing the spiritual attachment ability, and then ordered Xiao Pang, drag this old guy out for me. If he doesn't cooperate, break his hands and feet. Woof, okay. I'll cooperate. Don't treat a frail old man so cruelly. I'll come out myself. The old man seemed to realize that the situation was dire and, not wanting to have his limbs broken, after a moment of hesitation, finally opened the hatch voluntarily. No wonder Jing Tian and Xiao Pang couldn't find the entrance before. It turned out that the steel man's chest cavity was a hole, and when the hatch was opened, the entire control cabin moved out. Normally, it would shift forward, but since the steel man was lying back, it rose up instead. After the control cabin rose, a hatch opened on one side. As soon as the old man opened the door, Xiao Pang rushed forward and bit his ankle, dragging him out. With a thud, the old man fell down. Oh dear. My old bones. The old man lay on the ground, wailing in a pitiful manner. Jing Tian let out a cold laugh. This old guy seemed weak and was not but his physique was not as poor as it appeared. Jing Tian temporarily ignored the old man and let Xiaoping go help Yuan Shang escape. The black net that Wang Lian had struggled to break was easily torn apart by Xiaoping in just a couple of moves. Yuan Shang was freed and looked quite embarrassed, repeatedly thanking Xiaoping. Master, this old guy is really bad. He has raised hundreds of man-eating monsters. Hurry up and kill him. As soon as Tong Yue arrived next to Jing Tian, she began to list the old man's crimes. Tong Yue directly expressed her desire to kill the old man, showing just how much she detested him. Don't worry. Master knows what to do, Jing Tian said with a faint smile. Without Tong Yue having to say it, Jing Tian naturally knew. After all, he had participated in the entire process using Xiaopeng's body. Jing Tian comforted Tong Yue and then kicked the old man's flavor, saying, "Where did you get the electricity here? And what metals are there with this steel man?" Jing Tian held back from immediately killing the old man, naturally wanting to inquire about some information. At the same time, he already had a rough decision in his mind regarding how to deal with the old man. This was all created by me. As long as you let me live, I can give you anything, the old man said, his eyes darting. Created by you? What proof do you have? Jing Tian squinted. Really? I have a magical creature that has created many things, but that's my life-saving item. I will only tell you once I confirm my safety. Magical creature? I'm afraid you won't have it for long, Jing Tian suddenly said. The old man was speaking proudly when suddenly all the lights in the space went out. While others might not understand why, the old man knew very well that the electricity here relied entirely on that creature he mentioned. In an instant, the entire space was only lit by the flickering flames. Now, he was certain that everything here was created by the old man using that advanced energy. Ding! At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Jing Tian's mind. The transformation of the war godship was complete. The main body's defense reached level 7, and it had an automatic repair function. Advanced energy absorption completed. Reward. The system prompted twice in succession, but when it came to the reward, it actually paused. What is the reward? Hurry up and say it. Jing Tian waited for a few seconds before he couldn't help but urge. It was the first time the system lagged when offering a reward. This made Jing Tian feel that something was unusual. Chapter 118. System Intelligent Upgrade. The old man was still shouting crazily beside him. Jing Tian was a bit annoyed and directly signaled Yuan Shang to make the old man stop. Yuan Shang was not courteous either. He stepped forward and smashed the old man down with the butt of his gun. If you speak again, I'll kill you. Yuan Shang threatened fiercely, as he had just been feeling quite frustrated. The system seemed to pause for a moment, or perhaps for other reasons, and only spoke again after a few seconds. I can offer you 2 reward options to choose from. Wait a minute, system. Why has your voice changed? Jing Tian suddenly widened his eyes, forgetting about the reward and directly interrupting the system. At that moment, the system's voice truly changed. It was no longer the purely electronic synthesized voice, but rather a clear and crisp female voice. What's so strange about it? The intelligent system has upgraded to become more human-like, which will make it easier to communicate with you in the future and better support you. An upgrade of the intelligent system? This is great, I like it. Does this mean we can communicate anytime in the future? As soon as Jing Tian heard about the smart system upgrade, he accepted this explanation. After all, the system had just absorbed a high-level energy that he didn't understand. Whether to communicate or not depended on the system's mood. First, complete your task reward. Since the system is happy today, it gives you 2 choices. 1. Upgrade the Super Villa main system to level 3. 2. Open the dimensional storage space for the War God ship. Jing Tian's curiosity was once again piqued, and he asked in confusion, what is dimensional space? He naturally knew that the villa's main system was at level 3. Now, he only needed 2 auxiliary functions to reach level 2. But what is this dimensional storage space? Check the reward introduction yourself. You have 1 minute to make a choice, after which the reward will be random, the system said straightforwardly. Dam, Fine. Jing Tian originally wanted to complain, but he held it back in the end. In the past, the system was almost mechanical, and no matter how he criticized it, it didn't matter much. However, now that the intelligent system has been upgraded, it not only has emotions, but also has a female voice. Jing Tian felt it was better to restrain himself. He quickly brought up the system display screen in his mind and found the reward introduction. Dimensional storage space, initial space of 50 cubic meters. It can hold all non-living objects and can be upgraded along with the main system. The introduction was very simple, but Jing Tian understood it. System, I choose the dimensional space. After reading the introduction, Jing Tian directly spoke to the system. This is a choice that requires no hesitation. As long as he puts in some effort, he can quickly upgrade the main system to level 3. But what about this dimensional space? Jing Tian didn't even find it in the accessibility options list. Ding, finally made a correct choice. Please select the dimensional space loading location, which can be anywhere on the God of War. The system said. Then, let's choose the forge room. After a brief thought, Jing Tian said, there are currently 4 enclosed spaces on the War God. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and finally, the cold weapon forging room. Loading complete. Jing Tian was a bit impatient to check it out. However, the matter at hand was not yet resolved, so he had to hold on a little longer. By the way, system, that advanced energy, you don't need to worry about it anymore, as I've already absorbed the advanced energy. Consider it my payment for serving you. You have no objections, right? The system interrupted Jing Tian directly. Jing Tian blinked, feeling an indescribable frustration inside. You didn't even give me a chance to voice my opinion. Although he was complaining internally, he still shook his head graciously on the surface and asked, Big Sister. Who are you calling Big Sister? Just call me System. The system bluntly interrupted Jing Tian, its tone clearly a bit dissatisfied. All right, System, I have a question to ask. Jing Tian said, his forehead darkening slightly. This system was already quite quirky, and now, with its intelligence upgrade, its personality was becoming even stronger. What do you want to ask? The system seemed curious about what Jing Tian wanted to know. I just want to ask, who is the master and who is the subordinate between us? Jing Tian suddenly asked with a slight smile on his face. That's good. Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything. This is nice, we can act like friends. If there's anything, you can help me. Jing Tian immediately smiled. I've always been helping you, but you're just too stupid, a complete lazy fish. I've supported several hosts, and you're the most useless one, the system said bluntly. Ah, you've supported several hosts? Who were they? Jing Tian asked. All right, I'm not interested in chatting about that topic for now. Hurry up and handle the matters here. Call me for normal questions, but for some issues, I will charge you a fee. The system directly interrupted Jing Tian's words. Jing Tian's forehead is dark, and he is asking questions about his feelings. Does it still require payment? Fortunately, it's just a reasonable fee. Not everyone is charged. At this moment, Wang Lian and Tong Yu and Shang, who are beside him, do not know what Jing Tian is doing and dare not disturb him, quietly waiting. Jing Tian ended the conversation with the system at this moment and looked at the others, saying, Let's go, we'll handle the remaining matters and then leave this place. Master, what about this old guy? Tong Yu asked. Wait a moment. There will naturally be arrangements for him. Jing Tian squinted his eyes and immediately thought of the scene on the other side. He then said to Tong Yu, Xiaoye, you'd better get in the car first. You might not be able to handle the scene over there. Master, I'm not afraid of anything. I want to see the fate of that big bad guy, Tong Yu said stubbornly. Well, it's up to you. Jing Tian shrugged. The old guy seemed to have been hit hard by Yu Wenxiang's gun, and was in a daze. Soon, they arrived at the other half of the cave space. It was very dark here because there was no campfire. Jing Tian directly controlled the war god to turn on its headlights. The lights around the war god instantly illuminated the entire area. The enhanced war god didn't look much different on the outside, so it didn't surprise Wang Lian and the others. However, the old man's eyes, which had been confused, suddenly widened when he saw the war god. What kind of car is this? So cool? And the material of this car feels even more advanced than my memory metal. The old man, being a seasoned alchemist, could tell at a glance that the material of the war god was extraordinary. Unfortunately, he was controlled at that moment. Otherwise, he would have rushed forward to study it. At this moment, Tong Yu suddenly screamed. Her eyes filled with horror as she looked in a certain direction. That was the area where the meat was being chopped. The transparent plastic partition was very clear under the headlights, and most of the scenes inside could be seen. Xiaoyu, stop looking. Wang Lian also saw it and quickly covered Tong Yu's eyes, forcing herself to suppress her fear and nausea. Yu and Shang, go ahead and kill those people and let out the survivors inside. Jing Tian turned to Yu and Shang and said, Although I didn't come here specifically to save anyone, I wouldn't just abandon those people to die in there. Chapter 119 just happened to save you. Yu and Shang saw that Jing Tian had given him a task and quickly nodded in agreement. Then Yu and Shang took up his gun and walked over, firing a few shots at the large men operating the meat-cutting machines. These men were probably already stunned by their own work, now no different from walking corpses. Killing them might not be a kind of relief for them. The little girl also paid a price for her stubbornness. You, how could you have a vehicle made of such materials? Have you also obtained the Pokemon? At this moment, the old man, no longer under Yu and Shang's restraint, had already run over to the war god vehicle. While touching the body of the war god, he looked at Jing Tian with a face full of shock and confusion, asking him. Jing Tian frowned, having just noticed the old man's actions. At this moment, he had actually touched the war god ship, which made Jing Tian feel quite displeased. He stepped forward and kicked him down. Damn it, don't dirty my car. Wang, little fatty, saw Jing Tian getting angry and approached to deal with the old man. Little fatty, don't kill him. We'll hand him over to those survivors later. Killing him will dirty your claws. Jing Tian tried to dissuade Xiaopeng. Woof woof. You're right, killing him would dirty my claws. Xiaopeng nodded eagerly. Then Xiaopeng pretended to clean his claws a few times because those claws had touched the old guy before. You still want to kill me? No, please. I still have use. I can help you modify this car. Make it even more powerful than Transformers. What a load of nonsense. More powerful than Transformers. Jing Tian scoffed. Really, look at my Iron Warrior. It's just a prototype of Transformers. Just give me some more time. I guarantee it can do anything. Just think. In the future, you controlling it, unafraid of any ability user, ruling the entire Earth would be a piece of cake. The old guy was clearly very afraid of dying. Especially when he heard Jing Tian was going to hand him over to those survivors he considered food. If those people regained some strength, his end would be as miserable as it could get. I believe you, my foot. Jing Tian kicked the old man away again. Not to mention that he didn't believe him, even if he really did. Jing Tian would definitely not keep this old man around, because it was mainly a matter of his own discomfort. Behind him, there were about 40 trembling figures. Seeing these people appear, Wang Lian and Tanya in the car could no longer get out, because this group of people had no clothes on. Sir, the rest of those people either really can't move, or they simply don't believe they have been rescued. Yuan Shang had a helpless expression on his face. Jing Tian nodded, understanding somewhat the psychology of those people. His gaze swept over the individuals in front of him, each one as thin as a stick, making one feel both pity and a bit of fear. Suddenly, Jing Tian's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward a few paces and came in front of one person. Look up. Jing Tian spoke to a person. The person, who had originally been looking down, slightly trembled upon hearing Jing Tian's voice in front of him, then raised his head slightly with a look of fear. He appeared to be a bit chubbier than the others, but not to the point of being grotesque. He should only be around 27 or 28 years old. When this person quickly glanced at Jing Tian, his eyes and expression suddenly froze. He chuckled. It really is you, Supervisor Liu. What a coincidence. After Jing Tian recognized the person, he immediately broke into a smile. Clearly, this person was someone Jing Tian knew. His name was Liu Changshui, who used to work at the same real estate agency as Jing Tian and was even his direct supervisor. Jing Tian had a deep memory of Supervisor Liu. When he first started working, Liu, who had a crush on a beautiful female leader, had talked to Jing Tian a few times. As a result, Liu made things difficult for him in subsequent work. Why you? Is that really you, Jing Tian? Liu Changshui's voice was hoarse, and he seemed somewhat incredulous. Yes, it's me. TSK. How did Supervisor Liu end up in this situation? Jing Tian said with a look of disdain and mockery. Jing Tian is not the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity. Even when encountering former acquaintances in such an environment, there is no surprise. Of course, it depends on the person. Even if it's just an acquaintance, Jing Tian would still be eager to help in such situations. Unfortunately, when he encounters someone who had previously made things difficult for him, Jing Tian would revel in their misfortune in a petty way. Jing Tian is just that kind of person. He doesn't have a saintly heart and won't do saintly things. Everything is based on personal mood and preference. Jing Tian, you please save me. I wasn't human before. For the sake of our past as colleagues, take me away from here. I don't want to be eaten. Liu Changshui, after confirming that he was indeed a former colleague, suddenly felt a surge of energy and began to plead with Jing Tian. Save you? I've already saved you. Don't worry, you won't be eaten anymore. Jing Tian shrugged and then added, no need to thank me. I just saved you on the way. Jing Tian fell in a good mood. All along, Liu Changshui had always made him grit his teeth in frustration. Seeing him like this today, Jing Tian finally felt relieved. Chapter 120. The Woman Who Excited Jing Tian. After Jing Tian finished speaking to Liu Changshui, he had no intention of paying him any more attention. He turned to Yuan Shang and said, hand this old guy over to those survivors. I'll load the metals onto the truck, and then we can leave. Jing Tian had no interest in anything else. However, he absolutely could not give up those 9 pieces of memory metal. Previously, he might not have been able to take them away, but now he had a dimensional space. 50 cubic meters is not a small space. Please, don't hand me over to them. I'll give you the design for Iron Man and my treasure. It's in that iron furnace. As long as it's continuously burned, it can generate electricity. The liquid that flows out regularly can merge with the metal to become memory metal. As soon as the old man heard that Jing Tian really intended to hand him over to the survivors, he immediately began to wail and plead. He revealed almost all his secrets, just to beg Jing Tian to spare his life. I didn't ask you to say these things. If you had used these abilities to do something good earlier, how could you have ended up like this? If you have a chance to be reborn, remember that even if you don't do good in your next life, you should at least avoid doing inhumane things. Jing Tian gave a cold smile and then waved his hand at Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang understood and directly pushed the old man in front of the Still Days survivors. Wake up, everyone. This is the mastermind who wants to eat you all. What are you waiting for to take revenge? Yuan Shang shouted at the group of survivors. His words had an immediate effect. Suddenly, most people looked up sharply, and with the light from the car, they saw the old man clearly. After a brief silence, the group erupted in chaos with a scream from the old man, rushing at him like madmen. These people had no weapons, but at that moment, their teeth were their most powerful weapon. Ah, don't eat me, don't eat me. The old man's cries echoed, but soon they were drowned out by the frenzy of the crowd. Blood splattered and pieces of flesh flew. Jing Tian took a glance and no longer paid attention. He turned around and waved, and 9 pieces of memory black metal floated over directly, then obediently lined up to get on the vehicle. The door of the casting chamber inside the vehicle opened, and once the metal blocks flew in, they disappeared without a trace. This scene stunned Yuan Shang and greatly shocked Lu Changshui, who had broken free from the crowd. Wang Lian and Tong Yu in the vehicle also widened their eyes. They watched as the small, casting chamber swallowed so much metal, yet it didn't get filled. However, experience told the 2 women that the master's miraculousness was everywhere. They could see it, but shouldn't ask too many questions. After getting on the vehicle, Jing Tian called out to Yuan Shang. "All right, good sir, but what about that steel man? Are we just going to give up on him?" Jing Tian shook his head. He had originally been thinking about that Iron Man. However, after asking the system, the answer given was garbage. That powerful Iron Man was considered trash in the eyes of the system. Of course, the materials could be collected, but there are volume limits when collecting items in the dimensional space. It can hold 50 cubic meters of items, but when collecting, the volume cannot exceed 5 meters. Disassembling this Iron Man would be quite troublesome, and Jing Tian didn't want to waste time on it. After all, leaving it here meant no one could take it away. Jing Tian, wait for me. Take me with you. Please, I can be your servant." Lu Changshui was shocked by Jing Tian's ability to manipulate objects from distance. "Sorry, there's no room for you in my vehicle." Jing Tian first smiled apologetically at Lu Changshui and then continued, "Actually, it's more suitable for you to stay here. Organize these people, and you might even become a leader. Goodbye." Jing Tian was about to close the door when Lu Changshui said, "Wait a minute, Jing Tian, I know some news about Manager Lanya. Don't you want to know?" Lu Changshui was a bit anxious, and, perhaps in a moment of inspiration, suddenly mentioned a woman's name to Jing Tian. Jing Tian had originally been about to press the door close button when he suddenly froze. His expression gradually became more excited. Wang Lian and Tong Yu, who were beside him, initially dared not look at the group of people outside. But when they heard Lu Changshui mention a name, Jing Tian fell silent. Curious, they looked towards the cockpit and found that their Master-S expression was surprisingly excited. The 2 girls exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something. Chapter 121. The Master-S wife must be very beautiful. Do you really know about Manager Lanya's whereabouts? Definitely. I even know which city she is based in. If you take me with you, I can lead you to her. Seeing that Jing Tian was interested, Lu Changshui's mind became active. Are you negotiating terms with me? Jing Tian squinted his eyes. Don't forget, I just saved your life. I just want to leave here, please, Jing Tian. After a change in expression, Lu Changshui once again showed a pleading look towards Jing Tian. Jing Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. He absolutely detested Lu Changshui. Initially, he thought that not pursuing trouble with him any further was already quite magnanimous. Unexpectedly, this guy actually wanted to join him. Jing Tian really didn't want him in his car. However, now that this guy brought up Lanya, Jing Tian had to consider it. Lanya, 28 years old, was the manager of the real estate agency where Jing Tian used to work. Her beauty goes without saying. The main thing was that Lanya was knowledgeable and mature, and she took great care of Jing Tian. From the moment he met her, he had developed a crush on her. But at that time, Jing Tian was very clear about the gap between him and Lanya. There was not a single aspect, whether in age or family background, that matched. But now it was different. If he encountered Manager Lanya, Jing Tian believed he would definitely have the courage to confess. "Mr. Jing, this guy is ungrateful. Let me ask him." Yuan Shang, who had understood the situation, proactively asked Jing Tian for permission. "What are you going to do?" "I'm a colleague of Jing Tian." Lu Changshui wasn't stupid. As soon as he heard Yuan Shang's words, he immediately understood the implication and nervously shouted. However, having not eaten a proper meal for a long time, even his shouting sounded weak and feeble. At this moment, the old man on the other side finally quieted down. Only the group of survivors who were still going wild remained. Jing Tian didn't feel as disgusted with these people who had eaten the old man. Perhaps among them were relatives or companions who had been eaten by the old man's people, and now they were simply venting their anger. Jing Tian looked at Lu Changshui and said, "You should be aware that our colleagues' feelings are even less than that of strangers. However, since you know the news about Manager Lanya, I can offer you some food and water in exchange for your information. What do you think?" Jing Tian's statement can be considered a compromise, as the news about Lanya is also very important to him. "I don't want this. No matter how much food I leave, it won't be enough for me to eat for a lifetime. Moreover, the people here will take everything from me. I just want to leave this place." Lu Changshui hesitated slightly, but shook his head, insisting on leaving with him. Jing Tian felt a surge of anger and directly wanted to have you when Shang interrogated. "Master," Tong Yu's big eyes turned, and she ran to Jing Tian's ear and whispered, "Master, what if he lies when we interrogate him? How about this?" Tong Yu came up with an idea for Jing Tian. "That works too. Once we find Lanya, once we find a master, we can feed this despicable guy to the zombies." Tong Yu suddenly giggled. "Oh, what master? What are you talking about, little girl? That's a colleague and a friend." Jing Tian was experienced and tried to explain forcibly. Unfortunately, the little girl was very clever and didn't believe her master's words at all. Instead, she cutely made a face. Jing Tian ignored Tong Yu directly. He turned to Lu Changshui and said, "You can come along, but there's no way you're getting in my car. Just follow behind it." "Huh? How can I keep up then?" Lu Changshui, upon hearing this, felt no surprise at all. His legs were still bare. Not to mention that he was weak now. Even if he was well-fed, he still couldn't keep up. "I see there's a cart and some ropes over there. Figure the rest out yourself. You have 10 minutes to prepare." After Jing Tian finished speaking, he directly closed the car door. Once the door was shut, it felt like two different worlds. After a moment of changing expressions, Lu Changshui quickly turned and left. "Master, can you tell us about the future mistress?" Tong Yu couldn't help but come over to ask. Even Wang Lian and Yuan Shang, who were nearby, looked curious. Even the little chubby one looked at Jing Tian with a hint of gossip in his eyes. "Go play somewhere else." "What mistress?" "I said she's a colleague." Jing Tian shot another glare at Tong Yu. However, it was clear to everyone that Jing Tian's expression was somewhat unusual. "Hee, then let's talk about your good friend. This colleague. Is she especially beautiful?" Tong Yu continued to press. "You'll know when you see her. I have things to take care of," Jing Tian said as he turned and entered the forging room. The forging room was not large, only containing a furnace and a forging table, with some tools hanging nearby. The purpose of Jing Tian is not to forge weapons, but to investigate that dimensional storage room. The control of the dimensional space relies on thought. In fact, he could check it without entering as well. With a thought, Jing Tian's vision changed, and he found himself in a grayish-blue space. How big is 50 cubic meters? It's 50 meters long, wide, and high. 9 one-ton blocks of black metal only occupy a small part of the space. Such a large area. It's a pity that it can't accommodate people. Jing Tian observed around and found nothing new, so he stepped back out. Afterwards, Jing Tian checked the enhancement data of the battle god. He also took a look at the energy points. After enhancing the battle god, there were 5,800 points remaining. However, this wasn't all, as the large batch of crystal cores from the previous counterattack on the steel barrel members had not been absorbed yet. System, absorb all the remaining crystal cores. Jing Tian directly issued the command to the system. That batch of crystal cores was on the battle god, so the system could absorb them directly. After the absorption was complete, it converted to 3,700 points of energy, bringing the total energy points to 9,500. The system's female voice promptly provided the notification. Jing Tian was quite satisfied to hear that he had 9,500 points of energy. Although there were nearly 2,000 crystal cores in that batch, there were indeed too many low-level ones. Now, he only needed 500 more crystal cores for the 10,000 required for the number 2 safe house mission. It would be easy to gather enough by hunting some zombies along the way to collect more crystal cores. As soon as the thought arose in Jing Tian's mind, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his head. How foolish, only thinking of the most primitive way to obtain energy. No wonder you will never develop. Jing Tian blinked her eyes. This intelligence has been upgraded, and it's getting more and more annoying to talk to. However, Jing Tian quickly raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean? I should have a simpler way to earn energy?" Chapter 122. Not being friends, but having little brothers. Of course, hunting zombies is hard work. And you have the greatest super villa system in this space, so you should be thinking about getting those people to actively send energy to you. The system said with a hint of an educational tone. Jing Tian blinked his eyes again, as if he understood. "You mean for me to become a merchant?" Jing Tian's expression was slightly strange. In fact, this idea had always been on Jing Tian's mind. However, he felt quite helpless. He had always been stuck in the villa area, and there were only two groups here, Chengkun's and Tongzhan's. No matter how hard he tried to trade with them, he couldn't earn many crystal cores. That's basically the idea, but don't think about being a small vendor. That's too unambitious. If you're going to do it, aim to be a wealthy merchant. But right now your strength is too weak. Trading with major forces can easily lead to being taken advantage of, the system said. "Yeah, I'm still very weak." Jing Tian first nodded, then suddenly raised his eyebrows as another thought arose in his mind. He directly asked the system, "Why can't I cultivate supernatural powers in ancient martial arts?" The system paused slightly and then said, "This is a secret beyond the current authorization of the system. Sometimes being powerful doesn't necessarily require it." The conversation ended somewhat abruptly, and Jing Tian left the forging room. Upon returning outside, he found Yuan Shang had gotten out of the car and was helping Lu Changshui connect the trailer at the back of the vehicle. Lu Changshui was quite clever. He had connected 3 or 4 carts together, which not only gave him more room to move, but also made it more stable. Among the 4 small carts, there were even some food and water supplies, as well as blankets and clothing. Clearly, Lu Changshui had raided the old man's lair, just in time with new clothes available. Yuan Shang shamelessly took 2 sets. With everything prepared, Jing Tian looked at the survivors who had regained some hope and vitality, and after pondering for a few seconds, he said loudly, "You can stay here to survive, or you can go out to look for a base to seek refuge. I can only help you up to this point. I wish you all good luck." Jing Tian threw down a sentence, fearing that these people would say anything more, and directly activated the war god, quickly leaving the cave space. The war god was quite comfortable inside, but the trailer at the back was lacking by a lot. Although Lu Changshui had covered a small cart with cotton blankets, it was still very uncomfortable during the bumpy ride. Damn Jing Tian, a petty person who has found success, wants to find Lanya. I won't let you off without paying a sufficient price. Damn it. How could he have such good luck and become so powerful? With such a luxury car and a beautiful girl by his side? Why not me? Lu Changshui looked at the war god and then thought of Jing Tian casually and effortlessly controlling the metal blocks to float and fly, all of which strongly stimulated his jealousy. If nothing unexpected happens, they should still be able to reach the demon city before dawn. Inside the vehicle, Yuan Shang could finally take a shower. Meanwhile, Wang Lian and Tong Yu seemed a bit tired and went directly into the guest room. Jing Tian was leisurely sitting in the living room, occasionally teasing the idol system. Unfortunately, although the system had become more human-like after the upgrade, it didn't casually engage in banter with Jing Tian. After a moment, Yuan Shang came out of the shower. Dressed in clean clothes, he was quite a handsome young man, with thick eyebrows and big eyes that easily elicited goodwill. Yuan Shang felt completely refreshed at that moment. It had been a long time since he felt this way. "Mr. Jing, thank you. No need to thank me. You're not bad, and you're a friend of Zhang Jian. I've said before, I can consider the friends he acknowledges as my friends too." Jing Tian replied with a slight smile. "I'm really flattered. I don't think I'm worthy of being your friend. I just hope that in the future, Mr. Jing will let me follow you and be a little brother, and that would satisfy me." Having witnessed Jing Tian's incredible power and felt his kindness, he naturally had the thought of wanting to follow him. In this apocalyptic world, it was truly rare for an ordinary person like him, who had no real skills, to encounter such a stable and powerful protector, and he certainly didn't want to miss out. However, he was also worried. After all, he really didn't have much ability. He could shoot well, but what use was that? Anyone could become proficient with a bit of practice. Moreover, bullets were not infinite. Jing Tian looked at Yuan Shang and suddenly smiled, saying, "You really are an interesting person. You don't want to be friends, but you insist on being a little brother? Ahem. As a friend, I can't always follow you around. Yuan Shang awkwardly replied, You're quite cunning, but don't be too quick to express your stance. Let's wait until we see Zhang Jian. Since you're his friend, I will respect his arrangements for you. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and said. Yuan Shang was once again surprised. This Zhang Jian actually holds such an important position in Jing Tian's heart. At the same time, Yuan Shang felt grateful again. Grateful that he had established some friendship with Zhang Jian before. At this moment, the war god ship entered a small town again. However, the situation was similar to the previous Qingyan town. The things in the town had been cleaned out quite thoroughly. Most importantly, there were no zombies at all. Jing Tian felt a bit bored upon seeing this, so he decided to release the drone. Chapter 123. Cunning Lu Changshui. The drone on the God of War had a flight range of 10 kilometers. Yuan Shang absolutely loved this feature. However, the result was quite disappointing. The drone flew in a big circle and found nothing of value. The main issue was that not even a single zombie was spotted. It was said that there were many zombies in the towns along this route, but when we detoured far away to come here, it turned out to be all a scam. Yuan Shang mumbled at this time. Their previous team had avoided this route while traveling from Magic City to Cloud City. Jing Tian was also a bit disappointed. As long as there were no zombies, it meant there was no chance of collecting energy points. As for searching for survivors, Jing Tian wasn't interested unless there was a profit to be made. Even if he really found survivors, he wouldn't know how to accommodate them. The master bedroom upgraded to level 2. Although the size didn't change, the internal facilities were more complete. There was a 2-meter bed, and opposite the bed was a monitor that could show the road conditions ahead. The wardrobe and bedside cabinet were naturally all present, and the most enjoyable part was a small tea area at the very end. Jing Tian sat directly at the tea table, using his mind to control the super control panel of the war god vehicle, opening the rear cover of the car. To his surprise, the rear cover lifted as a whole. Lu Changshui was in a state of painful torment. First, there was the bumpiness. Second, the weather was hot and scorching. And finally, there was the dust. The road was dry and full of dust, so how could there be no dust following the car? Fortunately, the war god vehicle did not emit exhaust fumes. Otherwise, it would have added to his misery. Suddenly, the rear cover of the car rose, and Lu Changshui's eyes widened. When the cover reached a certain height, his eyes turned red. Inside was a luxurious yet cozy bedroom, with an extremely comfortable-looking big bed. What was most frustrating was that he was here, covered in dust, while that bastard was leisurely drinking tea over there. Hello, Supervisor Lu. The scenery along the way isn't bad, right? Are you comfortable sitting in the little car? At this moment, Jing Tian's tone and expression were extremely irritating. It could even be said that he was a bit unethical. Jing, cough, cough, Jing Tian, can you let me get in a car? I just need a small space, Lu Changshui said, first choking on a mouthful of dust, feeling extremely resentful inside, but his face wore a pleading expression. I'm really sorry, but the space inside the car is too small, and there's really no room for Supervisor Lu, Jing Tian said apologetically. You. Lu Changshui was nearly driven to anger. This was outright lying with his eyes wide open. He didn't see any other space in the car, but with just this bedroom area, it wouldn't be too crowded even if 10 more people were added, let alone the fact that this car is a double-decker. Jing Tian purely came to show off to Lu Changshui. It felt a bit like a petty person enjoying a moment of success. However, Jing Tian didn't mind. Seeing Lu Changshui's frustration made him feel better inside. Manager Lu, tell me how you ended up in that den of cannibals, Jing Tian said, adopting a serious chatting posture. Since he was bored, maybe chatting could lead to some news about other colleagues. Of course, if he could get information about Lanya, that would be even better. However, Lu Changshui was very cunning. He could talk about other things and colleagues, but when it came to anything related to Lanya, he refused to say a word. Are you deliberately playing tricks on me? Do you believe I will just leave you here? Jing Tian finally got angry. I have a worthless life. If you really don't care about Lanya, then just leave me here. Lu Changshui also became blunt, realizing that he had no chance of getting into the car. Damn it. You're really tough to deal with. You have to at least tell me which direction or where to go, Jing Tian said angrily. Well, I know she is in the southern part of you, Lu Changshui said, his eyes darting. That's close to the southern border. Are you kidding me? How could she go that far? And how do you know such distant news? Jing Tian's expression immediately turned cold upon hearing Lu Changshui's words. It was clear that Jing Tian suspected Lu Changshui was lying. After all, Yunnan was a full 3,000 kilometers away from here. Naturally, he didn't quite believe that Lanya, a weak woman, would run over there for no reason. Believe it or not, I know for sure that she's over there. And I'll only tell you the exact location once I get there, Lu Changshui shrugged and said. All right, if you dare to deceive me, I will make it so that you wish you were dead. Jing Tian stared at Lu Changshui for a few seconds, his expression cold as he spoke. After finishing, Jing Tian directly closed the trunk lid. Wait a minute, Jing Tian, I need to go to the bathroom. Lu Changshui hurriedly called out when he saw Jing Tian ignoring him. Unfortunately, Jing Tian acted as if he hadn't heard. The war god vehicle continued to move smoothly forward, quickly covering 2/3 of the distance. After passing through a county town ahead, it would take another 20 minutes to reach the demon city. Sir, there are many zombies in the county town ahead. Should we take a detour? As soon as Jing Tian appeared, Yuan Shang quickly reported. Indeed, there were a large number of zombie activities in this county town. However, this was considered a normal situation. Jing Tian took a glance at the screen, shook his head, and thought, how could I possibly go around when I can't even find the zombies? At the same time, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he looked back. He couldn't see Lu Changshui, but he imagined that when the war god was surrounded by zombies, Lu Changshui's expression upon encountering those zombies up close would be quite entertaining. Right? He slowed down and continued forward, giving the war god a command with a faint smile. Scaring Lu Changshui was just a bit of fun. The real business was hunting zombies and collecting energy points. What made him happiest was that he was getting closer to his brother. Chapter 124. Some gains. The war god slowly entered the county town. Inside the town, obstacles and debris were noticeably increasing. The clearing steel plate at the front of the war god rose up to ensure a smooth passage. Although the war god itself was not very loud, the noise made while clearing was substantial. Soon, the county town, which had just been silent, became lively. First, nearby zombies heard the noise and began howling as they approached. Then, the zombies' cries attracted even more distant ones, gradually forming a large group heading this way. Wang Lian and Tong Yu also came out of the bedroom. But Jing Tian didn't need them, just telling them to watch. The number of zombies was too high. It wasn't a good time for them to practice. As for the little fatty, without Jing Tian's instructions, it didn't even bother to move. As the zombies gradually drew closer, Jing Tian controlled a secondary hunting rifle to rise up. The remaining 300 bullets were clearly insufficient. So Jing Tian gritted his teeth and directly exchanged for 2,000 rounds. 50 energy points for 100 bullets, which deducted 1,000 energy points, leaving him with 8,500 points. Jing Tian, hurry up and let me in. The zombies are coming. So many zombies. At this moment, Lu Changshui outside the vehicle began to scream. Sitting in the open top car, he could see a large number of zombies on both sides and behind him, while the front was blocked. Lu Changshui, who was already timid, was completely frightened. Jing Tian smirked wickedly. He intentionally shrank the protective layer of the war god from 50 meters to 5 meters, barely at the edge of Lu Changshui's handcart. I've caught up, I'm coming. Jing Tian, save me. Bang! Lu Changshui was scared to the point of wetting himself, and he really did. When he saw the closest zombie was just a few meters away, his pants instantly became soaked. At the same time, a loud gunshot rang out above the roof of the car. Lu Changshui stared wide-eyed as the approaching zombie exploded into pieces. Thank goodness, another one is coming. At that moment, he was so overwhelmed with fear that he completely ignored the dampness beneath him. Bang, bang, bang. Then the gunshots began to fire continuously. One by one, zombies exploded in front of Lu Changshui. Jing Tian was inside the war god, watching Lu Changshui's reaction, feeling quite amused. Wang Lian and the others looked at Jing Tian with slightly strange expressions. They had never realized that their godlike powerful master could have such a wicked side. However, even though it felt quite unethical, they did not feel any disgust. Outside the vehicle, gunfire roared loudly, but the sounds inside were very quiet. Clearly, the soundproofing of the war god was exceptionally strong. Jing Tian was happily enjoying the sight of Lu Changshui being scared to the point of wetting himself, while also experiencing a growth in his energy points. The only slight regret was that this small county didn't have any high-level zombies. It took half an hour to slowly make their way from the east to the west, exiting the county. The highest level zombies they hunted were only level 5. Fortunately, the harvest of energy points was still quite abundant. The total energy points reached 11,300. After deducting a cost of 1,000, he made a small profit of 1,800, which was not bad. Jing Tian was quite satisfied. After all, most of the zombies here were ordinary level 2 zombies, which only had 1 point of energy, while mutated level 2 zombies had 3 points and level 3 zombies had 30 points. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, the zombies no longer chased the war god. At this point, the demon city was already in sight. Jing Tian ordered the war god to temporarily stop for a brief rest, mainly to give Lu Changshui a little time to calm down, lest he be pushed to the brink and it would be counterproductive. As soon as the war god stopped, Lu Changshui rolled out of the car wrapped in a blanket and then, "Wow, you scare me to death." Jing Tian, "Master Jing, please, I beg you." Lu Changshui cried out loudly. Although in the end, all those zombies were smashed to pieces, the process still terrified him to death. As for the earlier claim about needing to go to the bathroom, at this point, that was long gone. He had already been scared into taking care of business. Jing Tian and a few others got out of the car and went to the back. Ugh, it smells so bad. As Tong Yue approached, she immediately covered her nose, her face full of disgust. Lu Changshui saw Jing Tian, and his pleas became even more pitiful. "Jing Tian, I'm begging you, I won't get into your car. There's a junk car over there. Can you get me one with a roof?" Lu Changshui crawled toward Jing Tian while pointing at a van not far away by the roadside. Looking at Lu Changshui's extremely miserable appearance, Jing Tian finally showed a bit of compassion and nodded. "All right, but I hope you perform well. At least so I can live a bit more comfortably in the future." Yes, I understand. Once I calm down and think about it, I'm sure I can recall more information about Manager Lon, and I'll tell you as soon as I do." Lu Changshui was overjoyed to hear Jing Tian agree to his request. Then, the battle god vehicle moved a bit and came to the side of the van. The front of the van was stuck in a pile of garbage. However, because of this, it managed to preserve the 2 front tires. The 2 rear tires had already been ruined by the sun, but the rest was still relatively intact. For the battle god vehicle, it didn't matter if the wheels could turn. Even if they couldn't, towing a van posed no pressure at all. Lu Changshui had also upgraded a situation, trading a bird gun for a cannon and a toilet for a mansion. He cleaned up, throwing away clothes and pants that were covered in filth, and moved the remaining supplies onto the vehicle. After nearly 10 minutes of fussing around, the battle god vehicle was back on the road. Chapter 125, Special Reward Items. Magic City, due to its proximity to the mountains, had underdeveloped transportation and remained a third-tier city. Perhaps it was because of the small population that this city was cleared out in a short time and became a survivor stronghold. According to Tong Zhan and the Wang siblings, the number of survivors in the Magic City stronghold is currently around 200,000. According to the latest news from Yuan Shang, Magic City has now been completely unified by the Steel Barrel. The leader of the Steel Barrel, Yang Ju, is a peak level 5 Earth-type ability user. It is said that Yang Ju was originally some kind of professor. He is older and very scheming, but as long as one isn't too perverse in the apocalypse, that can be considered decent, right? Yang Ju has a lot of expertise in management. Just a few days after the unification of Magic City, there were already significant changes. It is said that there is now a class system, and he naturally exists like an emperor. Jing Tian originally just wanted to quietly take his brother Zhang Jian away. However, the system issued a mandatory task to build a number 2 safe house here within a month. The main requirement is to obtain a complete villa, which will definitely involve interaction with the leader here. Jing Tian's plan was to first find Zhang Jian quietly, and then study the task issue. "Sir, if you don't want to attract too much trouble, it's best for the war god to avoid entering the city," Wang Lian reminded Jing Tian as they approached the increasingly near Demon City. Jing Tian raised his eyebrows. He naturally understood Wang Lian's meaning. However, if he wanted to enter the city, the war god must also enter the city. This was a bit difficult to manage. The war god could be disguised. But the problem was that disguising its appearance couldn't change the actual size of the war god. Seeing Jing Tian lost in thought, the others fell silent. At the same time, the speed of the war god gradually decreased. Jing Tian thought of the spirit attachment ability, which could allow Xiaopeng and Yuan Shang to go into the city and bring Zhang Jian out. However, Jing Tian also really wanted to see Zhang Jian in person as soon as possible to tell him that he had come to pick him up, and the mission required that he would have to enter the city sooner or later. After thinking it over, Jing Tian suddenly slapped his forehead. How foolish of him! Why was he only thinking about sneaking around? He could just swagger in and pick up his brother. What could they do about it? They were just level 5 ability users. If they didn't cooperate, he could just let Xiaopeng bite them to death or blow them away with shotgun. Jing Tian suddenly understood. There was no need for him to be sneaky at all. Ding! Just as Jing Tian made his decision, the system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Jing Tian was taken aback. What was the system popping up for now? It couldn't be up to some tricks again, could it? By now, Jing Tian had figured out that whenever the system spoke and there was a ding sound, something was definitely going on. The system issued a welfare task, the host. In merchant mode, must conquer a stronghold, and the reward is a special item. Jing Tian blinked his eyes. Is there such a task? Welfare task. Special item? Jing Tian directly ignored the task itself and asked, "Can I know the reward items in advance?" Yes, you can check the system task menu yourself. There is an introduction to this reward item, the system replied. Jing Tian eagerly pulled up the system screen and found a special item mentioned by the system. This section of the page displayed many boxes, but only one box showed a pattern for now. However, the pattern left Jing Tian completely baffled. It was actually the image of a lean man. What? What does this mean? Is it going to reward me with this? That's right, it is a special reward item. The system confirmed it directly. What the hell, are you kidding me? My orientation is perfectly normal, and you're rewarding me with a big man? Why not reward me with a woman? Jing Tian was so frustrated that he almost cried out. Please take a good look at the item introduction. Host. The system said with a hint of annoyance. Introduction? Jing Tian felt a bit awkward and quickly checked the introduction again. This time, upon reading the introduction, he widened his eyes in surprise. The reward item turned out to be a high-level zombie. Moreover, it had already reached level 7. It was also a high-level zombie with no self-awareness. Its purpose was to be used for spirit attachment by the host, and could also be cultivated and upgraded. Wow, what a great item. It must be obtained at all costs. After Jing Tian understood this special item, he became excited. The system asked, does the host accept this task? Accept, must accept. Are there any other special restrictions? Jing Tian calmed down after the excitement and asked more questions to avoid being tricked by the system. The only limitation is time, which needs to be completed within the same time frame as the mandatory tasks, the system said. So that means within a month? Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and continued to ask, but this task seems a bit vague. How is it considered completed? It's simple. Let about 80 of the survivors in this outpost use the items sold by the host and be aware of the host's existence. The system explained calmly. Is that so? Jing Tian raised his eyebrows again, then frowned. It seemed like this wasn't simple at all. There are over 200,000 people in this stronghold, and there are probably around 160,000. Jing Tian glared. This will depend on your own wisdom. Remember, you're not allowed to act like a saint and give away things for free. Nor can you make a losing business, the system said. You want me to deliver it, but I can't do it for free. Jing Tian rolled his eyes and said, at this moment, the war god had already stopped. Going any further would enter the observation range of the stronghold sentries. Everyone was looking at Jing Tian. I have a plan. We won't sneak in, nor will we force our way in. We will enter openly as merchants. After Jing Tian finished communicating with the system, he began to arrange things for Wang Lian and the others. At the same time, the appearance of the war god vehicle changed in an instant. Originally shiny and sleek in silver gray, it transformed into a rusted old bus. All the windows were protected by iron bars, and through the windows, one could see the bus was filled with food supplies. Most notably, 4 large painted characters appeared on the side of the vehicle. Mobile grain merchant. Inside the bus, Wang Lian and Yuan Shang were temporarily unaware of the war god vehicle's transformation. However, Lu Changshui, who was being towed behind, noticed it immediately. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Just a moment ago, it was a luxury RV. Why did it turn into a dilapidated bus in the next second? Chapter 126. Setting up a stall in front of the stronghold. The Magic City stronghold is divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city's perimeter is protected by a combination of wooden stakes and iron bars, which seem to offer some level of defense. However, in reality, if a large number of zombies were to charge, this defense would be almost useless. The frontline sentry is positioned quite far away on a tall watchtower, where they can see very far. Once zombies appear, the sentry on the watchtower will notify the teams inside the city to respond immediately. This also gives the survivors in the outer city some time to react. The inner city is quite impressive. For now, we can't see what's inside. But the most striking feature is the city wall. That's right, there's a city wall similar to those from ancient times. From a distance, the wall is about 7 or 8 meters high, and workers can be seen constructing it on top. The materials for the wall are all from previously abandoned buildings that were demolished. There's indeed enough material to build a wall around. However, the amount of work required is absolutely daunting. When the war god vehicle was still a few kilometers away from the stronghold, it was spotted by the sentry. The sentry, using binoculars, rubbed his eyes when he first spotted the war god vehicle. After looking a few times, he confirmed he wasn't imagining things. There was indeed a bus approaching the stronghold. After a moment of surprise, the sentry quickly climbed down from the watchtower and pedaled his bicycle towards the inner city at high speed. Normally, honking the horn or firing a gun would be very convenient. However, the stronghold has strict rules, as long as there are no zombies attacking. The sentry is not allowed to fire warning shots. That would cause chaos among the survivors, and once chaos ensues, many unexpected incidents could occur. The war god vehicle quickly arrived outside the outer city's fence, immediately attracting the attention of countless nearby survivors. These survivors widened their eyes, looking at the war god vehicle with surprise and curiosity. They saw a vehicle that could be started again. They knew that this vehicle belonged to the leader of the Tong clan. Now, another large bus had arrived. They wondered what important person was aboard. A year ago, if such a dilapidated bus had appeared, they wouldn't have been interested in looking at it even twice. But now they were all envious. Look, there are words on the bus. Mobile grain merchant? What does that mean? Are they selling grain? Don't be ridiculous. What kind of world is it now? Who would sell food if they had it? Even if they were selling it, what would we use to buy it? Usually, good things require crystal cores. I wonder if our stronghold's currency is useful? As the survivors pointed in disgust, the bus door creaked open. Jing Tian and his companions jumped down from the vehicle with a dog. Lu Changshui, who was behind the car, approached hesitantly. Wow, they're dressed so neatly. The little girl is surprisingly clean and beautiful. Why are there only so few of them? Aren't they afraid of being robbed? The survivors gathered near the railing, watching the few people coming down from the war god vehicle, and started discussing among themselves. Yuan Shang and Wang Lian were once part of the personnel inside the stronghold, so they were naturally very familiar with the situation here. However, after they got off the vehicle, the two first turned to glance at the war god vehicle. Even though Jing Tian had mentioned before getting off that the war god vehicle had camouflage capabilities. All right, let us proceed according to plan, set up a stall to sell goods, and hope there aren't any blind fools. We are just trying to do business, Jing Tian said to the people beside him. At this moment, Jing Tian could have asked Yuan Shang to find Zhang Jian, but he stubbornly wanted to see Zhang Jian himself first and give him a big surprise. What are you guys planning to do? Lu Changshui asked, looking puzzled. Jing Tian then waved to the war god vehicle. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd, bags of food began to float out in a line from the vehicle. First came the grains, followed by oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sausages, and fresh pork. In an instant, a large pile accumulated in front of the few people. Boom! The survivors inside the railing erupted in excitement. Although they all knew that abilities were powerful now, the sight of those food supplies was overwhelming. The contents of the bags were invisible, but the oil, salt, sausages, and meat were clearly visible. The most important was the fresh meat. In an instant, the entire area was filled with the sounds of people swallowing. Many even started to turn red with desire. Bang! Yuan Shang fired a shot into the sky, then turned the gun towards the survivors. Anyone who dares to act with ill intentions, my bullets, one to be polite, Yuan Shang said coldly. Although the situation of the survivors was pitiful, if anyone dared to rush forward to rob, Yuan Shang would definitely not hold back. This was a strict order Jing Tian had given beforehand. Anyone who dared to have the thought of robbery would be killed on the spot. Everyone, don't be anxious. These items are all prepared for sale to you, clearly priced. As long as you can provide crystal cores, you can have as much as you want. Jing Tian stepped forward with a faint smile on his face and began to speak. He actually quite enjoyed this feeling. During prosperous times, in order to cover his living expenses, Jing Tian had also set up a small stall. When someone approached to buy his goods and he calculated the profit from the transaction, he felt a unique sense of accomplishment at that moment. The prices of the goods were marked on the board. White rice, 2 taels for level 1 crystal core, half a pound for level 2 crystal core, 1 pound for level 3 crystal core, 2 pounds for level 4, for pound for level 5, and so on. Jing Tian originally thought that once the price was announced, these people would rush forward to buy. However, after waiting for a while, no one stepped forward. Ahem. Sir, I forgot to mention something to you. Survivors cannot obtain crystal cores at all. Wang Lian quickly realized this and explained to Jing Tian with a hint of embarrassment. Huh? Don't they trade normally? Jing Tian was a bit dumbfounded. If these survivors had no trading ability, how would he complete his task? Of course they trade, but the currency used for trading at the base is generally another type, which might not be of any use to you, Wang Lian said with a hint of difficulty. Chapter 127. They buy rice with gold. What currency? It can't be renminbi, can it? Jing Tian was curious. At the same time, he was a bit worried. If it really is the RMB, then it would be just like waste paper. No, it's gold, Wang Lian said. Gold? Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and quickly asked the system in her mind. Is gold useful? As soon as Jing Tian heard the system's words, his eyes lit up. The main point was that the system mentioned his body enhancement. So how should I price the gold and silver? Jing Tian knows that the system is well aware of what happens around him, so there's no need for much explanation. The system estimates that 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for a point of energy, and the specific pricing is up to the host's own decision. The system said, then I really need to calculate this carefully. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow. As a top university student, this kind of conversion isn't difficult. However, Jing Tian soon realized that if he used the energy points exchanged for crystal cores and the current pricing of food supplies, they obviously wouldn't match. Fortunately, here everything is determined by himself. How about this? Without crystal cores, I can use gold to make purchases. Really? That's great. I want to buy rice. I want to buy salt. And me, I want to buy meat, but is it really fresh pork? As soon as Jing Tian opened his mouth to collect gold, the survivors erupted in excitement, each one showing a look of joy and loudly praising him. Let's wait a moment and write another pricing sign. After Jing Tian finished speaking, he explained the pricing of gold to Tong Yu again. The little girl nodded quickly and placed this pricing board alongside the previous one. Clearly, the food supplies had transformed into a dual pricing standard of crystal cores and gold. 1 gram of gold equals 2 taels of white rice. 1 pound of soybean oil equals 10 grams of gold. 1 bag of salt equals 5 grams of gold, and meat is priced the same as rice. 50 grams of silver is equivalent to 1 gram of gold. At first glance, the pricing table for gold and crystal cores seems similar. However, upon careful calculation, there will definitely be differences. Initially, there might not be much, but over time, there will definitely be people who will profit from reselling by taking advantage of the price differences. Jing Tian could think of this point, but he didn't care. Whoever could profit from the price difference was clever. It was only natural that those with brains and courage would fare better anywhere. Once the prices were clearly marked, the survivors became excited again after seeing them. Is this rice expensive? Of course it's expensive. It's already skyrocketed. In prosperous times, gold was 400 yuan per gram, and now it can only be exchanged for 2 taels of rice. That means a pound of rice is equivalent to 2,000 yuan per pound. But now it's not a prosperous time, and gold isn't worth that much anymore. Within the base, there are fixed trading points in the inner city where some food supplies can be exchanged. However, it takes 10 grams of gold to exchange for a pound of mixed grain, and it's even mixed with dirt. Working a whole day to exhaustion only earns 10 grams of gold. I want to buy a pound of rice. I want to buy a pound of meat. I want to buy a pound of rice plus a pound of meat. In an instant, the survivors erupted, pushing forward wildly. Seeing the crowd about to get out of control, Yuan Shang was about to draw his gun, but he saw Jing Tian wave his hand, and the surging crowd was instantly frozen in place. Even those at the back couldn't push forward. Form a line. We have limited personnel. Anyone who dares to create chaos will have their purchasing privileges revoked, Jing Tian said. It must be said that Jing Tian's move had a strong deterrent effect, quickly calming the survivors down. The immobilized survivors turned pale, constantly blinking their eyes. Jing Tian waved his hand to lift the restrictions. Now everyone became obedient and started to line up voluntarily. Wang Lian and a few others quickly divided the tasks. Wang Lian and Yuan Shang checked the weight and delivered the goods, while Tong Yu collected the money. Jing Tian, the big boss, was naturally relaxed. Jing Tian, can I help too? Lu Changshui asked with a hint of flattery after rolling his eyes. Of course, if you want to stay here, I'll give you some supplies. But you need to tell me about Lanya first, Jing Tian replied. Haha, let's talk about that later after we're done, Lu Changshui said with a laugh, then hurriedly ran over to help. Soon, the first transaction was completed. When the survivor saw the rice in his hands, pure white and very clean, he burst into tears. Others felt the same way. It had only been a year since the apocalypse, but they felt like they hadn't seen real rice in a long time. Jing Tian noticed that the gold collected by Tong Yue was actually small gold beads, 1 gram each. Clearly, the currency of gold here was starting to become standardized. One by one, the excited survivors bought food and quickly ran off happily. No one dared to hoard food. That could lead to losing both life and fortune. 1 person, 2 people, 10 people, 100 people. In just over 10 minutes, more than 100 people had completed their purchases, and only 1 bag of white rice had been sold. After all, the survivors were buying in small quantities. A few were able to buy some sausages and meat. As for the relatively cheaper soybean oil, no one had purchased it even after a long time. What are you all doing? Get out of the way, everyone. Just as the trading was booming, a furious shout came from the back of the crowd. Then a group of about 20 people rushed forward. Half of them were ability users, and the other half were gunmen like Yuan Shang. Chapter 128. The fatty instantly kills the captain hearing the commotion from behind. Jing Tian looked up. The trading temporarily stopped. Seeing this group, the survivors trembled and hid to the side. At the same time, they began to worry if this stall could continue. The appearance of this group was clearly anticipated by Jing Tian and the others. If the Steel Barrel faction's people did not show up, that would be strange. You, the leader of the newcomers, squeezed through the crowd and directly questioned. However, before he could clearly see the people, his eyes widened in shock. What did he see first? The pure white rice, whole fresh meat, sausages, salt, oil. Where did these fools come from? Selling such good things? The other items were somewhat explainable, but especially how did they get fresh pork? After the apocalypse, most poultry and livestock had died. The few remaining livestock had mutated into zombies, and the rest had vanished, likely dead. So, the appearance of fresh pork was indeed quite bizarre. At this moment, the other team members followed. Initially, they all looked fierce. However, they quickly stood there like ghosts, just like their captain. Captain Sheen, keep your subordinates in check. If they act recklessly, the outcome is not something you can control. Seeing these people approach, Yuan Shang had already grabbed his gun again. Now, seeing them getting greedy and restless, he immediately reminded the leader. You know me? You look a bit familiar too. Who are you? I used to be a small gunman in Team 10, but now I'm under Mr. Jing, Yuan Shang said. So you're a traitor. Captain Sheen raised an eyebrow. Yuan Shang shrugged. As a dispensable soldier, he couldn't really be called a traitor. At most, he had taken a little advantage when he left, which was the AK in his hand. Captain Sheen clearly didn't care much about Yuan Shang. After looking down on him, his gaze swept over Jing Tian and the others. Upon seeing them, Captain Sheen's face revealed confusion and disdain. Besides the scar-faced woman and the pretty little girl, the other 2 men were actually ordinary people. Captain Sheen himself was a level 3 ability user, so he was quite confident in his perception and judgment. Who are you exactly, and why are you here selling supplies? After judging the strength of the opponents, Captain Sheen's expression darkened completely, and a peculiar gleam began to flicker in his eyes. In Captain Sheen's view, among Jing Tian's group, only Wang Lian was qualified to talk to him. Although Wang Lian was also a member of the base before, they were not in the same camp. Moreover, Wang Lian was just a small level 1 ability user, so it was normal that he didn't recognize her. Seeing that Jing Tian wasn't speaking, Wang Lian knew he wanted her to handle it. What does it matter to you where we came from? Naturally, we're here to sell supplies to make money and benefit the public. Are you going to stop us? Wang Lian said coldly and dismissively. How noble of you. Benefiting the public? Ha ha. Captain Sheen laughed, but halfway through he suddenly stopped, his face cold as he continued. As the captain of the Magic City Patrol team, I naturally have the right to manage you unidentified individuals. Now I suspect your intentions are malicious, and I'm temporarily confiscating your supplies and vehicle. Malicious intentions? That's such a poor excuse. Just say you want to rob us. Jing Tian couldn't help but speak up. Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak. Seize them all. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot, and take everything. Huh? Captain Sheen cursed at Jing Tian, arrogantly and casually waving his hand to give orders to his subordinates. However, at the moment he waved his hand, he suddenly felt a shadow pass in front of him. Then Captain Sheen realized he couldn't finish his sentence, because his throat was leaking air. Looking down, he found a blood arrow spouting from his neck. I was killed. Who killed me? Captain Sheen's eyes widened as his body lost strength and tilted backward. His last thought was still in confusion about how he had died. Fortunately, in the moment before he fell, he saw it. It was a chubby bully dog. I can't die with my eyes closed. I was actually killed by a dog. Captain Sheen died with his eyes wide open. Apart from Jing Tian and his group, everyone else was stunned. This naturally included Liu Changshui. You guys stealing the spotlight. Jing Tian kicked Xiaopeng in a mix of anger and amusement. Woof woof. I can sense your killing intent. I'll help you out, Xiaopeng said proudly. Jing Tian smiled and said, Xiaopeng is right. Jing Tian already has the intent to kill this Captain Sheen. Besides the fact that this guy spoke disrespectfully to me, the main reason is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, to tell everyone that we are not pushovers. In an instant, the ability users wanted to use their powers, and the gunners wanted to draw their guns. Whoever dares to move, your captain will be next, Wang Lian said coldly. All the patrol personnel froze in their movements, their gazes turning to that bully dog. Even if they were numerous, what good would it do? Just now, that devil-like dog moved too quickly, faster than their eyes could follow. Even if he was there, anyone who dared to provoke my master would end up the same way. Get lost if you're okay. Don't interfere with our business. Wang Lian raised an eyebrow and said coldly. A group of outpost guards looked at each other, and in the end, they all stepped back. At that moment, a gunman among the guards gritted his teeth and loudly asked Jing Tian and the others, Can I buy your goods? Chapter 129. Zhang Jian is in trouble. As soon as this guard spoke, Jing Tian and the others were momentarily stunned. However, Jing Tian quickly smiled and said, Of course you can. We welcome all customers, but you have to line up. Understood, I'll line up. The guard quickly nodded and ran to queue behind the survivors. I want to buy too. Me too. In the blink of an eye, half of the guards surprisingly expressed their desire to purchase. Jing Tian treated everyone equally, waving them to queue up. Let's continue trading, he said with a wave. Although the survivors were initially a bit scared, they were even more afraid of missing what might be their last chance to buy rice. Continue trading. It was evident that the pace was noticeably faster than before. Time passed little by little, and the sky grew darker. Just when the survivors thought that trading had to end with the onset of night, they noticed that the dilapidated bus suddenly lit up all around with lights. Trading resumed once more. It continued until all the white rice at the stalls was traded away. Beside Tongyu, the small bag was already filled with little golden balls, estimated to weigh over 20 kilograms. And what was the cost of these supplies for Jing Tian? Only 20 energy points were spent during the exchange. Unfortunately, there were no crystal cores harvested today. Otherwise, the gains would have been even more substantial. Today's trading ends here. There is no need to worry about running out of supplies. I guarantee we can continue trading tomorrow. Jing Tian shouted loudly at the survivors who were still lining up. Hearing that they could continue tomorrow, those who were disappointed found a bit of comfort, especially when they noticed the bus starting up and heading directly towards their base. The survivors felt even more at ease. As for the blockade, Hadn't the patrolling guards disappeared without a trace, with even half of them running off to buy something? The survivors not only did not oppose the blockade, but instead welcomed it wholeheartedly. Thus, the war god vehicle smoothly drove into the stronghold of the demon city, towing a broken van. Of course, it was the outer city. Jing Tian wasn't planning to enter the inner city just yet. When the war god vehicle reached the corner of the inner city's wall, a group of guards at the gate were extremely tense. They were naturally afraid that Jing Tian would drive into the inner city. Fortunately, the bus turned a corner in front of the gate and stopped at a distance from it. "Don't leave the vehicle," Jing Tian said. "You and Shang, let's go." After Jing Tian stabilized the war god, he became a bit impatient. "Good, sir." Yu and Shang quickly nodded. After spending time together, Yu and Shang also knew that Wang Lian was Jing Tian's follower, and he gradually started to call him sir, just like Wang Lian did. This felt more intimate than calling him Mr. Jing. Tongyu wanted to follow along, but was stopped by Wang Lian. Meanwhile, the chubby one was very obedient, lying beside them without even lifting his eyelids. As soon as Jing Tian got off the car, he saw Lu Changshui, who was grinning from ear to ear, approaching him. "Jing Tian, let's talk about it later. You can move around freely, go wherever you want." Jing Tian directly interrupted Lu Changshui, his footsteps not pausing for a moment. Yu and Shang led Jing Tian through the maze of Shantytown, or rather, it should be called a tent area, as these dwellings were pieced together from rags and various materials. The sky had darkened, and here, only the occasional flicker of firelight could be seen inside the tents. There were voices, but they were hushed, as if afraid of being overheard. "I know Sun Jun. We were originally in the same dorm." Jing Tian smiled slightly. When Li Dan told him about Zhang Jian, he already knew there was a roommate with Zhang Jian. Jing Tian could basically guess that this person was Sun Jun originally. There were 6 people in the dorm, but it wasn't he as people generally thought. The whole dorm wasn't he made up of brothers. At that time, the dorm was divided into 2 groups, with Zhang Jian and Sun Jun in one gang. Sun Jun was decent enough. Otherwise, with Zhang Jian's character, he definitely wouldn't be living with him. Yu and Shang wanted to remind the people inside the tent, but Jing Tian stopped him. Jing Tian took out a small flashlight and directly lifted the tent to go inside. "You jerk, get up and serve the customers." As Jing Tian entered, he shone the flashlight ahead and then shouted loudly. However, halfway through his words, he suddenly realized something was wrong. On the ground, on the grass mat made of 2 scythes stitched together, there was only one silhouette. This person was very young, with dark skin and a slightly thin appearance, but their features were fairly well defined. Jing Tian's brows furrowed when he realized it was only this person, his gaze searching left and right. Unfortunately, the tents were too few to hide anything, and it was clear at a glance. At that moment, the person lying on the ground suddenly got up, looking at Jing Tian with intense shock and disbelief. "Why, you are Jing Tian?" This person spoke in a very excited tone. "Hello, Sun Wukong. I am indeed Jing Tian. Where is Zhang Jianren?" Jing Tian forced a smile, patted Sun Jun's shoulder, and greeted him before directly asking about Zhang Jian's whereabouts. He should have been very happy to see Sun Jun, but the absence of Zhang Jian caused his mood to drop significantly. You haven't changed at all? You're still so fair-skinned? Have you become an ability user?" Sun Jun looked at Jing Tian with excitement and shock. In his excitement, he completely overlooked Jing Tian's inquiry about Zhang Jian. "We can talk about these things slowly later. I'm asking you, where's Zhang Jian?" Jing Tian's impatience was starting to show. Zhang Jian. Sun Jun finally understood Jing Tian's question, and his expression changed slightly. Then, a hint of guilt and sadness appeared on Sun Jun's face as he said, "He got into trouble. I'm sorry, Jing Tian. I didn't protect Zhang Jian well." Chapter 130, Breaking into the Inner City. As soon as Jing Tian heard Sun Jun's words, his face turned pale. He said, "What happened to Zhang Jian? Did he die?" Jing Tian grabbed Sun Jun's collar. "No, he is not dead. Did he get caught stealing medicine? Then how could he still be alive?" Jing Tian became even more anxious after hearing Sun Jun's explanation. There are no legal constraints right now, and the life of an ordinary survivor is even less valuable. It can be said that killing a person is absolutely more casual than killing a chicken. If someone in a household has a chicken to kill, it might be a sensational event, but killing a person, people probably wouldn't even bother to take a second look. Sir, what's wrong? Yuan Shang rushed in after hearing Jing Tian's unusual voice. Yuan, why are you with Jing Tian? Sun Yun immediately recognized Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang ignored Sun Jun and focused on Jing Tian. Zhang Jian was taken away for stealing medicine. Jing Tian said with a gloomy face. What? When did this happen? Yuan Shang's expression suddenly changed. He was taken away at noon. Sun Yun replied. This, sir. We must get into the inner city immediately. Hopefully, Brother Jian has good luck. Otherwise, he's definitely doomed. Yuan Shang said with a hint of urgency. There's a fighting arena in the inner city, specifically for the entertainment of the wealthy and capable. Once someone makes a mistake, they will be sent there to fight each other for others to bet on. Even if they are lucky enough to win, the hope of surviving is. Yuan Shang didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The losers are killed on the spot, but unless the winners are completely uninjured, their chances of survival are slim. If they are seriously injured, no one will treat them. If they don't die then, they will surely suffer even more later. Damn it, how can there be such a thing? Jing Tian's expression changed again, and he immediately turned around to walk outside, saying, Yuan Shang, we are going into the inner city. Kill anyone who tries to stop us. Yes. Yuan Shang nodded without hesitation and followed. Yuan Shang no longer doubted Jing Tian's abilities. This Mr. Jing definitely had the strength to wipe out the entire stronghold by himself. Jing Tian did not greet Sun Jun. After hesitating for a moment, Sun Jun surprisingly did not follow him out. After Jing Tian set up the tent, he remembered Sun Jun. However, seeing that Sun Jun did not come out, his expression changed slightly, and he eventually shook his head. Unhook the trailer. I need to go into the inner city to take care of some business. Jing Tian once again didn't give Lu Changshui a chance to speak, throwing out a sentence before getting into the car. Yuan Shang walked up directly to disconnect the connection between the bread and the war god, then jumped onto the war god. On the car, Wang Lian and Tong Yu noticed Jing Tian's ugly expression and didn't dare to speak. Even the little chubby one remained silent. The two women couldn't help but look towards Yuan Shang. After getting into the car, Jing Tian went straight into the cockpit, started the war god, and drove directly towards the entrance of the inner city. Brother Yuan, why is my master so angry? Tong Yu quietly asked Yuan Shang. Zhang Ge has been captured by the Iron Barrel guards. He may be in danger, Yuan Shang replied. What? Tong Yu's eyes widened, and panic immediately showed on her face. Wang Lian's expression also changed drastically. They both knew how important Zhang Jian was to Jing Tian. If they had known from the beginning that he was dead, it would have been better. But now, knowing he is still alive, and something has happened while they are on their way, Jing Tian is likely to go crazy. I hope nothing happens, otherwise. I'm afraid the entire Mo city base will suffer, Wang Lian said worriedly. Wang. Jing Tian was very angry, and he thought, whoever he wants to kill, I'll help him kill. The little fat guy growled lowly. With a loyalty level of 80, it's different, especially for a battle pet that resonates with Jing Tian's heart. At this moment, Jing Tian was completely unaware of the quiet conversation between the few of them and drove straight to the entrance. The entrance had heavy iron doors, guarded by a dozen steel barrel guards. I just want to go in and find someone. Anyone who stops me will die. Jing Tian suppressed his anger and temporarily stopped the war god vehicle in front of the large iron gate, calling out in a cold tone. The city gate guards had been nervously watching Jing Tian's vehicle. Initially, they had relaxed a bit when they saw the car stop outside the outer city. However, before long, this battered car charged in aggressively. Upon hearing Jing Tian shout, more than a dozen guards exchanged glances. Open the door? That would mean they were derelict in their duty. The inner city was not a place that just anyone could enter, especially not a threatening outsider like this. But not letting them in? Just looking at the weapon that had risen from the top of the car made their hearts tremble. My patience is very limited. I'm giving you 10 seconds to make a decision. This is the final ultimatum. If you don't open the door, Jing Tian will crash right through. He would not pause for a moment until he found Zhang Jian. The guards were momentarily stunned and couldn't help but look at their squad leader. The squad leader was extremely frustrated, wondering why something like this had to happen during his shift. With only 3 seconds left, Jing Tian pressed the car horn fiercely, serving as a final warning. Damn it, shoot. Suddenly, the squad leader seemed to be stimulated and abruptly gave orders to the gunman behind him. The gunmen were taken aback and instinctively raised their guns, aiming at the war god vehicle to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, gunfire erupted, primarily targeting Jing Tian in the driver's seat. Yuan Shang was initially worried, but soon realized that the bullets hitting the war god vehicle caused no damage at all. Even the car windows didn't leave a single mark from the bullets. It seemed I had been too merciful. Jing Tian let out a cold sneer, not even using his control power, and directly activated the level 2 hunting gun. Bang, bang, bang. The huge sound of the level 2 hunting gun echoed, sweeping in a circle, and it was quiet in less than 3 seconds. Then, the war god began its operation and crashed directly into the heavy iron gate. Boom! Crack! The massive iron gate, which cost a fortune in manpower, was smashed to pieces. The war god charged into the inner city, leaving behind a pile of scrap metal and a dozen broken bodies of guards at the entrance. There might have been innocent people among them, but it didn't matter. The moment they raised their weapons, the outcome was already determined. Chapter 131. The fight is over the inner city, and the outer city were like heaven and earth. Although it no longer had the former prosperity, at least there were no chaotic shantytowns. The streets were basically clean, and the buildings on both sides were mostly intact, although some were missing windows and glass. Just like outside, there was no electricity here either. However, some rooms had candlelight. There were basically no shadows on the streets. As soon as the war god appeared, its bright lights immediately attracted the residents from the surrounding buildings. The gentleman walked forward at the next intersection, turning right led to the fighting arena, which used to be the Winter Square. Yuan Shang directed Jing Tian. Yuan Shang, when did Winter Square become a fighting arena? Wang Lian asked Yuan Shang with a hint of confusion. Wang Lian had only been away from the Demon City for about half a month, and there hadn't been a fighting arena before. It was established about a week ago, and it became quite popular right after it was founded. Favored by some gambling enthusiasts with twisted minds, Yuan Shang said with a hint of helplessness. Using people to fight like beasts is truly inhumane. Tong Yu said resentfully from his side. Zombies killing people, people killing zombies, and even conflicts among humans resulting in mutual slaughter could all be accepted. However, such behavior of using humans as beasts for gambling and entertainment was indeed somewhat perverse. The war god soon approached Winter Square. Jing Tian initially wanted to sneak in quietly. However, the thought quickly vanished. Looking at the thousands of people gathered in the square, excitedly shouting, it was obvious that someone was fighting inside. Suddenly, Jing Tian pressed the horn. With the illumination from the headlights, the crowd in front was momentarily stunned and quickly turned to look. What the hell? How can there be a car? Lights? It's been so long since I've seen those. What the hell? Quickly get out of the way, it's coming through. Reactions from the crowd varied, but soon everyone made the same evasive movement. If you don't move, you'll get run over. The crowd quickly opened a pathway. The war god vehicle smoothly made its way into the square. With the light, it revealed 4 bonfires in the center of the square, illuminating a large area. In the midst of the 4 bonfires was a huge iron cage. At that moment, 2 people inside the cage were beating each other with iron rods. The 2 had no techniques, seemingly devoid of consciousness, only knowing to hit each other back and forth. This was no longer a battle. It was simply a contest of who could endure more. At this point, the audience had stopped watching the fight. They looked at the war god vehicle with shock and confusion. Although the war god vehicle had been selling in the outer city for quite some time, most people in the inner city were unaware. Some patrollers knew, but they hadn't informed the people in the inner city. Normally, the people from the inner city also looked down on going to the outer city. Jing Tian paid no attention to the shock of these people, focusing intently on identifying the person in the cage. Although he could be said to know Zhang Jian inside and out, the 2 individuals before him were equally emaciated, with dark skin and bloodstains on their faces. What was most frustrating was that both of them were not tall, making it somewhat difficult to recognize them. Stop it! Jing Tian really couldn't recognize the 2 people and could only shout loudly. At this moment, the battle god was only more than 20 meters away from the iron cage. So Jing Tian directly used the control power of the safe zone. Once the control power was activated, the 2 people inside the cage were frantically striking suddenly stopped. Zhang Jian, is that you? Jing Tian opened the door and got out, directly approaching the cage to ask the 2 people. He had wanted to give Zhang Jian a surprise earlier. Now, Jing Tian would be satisfied just to see Zhang Jian. The two calmed down from their frenzy, shaking their heads in confusion. Not them. That's good. Jing Tian saw the two shake their heads and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Who the hell are you to come here and cause trouble? At that moment, an extremely angry voice came from the side. Then, a fat middle-aged man, accompanied by 4 burly men, walked over. As soon as the fat man appeared, he arrogantly questioned Jing Tian. This fat man was actually an ordinary person. It was truly a miracle for an ordinary person to remain so fat in the apocalypse. Snap! Yuan Shang directly raised his gun, aiming at the fat man. Sir, this guy is Yang Zhu's nephew, Yang Wenwu. He is the one who runs this fighting arena. Oh! As soon as Jing Tian heard Yuan Shang's words, he wasted no time and summoned the fat man to his side with a wave of his hand. You are an ability user? Yang Wenwu's expression changed instantly as he shouted. At the same time, Yang Wenwu did not forget to turn his head and glare fiercely at the 4 muscular men. It was these 4 bastards who told this trouble-seeking young man that he was an ordinary person. The 4 muscular men were not ordinary people. They were all level 3 ability users and well known for their combat strength in the stronghold. Seeing their boss captured, they immediately roared and tried to rush forward. Yuan Shang and Wang Lian were about to take action. However, someone was faster than them. A shadow flashed by, weaving through the 4 men in a circle. In an instant, the 4 seemingly formidable ability users had their throats slit before they even had a chance to resist. It wasn't until the 4 muscular men fell to the ground, blood spurting out, that the surrounding crowd reacted, gasping in shock. From the moment Yang Wenwu brought his men out until the end, it didn't take more than 10 seconds. Yang Wenwu's eyes widened, his mouth opened in disbelief, and his chubby body began to tremble uncontrollably. Of course, no matter how wide he opened his eyes, they never grew larger than the size of a pea, and his trembling was clearly due to fear. I don't want to say a second time. Where is Zhang Jian? Jing Tian coldly questioned the fat man. Who is Zhang? Zhang Jian? The fat man trembled and replied. At this moment, Yang Wenwu no longer dared to be arrogant. He was domineering, but not very stupid. Just generally foolish. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and quickly realized. A small character like Zhang Jian, this fat guy really wouldn't know his name. It was the person you caught at noon for stealing medicine. Jing Tian said with a gloomy face. Yang Wenwu still shook his head in confusion. He wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Yuan Shang looked at the surrounding guards and loudly asked. At noon, who caught a person stealing medicine? A group of guards exchanged glances. Finally, one person trembled all over and stepped back. It's you. Where is he? Jing Tian waved his hand, and the second-level ability user was directly pulled over. The person just finished fighting in the last match. The ability user said, his face pale and his teeth chattering. Finished fighting? Jing Tian's face also turned pale, and with a slight tremor of nervousness, he continued to ask, how is he now? Chapter 132, Astonishing Loyalty. He is number 6. He won the last battle. He should still be alive. The guard managed to finish a sentence with great difficulty, almost exhausting all his strength. Still alive? That's great. Take me to see him. Jing Tian's expression slightly brightened. Over there. The guard pointed to a building on the outskirts of the square. Jing Tian directly threw down the patrolman, not killing him, leaving him for Zhang Jian to take revenge. Then Jing Tian quickly ran towards the building. When he reached the edge, he frowned. His movement was restricted. The war god vehicle activated and charged forward. This was a simple structure, with no windows or doors, just a few pillars supporting the roof. As he got closer, he could smell the strong scent of blood. The headlights of the war god illuminated the interior of the building. Upon entering, Jing Tian's eyes turned red. Dozens of corpses were piled up haphazardly, each one disfigured and severely deformed. Zhang Jian? Where are you, you builder? Jing Tian saw this scene, and the glimmer of hope that had just risen fell by more than half. Sir, the living are over there. Wang Lian, following Jing Tian, was calmer than him at this moment. She noticed a corner where 3 people were placed separately, seemingly still breathing. Jing Tian hurried over. The 3 of them were all in a state of exhaustion, their faces covered in blood, making it hard to see their features. However, Jing Tian immediately recognized Zhang Jian among them, simply because the other two were obviously taller. Yan Rain. Jing Tian directly pounced beside Zhang Jian, picking him up with bloodshot eyes, completely unconcerned about Zhang Jian's blood-soaked body. Calling him Jian was not an insult from Jing Tian, but rather a close term of endearment between brothers. Zhang Jian, who was in a state that seemed to be on the verge of death, was surprisingly jolted awake by Jing Tian's actions. What the hell? Little Tian Tian? I actually saw you. If I had known I could see you in hell, I would have come sooner. Suddenly, Zhang Jian's previously dazed and weak gaze brightened when he recognized Jing Tian, staring at him with an expression full of surprise. I'm not dead, and you better not die either. Jing Tian's tears were streaming down at this moment. This guy actually thought he had met himself in hell. No, don't fool me anymore. How could he possibly not be dead after everything? You seem to be doing pretty well in hell. From now on, you have to take care of me. I want girls, I want meat. At this moment, Zhang Jian could still look down on Jing Tian, saying this while a faint smile appeared on his face. However, he didn't finish his last words. His head tilted and he fainted. Even in his unconscious state, the smile on his face remained. It was unclear whether he was happy to see Jing Tian or if he was just thinking about living a good life in the future. Zhang Jian, Jianren, wake up. Wake up. Jing Tian thought Zhang Jian had died and quickly shook him vigorously. If you keep shaking like this, you'll end up killing him even if he isn't dead. The system suddenly warned in Jing Tian's mind. Yes, system, please help, treat this person. You can take as much energy as you need. Jing Tian quickly stopped his actions. The appearance of the system felt like catching a lifeline for him. Do you want to save him for 100,000 energy points? The system unexpectedly asked. Yes, but I'll owe you the energy points. I promise to pay you back as soon as possible. Jing Tian replied without hesitation. The system fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. It seems this person is really important to you. How about this? If his loyalty to you exceeds 80, you can receive a special treatment exception for direct relatives, and it will only require normal energy consumption. Really? That's great. Jing Tian's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to analyze the unconscious Zhang Jian's data. Zhang Jian, an ordinary person. Body strength, 12. Strength, 5. Combat power, for loyalty to the host, 95. This guy really is a weakling with a combat power of less than 5, and he actually won the previous fight. When Jing Tian saw that Zhang Jian's combat power was below 5, he couldn't help but mock and despise him, even in the current situation. Soon, however, Jing Tian was both shocked and touched. The brother he hadn't seen since graduation had an astonishing loyalty to him, almost sky-high. It could even be said to be as loyal as a newborn to its parents. There was no need to hide any secrets from him. Even the system was somewhat surprised. You don't understand human emotions. We are the best buddies who would do anything for each other. Of course, each other's wives are not included in what we would sacrifice. Jing Tian said with a hint of pride. At this moment, many people had gathered outside. Their expressions varied. Some were fearful, some envious, and others dissatisfied. This was because Jing Tian's sudden arrival had ruined the last betting match. As for Yang Wenwu, he had disappeared without anyone to guard him. However, Jing Tian didn't care. He hadn't intended to kill that fat man anyway, as that was meant for Zhang Jian himself. Right now, the priority was to save Zhang Jian first. System, let's get started. Jing Tian carefully placed Zhang Jian and, after activating the absolute soundproof mode in the bedroom, directly issued a command to the system, initiating treatment for the host's closest relative. The subject is severely damaged. Complete repair will consume 1,200 energy points and will take 9 hours. Treatment begins. After the system provided a series of prompts and reports, it started the treatment for Zhang Jian. Although Jing Tian couldn't feel anything, he knew that Zhang Jian's body was being repaired. You, Jianren, almost scared me to death. When you wake up, I'll definitely give you a good beating first. Jing Tian sat beside Zhang Jian, mumbling to himself. Then, Jing Tian just sat there, waiting. He initially intended to wait until Zhang Jian regained consciousness. However, after about an hour, Jing Tian sensed that the protective shield of the war god was under attack. The attack must have been quite fierce, otherwise, the war god wouldn't have shown even a slight tremble. Chapter 133. I am my own confidence. As soon as Jing Tian appeared, Wang Lian quickly got up to report. Yu and Shang and Tong Yu were also there, clearly having not rested. Wang, Jing Tian, let me out. Just bite him to death, and you'll be the boss here. Xiao Pang shouted directly. Jing Tian had turned on the soundproofing in the bedroom, so he didn't hear any outside noise. After a brief uproar, the war god didn't respond until it launched an attack. However, the result was clear. It couldn't break through the war god shield at all. He originally planned to wait for Zhang Jian to wake up before settling accounts with you, but you couldn't wait. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow and directly opened the door to step down from the war god. Wang Lian and the others all followed him. At this moment, Jing Tian realized that the war god was surrounded. It was hard to count how many people there were. In any case, there were definitely no fewer than several thousand, with layers upon layers surrounding them. Half of the people were holding torches, illuminating the area brightly. In front of the vehicle, there was a group of people, led by an elderly man in his 60s. Although he looked quite old, he stood tall and energetic, with eyes shining with brilliance. No matter how many people there were or how fierce they seemed, they had to obediently stand 50 meters away from the war god. Uncle, it's this kid. He has killed many of our men and ruined my fighting arena. Seeing Jing Tian come out, the chubby Yang Wenwu jumped out from behind Yang Ju, pointing at Jing Tian and shouting. At this moment, Yang Wenwu had shed his earlier cowardice and returned to his arrogant demeanor. Clearly, Yang Ju's return had given Yang Wenwu the confidence to be arrogant again. Yang Ju looked at Jing Tian and the others, frowning. He could naturally tell at a glance that the highest realm among them was only at the peak of level 3. He had just failed to break through the defenses in front of him, thinking that his roommate had a special ability of a super strong person. But now, there are only a few weaklings? Friends, I am Yang Ju, the leader of this stronghold. May I ask which southern stronghold you belong to? Yang Ju did not pay attention to his nephew and instead cupped his hands towards Jing Tian and asked. Yang Ju was still quite cautious at this moment. On what basis do you say we are from the south? Jing Tian replied with a hint of curiosity. Jing Tian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that Tong Zhan must have tricked Yang Ju. You can think that way if you want. Now tell me, what do you want by surrounding us? Jing Tian was too lazy to get caught up in useless questions. It seems like you're a straightforward person, so I won't waste words. If you were just here to sell supplies at our base, we would welcome you with open arms. However, you killed our patrol captain as soon as you arrived, then destroyed the city gate and killed the guards, and finally wreaked havoc in the arena. There should be an explanation for all this, right? Yang Ju began to enumerate Jing Tian's offenses. Jing Tian shrugged. It was all my doing, so just say what you want. All right, surrender the bus and supplies. Then join my steel barrel faction, and I'll give you the best treatment. Everything from before will be forgotten. Yang Ju didn't waste any words. Uncle. The chubby Yang Wenwu was immediately dissatisfied upon hearing Yang Ju's decision. Get out of the way, you useless thing. Yang Ju directly scolded his nephew. Yang Wenwu trembled with anger on his chubby face, not daring to retort. He glared at Jing Tian resentfully and turned to walk back into the crowd. Is that all the conditions? I agree. After the Jing Tian I turned, it surprisingly agreed to Yang Ju's terms very readily. Yang Ju was taken aback. So easy? There must be a trick. Wang Lian, Yu and Shang, and Tong Yu, who were behind Jing Tian, were slightly taken aback, but soon regained their composure. Even Tong Yu knew that her master would never agree so easily to Yang Ju's conditions. Since you've agreed, then let's remove this strange protection and make a handover. Yang Ju said, his eyes shifting. Don't be in a hurry. Your accounts are settled, but mine haven't been calculated yet. Jing Tian suddenly sneered. Your accounts? What accounts? Yang Jue Fronet. I only have one account to settle with you. My brother was sent into the fighting arena by you and almost lost his life. Jing Tian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Your brother was sent into the fighting arena? Yang Ju was stunned again and turned to ask Yang Wenwu. However, he didn't see the fat guy and wondered where he had gone. That's right. My brother is severely injured now, so you must make compensation. My demand is very simple. Everyone involved in this matter must die, starting with your fat nephew. Jing Tian said straightforwardly. What? Everyone must die? You even want my nephew's life? You're too arrogant. Who gave you the courage? Yang Ju glared, looking incredulously at Jing Tian. I gave myself the courage. If you can't do it, I will handle it personally. Jing Tian said. Very well. It seems you really have the courage. Then I, an old man, will see what you can do to kill one more person. Yang Ju's expression darkened. Killing one more person is not enough. Old man, you'd better be sensible, or I'll kill you too. It's no big deal to change the leader of this demon city. Jing Tian said. Ha ha ha. Yang Ju was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Do you really think that with a strange protective shield, you can rest easy? The highest among you is that level 3 ability user, and there's also an unknown level mutated dog, which should be level 5, right? A level 5 mutated dog is indeed very strong. Before I went out today, it could be considered a reliance. But unfortunately, after I went out this time, I gained an opportunity, and now I have been promoted to level 6. Yang Ju said a lot, just to set the stage for this last sentence. Once he said this, he deliberately revealed a powerful aura. The members of the Iron Barrel behind Yang Ju were stunned for a moment before cheering in unison. The leader's promotion was definitely a great encouragement for them. However, on Jing Tian's side, apart from Yuan Shang's slightly changed expression, the others had no reaction at all. Even, just level 6 and you're showing off? My junior brother Jin Long is already level 7. The little girl Tong Yu said disdainfully, slightly pouting. Chapter 134. Little Fatty versus Yang Ju. Tong Yu's voice was very low, and Yang Ju and the others couldn't hear it all. Of course, even if they heard it, they wouldn't believe it. How could a junior brother of a teenage girl be a level 7 ability user? Level 7? Level 7 junior brother? Even Yuan Shang was somewhat skeptical and asked Tong Yu, Princess Tong Yu, did you say your junior brother is a level 7 ability user? Of course. He's a gold type, Tong Yu said proudly. After Jin Long became her master, the little girl was very excited, eager for everyone to know she had a level 7 junior brother. This time, Yuan Shang directly believed it because neither Wang Lian nor Jing Tian refuted Tong Yu. At this moment, Yuan Shang looked at Jing Tian with even more awe, as if he were a deity. How powerful must Mr. Jing be? However, soon Yuan Shang felt a deep sense of loss. He was just an ordinary person, with such a powerful master. He probably didn't even have the qualifications to be a follower, right? On the other side, Yang Ju was enjoying the envy and flattery from his subordinates. Although Yang Ju was cunning and wise, he had one problem. He was very vain. He publicly announced his level 6 status just to experience the feeling of being praised and envied. However, he quickly discovered that the few people opposite him, including Jing Tian, not only showed no surprise, but even had a hint of disdain. Yang Ju waved his hand to silence one of his subordinates behind him and looked at Jing Tian and the others, saying, Are you looking down on my level? Jing Tian blinked his eyes and then nodded seriously. Tong Yue was right. His own disciple was already at level 7, so why should he be intimidated by someone at level 6? Even if he couldn't borrow Jin Long's strength due to exceeding the distance limit, Jing Tian still had at least 3 ways to defeat this Yang Ju. Alright, since that's the case, let's have a match. You can use any method you want. If you could defeat me, everything will be up to your arrangement. Yang Ju was a bit impulsive or perhaps overly confident in his level 6 abilities, and he directly challenged Jing Tian. Jing Tian blinked again. Everything was according to his arrangement. After a moment of daze, Jing Tian smiled and was ready to grant Yang Ju access to the protective permissions, preparing to give him a lesson. Woof! Jing Tian, let me do it. Just as Jing Tian was about to act, the little fat one beside him became anxious. If you make a move, you'll kill him right away. I might still have some use for him. Jing Tian frowned and sent a voice transmission. Yang Ju is the leader here, and until he's been thoroughly drained of his resources, Jing Tian didn't want to kill him directly. Woof! I can be careful, I won't kill him. Just consider it a game. The little fat one shouted. Alright, but you must be careful. In the end, Jing Tian didn't refuse the little fat one's request. Fortunately, Yang Ju couldn't hear the conversation between the person and the dog. Otherwise, he might have been directly infuriated. Since Leader Yang wants to challenge, then I will reluctantly send my pet to fight you. Jing Tian said directly to Yang Ju. As expected, among you, this dog is the strongest. Yang Ju had a look of satisfaction, then sneered and said, Come on, let's start with this dog, and then deal with you one by one. Hee hee. You don't need to be so troublesome. If you defeat my pet, We will all stretch our neck for you to slaughter. Jing Tian smiled faintly. That would save trouble. But even if you die, you must clarify your origins. Yang Ju said loudly. No problem. Jing Tian nodded decisively. Although the little fatty might lose, he would definitely not lose to Yang Ju. In fact, facing Yang Ju, there wouldn't even be the slightest chance of an accident. Jing Tian suddenly felt a bit helpless. Plans never change as quickly as events. He originally intended to negotiate peacefully with Yang Ju, sell goods here, earn crystal cores, and then get a villa to complete his mission. Now, it seemed that he might have to directly occupy the stronghold. The members of the Iron Barrel faction knew their leader was about to fight a mutated dog and cleared a space behind him. Xiaopeng stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Ju, calling out to him with a hint of disdainful provocation. Although Yang Ju couldn't understand dog language, he could sense something from Xiaopeng's eyes and tone. He was actually being looked down upon by this dog. He could endure it from an uncle, but not from an aunt. This beast is arrogant. Just wait until I cook you. Yang Ju shouted and took the first action. Yang Ju and Wang Ming both had earth-based abilities. As soon as they moved, thick earth elements quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, a basketball-sized earth ball formed and was hurled directly at Xiaopeng. It must be said that a level 6 ability user's attack speed is quite fast. From gathering elements to releasing the attack, it took no more than 3 seconds. However, this speed was still too slow for Xiaopeng, who could almost teleport. Yet, Xiaopeng didn't seem to react. Facing the menacing earth ball, he showed no intention of dodging. Xiaopeng, dodge. Yu had full confidence in Xiaopeng, but seeing him not evade made her a bit anxious. Don't worry, this dog is up to something. Jing Tian smiled and reassured Yu, understanding Xiaopeng's thoughts. Jing Tian knew he didn't take this attack seriously at all. Boom! The earth ball hit Xiaopeng directly. Dust erupted instantly, blocking everyone's view. I told you. How could a beast be our leader's opponent? Yeah, when the leader was level 5, he could probably kill it in one hit, let alone at level 6. Our leader is mighty. This attack was so overwhelming that it probably scared the beast silly, forgetting to dodge. The members of the Iron Barrel faction began to discuss among themselves at this scene. Clearly, since Xiaopeng was hit, they thought the battle was already over. Even Yang Ju was a bit stunned. Although he had confidence in himself, it was a bit unexpected for it to be so easy. He had some probing intentions with this strike. He hadn't even had the chance to use his hard-practiced ultimate move. Truly a one-hit wonder. Woof! This is too weak. A few more hits, and it'll barely be enough for me to get a back rub. Just as Yang Ju opened his mouth, he suddenly heard an extremely disdainful bark from the dust. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Yang Ju and the voices of the Iron Barrel members all came to a halt. Then, amid the stunned expressions of the crowd, Xiaopeng staggered out of the dust. He once again let out a disdainful bark at Yang Ju. Others couldn't understand, but Jing Tian did, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Xiaopeng actually said, "Old man, did you overdo it last night? You have no strength at all." Godi. Although Yang Ju didn't understand. Being looked down upon by the dog multiple times made his anger explode. With a loud roar, Yang Ju hurled another earth ball at Xiaopeng. This time, the earth ball was slightly larger and faster. Boom! Xiaopeng was hit again. Before the others could react, Yang Ju's earth balls were shot out in rapid succession. Although each one was smaller than the last, their speed increased significantly. Jing Tian looked a bit surprised. Yang Ju's ability to release his powers was indeed quite fast. If he paid a little more attention to precision and control, it could almost be considered a low-level combat technique. Yang Ju was really on fire. He had been practicing this ultimate move in secret, waiting to use it during his duel with Tong Zhan. Unexpectedly, Tong Zhan ran away, and today it was used on a dog instead. In Yang Ju's eyes, such indiscriminate continuous attacks meant that the beast had nowhere to dodge, even if it wanted to. If it kept taking hits like this, there would probably be nothing left in the end. Chapter 135. The true easy win. Yang Ju unleashed over a dozen earth balls in succession. By the time he stopped, he was slightly fatigued. After all, each attack consumed not only elemental energy, but also mental strength. The dust covered an area of over 10 meters, and it would take some time to dissipate completely. The scene fell silent, and everyone, including Jing Tian, was waiting. Of course, Jing Tian was curious to see what the little fatty was up to. It was really unlike the little fatty to be bombarded for so long without fighting back. As the dust gradually thinned and finally dispersed, Yang Ju widened his eyes. The result was far from what he had imagined, turning it into rubble. The little fatty lay on the ground, slightly covered in dust, with his tongue out and eyes closed. If it weren't for his belly rising and falling, one might really think he had been blown to death. Master, the little fatty. Tong Yu expressed some concern, thinking the little fatty was injured. Jing Tian smiled again and said, "Don't worry, just wait for the show." Watching the show, even Wang Lian was a bit confused, not understanding what Xiao Pang was up to. Yang Ju didn't hear the conversation among Jing Tian and the others. He frowned at Xiao Pang for a few seconds and then walked over. Even when he reached Xiao Pang's side, Xiao Pang did not react. It seemed he had suffered serious internal injuries and was too weak to get up. "I have one," seeing that Xiao Pang still hadn't reacted. Yang Ju spoke directly to Jing Tian's side. I feel he can hold on for a while longer," Jing Tian said with an increasingly strange expression. "Hold on longer? Huh, it seems you don't care about your pet at all. Holding on longer means death." Yang Ju's tone suddenly turned cold at the end, and he raised his foot to kick Xiao Pang viciously. Slap! A peculiar sound rang out. Then, crack! Yang Ju suddenly widened his eyes, and a scream escaped his mouth. It turned out that when he kicked, Xiao Pang unexpectedly opened his mouth. His foot went directly into Xiao Pang's mouth. It was as if Xiao Pang had opened his mouth, and Yang Ju had intentionally offered his ankle for Xiao Pang to bite. Xiao Pang's biting power was absolutely unquestionable. Although Yang Ju was a level 6 ability user, his physical strength was not that strong. So without a doubt, Yang Ju's ankle broke. As Xiao Pang released his bite, they saw Yang Ju's ankle severely twisted and deformed, with blood seeping out. With a thud, Yang Ju lost his balance and fell to the ground. The intense pain caused sweat to pour down his forehead instantly. Is this considered a lay-down win? To be honest, if the battle ended like this, Xiao Pang would indeed be a lay-down winner. He hadn't moved at all, lying there and injuring his opponent. What else could it be but a lay-down win? Boss! Upon hearing Yang Ju's sudden scream, the members of the Iron Barrel immediately exclaimed loudly. Woof! Xiao Pang suddenly let out a roar. His chubby body shook, and a cloud of dust flew up, making him look pristine. Then, Xiao Pang walked over slowly to Yang Ju. You beast, you cheated." Yang Ju gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, and cursed, waving his hand to gather an attack again. Roar! Xiao Pang opened his mouth wide, this time letting out a roar like a dragon or tiger. The sound waves formed a sound wave attack. The elemental energy Yang Ju had gathered halfway was actually dispersed by the shock. Not only that, Yang Ju felt a buzzing in his head, and at the same time his chest felt tight, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Pang's roar directly caused internal injuries to the level 6 ability user. Meanwhile, those steel barrel members who had planned to step forward were also knocked to the ground by the roar. In an instant, over 200 people fell. Xiao Pang is mighty. Tong Yu praised Xiao Pang without reservation from behind. Xiao Pang grinned, proudly raised his head, and wiggled his chubby dog, but as he approached Yang Ju, "Woof, do you surrender or not?" Xiaopang asked Yang Jue. Unfortunately, Yang Ju couldn't understand at all and thought Xiao Pang was going to attack him again, so he kept retreating. Crack! Seeing this, Xiao Pang didn't hold back and bit down on one of Yang Ju's arms, breaking it. Xiao Pang was definitely careful. Otherwise, Yang Ju's one leg and one arm would have surely been gone. Yang Ju was already moving backward on his arms, and now he had to roll to move. No, don't bite anymore, I surrender. Luckily, Yang Ju hadn't completely lost his sanity. Seeing Xiao Pang about to open his mouth again, he hurriedly shouted. Clearly, he was shouting for Jing Tian to hear. Xiao Pang huffed, bit Yang Ju's pant leg, and lightly dragged him over to Jing Tian's side. The steel barrel members watched as their leader had his limbs bitten off and was captured. A great humiliation, an absolute great humiliation. He had truly been defeated by a dog and captured by a dog. For Yang Ju, who was very vain, this was simply unbearable. The feeling of being captured was definitely countless times worse than losing a limb. Leader Yang, Do you have anything to say now? Jing Tian asked with a faint smile. What do you want? Yang Ju turned his head away from Jing Tian, angrily asking. The competition was proposed by you, and the stakes were promised by you. I don't need to repeat it, right? Jing Tian said. If you want to kill me, just do it. No need for nonsense. But if you kill me, the Demon City is not something you few small characters can control. Yang Jue showed that, just a small Demon City outpost. Forget it. I'll let you live another night, and give you a chance to think about what to use to save your life. Jing Tian didn't want to waste words with Yang Ju anymore. You all stay where you are, let my uncle go, or I'll kill him. Just as Jing Tian was about to get into the car, a sudden roar came from behind. Jing Tian turned his head and saw the chubby Yang Wenwu, bringing two people who were escorting someone over. Chapter 136. Zhang Jian awakens. Jing Tian and a few others were slightly taken aback upon seeing the person being detained. Lu Changshui had actually been overlooked. At that moment, Lu Changshui looked extremely miserable, with a bruised and swollen face, barely recognizable. Jing Tian, save me, he called out. His voice filled with a sob as he recognized Jing Tian and pleaded for help. Jing Tian blinked his eyes and then smiled. You want to exchange him for Yang Ju? Jing Tian squinted at Yang Wenwu. Whether you exchange or not is one thing. If you don't, I'll send your man to the west. Yang Wenwu had a fierce look on his face. It was clear that this fat guy regarded Lu Changshui as one of Jing Tian's subordinates. Deal. You send the person over, and then take your uncle away. He's got broken limbs and can't walk by himself. Jing Tian turned his eyes and readily agreed to exchange hostages. You know your place. Yang Wenwu didn't suspect anything. He brought the person and pushed Lu Changshui forward, then threw Lu Changshui down, intending to take Yang Ju away. Everything seemed to be going surprisingly smoothly. Yang Ju said nothing, being supported by Yang Wenwu and two of his subordinates. He just wanted to leave this place quickly. However, just as they walked a few dozen meters, they were horrified to find that an invisible shield blocked their way. What do you want? Let us go. Yang Ju shouted with a changed expression. At that moment, he realized that this strange shield could not only prevent people from approaching, but also stop them from leaving. Of course, they had no idea that all of this was just a thought from Jing Tian. Sorry, I played a trick. Jing Tian shrugged shamelessly and said, You despicable. Shameless, untrustworthy. Yang Wenwu also shouted loudly. Jing Tian rolled his eyes and said, You're right, I'll just be like this. If you have the ability, go ahead and bite me. I was worried that you, this fat pig, would be hard to catch if you ran away. But I didn't expect you to come to me willingly. Just wait for my brother to wake up. He will personally take care of you. There are no vows, no promises, just playing dirty, and Jing Tian felt no burden at all. Jing Tian, what should I do? Lu Changshui trembled and shouted. Jing Tian, throwing himself and these few people together is simply like throwing a rat into a group of cats. Don't worry, they can't hurt you. If you want to leave, you can do so at any time. Jing Tian's voice came from the car. Lu Changshui was taken aback and moved his feet to test it. Sure enough, the line that Yang Ju and the others couldn't break through allowed him to come and go freely. However, Lu Changshui ultimately did not leave. He avoided Yang Ju and the others and ran to the other side of the war god vehicle. Meanwhile, Yang Ju and Yang Wenwu, along with their two subordinates, naturally could not stay quiet and launched various verbal attacks. But what was the result? It was utterly useless. The light inside the bus quickly dimmed, as if the people inside had all gone to rest. Without a doubt, Jing Tian's intention to throw the few people outside and ignore them was to deliberately torment Yang Ju and Yang Wenwu. Yuan Shang consciously ran to the second floor and casually found a spot to rest. Time slowly passed. For some people outside the car, it was an unbearable torment, while the few inside were comfortably sleeping well. Of course, Jing Tian remained in a half-asleep state, always sitting beside the bed, watching Zhang Jian. Ding! The repair treatment was completed. The system sent a prompt sound at dawn. The 9-hour treatment and recovery had finally come to an end. Jing Tian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Jian on the bed. Although he was still covered in blood, there were no signs of bruising or injuries. Even his skin tone was not as dark as before. His breathing was steady. You bastard, you finally survived. Jing Tian muttered with surprise on his face. Did I just hear Xiao Tian's voice? Suddenly, Zhang Jian murmured with his eyes closed. Woke up. After murmuring, Zhang Jian slowly opened his eyes, still a bit dazed. The first thing he saw was the bright light, and then he realized it was the ceiling light emitting a soft glow. Damn, I told you. I've never done anything too immoral in my life. Even if I die, I would go to a bright paradise. How could I end up in a pitch-black hell? Before Zhang Jian saw Jing Tian, he grinned and indulged in his thoughts. Then, Zhang Jian turned his head to observe the surroundings. At first glance, he saw Jing Tian sitting by the tea table, leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed. Damn, Xiao Tian, it really is you. Huh, I thought I was dreaming before. Zhang Jian suddenly flipped over and dashed towards Jing Tian. Oof, you bastard Zhang Jian. How dare you be so reckless in front of me? Stay still. Jing Tian's expression suddenly darkened as he snapped his fingers, instantly freezing Zhang Jian in place. Maintaining a fierce and clawing posture, he looked particularly amusing. Although Zhang Jian's body was immobilized, his facial expressions could still move, and he could speak. After being stunned for less than half a second, he burst out cursing. What the hell, you bastard? Just because you arrived a few days earlier. You think you're so impressive? Using magic to freeze me? Hurry up and unbind me. Even if you've become an emperor, you're still my subordinate. If it were an ordinary person, they would think Jing Tian was showing off his prowess and not recognizing his brother, trying to assert dominance in front of him. However, just as Jing Tian understood Zhang Jian understood Jing Tian to the core as well. This guy was definitely just messing with him. Wanted to show off a bit. Knowing each other too well wasn't necessarily a good thing. It took away the fun. Jing Tian wanted to make one last effort. Trying to keep a straight face. Cough, cough. Be serious. I am the emperor. Emperor my ass. This position is so damn uncomfortable. Hurry up and let me go. As soon as Jing Tian opened his mouth, he was rudely interrupted by Zhang Jian. Jing Tian was completely helpless. He realized that the play could no longer go on and could only lift Zhang Jian's confinement. Damn little Tian. Dare to mess with me? Just wait and see how I will take advantage of you. As soon as Zhang Jian regained his freedom, he disregarded everything and let out a strange scream, pouncing back toward Jing Tian. Chapter 137, Really Not Dead. Jing Tian didn't make any moves this time and was directly knocked over by Zhang Jian. The chair was overturned, and the two of them rolled to the ground. Ha! You bastard! I thought I would never see you again. Did you think you would die as soon as the apocalypse came? If I had known, I would have come to accompany you sooner. I've been holding on to life, and besides looking forward to seeing my parents and sister one day, I just want to find a chance to look for you. You bastard. Woo-woo. Zhang Jian held Jing Tian and, after cursing for a while, suddenly started crying. Jing Tian didn't say anything, but tears had already rolled out. All right, Jianrun, now we are reunited. From now on, whatever you want to do, we will do it. If you want to go find uncle and aunt, we will go find them. Jing Tian was quiet for a while before speaking. We must find them. I really wish my parents would die sooner, so they could come to heaven and enjoy themselves. Zhang Jian said loudly. Cough, cough. Jianren, that wish of yours seems a bit difficult to fulfill. This is neither heaven nor hell. We are still on earth. What? Zhang Jian widened his eyes. I mean, we're not dead yet. Jing Tian really felt embarrassed to continue fooling Zhang Jian. Can you say that again? We're not dead. Zhang Jian stared at Jing Tian with wide eyes. Of course, do you really think there is a heaven or hell? Jing Tian rolled his eyes at Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian turned over and got up, looking around, then raised his arms and kicked his legs, shaking his head affirmatively. You're trying to fool me again. I'm really not fooling you. If you want to die, I'm not done living yet. Jing Tian said helplessly. Then how do you explain this luxurious room? Also, I know very well that I was beaten to a pulp, but now I feel full of strength. And you used magic before? Zhang Jian looked for various evidence to prove that both he and Jing Tian were indeed dead. Jing Tian felt helpless. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Jian's ear, twisting it left and right with force. It hurts. It hurts. Are you crazy? You're going to twist my ear off. Zhang Jian struggled while cursing. See, if you know it hurts, it means you're not dead. Jing Tian explained to Zhang Jian. Well, no one has ever died, so you can't prove that it won't hurt after death. Zhang Jian replied with a roll of his eyes. Am I really not able to explain this to you? Isn't being alive good? Why do you insist on dying? Jing Tian was somewhat frantic. Being alive is really not good. With a guy like you around, dying wouldn't be so bad. This is called not sharing the same pillow in life, but in death. Stop, just stop it. Jing Tian shuddered and quickly interrupted Zhang Jian's words, warning him fiercely, "If you dare to finish that sentence, I will cut ties with you." If this guy finishes speaking, they would definitely become true best buddies. Back in school, they were often misunderstood by others. Fortunately, both of them were very clear in their hearts that they were both normal and only liked beautiful women. Jing Tian knows who Zhang Jian has a crush on. Zhang Jian also knows which beauty Jing Tian likes. Didn't die? Then how do I explain all these injuries and your magic? Zhang Jian is still a bit confused. Because I had some adventures. If you really want to know, I can tell you in detail, but it won't do you any good. Anyway, you just need to know that my bro is really awesome now, Jing Tian said, and with a wave of his hand, Zhang Jian's body floated up directly. Let me down right now. Do you believe it? If you don't, I can make you do all sorts of movements. I believe you. Just let me down already, Zhang Jian shouted. Jing Tian directly threw Zhang Jian onto the bed. Suddenly, a flirtatious smile appeared on Zhang Jian's face as he said to Jing Tian, "Little Tian, come here. Go to hell." Jing Tian let out a retch. The two brothers immediately started messing around, and surprisingly, Zhang Jian didn't ask Jing Tian any unnecessary questions afterward. This is the tacit understanding between brothers. Zhang Jian knew that Jing Tian was really impressive, and that was enough for him. He would only be happy for his good brother. All right, let me introduce you to the others, then go take a shower and change your clothes. After breakfast, we have things to deal with. Shower and breakfast? Zhang Jian was taken aback again. Although he accepted that he was still alive and that Jing Tian had healed him, he was still unclear about other matters. Jing Tian could only briefly explain the situation of himself and the others. Wow, a super battle car in the apocalypse? Awesome, really awesome. And there are beautiful women on the car. No, I need to take a shower first. I can't lose my image. What image do you have? Even if you wear a dragon robe, you'll still be acting. Jing Tian directly looked down on him. Zhang Jian's image was indeed a bit lacking. At 1.60 meters, he probably didn't weigh 100 pounds now. With a small nose and small eyes, you could say he had a festive and comical look. But if you put it bluntly, he looked like a weasel. Let's go. I'll talk more outside. Wang Lian has already prepared breakfast. Jing Tian directly dragged Zhang Jian out of the bedroom. Master, sir. As Jing Tian came out, Wang Lian, Yuan Shang, and Tanya were all present. And the original coffee table had turned into a dining table. After greeting Jing Tian, their gazes all turned to Zhang Jian. The only one who seemed uninterested was the little fatty. When Zhang Jian first saw the facilities of the war god, he was stunned. Fang Yi, oh my Yuan, you're actually here? Zhang Jian was pleasantly surprised to see Yuan Shang. Jing Tian hadn't mentioned that Yuan Shang was with him. Hee, I should call you Shirshu, right? Tanya approached with a playful look. Ahem. Zhang Jian felt awkward. He wasn't really anyone's Shirshu, let alone prepared a gift for a meeting. However, his awkwardness was quickly over as his eyes were fixated on Wang Lian. Wang Lian was originally a great beauty, but the scar on her face ruined everything. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Wang Lian had an incredible figure, standing at about 1.7 meters tall. Her tight, leather outfit accentuated her curves enticingly. Beautiful, too perfect. I think I'm falling in love, Zhang Jian mumbled as he looked at Wang Lian. Jing Tian covered his face, feeling embarrassed. This guy is so shameless. Here, a junior is talking to you, and you're drooling over a beautiful woman? Chapter 138, go. Tough guy. Wang Lian furrowed her brow tightly at first, but then she realized this guy was Jing Tian's best brother. So she could only look at Jing Tian with a helpless expression. Ahem, Wang Lian, don't mind him. He is just like this. If he bothers you, deal with him however you want. Don't worry about my face. Jing Tian said awkwardly. Little Tian, you're not being a good brother. How can you say that? You should be helping me introduce beautiful women. I'm in love. I have to pursue this beauty. She is simply the goddess of my heart, Zhang Jian exclaimed. Wang Lian was initially a bit annoyed. However, hearing a man express such direct admiration for her for the first time since the apocalypse, she unexpectedly felt a slight stir in her heart. Jing Tian was really embarrassed, and in the end, he simply pushed Zhang Jian who had been infatuated, into the bathroom. After more than 10 minutes, Jing Tian came out wearing a set of clothes that were extremely baggy for him. He looked just like a monkey in a costume. As ridiculous as can be. This is seriously affecting my image, Xiao Tian. I'll just call you Xiao Tian from now on, so my goddess doesn't misunderstand me. Jing Tian suddenly corrected his address for Jing Tian. Jing Tian raised an eyebrow, quickly understanding Jing Tian's intention. He had opposed this title countless times before, but it had been of no use. Now, this guy changed the way he addressed him mainly to avoid embarrassment in front of others. Everyone sat down at the dining table, and Jing Tian looked at the food on the table, his small eyes widening once again. There was white rice, 2 stir-fried vegetables, a plate of sausages, and a plate of braised pork. Do you guys usually eat this? Although Jing Tian wanted to act like a gentleman in front of Wang Lian, he really couldn't maintain that facade in front of this food. Of course, this was just simple home-cooked food. Master Uncle, please eat. These were all made by Sister Wang Lian herself. Tong Yu was not very big, but she was sharp and noticed this Master Uncle's feelings for Wang Lian, finding it particularly amusing. Go ahead and eat. Don't be polite. Jing Tian's eyes lit up, speaking in a host tone. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but start digging into the food. It had been too long. So long that Jing Tian had forgotten the real taste of rice and meat. After a few minutes, Jing Tian's frenzy gradually calmed down. By the way, Xiao Tian, have you seen Sun Jun? Jing Tian suddenly seemed to remember another roommate. I saw him. He told me you were caught for stealing medicine. Jing Tian nodded. Damn it, Jing Tian's expression changed, but he quickly cursed and didn't say anything more. What? Is that not how it happened? Jing Tian raised his eyebrows. He knew Jing Tian too well. Clearly, the incident of Jing Tian being arrested was not as simple as Sun Jun had previously said. Well, forget it, after all, they were friends. This time, it could be considered compensation for the times I tricked him into feeding me his porridge. After hesitating for a moment, Jing Tian looked at Jing Tian and said. Jing Tian raised her eyebrows again, and after a few seconds of silence, she nodded. This time I'll listen to you, but you need to change your kind-hearted nature. In this apocalypse, kindness is worthless. You have to learn to be ruthless. You must be tough on everyone except those close to you. Are you lecturing me? You haven't seen how ruthless I can be. When I get serious, even I get scared. Jing Tian scoffed. His words left everyone both amused and speechless. All right, then let me see your ruthlessness. I'm taking you out to kill. Let's see if you're really tough or just a coward. Jing Tian finished his meal, put down his chopsticks, and got up. Jing Tian was taken aback, blinking his small eyes, wanting to say something. However, when he glanced at Wang Lian, his goddess in his heart, he couldn't back down. He took this. Jing Tian handed a dagger to Jing Tian as he opened the car door. Even though it was not a satisfactory product, it was still much sharper than an ordinary dagger. As the car door opened, the noise from outside rushed in. After a night had passed, Yang Ju looked much more haggard, with his hands and feet wrapped and secured in his clothing. Yang Wenwu also appeared extremely worn out, looking like he had lost some weight. The members of the steel barrel outside were slumped over on the ground, clearly having stayed around the war god all night. Jing Tian, do you have anything to eat? Please give me some. As soon as Jing Tian got out of the car, Lu Changshui, whose bruises and swelling had not yet faded, ran over with a pleading expression on his face. Jing Tian hesitated for a moment, then turned to Wang Lian and gave a slight gesture. This thing was originally meant to be thrown away, as even Xiao Peng wouldn't eat such leftovers. However, when Lu Changshui saw it, he pounced on it like a vicious dog, grabbing the soup and rice with his hands, eating it while showing a look of ecstasy. Jing Tian no longer paid attention to Lu Changshui and did not communicate with Yang Ju either. He directly signaled Jing Tian, "Go ahead, do it. Get rid of that fat guy." Chapter 139. Want to die or want to live? Jing Tian shot a glance at Jing Tian, and before he could speak, Yang Wenwu shouted from the other side, "You dare? You better let us go quickly, or else thousands of us will rush at you, and you'll die without a complete corpse." "Idiot!" Yu and Shang sneered from the side. Yang Wenwu was indeed an idiot. Even at this point, he was still threatening, clearly showing his inability to grasp the situation. "Shut up, you fool." Yang Ju was a bit smarter. After a night of initial anger, he had calmed down a lot by now. At this moment, Yang Ju no longer wanted to die. All he could think about was how to survive. When a situation is unfavorable, knowing when to bow down is essential for survival. What's wrong? Are you scared? Jing Tian completely ignored the reactions of the uncle and nephew, continuing to look at Zhang Jian and asked with a smile, "Damn, what is there to be afraid of?" After Zhang Jian shouted with great bravado, his morale suddenly deflated. "I can dare, but look at his weight, then look at my slender figure, I might not be able to handle it." While saying this, Zhang Jian was gesturing with his hands toward himself and Yang Wenwu. Jing Tian immediately sneered, "If you're afraid, then you're afraid. Your physique is not a reason. Why not let Xiao Yu help you?" "Yes, yes, Master Uncle, I can help you." Tong Yu immediately chimed in beside Jing Tian. The little girl, being fond of Jing Tian, was also very close to Zhang Jian. "Go away, it's not good for little kids to be fighting and killing, especially for such a pretty and adorable little girl like you." Zhang Jian quickly shot a glare at Tong Yu. Tong Yu immediately stuck out her tongue and made a cute face. You are that number 6 from last night?" Yang Wenwu suddenly recognized Zhang Jian and exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. He knew that Jing Tian had taken Zhang Jian away last night, but he was well aware of what someone who had been through the arena looked like after coming out. How could someone who was half dead last night be so intact after just one night? As for calling him number 6, it was because survivors sent into the arena were given a number. No one bothered to remember their names. Your memory's not bad for a fat pig. That's right. I'm that number 6. Zhang Jian turned to Yang Wenwu upon seeing him recognize him, and this time he didn't need Jing Tian to urge him. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he approached. "Why are you not hurt at all? How is that possible?" Yang Wenwu was still concerned about Zhang Jian's injuries, which left people speechless. "Want to know why? Come here, and Grandpa will tell you why." Zhang Jian's expression suddenly turned into a smiling one as he waved at Yang Wenwu while continuing to get closer. Yang Wenwu seemed a bit dazed or still in shock, showing no signs of avoiding Zhang Jian's approach. "Idiot, get away." Yang Ju, observing from the side, understood that the shiny dagger in Zhang Jian's hand had quietly moved forward. Mind your own business." Jing Tian was originally waiting to watch the good show, but as soon as Yang Ju caused trouble, his expression turned cold, and he turned to look at Yang Ju. Seeing Jing Tian angry, Wang Lian directly moved her body, took 2 steps, and came to Yang Ju's side, raising her leg to kick. Bang! With an injury and caught off guard, Yang Ju was directly kicked in the face. He fell hard, hitting his head on the ground, and half of his face was scraped. This kick from Goddess Shaolin was really cool. Zhang Jian, who was still a bit annoyed that Yang Wenwu had escaped, immediately showed a flattering smile and praised Wang Lian after seeing her kick. Wang Lian's face darkened. When did she allow this guy to call her so intimately? Yang Ju wanted to move, but Jing Tian's voice came with endless coldness. "Do you want to live, or do you want to die right now?" Yang Ju's body stiffened, and he felt a bit dizzy, but he became somewhat clear-headed after a few seconds of contemplation. He looked at Jing Tian and said, "I want to live." "He actually wants to live?" Jing Tian unexpectedly said, "I thought you would choose death. If you want to live, this is really going to be difficult. Just state your conditions." Yang Ju's expression changed several times as he gritted his teeth and asked. In Yang Ju's view, as long as Jing Tian was willing to negotiate with him, he would have an 80 chance of surviving. Conditions. First, you must not interfere with your nephew's affairs. Once you deal with him, I will discuss conditions with you. Jing Tian replied. Do you really want to kill him? Yang Ju's expression changed again. He used to have a large family, but after the apocalypse, all his relatives died, leaving only this one nephew with a blood connection, so he had been rather indulgent. Now, Jing Tian's meaning was very clear. He wanted him to witness the end of the Yang family. "You must die," Jing Tian said decisively. Then he shouted at Lu Jian. "Jianrun, if you don't make a move now, I will really look down on you." Damn it. Zhang Jian could hear that Jing Tian was getting a bit impatient, so he quickly focused and yelled, then rushed forward with his dagger towards Yang Wenwu. Uncle, save me." Yang Wenwu cried out as he saw Lu Jian madly swinging the dagger at him. Although he looked as fat as a pig, in reality, he was all show and no strength, and after just a few steps, he started gasping for breath. Finally, gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and turned his head to the side. Clearly, Yang Ju ultimately made an incredibly frustrating decision. Originally, There were two ability users brought in by Yang Wenwu who wanted to help, but when Jing Tian shot them a glance, the two directly grabbed their own throats. In the end, they actually strangled themselves to death. The members of the steel barrel outside, witnessing the scene of their two companions choking themselves to death, felt a chill run down their spines, regardless of their strength. They were all drenched in cold sweat. It was simply witchcraft. Before, they feared the little fatty. But now it seemed the real terror was not that dog, but this young man. At this moment, Yang Wenwu stumbled and fell to the ground in panic. Zhang Jian seized the opportunity and lunged forward with his dagger. Chapter 140. What to exchange for life don't. Yang Wenwu screamed in a feminine voice, pushing his legs and moving his body back a bit. Thud! Zhang Jian's dagger directly stabbed into the upper part of Yang Wenwu's right thigh. Just a few inches from a vital spot. The 20-centimeter-long dagger plunged completely in, even piercing through the bone. Hello! Yang Wenwu let out a strange and miserable scream. Zhang Jian was startled by the guy's scream. Yang Ju's facial muscles twitched violently beside him, probably feeling some resentment towards Yang Wenwu. As a result, it was all destined. It would have been better for you to just take the stab obediently. Zhang Jian quickly pulled out the dagger, this time aiming for Yang Wenwu's heart. Grandpa, I beg you, don't kill me. I'll do anything. I have gold, I have crystal cores, and I can give you women. At this moment, Yang Wenwu had burst forth with potential. However, all his potential was spent on begging for mercy. Even Jing Tian didn't need to use his control, and this guy didn't even think to dodge, only focusing on pleading for his life. Zhang Jian paused slightly. The conditions this guy offered were too tempting. Zhang Jian, having been poor for a year, couldn't help but glance at Jing Tian. Don't look at me. Everything is up to you. But what he can give you, I will let you have. Except for the women. Jing Tian shrugged. I only need the little goddess Lian. Suddenly, Zhang Jian shouted loudly, making a decision. Thud! The dagger pierced into the heart, accompanied by Yang Wenwu's final scream. It took a few seconds before Zhang Jian pulled out the dagger and blood sprayed out. Bro, I've killed before too. Zhang Jian stared blankly at the bloody dagger in his hand, feeling a bit dazed. How does it feel? Are you feeling like you need to pee a little? Jing Tian stepped forward and playfully grabbed Zhang Jian's shoulder with a mischievous smile. Get lost. You're the one thinking about peeing. I don't know how calm I can be. Zhang Jian instantly understood Jing Tian's meaning and rolled his eyes at him. However, judging by his current expression, he seemed to be putting on a brave front. As long as you're okay. It's essential to have experience in killing if you want to survive well in this world. It's also a preparation for the future. Jing Tian rarely spoke to Zhang Jian so seriously. I understand, but if there's any way to avoid killing, please let me do that. Being a logistics minister is my dream. Zhang Jian nodded first, then leaned in and whispered to Jing Tian, you unambitious guy. Wang Lian likes strong warriors who can charge in a battle. Jing Tian initially looked down upon him, then whispered, then what should we do? With my small frame, I can't become a strong warrior no matter how much I train, right? Zhang Jian immediately made a face like a bitter melon. Don't be discouraged with me around. Even if I can't turn you into an ancient martial artist, I'll find a way to make you an ability user. Jing Tian patted Zhang Jian's shoulder proudly. Wow, then my happiness depends on you. In a blink of an eye, the two of them started to act a bit out of line again. With their arms around each other, they were whispering with mischievous smiles. The others looked at them with various expressions, but no one dared to interrupt. After a while, they finally separated. Jing Tian, we need to talk, Yang Ju said, having waited for a long time. Since Yang Wenwu's last scream, he hadn't looked back even once. Just wait a bit longer. There's a small matter. Let someone bring over the patrolman who caught Zhang Jian to meet his end. Jing Tian nodded first, then thought of something. Forget it, Xiao Tian. The rest are just small fries. I'll take care of them personally when I have time. Zhang Jian spoke up first, mainly because he didn't want to kill anyone anymore at that moment. Jing Tian shrugged. Since Zhang Jian had spoken up, this matter could be considered settled. Then let's talk, in front of your subordinates, about what price you are willing to pay to save your own life. Jing Tian looked back at Yang Ju. Yang Ju raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of steel barrel members, and finally looked at Jing Tian and said, all the crystal cores and gold I've saved, along with some food supplies. All belong to you. Is that all? Jing Tian sneered and said, "If I kill you, all of this will belong to me. Ask them who dares to oppose." All the steel barrel personnel lowered their heads. Jing Tian is absolutely right. None of them dare to oppose. Even a single dog is enough to make them tremble. Later, they realized that Jing Tian was even more terrifying. If it were just one person and one dog, the thousands of capable individuals would still have some confidence. However, they already knew that on that seemingly old bus, there were powerful firearms. The most crucial point is that they simply couldn't break through the strange shield in front of Jing Tian and the others. "I only have this much. What else do you want?" Yang Ju's face was extremely grim. He felt that what he had was indeed limited. "You're right. This is quite troublesome. But this is simply not enough to buy your life." Jing Tian sneered. Then Jing Tian looked at Zhang Jian. "You have plenty of tricks. See what else he has that can be exchanged for his life. If not, just kill him directly." "Well, his greatest asset should be the Demon City stronghold. Otherwise, Xiao Tian, you could be the local emperor here. Let this guy be the eunuch, and then get a chancellor for the brothers," Zhang Jian said with a mischievous smile. "This idea isn't bad at all. Wait a minute." Jing Tian suddenly thought of something important and hurriedly asked the system, "Is the system there?" "Always here." The system replied succinctly. "Okay, then let me ask, if I take the stronghold, can the two current tasks be completed directly?" Jing Tian asked with a hint of beautiful imagination. Right now, he was carrying two current system tasks to complete. One was the establishment of Safe House Number 2. The other was a special zombie task that could be attached with spirit rewards. Chapter 141. Collect a leader for slavery. Why can't the special reward work? Jing Tian asked knowingly. Naturally, it was because the task objectives had not been met. The task requirement was to sell supplies and ensure that at least 80 of the survivors had used your supplies. Don't confuse the task requirements. The system replied in a somewhat annoyed tone. Then, after I become the leader of the outpost, the host is not allowed to become any outpost leader, nor can they sell supplies cheaply to survivors to complete the task. The system directly interrupted Jing Tian's words. Jing Tian blinked in surprise and asked why. It didn't seem to be there at first. It wasn't there at the beginning. It was just added. The system replied bluntly. "Damn, did you just set this up?" Jing Tian finally couldn't hold back and cursed at the system again. "You can understand it this way. The final say belongs to the system. Didn't it say that the host is the highest existence? I'm going to change this rule. Sorry, host permissions are insufficient. The higher the system level, the greater the host permissions. When it reaches level 20, you can modify the system settings," the system said. "Damn. I'm done." Jing Tian gritted his teeth